All right. Just confirm if you can hear me. Cartoon, and can you hear me? Okay. Yes, guys, good evening and welcome to Mtembei Open Forum Political Show. Today being 9th February 2023. I hope everyone is okay, fine, and I welcome all of you who are viewing us from wherever you are, and the ones who are going to join us in the panel today, so that we can be able to freely discuss and air out what is taking place in Kenya, what is taking place in our dear country. So we are live in Mtembei TV YouTube channel. Those who are following us on the Facebook, we are sorting out the issue shortly, and we'll be live in both Mtembei official and Mtembei TV Facebook pages. So right now, what you can do, you can invite others, just share the link to your friends, relatives, and anybody so that they can join us and we can move on and discuss what is happening within the country. A lot has happened from yesterday, a lot happened today, and a lot is expected to happen over the weekend. So welcome everyone. If I start with the first follower of today was Patun. Karibu sana sports and movies, karibu sana. Umeandika hapo Agulu, sijui Agulu ni nini. Kevin Otieno, karibu sana. Jalangwa kwende kabisa, mjinga na takwenda hivyo hivyo. Elizabeth Anyango, karibu sana. A passionate love for Christ, karibu sana. You always here, the top 10. Gitonga, karibu sana. Tujiunge na Wakenya wengine tuweze kuzungumza kinagaubaga, tuweze kutatua shida ambazo zinakumba nchi yetu ya Kenya. Tuko pale na mtu anaitwa nani? Gitonga, nimekuona pale. Wascon, nimekuona pale, karibu sana. Karibu sana Simeon Dungu. Jalango, politics is not what? Politics is not comedy. That is true. Politics is not comedy. And to be a politician, you need some better brains so that you can be able to act and behave accordingly. You don't need to crack and create jokes as what is done in comedy. Ma'am, karibu sana. You can hear us loud and clear. That is good. Try to share the link for those ones who are following us on Facebook. We are sorting the issue shortly. We'll be live in both YouTube and Facebook. That is Mtembei Official and Mtembei TV. Right now, we are live in Mtembei TV YouTube channel, so you can share the link to your friends in WhatsApp. You can share the links to the friends that you're having their contact so that they can also join and we watch together. Usitazame peke yako, manake wengine pia wanataka kuparticipate na waweze kutoa sauti yao isikike katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Namwona pale anaitwa Paul. Paul, karibu sana. You are loving the Matiangi raid movie. Oh, we are going to discuss that. You can also join the studio so that we can discuss that one together. Namwona pale nani ameingia na Amos Otieno, karibu sana. Niko salama, tuko katika nchi yetu na hatuchoki, bado tunaendelea kwa kuzungumza maneno yanayohusu Kenya na Wakenya. Hatuchoki, tutachoka tu ile siku ukombozi wa tatu na wa mwisho wa nchi hii itapatikana. Na ukumbuke kuwa ukombozi huu utatokana na wananchi wazalendo kama nyinyi ambao mnakuja hapa kutoa maoni na kueleza Wakenya wengine kile kinastahili kutendeka. Brian Richard, karibu sana. Jacqueline Getuba, nimekuona pale. Blessed Mami, naona uko ndani, pamoja na Vivian Omondi. Karibu sana. Jacob Maoncha, Nevin Chianji, nimekuona hapo. Vivian Omondi nilisha kuona kitambo sana. Tukiwa mtu anaitwa Wendo Tobias anatutazama akiwa mali inaitwa Nyandiwa Gwasi. Nadhani huku ni kwa kina ODM former chairman John Mbadi, kama sijakosea. Rufus Kea, karibu sana. Mwenyekiti mkuu wa baba, umekaribishwa ukuje utoe maoni yako. Utaweza andika pale kwenye chat box ama ujiunge nasi kwenye studio uweze kuzungumza. Amos Otieno, karibuni na muweze kukaribisha wengine. Usitazame peke yako, hakikisha kuwa umekaribisha mmoja, wawili au wanne, tuweze kutazama tukiwa kwa pamoja. Kenyan 254 umekaribishwa, lakini ujue ukikuja hapa siku ya leo na siku zijazo tutakuwa tunazungumza mambo ya ukombozi, sio mambo ya kupigia debe wale wanaonyanyasa wananchi. Kama umekuja kuwapigia debe leo, tutasema pole sana. Elisha Misoi, naona uko ndani ukiwa Eldoret, Kenya. Salimia hao watu wa Eldoret na waambie kwa nini tunafaa kukomboa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Waambie ni kwa nini hatufai kupatia hawa magaidi nafasi ya kuliongoza nchi tukufu la Kenya. Jacqueline, Cecilia Winyanga, Mama Kelin, karibu sana. Lilian Mogeni, karibu sana. Siku ya leo mengi yametendeka, and if you followed Raila Amolo Odinga, that is the Azimio patron, the Azimio party leader and our president, Raila Amolo Odinga said no to what is called political prostitution, whereby I'm in this political party today, then the next day I jump and go to the other political party. So he said we are no longer going to entertain political prostitution. Kwa lugha ya Kiswahili inaitwa umalaya wa kisiasa. So endelea tena na maneno ya kurukaruka kwenye vyama. Leo uko Jubilee, kesho uko UDA, kesho kutwa ukiamka unajiunga na chama cha PAA. Hatutakubali hivyo. Ndiposa leo hii rais wetu na kiongozi wa Azimio alitoa sauti na akazungumza, akaambia Wakenya na wanasiasa kuwa uchague kama unataka kuwa mnyanyasaji au kama unataka kuwa mtetezi, kama unataka kuwa mtetezi wa wananchi. So much of that we are going to discuss, and we know what have happened. There were some few Azimio elected members of parliament, both National Assembly and the Senate, who betrayed their cause and betrayed our cause and went to meet the illegitimate president. And we know it happens worldwide. When you betray the political party that sponsored you to the parliament, there are several ways that disloyalty is punished. One of them is expulsion, there is censure, you can be reprimanded, or you can also be fined. So we are yet to see the action that is going to be taken against the 9 legislators who obeyed the cause of citizens. So this one is happening even as the KWANZA government is trying to divert the attention of Kenyans from the real issues, and they are inviting Kenyans to start discuss things that are non-issues. The real issues that we are having at place is the issue of economy, whereby majority of Kenyans are not able to afford the basic need, is trying to divert our attention, and each and every day they try to come up with some divertory theories. And we are telling them that Wakenya waliisha Kenya, wajinga waliisha Kenya, and nobody is going to fall in their trap, to an extent of telling us that Matiangi was not invaded by the police, that it was just drama. So that is how serious the government is. They're trying to tell us that what happened yesterday was not done by the police. So we are wondering if Matiangi is having his own police officers, or if Matiangi is having a police station, or how is they're trying to tell us that Matiangi is so stupid to say that he's been attacked when that one hasn't happened. And if Matiangi wanted maybe to play some games, I don't think the media can also be that dumb, because the media went there and they covered everything that happened. So this is the kind of the people that we are dealing with. That is why we have to stop them, because if you don't stop them, I'm telling you, worse is going to happen in this country. They spend a lot of time, a lot of resources camping at Matiangi's place when Kenyans are being killed by bandits. So this is a government that is not serious. And one waziri wa miguu, Moses Kuria, is also coming to tell us that there's nothing wrong with police officers visiting their former boss. So this is a bunch of jokers that we have to stop them. So karibuni wote tuweze tuzungumze. Naona kwenye studio watu wameanza kujaa, inamaanisha watu wako tayari kutoa maoni na hoja zao. Wacha nianze na ndugu Innocent, karibu.
Leo amjambo huko?
Salama, karibu.
Naam, asante, nashukuru. Wenzangu, habari zenu? Leo ni siku njema, tumeweza kufika leo. At least tumeweza kuiona. Kwanza nikianza from the beginning, kuna mtu ambaye anajiita Mark Hassan. Nataka nipate hii fursa kumkomesha huyu Mark Hassan. Naona ameandika kizungu nyingi ambao it doesn't make any sense. Ati anaandika like he's writing down there that Raila wanted to overthrow the government. So not just sometimes you wonder, it's like a big person, but he's like behaving like a kid. Yesterday, people went to police who raided Matiangi's house, and even there were some pictures, and you see somebody writes to you that it was just like a play. So does like they are saying the opposition has just put a play. Does the opposition have police officers who have uniforms and cars that are branded police officers? You know, sometimes you should not be like behave like kids. These people are taking us for a ride, and it's when we mean business, we are saying that Ruto must go. There's nothing we will not go back. If it's more, if it depends with our lives that we have to sacrifice so that he can go, he will go. Let those people who will remain to at least to have a good place. And another thing, Jalano, I was very, very happy today that at least alifukuzwa, because that guy is so stupid. It's the first time like wewe umeingia form 1, hatujui kitu yote, unakuja unajifanya twende kujua. Alikuwa anapiga kifua like anataka kuingia, and he hasn't even apologized. That guy, mimi really enjoy the way alifukuzwa. Let him go to UDA na akuje na ama resign. Akisha resign then akuja tuambie like sasa mimi wacha tuende by election na hiyo UDA, hiyo chama ya Ruto, tuone kama atashinda. Mimi leo yani kuna watu wananiudhi tu hapa, and if kama ningekuwa na uwezo sijui ningewafanyia nini, but najua Mungu atatusaidia. Acha ninyamazie hapo, kuna mengi tutaongea baadaye.
Asante sana bwana Innocent. Usiseme kama ungekuwa na uwezo. Uwezo uko nayo. Everybody is capable of doing something irrespective of your position. And the most powerful individual in any sovereign country are the citizens, because it is because of you that Kenya is called a sovereign country. So that power that you delegate to comedians like Jalango to go and represent you, you can decide to withdraw and recall that power and exercise it directly. So you can exercise it directly through picketing, through rioting, and any other form of activity that you feel will irritate the government of the day and force them to act according to your will. And that is the course where we are heading right now. We have to irritate and eject this government and ensure that they go to their rightful place. Somebody is talking of Raila, I don't know joining which party. You have the Political Parties Act in Kenya, the Political Parties Act 2011. This is the act that describes how political parties operate, defines what a political party is, and the same act states that a person shall not be a member of more than one political party at a time. So when Raila was a member of Ford Kenya and he felt that he is not in agreement with the ideas of Ford Kenya, he resigned and called for a fresh elections in his newly found party, and he won. So similarly, anybody who thinks that he's not in agreement with the political party he is currently should resign, join the party of his choice or the party of her choice, then get elected in that party. The act states clearly that no member, no person shall be a member of more than one political party at the same time. So a person who, while being a member of a political party, forms another political party, joins in the formation of another political party, joins another party in any way or manner, or publicly advocates for the formation of another political party and promotes their ideology, interests, or policies of another political party shall, notwithstanding the provisions of the subsequent act, or shall be deemed to have resigned from the previous political party. So if ODM and Azimio are saying that William Ruto is illegitimate, we do not recognize him, and you visit him not at a personal capacity, and you go ahead in the media and tell us that you visited him as a president, then it means you're advancing the ideology of the party in which we are competing. So you have got no audacity to tell us that you're still a member of Azimio. You need to have packed and went even before people called you to do so. That is the honorable thing that Jalango should do, and his other friends who did the same. We know very well that these guys, we have different types of loyalty. There is what is called loyalty of convenience. For Jalango, he was loyal to ODM because it was convenient. He wanted to win elections. And once the conveniency has been placed back, he now decides to go where his heart is. We will not allow that. We want loyalty, as Kajwang used to say, fidelity, loyalty. If we suspect that you go in bed with our opponents, we will not allow you to attend our meetings. So in that case, we are not going to allow people like Jalango to attend our meetings. So let them go there because they are being coerced. They are people who are wash. Some of them, like the Kisumu senator, are mentioned in the looting case of Mumias when he was with the Kidero's lawyer, the Kidero's PA of 2013, who looted Nairobi and looted Mumias, Elisha, the MP of Game. They know very well that they are having cases to answer, so they are being coerced by Ruto to go and join the other side. They should join the looting side and leave us alone. So we need to call them out and tell them to go. Karibu sana, Roda.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. sijasikia about my president, what he did today in Machakos, but I saw my ex-president, my king. I saw, you know, I don't have any president. Raila is my president. I saw him today in Machakos, but I didn't know what they are talking because I was busy. So I tried to do my own research. And first of all, I want to say what happened yesterday about Matiangi. This case of Matiangi, it's very, for me, I take it very serious because me, I'm already taking things serious. You know, people, they think that political is a game. Political is not a game. Political is a real, and it's a fact. And we cannot say that is a game. So for me to hear yesterday, there was a police officer in Matiangi home. I was very sad. I was very sad. I started to feel, kwani Kenya, we are not Kenyans. We need to love one another. We need to protect each other. And then today I saw some member of parliament. The way they were talking, I feel like, oh my God, they don't care. Instead of they tell us Kenya what happened yesterday, they just talk in their own, like the member of parliament of Kikuyu. And you know those guys, those two guys, and the other one member of Dagoretti, those guys, they were Jubilee for when Jubilee started 2013. They were there. When we had a problem, conflict, 2017 elections, nibo walikuwa wanachochea Uhuru atume jeshi, polisi waue Luo community. Hao wote kina Moses Kuria, hao wote ni mikora. Sonko nini, si walikuwa natumana bika inaua watu. Walikuwa unaona mimi na forget. I'll never forget what happened 2017. And nikasikia uchungu mwingi sana. Nikaona Kenya tunaenda wapi for real? Watu ni innocent waliuliwa 2017 ati kwa sababu wanafanya demonstration, kwa sababu walikuwa wamevote kwa Raila. They want him to be the president. Now they walikuwa nachochea Uhuru Kenyatta atume police to kill innocent. I remember, oh my God, I was crying. And you remember me, I'm a Jubilee. I was very sad. I was asking myself, where we are going, Kenya? Innocent people have been killed for just elections. An election come and go. I have seen the election all over the world, but I have never seen election people are killing each other. And you know, Uhuru was a president for 10 years. He was there for Constitution. So why they were killing innocent people? And then this guy, they don't care what happened yesterday. Seem not to care. Seem not to care what we feel. They don't know what will happen. They killed our brother 2017. I remember that they didn't have even the box to bury dead body to take in Kisumu. They were a different county. They didn't care. Innocent young boy. And some people, they were laughing. Our country, we have shed the blood of innocent people. May Lord have mercy. Sometimes when you think about our country, you feel crying because of the one person have been making our country. Nakumbuka huyo Sonko alikuwa anaweka maji hivi kupiga watu, na watu wengi Mokron, hao watu walikuwa na Jubilee wanafikiri mimi. Alafu mimi nikaona vile UK, United Kingdom, baba akaenda mkutano huko UK wa university. Wakenya wote wa kutoka Mount Kenya walikuwa napigana na Luo community kwa sababu what happened. And then sasa wakaulizana, kwa nini tunapigana? You know, then they realized that this is stupid we are doing. You know, and they became friends. So when you think about our country, you feel heartbroken. Innocent have been killed for the elections. And they have never addressed the justice for those people were killed in 2017. Still, we have their family member that never get the justice, because justice is for everyone. And even yesterday, what happened? They don't seem not care. Like that man, those they were sitting there. How do they think how we feel? How they say it's a drama? For me, it's not a drama. For me, I take things serious. As I say, politics is not game. Is some the real? Those innocent people, they were killed because of the politics. But politics is not a drama. So Kenya Kwanza wanafikiri sisi we don't remember everything. We have forget. They think that, oh, there's a 200 people, they were killed. What about those Luo men, young men, they were doing demonstration and they were abusing them, telling them they have not circumstance. They think we have not forget. We not forget. They need to be feel ashamed. And they were Jubilee. Shame on you, Mashagwa, those guys. Shungwa, that guy, Mebo Premes, Bagureti, talking nonsense in the front of the camera. Instead of you say we want the justice for those young people were killed 2017. We don't forget 2017, 2007, many people were killed, 2017, and those families have never get justice. And we still assume things. And even Matiangi cases, we don't take the thing that they get emotional. Me, I didn't get emotional. I get sad. I don't know why our country is going on. So here mengine ya nani anaitagwa aje ya that the way my president say about today about we need to focus. If like me, I'm a Jubilee. It's a one parties with Azimio. Me, when the Baba told us we do this, we have to do. We cannot be. We are the same. You are ODM, you are Jubilee, and then you are all white party, and you are coming outside of the party. Unatuuza. Ni must tukue unity. Kama vile sisi Mutebei tuko hapa unity because tuko Azimio. Mnaonaga watu wa UDA hapa wanakujaga wanaongea nonsense. We're not the same. They don't because they are there. Lakini sisi Azimio, we must be unity. So I don't believe when you are our party, you need to be unity. We need to be listen what our president. If my president told us we do this, we have to listen. We cannot do like the way unatuuza. How can you be ODM at the same time unaenda commit Ruto? Unajua our party, you need to listen our party what is telling us. Yeah, so Jalango, he didn't do very well to meet Ruto because he know very well we have been the rally. He could. Those are the people we want them. They fight for us. Those are people we want. They present for us. They're just going there. Their foot and is this side. No, we don't want. We want people who they have to make their own commitment. I'm going to fight. We are going to fight for my people. We are going to stand for our people. But they cannot put their hand, the leg this side, and they have to be together. Yeah, and then the way our president said today that the election was illegal. Ruto, the regime. I appreciate. Yeah, that is the way they did for us. Is a illegal regime. That's why they are talking the way they want. Because it's not regime, they could not kill those 2017 and they take power with the power, with intimidation and using blackmail. And those guys, they're using even blackmail. When they talk, they just using blackmail. So that is only for today. Maybe I'll talk later. You know me, I like to talk. I'm very talkative person. This is just beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. It's true. We have to realize that party or political party discipline is important for all or for any system of government that allows parties, because these parties, they're the ones that hold political power, and the political parties are the ones that often determines is normally the determining factor in both levels of government as far as politics and development is concerned. If people go to the floor of parliament, people make laws and the political parties takes greater part. They influence and determine what is passed. If today, like Ruto, I hear one of the bills is planning to bring is to expand the counties. So he wants to create some 4 extra counties for his own benefit. When from October, he's not been able to release money to the counties that we are having. So he's now planning to expand it from 48 or 47 that we currently have to 51. And some of the counties that he's trying to create are the ones he wants to divide Kenyans along the tribal lines, whereby each tribe is going to have their counties. He's planning to divide Busia County to create a county called Teso County, so that he can be able to separate the lawyers and the Teso. He's planning to divide Migori County
county to create a county that is called Kuria County, so that he can separate the Luos who've been living there peacefully with the Kurias. He's also planning to divide the Trans Nzoia County so that he can come up with what is called the Mount Elgon County. So this is somebody who is working towards what benefits him. So he's simply trying to convince these leaders from the minority communities, like when he goes to Migori, he tries to convince the Kurias and the Tesos that you see, I'm going to protect you and I'm going to create for you a county of your own, and you people are going to become governors. So when the juvenile leaders without brains hear that, they get excited, and currently is shopping for sellout like Jalango, who will rubber stamp his bills. We are not going to allow that. Before they think of doing that, let these guys resign, join that UDA and contest in that UDA, or let that UDA nominate them. We are also waiting for communication from Jubilee, how they are going to deal with their members who attended that meeting. So before maybe I play a short video, let me welcome Boma. Boma, karibu.
Thank you, Leo. I just have a quick question, and then I'll be out of here and leave others to go. Leo, you just touched on it actually. Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yes. I have a question. In all this, where is the Azimio chairman? Where is the leader of Jubilee? You call
all right. Maybe I can quickly answer.
Please answer that for me, because in all these things that are happening, why haven't we seen anything being said from the ruckus from yesterday, the Matiangi, to the taxation, ambaye yeye ndiye amekuwa targeted kabisa, to all his PSs ambaye alikuwa anafanya kazi nao? Where are they? They've gone into incognito. Tafadhali, I would want someone to answer that for me. Thank you.
All right, maybe I can tell you one thing to answer your question. When the government, these fraudsters, they respond each and every day. Who do they respond to? They respond to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So it tells you, maybe you might not be able to see him physically, but Ruto and his regime are seeing him in these meetings. They are feeling his presence, and that is why when they are crying, they don't even cry for Raila. They don't even cry for the citizens, the common citizens, the bunge la wananchi ambao wamejitokeza kuendeleza shughuli hii, but they cry for William Ruto. They cry for the Azimio patron, that is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So the fact that the government is crying for him, the government is blaming him, tells you that his presence is felt. There are people who can be seen physically, but there are people who work their things differently. So for Uhuru, I think for the time I've known him, he's somebody who doesn't like public appearance. But I do believe that where he is behind the curtains, what he's doing is greater than appearing publicly. As much as we would want to see him publicly, those guys who know how things are organized and are executed will tell you that those people behind the curtain does great work, though they are not visible, but their actions are visible. Then maybe lastly, this movement is not for Raila and the elites. That is why even the MPs, we were almost banning them from attending our rallies. These are movement by Kenyans. The Kenyans who cannot be able to pay school fees. The Kenyans who cannot be able to pay rent. Kenyans who lost job through kazi mtaani. They are the ones who are driving, and we are going to join these fellow Kenyans. If you cannot be attend physically, we are going to have some pay bills and some till numbers so that at least you can stand with or support those people who are attending physically or doing one thing or the other. Unless somebody, or maybe somebody will also be able to answer that as they give their submission. I can see Innocent is already there. So Innocent, 2 minutes, then we listen to Leonard.
Now, Leo, there is okay, I had just one thing. In the morning I heard there was a lawyer who was saying that Uhuru had ordered him to go and take, to go to court. There was when you go to court, before you are being arrested, you can be given maybe a court order. So I saw in the morning there was a lawyer who was saying that Uhuru had ordered for him to do that to all the former cabinet. So I wanted just to tell him that Uhuru is there, and Uhuru is somebody like the way you have said. Uhuru is somebody who doesn't like to be in public, but is an Azimio. That's what I know.
Thank you. Somebody keeps on complaining there. I don't know. He's called who? Somebody called Kipyegon Hillary. Kipyegon Hillary. If you think that, I don't know why you think that we are wasting time here, and you are also there. So does it mean that you're also wasting your time? Can't you have something else to do? Why would you say that this is a waste of time and you are glued there, you joined, and some of you, the ones who are in Facebook, they're top fans. So why did you become a top fan in a page that is wasting your time? Does it mean ni kukosa akili ama ni nini? Leonard, karibu.
Thank you very much. I've just joined now, so I'm trying to catch up. Maybe.
All right, thank you. Gabriel Ochieng, we are live. I know you will always have to ask that. I think you'll catch up and you'll give your submission. Sometimes you can also get submission based on how the discussion is moving on. So I'll kindly also to remind you of what happened, that the government kept on diverting our attention, telling us that Matiangi was acting because they realized that what they did was wrong and every Kenyan was against their act. In fact, they realized they were oiling and speeding up the revolution. So they are now trying to withdraw and tell us that, you see, we did not want to arrest Matiangi, blah, blah, blah. Those stories are not withholding. And today, I'm really happy with the Omukusi who went to the streets to demonstrate and show these frauds that we are soon coming for them. We are waiting for that whistle that Raila is going to blow and tell us that now, comrades or vijana or team Jeshi, let us march. We are ready and willing to march. So maybe for those people who did not see what happened, this is how those in Kisii decided to stand with.
Hapa ndio Mheshimiwa Matiangi amezaliwa na hapa ndio kwetu. Tumekuja hapa leo, hii mchana wa leo, kushutumu kile kitendo cha jana ambao serikali ilikuja kuzingira makao ya kijana wetu huko Nairobi. Tunawaambia ya kwamba hiyo sio jambo mzuri kwa serikali ambayo imesema inasimamia ukweli. Kura tulipiga na tulipata aheshimiwe. Wale waliofanya kazi wakati wao na wamestaafu waachwe wapumzike. Kama mna fitina zenu na kijana yetu ambaye ni Matiangi, nafikiri kuna njia sophisticated, kuna njia civilized ambayo inafuatwa. Mtu akifanya makosa kama ni criminal anashikwa na polisi, anachukuliwa, anafanyiwa uchunguzi, na anaandika statement, alafu inachukuliwa kotini, na hiyo vitu yote inafanyikana mchana. Hiyo mambo ya usiku, watu kushika usiku, imalizika zamani. Tangu tupate hii constitution mpya, hiyo mambo iliisha.
Lakini maneno ya kufuatafuata watu ikiendelea hivyo, ninaona kuna shida Kenya. So ile tunauliza serikali ya William Ruto, kama kuna mtu utaguza Kisii na kuwe na shida ni Matiangi. Kama wamefanya makosa, hatusemi sheria isifuatiliwe, lakini maneno ya kwenda usiku, supposing kama sio Raila alienda huko, kitu ingefanyika huko. Saa hii pengine Kenya hata hasa hapa Kisii tungekuwa na shida mbaya.
As leaders of Kisii, we have converged here hurriedly, and the purpose is to condemn the arrest or the attempted arrest of our leader and kingpin, Matiangi Fred, who is a former CS in Kisii. We want to condemn it in the strongest terms, and we want to say that if the government of Kenya wants to arrest the main person they want, that is Uhuru Kenyatta, they should move with speed and arrest him without fail. They should not start pretending and harassing small fish like Matiangi.
Ile serikali ya zamani hatutaki kuiona ndani ya Kenya, kwa maana ndio hii imeanza. Kibaki aliongoza nchi, hakuna mwananchi hata mmoja mwenye alisikwa akawekwa ndani. Kibaki hakuwa na chochote, alifanya kazi yake for the last 10 years na kaenda nyumbani bila kushika mtu. Uhuru ndio huyu amekuja. Uhuru ameongeza Kenya miaka 10. Hakushika mtu aweke ndani ama nini, eti nini mtu fulani amefanya makosa fulani amweke ndani, ati atume maaskari zaidi ya 200 kuenda kushika mtu for what? Serikali nyingine imeingia. Ndugu yangu, nataka niseme fanya kazi kama kiongozi. Wewe ndio kiongozi, ni mmoja tuko naye Kenya, hakuna viongozi wawili. Wacha kutumatuma maaskari kwenda kuleta shida kwa boma ya mtu. Sasa mkuu wa polisi ameinuka amesema yeye akutuma polisi waende kwa Matiangi, labda ni wakora walienda. Wakora 100 zaidi ya 200. Kwani hao wakora walikuwa wamejificha wapi? Serikali bila kujua ndio waende kusumbua Matiangi. Sisi na ile uniform wao wakora walikuwa nayo. Hata muende mfungue kamera kwa Matiangi, polisi ndio wanaonekana wamevaa uniform vizuri kabisa, wamebeba mpaka bunduki. Kwani wakora gani hao waka Kenya zaidi ya 200 wanajificha nchi gani hiyo? Hapo Nairobi wako kwa nyumba gani wanakaa wakora zaidi ya 200?
Yes. Habari ndio hiyo. That is the message. It's straight and clear, not missing anything. You cannot plan to arrest Matiangi, then we allow you to go with it. Matiangi is one great Kenyan who served excellently. And if there is anybody who ensured that the government of Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto succeeded, it was Matiangi. That is when he was at the CS ICT that they currently gave this guy who keeps on distributing food in the funerals, and he's become the minister of seeds and I don't know, seeds and whatever. Matiangi is the one who digitized this government and led to this digital migration. When they campaigned on we tunaenda digital na tutachi analog, this one was actualized by Matiangi. They later moved Matiangi to education. He performed excellently. Those people who did exams, the Matiangi exam, and you scored a C, they will celebrate and they will tell you, mimi nimepata C kwa mtihani ya Matiangi. They used to add on that. Kwambii tu amepata C, nimepata C kwa mtihani ya Matiangi. He ensured that uongo na udanganyifu imeisha. They moved Matiangi to internal security. And by that time, he was managing education and internal security at the same time. He performed excellently until he left that education to Magoha. So Matiangi was the engine of Uhuru and Ruto's government. So nobody can dare play with Matiangi's life. So telling us the Wakora, they're asking for CCTV. Can they tell us watupatie picha ya hao Wakora basi, their government? We are not going to allow these people to divert our attention. That is the trick that they are using. They want to divert the attention of Kenyans, and they want to keep on lying to Kenyans. We will not allow them to lie to Kenyans. I like what the Kisi did today. They had to stand with the great son of Kenya. And this is the only man that this government fears, because they know very well Matiangi, like Raila, doesn't entertain nonsense. They want to intimidate Matiangi so that they remain with the Jalangos, who cannot do anything beyond making people to laugh. Karibu Alex.
Yeah, shukrani sana. I hope mnanisikia. We are still not happy. Ujinga ambayo we have to be forced to go and take an anticipatory bail because these people are after Matiangi. But they ain't seen yet, and I'll say this here openly. They ain't seen it yet. We were calmed down. We were told wacha tu. Wakina Danstan Omari walituambia, don't worry. A contingency of lawyers, almost 90% of Kisi lawyers, were behind it. Wacha hiyo 200. They are more than that. They are about 800. And if they try to take him to court, that is when they will see fire. Hiyo ndio siku Koome atajua isi ile ujinga anaongea ati hot air. Hiyo siku yeye ndiye atakuwa hot air. Last time akisema hivi alipewa fan mbele yake akiongea. This time tutamweka vizuri sana. Hii ujinga anataka kutufanyia tutaki. I told you yesterday, you can touch anybody but do not touch Matiangi. You saw Onyonka spoke, Simba have spoken, all leaders have spoken. Now wananchi have started speaking. Tulikuwa tumekatashwa tusiongee sisi, wacha tu only leaders to do that. But I think mahali imefikia, nobody cares. We will talk even when our voices shake. The only reason they fear Matiangi have come to realize is because he's a potential presidential candidate. And it looks like Baba might groom him. From such kind of defections and nonsense you are seeing from people like Jalango and others, the only man standing that Baba can groom and put that country into order, and Uhuru is ready also to sponsor, is Matiangi. So they want to sacrifice him before. If today Matiangi stood and Ruto stood for election, Ruto will get less than 10%. That's a bonfire of ideology, narrow sense of mindset responsible for these calamities that we are seeing here in Kenya. Very sad. But wamewasha moto. Na utaona, if they try ati wanampeleka court, it's good we have taken the anticipatory bail. If they try to touch it, they dare. I think every Kenyan will stand up. That's what I will say first and foremost about that. I'll talk about Jalango later on.
Kuna mtu anatumia nini?
Thank you, Alex. There's somebody who I've muted him. So before I welcome Guru Muhammad, you were there and I think you dropped, so you can proceed. Mohammed.
Yeah, me here. How are you all? Barzeni.
Fine, thank you. Fine, thank you.
Mko salama malimuko?
Tuko salama, alhamdulillah.
Leo tumefurahia kuona hiyo mkutano ya Azimio vile walikutana na vile Jalango alifanyiwa. Hiyo nimefurahia sana.
You are lost, Mohammed, eh?
Tunataka hiyo ikuwe sasa ndo adabu kwa wengine pia. Jalango hawa ni maseleb ama wale tunaita slave, yani hawana tofauti, na wanaweza fanya kila kitu tu kwa sababu ya fame, kuwa fame. Hata anaweza jifanya mwanamke, anaweza kuwa kila kitu, anaweza pata nguo mwanamke, unaona anaweza fanya mambo mingi ndo aonekane, basi ndo apate followers ama sijui nini ndani ya media. Sasa huyu ni mtu wa media, huyu ni mtu wa social, si mtu wa siasa ama politics ama na uongozi. Watu wataka atimuliwe kabisa, hata nyang'anyo ukiwezekana hiyo ticket, hiyo kiti ya Langati irudiwe na ipigiwe ule mtu ambaye anajulikana dai hadi Raila. Na hiyo mambo mengine pia hatujafurahia. Tumesikia mbaya sana vile Matiangi jana alivamiwa, although kuna hii information wa kusema ati hata hakuna polisi walipatikana pale, hakuna evidence, hakuna hata photoshop ama hakuna hata video ama hata CCTV kamera. Sisi hatujui, hata sisi pia hatuwezi kuwa na uhakika, lakini hakuna mtu anaweza toa habari ya uongo hivyo. Na tuliona hapo jana usiku viongozi wengi walifika pale. Kwa hivyo kuna kitu inaendelea, lazima tuogope hii serikali. Serikali tangu mwanzo tulikuwa tunaambiwa msikubali serikali yani ingie uongozeni, yani ingie katika tawala, na ni watu kuogopewa. Kama ni Kenya itakuja kuisha, ni wao watamaliza. Kama hii Kenya itakuja kuwa na vita, ni wao ndio wataleta vita, kwa sababu hata vile wanajibu maneno kwa media, wanajibu yani kimandazi tu, yani wanakuwa wanaonesha ile ujinga na utoto wako nayo. Kwanza kuna mtu anaitwa sijui Kimani Chungwa ama sijui anaitwa nani huyu, bila jana na ngezi ya Matiangi anasema ati ni drama, alafu tena anasema ako guilty kwa ile mambo yake alikuwa amefanyia watu mbeleni, aliwafanyia hawa, na akatoa mfano vile alikuwa ametuma maskari wengi kwa Ndini Nyoro, sijui kwa nani mwingine karibu 200 na nani. Sasa hivyo si vile viongozi wanafaa kujibu maswala kama haya. Wakiona maneno kama haya imetokea, wanafaa kutoka nje, hata wampatie pole kwanza Matiangi kwa hayo, na waseme sisi hatuko ndani, sisi hatuko ndani kabisa na hatujui. Kwa hivyo tutafanya uchunguzi tujue ni nini imefanyika. Hivyo inaonekana katika yani uongozi ama majibu watakana watoe, si ati wanatoa ile yani makosa yake ya mbeleni pia na kuongea ubaya yake na kusema hata yeye anajua alifanya nini, ndio maana nafikiri atafanyiwa hivyo. Sasa hao watu kwa kweli hawana ile sifa ya uongozi kabisa, hawana kabisa. Hata sijui tutaendeleaje kama tutanyamaza, kama sisi tutakubaliana ati waendelee na hii serikali. mimi naona itakuwa ngumu sana. Watu watakuja kuchoka kabisa. Hata sasa hivi tayari tumechoka, mwezi 6 watu wamechoka. Kuna watu kuna imani na wao. Ndio hivyo. Kwa ajili ya
asante sana.
Tuendelee na hiyo maneno.
Asante sana Mohamed. Hawa ni watu ambao hawana mpango na wanataka kutudanganya na kucheza na akili ya Wakenya. Hakuna jinsi utatuambia hakuna askari walienda pale, na ilikuwa live, Wakenya wote walienda huko, Wakenya waliona. Sasa utatuambiaje hakuna askari walienda huko? Kama ni wakora, askari walikuwa wanafanya nini? Si kuna police post pale karibu na kwa Matiangi? Mbona hawangeenda washike hao wakora wenye wanasema? This is a government that is just acting and joking with the Kenyans, a government that is run by propaganda. So we should not allow propaganda to be used to guide or to govern this beautiful country called Kenya. Bwana Guru, karibu.
Asante sana. Nawasalimia nyote na kusema kwamba Kenya is at crossroads. Vile mlisikia baba amesema kwamba tunarudi pale tulikuwa wakati ya Nyayo 1990s. Hapo ndio tunarudi. Tutakuwa tukisakwa moja kwa moja, na sana hii inafanyika ili watu wapate uoga, so that people can become afraid. And it is not uncommon. It is very common for unpopular governments. Amski, mnanisikia?
Tunakusikiza, you are clear, just proceed. You're getting you.
Mohamed anasema hanisikii.
No, Mohamed, I think akona shida too from his end.
Ndiye anashinda?
Yeah, from his end.
Nasema kwamba most governments that are unpopular, sana they become oppressive, kwa sababu they become oppressive and they fear their people. Kwa hivyo si jambo la kushtua kwamba hii tunayashuhudia saa hii. But I must also say this, my gut feeling is that this was a preemptive action. Preemptive means Matiangi, having been in the security sector for so long, he got intel that there was that intention to arrest him. And being intelligent enough, he was able to preempt the action. Because I think the intention was to have maximum humiliation by getting him out of his house and generally putting him in those Land Rovers and taking him to the prisons. But I think he got the information and decided to act very fast. Even if it could not have been last night, it was coming anyway. And being an intelligent person, he decided to go ahead and preempt. I can assure you next time they will not go to his house. They will ask him to report it to the DCI himself. And that means a lot, because the other alternative is to humiliate and make him look a small man. However, it has backfired so badly. If you see all the government institutions, including the anti-corruption, the asset recovery, KRA, DCI, they have all issued statements, and also political leaders through Echongwa, denying that action. I think the backlash was just too much, and the intelligence report could have told them that this was a very wrong move, which has very strong political implications. So therefore, they decided to pull back. And also, I think it has helped, because I understand through his lawyer, he's called who again? Dio.
He's having this bright lawyer and aggressive lawyer, Dunstan Omari. That guy is really great. He's the one who represented the Cherara 4. He's the one who removed Gaucho. He really replaced Orengo in the scene currently.
Dunstan said that there are firm instructions from the former president to take anticipatory, note from the courts for all the CSEs that served under Uhuru Kenyatta. That's what he told us. That has a very heavy implication, because what it means is that this government is out to oppress, humiliate the officials who've served in the former government. I think for the first time we are faced by we are faced with a situation that has never happened. Those who know the transitions in this country from Kenyatta 1, of course, there were a few people who found it uncomfortable to transition to the Moi government, one of them being a senior police officer who ran away from the country. But generally, Moi just overlooked what had happened to him in the past and let matters lie. When you look at the other transition, from Moi to Kibaki came in, there were people who were pushing very hard for him to go after those who had served after Moi, but he just let matters take their own course. If you are taken to court as a person, his hand was never seen. Then come Uhuru. Uhuru also adopted a similar stand that let's forge ahead. But now we seem to have a government that wants to go very hard on anybody who might not have supported them, or they crossed road somewhere along the way. And therefore, this is a government that might expend so much time fighting battles. Because right now I understand the people of Kisii have told Baba to be in that place by Monday. I understand he's going to have a political rally in Kisii on Monday. So I do not know how this government wants to organize itself. But when you have a government that is always trying to put out political fires, then that government cannot perform. Also, there are those who think that these are just diversionary tactics for Kenyans not to ask why the cost of living is not going down. It's just a way of managing the people by crowding their minds with so many things so that they can forget what's happening in the country. So we are having a situation that was last experienced in 1980s and 90s. This is Moi script. It is Moi politics 101. Keep the people busy discussing side issues, bombard them with so much information, you know, give them tokenism, and then attend the church every Sunday and quote verses in the Bible, and everything else will work out. So the situation we have right now is that either Kenyans start seeing for what this government is, for what it is, and accept to live with it, or demand more from them. You have seen now the current action is to buy out MPs. You know, you buy out MPs in State House. I am happy that ODM is coming out as a party that does not brook nonsense, because as I said a few days ago here, political discipline is what is needed in political parties. I think Jarango, if he is not careful and he is thrown out of the party, that could as well spell the end of his political career. Because some of the reasons those guys are giving us of going to State House do not reflect the reality that they are going for development. Which development? These days, the allocations are given through the parliamentary committees. The president has no money to go dishing out, maybe only bilateral agreements, projects that come through such a channel. But then that is where we are. We have refused to change. We still want to behave like the president is the alpha and omega in our politics. And also, we want to continue to portray people who voted for a party that goes to the opposition like they made a mistake. A very sad affair, if you ask me. But that is Kenya for you. We have our own brand of politics. I think it is only us who practice this kind of politics anywhere in the world, where today you are voted in one party, tomorrow you defect and go to the party that has won, apparently so that you can secure development for your people. A very stupid way of argument, if you ask me. The youth who we have been talking with here for a long time may not know that slowly their freedom is being eroded. Slowly being eroded. By the time they wake up from Hatupangwingwi thing, they will find themselves walipangwa zamani. Asante sana.
Asante sana Bwana Guru. It is true. By the time the youths will wake up from Hatupangwingwi, watapata washapangwa na hata their future imepangwa. So for the people like Jalango and those ones who are defecting, those people who read the Bible, as I think majority of them claim, they do help Ruto to go for some denominational prayers. This weekend I saw they are in Nakuru, if I'm not wrong. They should read that book of Judges, chapter 6. And maybe I'll just read part of it, or if not, paraphrase. It says, Gideon had 32,000 soldiers, and God told Gideon he had too many soldiers. Then God said, go tell the men that if they are afraid that they may live. 20,000 men left, leaving Gideon with the 10,000 men. God again appeared to Gideon and said to him, there are still too many soldiers. Lead them down to the river, and I will test them for you from there. I tell you that a certain man is to go with you. He must go with you. But no one is to go. If no one is go with you, I tell you he should not go. If I tell you he should not. Then Gideon led his men down the river. The Lord said to Gideon, tell the men to drink. Those men who lap the water like dogs shall be set free. There were 300 men remaining. Then Gideon moved with his men to the area above the valley of the Midianites. So what is happening currently, Gideon is testing the men. So the numbers has to be reduced. We need to go with quality, not quantity. We better remain with few effective MPs, few effective legislators, than have a bunch of legislators who will be in Kibra in a rally, then receive call and leave you in the middle of the rally, then tells you that he went for development. Which room do we have in State House written development? So that we can go and remove that room from the State House and put it somewhere else. Babu Owino have never been elected in any party that supports government. And if you look at what he's doing in Embakasi East, even the blind will tell you that Babu is working. So which State House does he normally attend to get those roads done? If you stay in Utawala before Babu and you reside there currently, you'll be able to know that Babu is working. There are some areas there, Choka and whatever. So that room called development, that in State House, we want to know it so that we can go and remove and relocate that room, Parliament, because the Constitution gives the Parliament all the power to distribute, to approve, and even allocate the resources that are spent countrywide. Things that are not approved by Parliament, like the Hustler Fund, will always come and go, like it came and it has went. Bwana Wangira, karibu.
Asante Leo, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine and happy that I support a party that is strongly determined, and they have decided this time round they have to crack the whip.
Okay, thank you. Let me just make my contribution. And I'll start by saying something about Dr. Fred Matiangi. Dr. Fred Matiangi is our immediate former Cabinet Secretary for Internal Security. And just like I said yesterday, I will be lying to you when I say that Matiangi today is an angel. Matiangi is not an angel. And yesterday I told you the reason that I'm supporting Matiangi is because of the provisions of Article 49 of the Kenyan Constitution that stipulates on how a person should be arrested by the police. But that aside, today I want to give you some genesis of this man called Fred Matiangi. Because I was a member of the opposition between 2013 and 2017. Leo, and some of us suffered under Matiangi. Let me give you an incident of a date of 17th November 2017. This is the day that Raila Amolo Odinga was returning from the United States of America, Leo, if you are in this country that particular time. Under Matiangi, the police were deployed. And, the police ended up attacking innocent Wananchi, where I was part of the delegation that had gone to welcome Raila Amolo Odinga back to the country. And the only mistake that we had done at that particular time, Leo, is that we had come up in very, very big numbers to go and welcome Raila Amolo Odinga from the airport. And if you remember that incident of 17th November 2017, you know, from Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Leo, to the CBD of Nairobi, it took Raila Odinga up to 6 hours. I think it was more than 6 hours. Because, you know, it was now a clash between the police and Raila Odinga support.
Yeah, it was exactly 6 hours.
I was there, and I'm talking about
what
I'm talking about what I witnessed. My own son, who is now going to Form 1 in Chogoria next week, was watching that thing on television. They tried to call me, you know, you could not pick the phone, and you know, they were so worried that when they saw me come back home, you know, there was that sigh of relief. Oh, Leo, that's not all about Fred Matiangi. You know, when Miguna was deported, and I want just to give you the genesis, then I'll just wind up on what I believe is. You know, when Miguna was arrested after he sworn in Raila Amolo Odinga, he was taken to a magistrate court in Kajiado. And when he arrived in a magistrate court in Kajiado, you know, there was a court order, a high court order that Miguna be presented that evening before the high court in Nairobi. What did the police under Matiangi do? They dilly-dallying, knowing that there was a court order. In fact, they cheated the judge that he was at the basement, and you know they were going to release him in accordance to the orders of the High Court. And you know what they did? You know, they dilly-dallied around it. Then they ended up deporting Miguna against the court order, and that was a High Court order. I remember this particular matter came before Justice Odinga today, who is now a judge of the Court of Appeal. And you know, the three of them, I remember it was Matiangi, it was Boynet, who was then the Inspector General, and there was a guy called Kihalangwa, who was in charge of the immigration at that particular time. They were summoned to appear before Justice Odinga. You know, they never appeared before Justice Odinga. And even when they were told to come for sentencing, they did not come for sentencing. And because, you know, Justice Odinga became frustrated, I remember Justice Odinga becoming frustrated, and he even said that, you know, even if I was to send them to jail, there won't be anybody to arrest these three gentlemen to take them to jail. And that's why he decided to fine them a fine of 200,000 shillings, which they were supposed to pay from their own pockets. I'm not very, very sure whether Matiangi, Boynet, and Kalangwa ever paid that fine from their own pocket. They were supposed to have paid it from their own pocket. You know, I remember even that particular time, Justice Odinga saying that, you know, these people are working on court orders. And, you know, even the former Chief Justice, David Maraga, you know, was not very happy about that particular development, where, you know, senior state officers, you know, were, you know, with impunity, you know, disobeying court orders. And, you know, immediately after they were sentenced to pay a fine of 200,000, Matiangi appeared before a parliamentary committee, I think for security and something, which was then, you know, largely dominated by Jubilee. You know, that time, you know, Jubilee was in the good books, and, you know, it was just after, I think, the elections of the 26th October 2017, the repeat elections where, you know, President Uhuru Kenyatta was declared the winner. You know, if you remember the elections that Raila Odinga boycotted. And, you know, he ended up referring to judicial officers as evil cliques, as an evil clique. Judicial officer as an evil clique that wanted to drag them by the collar. These are the words that he used. Then he said that there was a clique in the judiciary captured by the civil society and some lawyer activists who wanted to embarrass the government. That was Matiangi. Matiangi, when he was CS for internal security, you know, he was against anticipatory bail. And there's even a clip I have here where he talked a lot of rubbish about the anticipatory bill that today he has enjoyed. So that aside, I told you yesterday that I'm a Democrat. I believe in the 2010 Constitution. And Article 3 of this Constitution asked me to defend this particular Constitution. And because I am supposed to defend this particular Constitution, I'll use it to defend the rights of Fred Matiangi, the rights granted to him under Article 49 of the Constitution, which I don't want to repeat today, the same thing that I talked about yesterday here. So I don't want to repeat myself. So, in simple terms, what I'm saying is that when you are in position of privilege in public service, treat people according to the Constitution, treat people according to how you will want them to treat you. I remember Bobby Wine telling one time Yoweri Kaguta Museveni that because you are president, treat us the way you like us to treat you when you leave this particular office. So Matiangi had the responsibility of treating us the way when he was in the office, the way he would have liked to be treated now that he's out of the office. But to some of us who are in the opposition at that particular point, we felt frustrated. My own son, who is a grandson of a policeman, ended up hating the policeman because of what he saw the police doing on the 17th of November, 2017 on live television. He ended up hating the policeman. You tell him that your grandfather was a senior policeman and he didn't want to hear anything about the policeman. That is the era in which Matiangi lived in. But because, bygones are bygones, we defend Matiangi's right under the 2010 Constitution. If he has been given an anticipatory bond, let them summon him. If there are issues that he must be taken to court, let him be presented to court within 24 hours. Be charged, be given bail, be given a fair hearing, so that if he is found guilty or innocent, then the due course of law will take its due course. But for me to tell you that Matiangi was an angel, I will be lying to you, because I have been a member of the Kenyan opposition for 50 years, and for the last 30 years, I've been a member of the Kenyan opposition, and we have suffered, even under the police. And I will be the last person, to say that Matiangi was an angel. He was not an angel. Some of us suffered hard under him, and I'm only just defending him because.
Wangira, just a minute. I think there's a question from Alex Media. Then you wind up, Alex.
Wangira, you're being a hypocrite here. The law that we are having today is the law that takes people like Aisha Juma out of murder cases. Dismas Baraza, people like Rigji. That's the law that we are using right now. It is not the law that you are describing. If you could be describing the law that it is updated, that is 2010 Constitution, people like Rigiji should not be where they are. People like Baraza should not be where they are. People like Aisha Juma should not be where they are. So don't double speak here. If these people are given immunity, I don't even know how I can call in terms of legality. They killed somebody who died openly, and we saw. So you cannot come here and start saying that Matiangi ABCD, whereas, so if the law has to be followed, let it be followed to the fullest. Let it be that.
Can I respond?
Okay, respond. I didn't finish, but respond.
My fidelity as well, my fidelity as Wangira is to the Constitution of Kenya, the 2010 Constitution. And I've not said that I'm supporting what is happening, perhaps in the case of Aisha Juma and the characters you have talked about. What I am dwelling on is on what the Constitution provides for. And that's why I have been very, very clear that, that I've said that. Allow me just to finish. allow me just to finish. I've just said it very clearly that as much as Matiangi is not an angel, and there are very many dirty things that could be surrounding him, but I've said that I'll defend him per Article 49 of this Constitution on how he is supposed to be arrested in case they are going to arrest him. But in the matter of him being an angel, he was not. For us who are in the opposition, we know how we suffered under Matiangi. I'll be a biggest hypocrite to say that he was an angel when he was not.
Nobody, you're the one you've been on the Somebody mute, please. Nobody is saying that Matiangi was an angel. You are bringing your own terminologies here so that you can distract us. What we are saying, we have a regime that is trying now to start to be vengeful. If there is anything that should be done, let it be brought to court first. Because in the end, you might be a casualty too. One day somebody can come to your house, surround you, take you to wherever they want to take you, and then in the end, we don't know where you vanished to. We are not saying Matiangi is an angel. Can you mute first? Mute first.
Yeah, I mean it.
I am not finished.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Wangira.
Alex, if you are here yesterday, I was very, very clear, and I protected Matiangi's right under Article 49 of the Kenyan Constitution. I was very, very clear, despite the reservations I have about this man called Fred Matiangi. And I was very, very clear that Article 49 of the Kenyan Constitution says that an arrested person has the right to be informed promptly in a language that that person understands of the reasons for arrest. I was very clear on that. His right to remain silent and the consequences of not remaining silent. He has a right to remain silent. He has a right to communicate with an advocate or other persons whose assistance is necessary for him. He's not supposed to be compelled to make any confession. You see, these are the rights that Matiangi enjoys, and they're the rights that I'm defending here. Those are the rights that I'm defending. And these are the rights that also apply to myself as Wangira. I expect that when the police are coming to arrest me, they should apply Article 49 of the Kenyan Constitution. And that's all that I'm saying. That's all that I'm saying. I'm not defending anybody. I'm just being, my fidelity to this Constitution that I always hold. And that's why I've quoted for you Article 49. What he says, I'm not supporting what happened to Matiangi yesterday, where we hear that, at all if it happened, where we hear that people went surrounding his home. I'm not supporting that. And that's why I've read to you what Article 49 of the Kenyan Constitution says.
Where we are differing is that you're bringing new terminologies that Matiangi is an angel. Nobody said Matiangi is an angel. And especially when you are in this job of interior ministry, there are things that you will do or you must have to do that you will make yourself very unpopular. So that aside, I don't know where Leo went. I don't know who was next. Anybody wants to respond to Wangira, Guru? Anybody?
I've not even finished contribution. That was just the highlight. I have my second part of contribution to make.
But Wangira, you can't contribute more than 20 minutes, then you say you have not finished. Continue.
I think Wangira Matiga, he did a great job. I think so. Even United Nations in Kenya, they were saying that he have done a good job. Even Ambassador Matiangi and Kinuti, they did a great job, to be honest. When it came about, for example, like terrorists, Kenya, you remember it became terrorists, I think it was 2017, and Matiangi, he told people that there were terrorists somewhere, I don't know, it's like Westerns, and those guys, they were killed. And that's good, because we don't want Al-Shabaab in our country. We don't want Osama bin Laden again, what happened in 1988. Matiangi was protecting very well, and our military, they were where the terrorists can pass those direction, and those South Sudan, those area. So Ambassador, they were telling him, actually he was the best minister. He actually I didn't know he was a Kisii. He was very kind, and he was very easy to communicate. He's not a tribal one thing. He's easy. For me, I can give him 90% or 100%. I cannot.
Rhoda, let's allow Wangira to finish. I thought you were asking him a question or you were trying to do a rebuttal. Let's allow Wangira to finish without interruption.
Okay, let me just finish. I've finished with the Matiangi issue. I just want to make my further contribution on Jalango, then perhaps I just went up in 1.5 minutes or so. You know, Jalango today, I read him say that he's not going to apologize for visiting President William Samoei Ruto. And he said that, you know, he was visiting President William Samoei Ruto for purposes of development. And I want just to take the last part where he said that he was visiting the president for purposes of development. You know, I don't know why we are still stuck into this habit of you know, having the new wine in the old wineskin. Because, you know, we should be having new wine in the new wineskin, because we have a new constitution called the Constitution 2010, which should be a new wine in new wineskin. But, you know, we have people, we have a scenario where now people want to have new wine in the old wineskin. That, you know, what that was the pre-2010 scenario. You know, Jalango still believes that we are in what we call the eras of the session of paper number 10. Because when I listen to him, then he tends to think that we are in the pre-2010 era, where the president was supposed to be the alpha and the omega, the beginning and the end, where the president was supposed to be the giver of the manner of development. I tend to think that, you know, in accordance to this constitution, the 2010 constitution, we must have bypassed that era. It's just that because people are just stuck with the old habits, you know, the pre-2010 habits where you think that, you know, it is the president who brings development. President does not bring development to any person. You know, it's parliament that appropriates. You know, Jalango is a member of the Kenyan parliament. He needs to lobby within parliament so that parliament appropriates, even for development within his own constituency. And that's why we even have a division of revenue where not less than 15% goes to the counties, and perhaps not less than 30. The rest now goes to the national government. And then after there's that division of revenue, then parliament now appropriates what goes to national government. You know how national government spends its money. After appropriating, you know, it's the parliament that will decide that we are going to use this amount of money in roads, we are going to use this amount of money in dams, we are going to use this amount of money in, you know, perhaps electricity, in education, in health. It is parliament that appropriates. Then when I see an elected member of parliament walking to State House and telling me that he was going to discuss with the president, a person who does not appropriate, you know, how to undertake a development, you know, that makes me a very sick person. It makes me become sick because, you know, these are the bad manners that we are supposed to overcome. You know, the president must be made to know what his space is in this particular era. You know, he's not the giver of the man of development anymore. That thing ended with Moi and perhaps with Kibaki. You know, today the president does not give any manner of development. He doesn't. Parliament appropriates. And, you know, that thing makes me just feel sad, you know. And I talked it here the other day that, you know, we are seeing parliamentarians, you know, who are enjoying a good environment with the 2010 the post-2010 environment, and you know, they are behaving badly. Then I'm asking myself, if they were to live in the pre-2010 era where we had people like Wakina James Orengo, Gitobu Imanyara, Koigi Wawamwere, and name them, you know, how could they have survived? You know, they could have been big sellouts. So that is very, very unfortunate scenario in the way these young parliamentarians are behaving. And that's why I agree with Raila Odinga that we cannot allow political prostitution. Because, you know, the constitution allows you, if you believe you don't want to belong to a political party, you can run as an independent. Jalango had an opportunity to run as an independent. If he decided to run on an ODM ticket, then he must sing to the tune of ODM. Having spent a lot of time on this, the deliberation, perhaps let me just stop it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Wangira, for your submission. And we respect your views and your opinion. And they are also shaping the decisions and the activities that are taking place in Kenya. Let us get something from Duke of Omareba, being Matiangi's younger brother. He'll tell us whether he supports the slaying and the plan of the government to harm Matiangi with their hit squad, of which they've confirmed that those ones were not police, but they were private hit squad. It's just because we were able and we were alert to identify them that they ended up not harming Matiangi. Had we not been alert, right now we'll be given stories. You have to agree that Matiangi is one of the bravest Minister of Interior that we've had in this century. All those people who are in that position never saw it to the next election. They never witnessed transition, but Matiangi witnessed it. We had in Kaiseri, you all know what happened. Before Kaiseri, we had a certain Masai there, you know what happened. We also had George Saitoti, you know what happened. These guys are normally sacrificed and done away with when transition is taking place or change of guard. So Ruto or somebody doesn't want to see Matiangi alive because they know this is a guy who served in their regime when they were officials, the deputy president and other positions that they held. And this person might mess them. He knows their secrets. He knows how they use, and Sonko told us, to plant people during the rallies. He knows what was happening behind the scene. So this is somebody that they would want to be on their side. And because of integrity, this person doesn't want to join their side. So they have to get ways of doing away with him or intimidating him so that he doesn't speak. Most governments that we've had in Kenya previously, they've not we've not been seeing those people who held that position like the one held by Matiangi surviving. Their ending has always been bitter. But I think the God of Matiangi is a living God and listens. Forget about the ones you go and worship in the denominational and the Mount Kenya, who cannot help you lower the cost of the living. So we have to give Matiangi respect and ensure that his security is taken care of 24/7. Somebody is out to harm him. Duke Karibu.
Yes, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I want to, for the case of Matiangi, I want to address it using three perspectives. And the first one is about Kenyans, the perspective of Kenyans. It is sad that Kenyans are suffering from, actually let me say most Kenyans are suffering from inferiority complex. There is a feeling that there are some powerful people, because of the power they hold, or the social status, they just feel and accept that those people should not be touched for one reason or another. So it's not about whether they have done something right or something wrong. It's like Kenyans have that inferior thinking that they are special and powerful, and therefore they should not be brought to book, they should not be taken to court, they should not be prosecuted. So remember, even most of you have been complaining about the brutal regime of Daniel Moi, but he retired, nobody took him to court, he was given a state burial. So what does that speak? It speaks about that mentality of Kenyans, that some people are extremely special, and even if they murder people, and we should progress from that. If, for example, you talk about South Africa, the current president is under investigation. The former president was taken to court, imprisoned, and now he's out. But the South African do not see that as political undertaking or something of that kind. They are concerned on what was done. So was that person involved in the wrongdoing or something of that kind? So Kenyans should be of that mentality. If there is an issue,
but
they
look, as you
should
proceed, just a minute, as you proceed, it is wrong. And you cannot compare Kenyan politics to South Africa. We can't have the South African mentality when we know very well our courts cannot be compared to the courts of South Africa. Our country, we know, is having some political rot. The same man called Ruto that you're telling us that should be investigating Matiangi is the one who told us that all the cases, everything that happened between 2017 to 2022 was politically instigated. So you cannot tell us that this Ruto is the one who is going to investigate Matiangi when he know everything was politically instigated. So the same way, those guys who are being tried before, he dropped their cases because they were politically motivated. So which side of the mouth does he use to tell us that this one for Matiangi is not politically motivated? So one should choose the mouth that you want to use. The Bible tells us that a well cannot produce bitter and sweet water. So you choose whether you want to produce sweet water or bitter water. So that is what is lacking in Kenya. So the case of South Africa cannot be compared to Kenyan case. What we have to agree is that the government is playing games with us. They are attacking Matiangi. Then once they've known, citizens have realized their motives, they now pretend that they did not attack. That they are. So who are those Wakora that were sent there? Those 200 people. What was the police doing? Wakora wakivamia kwa Matiangi. Proceed.
It's good when you give me time. You give me time to give my perspective, my opinion.
Already I've read your mind. You know, we only give you time if something positive is coming. The same way we're not giving UDA time because we've already read their mind, and giving them time is going to cause more damage. So we don't want to allow you to cause more damage.
This guy from
if you cannot give them time to speak my opinion, just a moment. So what have I said? If you have not even gotten what I was saying, I've not said that the political system of Kenya is better than that of South Africa. I've not even said the judicial
is a
system.
real democracy. It's a real democracy. Since Matiba died,
if you are
always democracy. They don't have a state capture for the court. Ruto have take every. You cannot come here. You need to get out here. You are the back. Go back.
Moderator, you are allowing me to speak. If I am not allowed to speak, tell me I go.
Because you wait for your turn, you can speak.
If you allow this kind of shit come here live.
Rather, mute yourself.
The moderator, I think you are a grown-up. You are unable to see if I'm making a malicious statement. then you tell me I stop, or you tell me I move out. I can move because I cannot force to make a statement if I'm not allowed to.
Move.
Because
That's
when I
why
come
want.
here,
Get out here. Get out here.
You see, when I come here, I simply give my personal opinion, and I always try not to make it malicious or not to abuse any individual. But when you come here, you have to express your opinion as a person. So I can't come here to speak on behalf of somebody else. So I'm just giving my personal opinion. So I'm not saying that Kenya is superior or inferior compared to other country. I was just giving a global perspective of the reality or what we should do, because actually what motivates people or countries is those countries which have advanced so that they serve as an example. So in giving that comparison, you are trying to inspire your country, your people to work hard towards that. And I'm not just saying this in the context of Matiangi. Remember, I've even given the examples of Daniel Moy, who most of you
Sorry, I'm not interrupting
agree.
you. Just a minute. There's a hand that is hanging there. Is Guru? I know Guru is not. He'll not be that aggressive like Rhoda. Let us hear what he wants to tell you. Maybe.
Yes, I think Leo, we would really want to have patience to listen to Duke, but you have noticed that the mood has changed. Simply because what we are being taken through is a lot of propaganda. Is not well listened arguments. Let Duke tell us clearly whether it is right for a government to go for a person they could have called to the DCI or to wherever during daytime. That's where we are. Otherwise, are we losing direction as a country where we use institutions to punish people? Because the issue here is very simple. It's not that there is anybody who is above the law. And nobody said that there is anybody above the law here. But we also are acutely aware that we are threatened to a lot of campaign about the state capture and how institutions will no longer be used to humiliate people. So let him tell us whether he's of that school of thought that because it happened in the past, then it has to continue that way, that we can live with that. Or he can also tell us whether, as a country, this is the right way to handle things, that every regime that comes, you come and go after your political rivals in all manners. That is basically what it is. Otherwise, he is boring us with a lot of, back and forth arguments that do not make sense.
Thank you, Guru, for that reminder. Brian Odhiambo, we are not going to advise Rhoda to grow up. Rhoda is a grown-up lady, and you don't need to be told that. You can use your eyes to see that she is grown up. So maybe unless you have something hidden that you want her to be advised, we can proceed and do that. Duke, you can maybe wind up on your submission. Sorry for interrupting you.
Okay, but you see, Guru, also you made up your submission here. It may be that I write your submission, I did not write it. But it's because I respected that you are an individual of your own reasoning and of your own kind and of your own mind. So I was even just giving the introductory statement and I've been interrupted twice. So the moderator, I want to request you tell me, I have watch here, tell me how many minutes I'm going to use without interruption. Unless I make a malicious statement and then you stop me. That
Okay,
one
I'm giving you 3 minutes, huh?
Okay, so okay. So I was just giving an introductory statement that in Kenya, not just right now, since time immemorial, there is an inferior perspective from Kenyans whereby they feel that there are some people who are powerful, who are special, and who, even if they do something wrong, they should not be taken to court, they should not be imprisoned. That has been the mentality of many Kenyans. And that is wrong because it encourages the powerful people to continue doing something wrong. So for example, most of you are against what Moi did many years back, and he was never brought to court. Nothing happened to him. Despite that, his regime was taken out, and he spent like more 20 or 10, more than 10 years after retirement, nothing happened. So that mentality and that practice makes even the situation worse, because if you are powerful, you are the president, you can do anything, because you know after you're retired, because of that status of yours, nothing will happen to you. But countries whereby people are punished regardless of their status, it sends a message to the future leaders and the current one to remain within the confines of the constitution. Like, for example, in South Africa, where the president was imprisoned and the current one is being investigated. Therefore, in the future, anybody who becomes the president would work hard to ensure that he is within the constitution. Having said that, the next issue is about the media, because first of all, yesterday the media reported that Matiangi has been arrested, and then later it clarified that some people are trying to arrest Matiangi, and then that's where we see lawyers and Honorable Raila Odinga giving a media brief from there. So sometimes the media does not give accurate information, because
the Duke, your time is up. Even though you are misleading, the media did not report. The media was present at the scene, and the Kenyans themselves saw Matiangi under Siege. So don't say that the media reported.
No,
the media reported
that
simply means that the media gave some report, but they were on the scene and the Kenyans made conclusions. The media did not report. We have direct speech and reported speech. So the media were not giving report. The media were present. So what was happening was being seen directly, and it was a live coverage. So you should say the media covered, not the media reported. Thank you.
No, you see, you gave me 3 minutes, and I'm like,
no,
1 minute.
The 3 minutes are over, and you're part of the scheme that I saw. This man called Amin, the bald man, Kiwaka Kipara Pale, trying to tell us that it was a comedy. When we saw the media there publicly, the media was not giving a report. Reporting is.
Did you see the people who are trying to arrest
come and tell you the
It's reported. Did you see them?
That is a report.
They captured them using their cameras.
It is not a report.
No, I'm talking about what they reported. Did you see those people who were trying to arrest Matiangi? Did you see them?
We
the cameras
saw
captured
live,
them? Yes
we
or
saw
no?
the cameras there, we saw the people camping there. So we are not going to argue.
It's about people camping there, but what about those who tried to arrest Matiangi?
That's what I'm asking. Right. Let us give a chance to, I'm supposed to go to Mzalendo, but Mzalendo, your camera is off, so we will give you time to organize yourself and be at a place whereby you can show your face. You know, when these people look at you directly, they can easily engage and interact with you. Before I give Innocent an opportunity, Rhoda, your hands are up. What do you have to say?
No, I was wanted to talk with this guy because this guy, they always come here to bring intimidation because we can fear. I don't fear anybody.
Hata tukifanya mkono hivi tufanye chata, I will win. I don't believe anybody can win me. I have been caught many times and I always win. I don't believe even Ruto can win me. Me, I can be bad dictator. Even we can have a woman dictator in Kenya. I can say today, get out in house, set her within 2 minutes. Me, I'm a fire. Me staki yo ujinga watu wanakuja hapa kufanya nini? Conman here. We want to be, it was a police officer in Matiangi resident. Wacha nikuuliza huyo Duke. Si Saida Gesharu aliuliwa huko nini? Karen. Si aliuliwa huko Karen. Wakasema ni dawa amepatiwa na we don't know what happened. We don't know who killed him because he was a witness of the case of ICC in the Ruto. Did we see those people? Many people have been killed. We have seen. There was a police there. They were taking the Matiangi. I don't believe somebody anaweza nishinda. I don't believe.
Thank you, Rhoda. Asante sana. Haman Lebule, the police, you are telling us nobody took the pictures of police at Matiangi's place. It was not a photo shoot. People are not doing photo shoots there to start taking the photos of the police. So if the government is telling us that the police were not there, that Matiangi organized himself, let them give us the photos of those gangs that Matiangi organized or the videos to justify themselves. So the police or the guys who went there did not go there for a photo shoot so that they take the photos of the police who are there. What we know is that the police were there. Matiangi is not mad to waste Raila's time to go and camp there. So such questions that you people are asking are irrelevant. If Matiangi organized for his arrest, because you are used to doing that, Itumbi used to organize for his kidnapping, so you think everybody is doing that. So let them go and arrest those people when Matiangi alitumia. They've panicked, and that is why everybody is giving us a press conference from the DCI to EACC. Next, najua the Olesapit pia atatoa conference yake. Let them keep on giving us conferences. We are not scared anymore. We are marching forward and focusing on the mission, and the mission is to kick Ruto out of Kenya. Nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. I'll go to Pickrod. Secretary General, ukiwa tayari utatuambia. Mzalendo ukiwa tayari na video utatuambia, alafu tutaenda hivyo. Wacha tuende kwa Pickrod.
Hamjamboni wote.
Hatujambo sana.
Tusema ukweli.
Hapo kwa Matiangi.
Muhammad, can you cool down? Cool down. I go direct to Rhoda. Yesterday you screamed that Ruto must go, but you know we find that there were no anybody in Matiangi's place, and you were screaming like.
Pickrod, sorry. Rhoda is not part of the discussion. Kindly just maintain the agenda of
Yeah. But he was Rhoda screaming yesterday like we have to correct each other.
No, if she was screaming yesterday and you didn't correct her yesterday, today you are not discussing Rhoda. Kindly, you can side chat her and correct her to work on her etiquette, but we can't debate somebody's etiquette right now. Kindly. You are also diverting our attention from discussing what we're discussing. You want us to start discussing Rhoda, really? You can proceed.
Always scream, always take things very seriously. You need to make research before you scream. You know, you cannot come here in the platform and you are screaming, oh wait, at the route. My friend, listen, activist for what?
Leo.
Okay, you need to make research.
Order, yes. Order, where you stay, there are some rules. What happens if a thief comes at your place? Are people not allowed to scream? So screaming means you are in danger. Kenya is currently in danger. So what Rhoda is doing is not called screaming. those she is advocating, she is not screaming. Kindly, if you are going to discuss Rhoda, I'm sorry, we'll move to the next person.
Screaming for what? Now tell us, can you explain to me why were you screaming?
Scream because why my former SC
if somebody cannot follow the rules of this
forum, you are out of
just
order. You're out of order. Okay. Let us move on, guys. Let us maintain the rules of the debate. We are not debating persons here. That is why we are having guidance on what we are debating. So if you have an issue with Rhoda, there is a side chat there. You can get in touch and maybe chat her, tell her what you like about our presentation and what you dislike about our presentation. If you agree, or maybe to do. But as long as you are not able to do that, we are not going to allow you people to advance your issues in a live show. Secretary General Karibu.
Asante, thank you. Hey, people of Kenya, habari zenyu? Nataka kuambia Rhoda, we are going to scream to this government, we are going to whistle, we are going to whatever possible we can do. Because when you're hungry, when you're angry, and when you see unprofessionalism and you see this stupid government ruling Kenya as if we are kids, what else do you do? Those who are capable to scream, please scream. When you see this government, scream. Say that we don't want you. Those who are capable to whistle, please whistle. Because why should you keep quiet? Ni wapi imeandikwa tunyamaze tukiteseka?
Mwambie wanawake walitoa nguo.
Wakati ya Moi wakigrab mashamba, women even walked naked in Nairobi because it is your personal right to do what you feel like doing. Yeah, to agitate for change, to agitate for good governance. Si ati unyamaze ati watu wakifanya vitu za vituko. Kamera na CCTV za Matiangi zinaonesha wanajeshi walikuwa huko, lakini waliposikia Raila Amolo Odinga anakuja, the enigma, the institution, wakajua hapa kumeharibika, wacha tuwe tukepe. Yeah? Because Ruto cannot arrest Raila Odinga kwa sababu hakuna njera anaweza toshea. Ni jera gani itoshea Raila Odinga na hawezi shikwa peke yake? How do you arrest an institution? So anajaribu kustua wale watu wako karibu na Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sababu you cannot arrest two people here. You cannot arrest Uhuru and you cannot arrest Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga is an institution, and as an institution the only thing you can do as a president ni kufungua foundation ya Raila Amolo Odinga, watu wasome historia yake na vile tumefika hapa na vile amefikisha Kenya wapi mahali hapa. In fact, we are challenging those who are doing this year wa study Raila Amolo Odinga, the enigma. Na kama hii serikali ni ya wanaume, they arrest Raila tomorrow, tuwatambue. Let them arrest Raila Amolo Odinga if they are men enough or women enough. Waache side shows, waache kutusumbua sisi watu ya chini na mathreats. Kama ni wanaume, waache ma press conference. I like what Leo is saying today. Kimbia from every corner kwa ma press conference. Hakuna mtu anamshika because they don't know how to govern. Anyway, wacha nirudi kwa submission sasa. But rather you're free to scream. You can even walk naked. Let people know that you are bitter with this government. Usijali, sisi tunasupport wewe na tunasupport wewe ukiscream kwa sababu ni haki yako na ni right yako ya kuita ya kupiga nduru wakati unaona maovu yakitendeka katika hii nchi. Ukitoa nguo hata mimi nitakufuata. I'll be naked in Nairobi. Tuta trend hiyo siku. Anyway, for the submission part, I'm so excited for the first time in my life that this government is crumbling. Hakuna kitu itanifurahisha kama hiyo. When I will wake up one day and tunaelekea hapo, tukute serikali inafilisika na inaboromoka. That is my greatest prayer to the living God. And kwa sababu Mungu unisikia, I know itaporomoka ndiwe iwe funzo kwa wale ambao watakuja baada yetu, wajue serikali mbovu inatoa matunda bovu. Na nasema hivyo kwa sababu nimeangalia vitabu za ushuru. Watu investors wanatoroka. Watu hawataki kulipa ushuru. Matajiri hata Wahindi wameficha pesa yao kwa gondoro. Sasa hata watoki kwa nyumba. Wameona hapa kutoa pesa ni kuharibu pesa. Kwa hivyo tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu matajiri wameogopa hii serikali na hawatoi pesa. Kwa hivyo ushuru umepungua. Very nice. Na tumeona tena dola imepanda ni 134. Kwa hivyo mtu ambaye ananunua premium ile ilikuwa tunanunua 1.3, tunanunua 2.1. Very good. Bottom up. Number 3, tunashukuru sana kwa sababu hata minister mwenyewe amesema tuko kwa simu na hiyo simu inaendelea kuwa mzito. So maombi yetu inajibiwa. Unajua kwa nini Kibaki ali succeed despite kuwa na mambo mashida mingi? Ni kwa sababu hata kama kisiasa alikuwa weak, ki-economy alikuwa na nguvu. Na kukua ina economy na nguvu, kwanza serikali ikiwa na pesa ni ngumu kuitingiza, lakini hii serikali haina pesa. Imeiba pesa yote, imepeleka kwa Thanksgiving service, pesa imeisha. So tunashukuru Mungu serikali hii will not last 1 year, na tunashukuru Mungu kwa sababu tutarudiwa serikali kwa watu ambao wanajua kuongoza. Kwa hivyo having said that, urging Kenyans, musitingike. Hata mkiona hao wakina Sabina na hao viongozi wa Jubilee walienda kuona Ruto, kila mtu alienda nyumbani na kamilioni kake 50. Kwa hivyo ni tumbo. Unajua tumbo nayo inakuanga mambo mingi. Leo ukipatiwa hiyo phone call leo, uambiwe kujia kitu kako, hata wewe unaweza kimbia. Anyway, tunataka kusema anaweza nunua viongozi wote wanataka, lakini wa Kenya hustlers wengi, hata nimeona leo hustler mwingine ameshika mafuta na unga na sukari akasema sasa hii maisha imekuwa ngumu. Kwa hivyo yeye amejoin Azimio. So watu wengi wamekasirika na hii serikali. So we are happy. On the issue of Jarango, Jarango arudi kwa online platform. I think ajui siasa. Siasa haitaki ujinga, inataka loyalty. Na tunasema Jarango should be kicked out and we have a by-election by next week. Tunataka the election in Langata. Mimi nilipigia kura South Sea and I'm so disappointed by that man wenda kucheka na kudharau leadership ya Orange Democratic Party. Mimi si wa Orange actually, mimi ni kwa wa Jubilee na niko Jubilee na stoki Jubilee, na haijalishi ni nani ataenda kupewa pesa huko, mimi niko kwa Jubilee. Kwa hivyo Jalango should resign ama to kick him out. We need a person who can stand for the people. Unachaguliwa na ODM, unaenda ku celebrate umepewa pesa kidogo ya wash na kulipiwa na madeni yako ya taxi kufutwa, kwa sababu hiyo ndio inamsumbua. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya tujue ya kwamba Kenya iko imara. We shall have civil disobedience soon. Na shukuru kwa sababu tutakuwa na mkutano kesho huko Machakos, na tutakuwa na ingine Narok na huko na tutakuwa na ingine Kisii. Wakisii wamesema hata watapiga nduru kuliko ile Roda anapiga hapa. Wakati Ruto ataenda huko, ile nduru itapigwa huko ni ya Chinkororo. Ile inapiga nduru kirusha miguu na juu. Kutakuwa mambo mbaya. Kwa hivyo kwa sababu ya muda nitapatia Nancy wa Kenya ili aweze kuendesha mjadala, lakini Mr. Speaker, saa tuko imara kwa ground na hatutambui hii serikali na tunaiombea maafa yote na madhara yote, ili watoto wetu ambao watakuja baada ya sisi tuambie kuna watu waliiba kura wakafikiri wanaweza tengeneza nchi lakini ikaporomoka. Msikue kama hao, msikue kama hao. Asanteni.
Asante sana Secretary General kwa kuzungumza ukweli na kupa Wakenya motisha kuwa wanafaa kufanya jambo. We are the ones who are going to recover this country. We are the ones who are going to restore this country and put it back on the track. The guys who lied to us are not doing anything. They are taking us back years ago, and we will not allow that one to happen under our watch. Nancy wa Kenya, karibu.
Okay. Hello everyone. Nimekuja tu just to make a few points hapa. Now I'm happy the way Baba has woken up, you know, the way alifukuza Jalango. That's sending a message. Over here now we are not in politics, we're in revolution. Hatutaki ujinga. So I just came here to speak for people there in the comment section. Imagine mtu kama unaweza ona macho yangu, hata sijalala 2 hours, hata nimechelewa kuja ndio niamke because of time difference. Niamke haraka nikuje nisikize kidogo, sababu ya kwenda job nini, lakini na sacrifice. Imagine alafu unaamka unapata Peak Road, just imagine, or Omarib huyo mwingine Duke. So this is not politics, this is revolution. Muongee among yourself, the moderators, hatuwataki hapa sahi. Hao wanakuja hapa when they are drunk, maybe when they have time. Lakini sisi una sacrifice sometimes, hata wasilali, hata sasa unaweza ona machangu. Then you come and listen to Peak Road interrupting us. Hata kama Baba amechoka, hata sisi tumechoka. Kwanza tumechoka, hatuwataki hapa. Right now tuko na uchungu mingi. We've come to push the revolution, not to do politics. Wacha niseme hiyo kwanza. Tuko na uchungu sana. Hata mimi naweza scream kushinda Roda. Lakini hatuwataki. Please.
Asante sana. Asante sana Nancy. It is true. Some of this negative energy, they keep on discouraging us when right now we need to be motivated. Maybe I'll just play this one. I think it is from Tembei.
Sisi kama MDD Nairobi County, tunafurahi kuwa kwa hii kikundi na tunasema tasimama na party leader wetu ambaye ni kinara wa MDD Raila Polo Odinga. Nataka kusema hivi, imesemekana ya kwamba kuna wabunge wa Azimio ambao wanaenda State House wa chama tofauti. Tusidanganyane. Tunataka Jubilee iandike barua kwa wale wabunge walienda State House, watuambie ni action gani wanachukua. Tunataka ODM pia ile barua mlitoa jana ni action gani imechukua. Mkutano ya PG imeitwa leo. Mkutano iko manzoni. Kuna wabunge walienda State House, leo wameingia mkutano. Sasa sisi vijana tunajiuliza, sisi tukienda State House itakuwa aje? Kwa sababu elected leaders wa Azimio wanaenda State House, wanarudi wanaingia mkutano. Tunataka pia Wandai tupatie resolution ya hiyo mkutano. Tunataka kujua watu wanaenda State House wanafanyiwa nini, kwa sababu itakuwa ni mazoea. Unaenda State House unarudi unasamehewa. Asanteni.
That is why majority are in agreement that we should not allow political prostitution to be advanced in the country. We should not allow those people who don't have stand. Political democracy is only good if there is discipline and the people are faithful to their political parties. And that is why in Kenya we are having an option of independent. Independent means you can operate independently. If today you wake up and feel like taking breakfast in State House, sawa. Ukitoka State House and you feel like you should pass through bunge la wananchi pale Jivanji ukule mtura, sawa. But when you are in a political party, you have to act, behave, and do everything that advances the ideologies of that political parties. But once you find that you differ in ideologies, you join a party that has got similar ideologies to yours, but you cannot be a member of two political parties at the same time. You can be a member of even 10 political parties within a year, but one at a time. So if you are in ODM this month, resign from those other parties. If you feel like I want to join UDA next month, I first of all have to resign from ODM is when I join UDA. And that is the fact that we cannot run away from. Bwana Lala, karibu, you were here before, and I think the system got you out, so you're welcome there. Proceed.
Thank you, guys. I think I'm between work and here, and it's good to see all of you. I just want all of you to know that we are praying. We are praying, and that is the spiritual strength of the struggle. This is a warfare against injustice, against evil, against the hijack of our political, on our system. Basically, they've been able to put their hands in almost everything. But we are here. I was so happy to hear Baba very, very clear, because there were a lot of rumors around, whether they went to State House because they were sent, whatever, but now we are clear. And to me, that's important. And so it is a moment for us to resolve the way forward. We're proud of our young people, praying that they would stand, and our leaders to give us very, very clear direction. I don't know, but when I watch my fellow Kenyans in Nairobi, on the stations and others, they know the truth. They do know the truth. And in fact, when they're confronted, whether it's in a debate, you could see them kind of wondering, but they're going back to the same. So there's maybe it's a fear. But let me tell them, there is nothing to fear when truth is on your side. There is nothing to be afraid of when you know the truth is on your side. And for some of us who may not be in the country, it's a time for us to support Azimio, not just with words, but tangibly. If there's a channel in which, whether it's finances, what things that they may need, we need to engage, because this is the soul of our nation. We can't throw it to the dogs. Kenya is, I'm glad to say, it's bigger, it's larger than all of us. Yes, it is. But corruption can kill it. Clearly, this State House, what I call it State House, what they have done is the usual. You see, Karen House, the VP House, what did it used to do? It's a house of bribes. People go in there and get bribes. And so that was the focus, was money and bribing their way. That's how they got to power. And so that's what they know. There's no development agenda. They never thought about it. All they knew was to get the money and get it. And now they will have to try to get it somewhere. How do they get it? They borrow 500 million, and 500 million is borrowed on us. We, as I said yesterday, we are the co-signers of that loan. When you go to the bank, you need a co-signer. And if you don't have it, and so the co-signers is our names, your name, your child's name, some of it, your child has been mortgaged. You're Kenyan, it means you carry a debt. You walk in the West, you're carrying a debt. You got anything, you look at your bank account, it's negative. Okay. And that's where we are as a people, with the negative. And this guy continues to dig us deeper into the hole. And when you don't have credibility, nobody want to do business with you. So what they're promising Kenyan, jobs and all that, does not exist. There is nothing called job program because the money is not there. Whoever said there's no money is correct, because there's no money. The little they get, they start bribing. Meaningful programs, meaningful projects are impossible. You can't attract investors to come into that environment. They'll go to Tanzania, go to another country, but not us, because doing business is not easy, not cheap. And I want people to know that, because for a long time, fear makes us believe that only the State House. In other words, the world is around the State House. Listen to this. I live in a state called Ohio. Ohio, go check Google. Ohio is one of the states. Ohio's economy is bigger than Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, Congo, and all that put together. It's bigger. I can walk in and see and talk to the governor who control that. Okay? And there are a lot of things here. So even for us in diaspora, we have that power. And some of us were doing that before this. We were able to, use our influences to be able to talk to people about Kenya, because we're looking at a new dawn, in Kenya, because we were trying to get rid of these people, okay? Because we knew the kind of people they are. How come someone who is in the court, supposed to pay back, after election, everything is gone? They become clean. It's impossible. And you tell me a business person will go and make contact with this guy unless they are also corrupt business people. So we are opening our borders to corruption, corrupt people. Money may flow in, but wrong money. Wrong money. I saw that in Mexico. I was in a place called Juarez. Juarez are close, from El Paso. El Paso in the United States. Juarez was it's in Mexico. Juarez was the most dangerous city in the world. I was part of the US military, but we were not even allowed to get into Juarez. But for some reason, we went in there. You see, people have these bankers. They put money in there. They drag money in there. And if you challenge them, they kill you. Juarez, they had to bring the military to actually try to bring order in the city, because the system had broken down the direction that Kenya's going. They'll say Kamago type of governance built on drug money. We don't need drug money in Kenya. There are legitimate businesses that can help our young men and women get jobs, and we find ourselves back to respect. Okay, so I'm here to say that let's take courage. Okay, let's do the right thing. Let's talk to our brothers and sisters and friends and others back home to hang in there, because when truth is on your side, it means the country, most of those people that think are not on our side, they just don't know what to do, but we can give them direction on what to do. And Baba has been very clear and the team, that the core team, the Kalonzo and others, they're very clear of what they're looking for. And now young men and young women are also very clear. So let's put our ranks together and let's rescue our nation. When some of my friends, pastors, who used to talk against this and that, they're so quiet. Some of them I'm getting that little money, which is really the blood money, because those are the taxpayer, that's the money, that's the fund that should be helping schools, helping our kids to get into school, stimulating the economy, creating environment where people can come and invest, security and all that. And they're busy doing all kinds of great stuff. So I just want to encourage all of us to stand strong, and let's tell Ruto is enough. We are tired. We want a nation. We want a country. We don't want a basket case. We don't want a Somali. We don't want Haiti. We want Kenya. Truth, where truth and justice is found within our borders. And so if you are there and you believe in this lie, please step away from it. I'm closing, and step away from that mindset. Make that stand, and let's rescue Kenya. Thank you, guys. I think I'll get some.
Thank you so much, Lala, for your submission. We really appreciate it. And we also appreciate those ones who are keeping it live here on our YouTube channel, Mutembei Official, Mutembei Official Facebook show, and the Mutembei TV Facebook page. So all your contributions, your comments, your submissions are valued. And the ones who want to join the show, you can always use the link so that you can be able to comment. If you feel something is irritating you, you are typing it there and nobody is maybe getting your attention, you can always use the link and come and speak it. I like how Nancy decided to do it today. When she felt pissed off, she had to come and express her feelings. Karibu sana Mary Awori, naona umeingia una smile hapo kwa YouTube. Next time ingia hapo, hiyo smile yako nataka kuiona hapa. Karibu Mzalendo, naona umeweka picha. Pickrod pia ametulia na hana ubaya, kelele zimeisha. Mwingine pia anasema watching us from is it Texas? Somebody called Akinyinya Uhuru. So guys, we appreciate your being here, and you're the ones who are keeping this show alive. Apart from that, you know, our mission here is revolution, and we are speaking one language, so we cannot betray our cause when we allow lies and deception to thrive in this show. That is why we are always, sometimes we're always tough when somebody wants to divert the attention and draw us to some non-consequential discussions, or you want to introduce topics that are eating into our time. We should maximize the time that we have here to tell Kenyans that it is because of Ruto, and it is a fact, it is because of Ruto that we are going through this hard economic situation. Today, I saw him telling us that he met the Eritrean president and they have agreed to waive the visa. And this is something that happened on 11th December, was it 11th December 2022? He said the same. So I don't know if he keeps on doing the same thing. 11th December 2022, and he posted how they've agreed that now for you to go to Eritrea, you will not need a passport, a visa, sorry. And he also said it today. So I don't know if they meet and they keep rewinding things that they've discussed before. But all in all, what we know that Eritrea is not a country that is worth visiting. That's a pariah country that people are not even using social kind of dictatorship and pariahism in Eritrea. There you don't even use social media. The way we are here discussing, you cannot do it in Eritrea. It is a country that is controlled and guided by military, like the ones you saw going to attack Matiangi yesterday. However much they are denying, that is what they did, and they can't run away from it. And thank God we are having media that managed to cover it live and everybody saw it. I want to give this opportunity to Mzalendo. You are 3 minutes of contribution before we go to Joshua Osolo and my brother Pikrod. Mzalendo, karibu.
Hey, asante sana leo. Guru, Roda, Akante Lola, Mohammed, assalamu alaikum, and Joshua, Pascal. I don't know, maybe I could just start with the story of Matiangi, because that is what was so hot yesterday night. But I did a flashback on the day Baba arrived from the airport. And the guy who was in command was none other than Matiangi. So there are things that people must learn. You are only in power for a short time, but when you get out of power, make sure that you treat people according to the law. Don't break the law and mistreat others, thinking that you are in a constant place. There's nothing constant or permanent in this world. Even in the presidencies, Ruto's presidency will end, just like Uhuru. Matiangi's tenure ended, just like the current one will also end. So this is a lesson. These are very good lessons, very, very good lessons, because you have to use the law. Don't use powers from above to mistreat each others, thinking that your turn will not reach. Now, on today, I saw yesterday? I think yesterday by your time, Baba's meeting and Jalango. I want to comment about Jalash because that is my homeboy. That is somebody we grew up with. I think he's ambitious. He's been very, very lucky. He has been focused on what he wants in life. And luckily, he got the seat for Langata on an ODM ticket. Unfortunately, ODM is a members club, and ODM is someone's property. And ODM as a landlord, you are just a tenant. You can be kicked out anytime the landlord feels that you are not doing the right thing. It is property. So for Jalango, this is a life lesson. You have got a following of about 1 million plus people. Use that platform to transform society and transform people's view. It is important that even the minority view be heard in the party. That is why today there are so many disgruntled members of ODM party out there. You know, when the captain is strong up here and the soldiers are falling, you don't leave them falling, you carry them along and finish. Lord, I would tell you that much better. I heard Lala talking about the economy of Ohio. What it doesn't tell you that the economy of Ohio thrives on industrialization and manufacturing. In Kenya, these leaders don't talk about industries. Stop following leaders who are not talking about manufacturing industry. Stop following leaders who are talking about just party. Follow leaders who are talking about the industries, things that will create employment for the youth, the manufacturing industry. Talk about, how do you grow a country's economy when there's nobody investing? There's nobody putting up factories in your country. How does that economy grow? Does the economy grow with taxpayers' money like Kenya? We must think of industries. Each and every year we come here, we are talking about Mumias, mwingine anaongea juu ya Nzoia. How many years should we talk about industry that was started in the 60s? I don't know when, and they have collapsed. And people are moving towards modernization, towards technology. Who is this political leader who is talking about the technological openings for our youth? ama mnaongea juu ya zile kazi za mtaro, kuchimba mtaro? I mean, leo, let us be focused. You are a young man, you know where technology is moving, you know where a political party should put all its energy on. Let us not think like we are in the last year's centuries. We are in the 21st century. We are in the technological century where industry is moved by technology. Who is this political leader who is talking about that? Ama ni kuja hapa kuongea juu ya siasa tu. Oh, I love what Baba said. I loved what sijui what Nani said. Who is talking about the industries that can open ways for our youth in our country? This is a country that each and every political year we are entertained in the political theater where we dance to the tune of either Baba or Kalonzo Musyoka or sijui nani huyo mwingine. Yeah. Throughout, then 2027, the presidency has done nothing. The opposition has done zero, just igniting their base. But there is also freedom. There is freedom of association. Freedom of association. So let those in Azimio appreciate that even when the governors visited, I saw Simbarati visiting, is called Ruto. I saw Kina Gladys Wanga embracing Ruto. But at the end of the day, Baba said, oh, they had my blessings. Now, this is a young man called Jalash. He has gone to look for opportunities, and the opportunities come with the presidency. And that is why political parties are formed, to grab power. Power comes with the jobs. And you only appease your base. Mtaska kudanganya that the president of the day in Kenya will give somebody who was opposing them atikazi. Ati will give an opposition leader, ati wacha ukue assistant minister wangu or ukue part of the cabinet, people who are in the opposition. That's absolute nonsense. When you grab power, you help, you try to make sure that those who assisted you get that power, get to position, and only make sure that they are going to perform their roles effectively and people who are qualified. I mean, let us talk things that will help our country. Sometimes we get tired of just politics. I don't know whether you find it so entertaining talking about these political leaders who don't really have any particular vision for the country. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Mzalendo. But there's only one thing that you've forgotten to tell us in what you've said. I really agree with you totally. Apart from the only presidential candidate who traversed this country speaking about industry, industrialization to create work was Raila Amolo Odinga. And at most of his debates, he said, we are going to push for one county, one product. Buy Kenya, build Kenya. That is the only problem that I have with you people from Kenya KWANZA. They followed Ruto, who told them nothing about industries. Ruto was just talking about bottom up and not giving any explanation beyond the two words bottom and up, leaving Kenyans to start thinking what could be this bottom and what could be this up. That is why some people had to come up with some literal translation that Matako do such words, because this guy was not explaining his policies. But when you listen to the campaign of Raila Odinga and their manifesto, they talked of industries. The industries that Ruto is currently closing, the industries that is currently killing when he wants to promote the industries in Tanzania by importing fertilizers from Tanzania. The industries that is killing when he wants to import sugar and he wants to import maize and he wants us to import milk so that we can kill our own Kenyan industries. If today you close Brookside or if today you close Chuzo, It is not Uhuru Kenyatta or Moho Kenyatta who is going to suffer. How many people are employed in these companies or in these industries? How many people supply milk here? How many drivers deliver this milk? So we are not thinking in that way. We are thinking of importing milk from Uganda simply because the milk in Kenya is associated to a certain family. So we chose revenge. We chose carelessness and left somebody or people who meant well for this country. So that is the problem that we are having. And Mzalendo in the 21st century and having the 2010 constitution, you should be able to know that development is not pegged on visiting the state house or worshipping a specific leader. Even if Raila becomes the president today, those people in Elgeyo Marakwet, the ones in Nyeri, the ones in Gachagwa's village will be able to get what constitutionally belongs to them. So the only difference that can be there is that when it comes to allocation of resources, we are having some laws that do not favor some places. For example, you are having a place that is represented by Duale. I'll give you an example. Maybe it's having 10,000 voters, and we have a place represented by Kimani Ichung'wah, which is having 100,000 voters. So when they are doing allocation, this constituency of Duale and constituency of Ichung'wah get the same amount when the other constituency is having people who are 10 times the other one. That is why in what they called BBI, they came up with a slogan, not a slogan, but a policy of let us be equal. Let us talk of one man, 1 shilling, 1 vote. The same thing applies in our families. If I'm having 5 kids and I want to buy them items, I buy them items and I ensure each and every child is treated equally. If you are having 2 wives, one wife is having 5 kids, another newly married wife is having 2 kids. When you are buying food, the one with 5 kids will get more kilos. So that is common sense. But because people were blinded, they were more obsessed with the word bottom up. Unajua wanaume sana sana wadogo wakisikia maneno bottom and the behinds and the back and such things, they get excited. So let us discuss things that are going to save this country. So like when we talk of revolution, we know very well that this country is being driven wrongly. So can we just stop and do things right? You will agree with me. However much, maybe, I don't know if Matiangi had some mistakes that I did, he is not holy. But do we have to keep on doing things the way they used to be done? And even the person who is in the seat currently told us that things are not done right, you want to do them right, only for him to go and better what was done previously. If previously Unga was 130 when we are going for election and you told us that this price is expensive, I want to lower it, only for you to raise it up to 230, is that or not madness? If previously you told us that, you know, this economy can be changed, it is just a matter of doing some executive orders, yeah, money is there, only for you to come and make it worse, that is madness. We cannot live in promises. We want to see actions being done. That is something that is missing. Bwana Joshua.
No.
Karibu, alafu Pikrod, alafu Mohamed.
Asante sana, habari zenyu popote mlipo, mnanisikia eh?
Tunakusikiza loud and clear.
Wacha nisaidie ndugu yangu Lelo Ona. Huyu jamaa ambaye yuko katikati na ndio tunamuona ni kama anaweza kusaidia Wakenya, ambaye yuko katikati yetu hapa ni muattack bwana Lelon. Ni makosa sana. Unekaa ndani ya gari na uko America. Huyo yuko ofisini. Nataka kuuliza swali ambaye mzalendo kwanza. British ambaye ni Mkenya mwenzetu alipatia bwana Ruto 13.5 billion Understand this. 13.5 billion. Tuache watu wengine wote. Na ndio hiyo Lelo anezungumza saizi. Kama huko unamuunderstand. Bwana Ruto anepeleka wapi hiyo pesa? He must answer Kenyans first of all, alafu tena atakuja kujibu British Empire. Secondly, kutuambia mambo ya industries and what of you, unasikia Raila mwenyewe ni engineer of East and Central Africa plus the whole Africa. Kila mahali, hata sasa yeye anatafutwa, lakini anasema lazima nirudi nyumbani. Every time anaulizwa uko wapi. Nyinyi watu mnataka kupeleka watoto wetu wapi? Mama zetu wapi? Yani mpaka mnakama na damu. Ng'ombe ishakwisha maziwa bado mnakama. Alafu mnakuja kutuambia mambo ya upuzi hapa. Matiangi sijui alifanya makosa fulani. Hakuna minister, wacha niseme minister yoyote ama CS yoyote ambaye alifanya kazi kama Matiangi. Alikuwa na ofisi karibu 3, anasaidia upande wa Rais Kenyatta, anasaidia upande mwingine. Mpaka katolewa kwa education, wakaleta bwana nani? Marehemu ambaye tunaenda kumzika kesho kutwa. Sasa inafika mahali anaambiwa na Uhuru Kenyatta organize mazishi ya mwenda zake. Katika ile kitabu ya kumbukumbu hakuna watu wa UDA ndani, mpaka rais mwenyewe. Sasa asira hizo, badala kumfesi Uhuru anaenda kumfesi Matiangi. That is nonsense. Haiendi hivyo kwa mila za Kiafrika, na tuwezi kuingilia mambo ya mazishi. The family members walisema wataki kuona mtu fulani kutoka UDA. Hao ndio wanafanya bwanake ama baba yao akaaga, bado anajiforce ati wanataka kupeleka chakula kwa Matiangi. Kwa nini wasipeleke Northeastern ama pali kuna njaa wakati huu? Mara wanakuja Minister of Foreign Affairs ati wa Kenya wanapewa namba fulani, wajui ni wapi, Uturuki watume pesa. That is bad. Really? Wakenya wana njaa, Wakenya watume pesa mahali fulani kwa sababu watu fulani wanaumia mahali fulani, na Wakenya wanakufa day and night. Hata saa hizi tunazungumza every second. Nyinyi watu wa UDM mnafika wapi? Mfikiri binadamu, watoto waendi shule. Nyinyi hamjaenda pale kuna vita. Wacha niseme watu wa UDA, hamjaona vita. Mimi wa kila wakati, kama ndugu yangu leo anazungumza hapa, anasema kwa military, anaona anapeleka msaada kule, kuna mvua, kuna vitu mbaya, lakini huyu anekaa hapa na ni mzee, anevaa miwani, ni mtu mzima ambaye anatakana kuheshimiwa, anaharibu jina yake na wajukuu na watoto wake. In future, wale watu wako nyumbani, watu wale wanakujua wewe, watasafa, kwa sababu kama Ruto atatoka baada ya miaka 10, your family members will have thick. Unataka kutuambia Jalengo anatoka pale unatoka. Mimi nitoka Majengo, siongee mambo ya Majengo. Jalengo anafanya makosa, that is over. Kama unataka kuwa kwa party moja, that is low. Wasiseme kwa sababu rais alikatalia kwa kiti miaka 5 akiambiwa jiuzulu hakutaka. Sasa watu wengine wanafikiria they must go. Atafadhali tubaki 5. They must. Na baba akiniita leo, niko hapa Ujerumani, nika 38 years hapa, I will go back home. Na sijaandikwa na Mkenya, mimi naandikwa na United Nations. Silipi na Mkenya, na Ruto hawezi kunilipa mimi, pumpafu yeye. Baba akiniita ndarudi. Mimi si vile wanaona Osolo wakifikiria mimi ni Mjaluo. No, we are not tribal. Mama ni Mkikuyu, baba ni Mluya. Get me right. Lakini msione ati sijui nini mkaanza kuona lugha tabia mbaya, na huko Amerika unaitwa nigger. You yourself unaitwa nigger na wazungu. Alafu unakuja kuharibu nchi yako kwa sababu huko mahali sijui majuko na gari kubwa. Nonsense. Ruto anafanya makosa na hiyo inaonekana na ulimwengu mzima. Kama American Embassy leo inawaambia Wakenya wa Amerika wenzao, tafadhali mjaribu kukaa chonjo kwa sababu kuna mabaya. Serikali ambayo iko hapa saa hizi sio mzuri. The same people ambayo walisema wakati Matiangi anashikwa. Americans wanasema we are not safe. Wanaishi huko pali huyo Matiangi huko. They knew. Huyo ambassador alijua hapa kama wanaanza kuattack my neighbor. What about us Americans? Kama wewe anitoka huyo mama alikuwa na support Ruto. Sasa hii anatoka anawaambia American, now you should be very careful. We are not safe here. We didn't know that kama ni hao ni terrorist ama ni Wakenya wa sasa, kama polisi wajui ni nani walienda. 200 more than 200 police walienda, na bado serikali inasema haikuweko, na American ambassador anaishi karibu na Matiangi. Mnataka kutudanganya namna gani bwana? Be careful ile vitu mnazungumza, mkizungumza mkijua sheria iko. Tusikorektiwa na watu wa nje. Nani anajibu huyo mama ambassador wa America? Nani anemjibu? Hakuna. Wanauliza Matiangi hiyo ni otea, walidanganya nini. Na neighbor wa Matiangi ni American ambassador. Anaambia Americans wenzake, muangalie kwenye mtandao, please be careful, we are not safe here. Kwa nini akasema hivyo? Kama Muamerika anaweza kusema kwa nchi yetu to Americans, be careful, we are not safe, na Kenya government inasema negative, hakuna polisi yoyote alikuweko hapo, then who are they? Terrorists? Really? Ruto atusiletee. Kama British wanawapatia 13.5 billion na bado mnachukua pesa kutoka kwa wananchi, mnakamua wananchi, na hiyo pesa ambayo mnaenda sijui ndo on Sunday ati mnaenda kutengeneza sijui kanisa Nakuru, sijui mnaenda kuomba Nakuru, kila siku ni offer. Pesa za ambayo mnachukua za deni plus za zile mnanyang'anya wananchi, mnaenda crusade, na watoto wanalala njaa, watoto wanakosa kwenda shule. This is stupidity. Alafu najiandika hapa mzalendo, andika jina yako ya kawaida, enda mali yoyote, jina yangu ni Osolo.
Hiyo ni shauri yako bwana.
Wacha kuniambia ushauri yangu, ni kwa sababu wa ufikiri.
Ni nini bana? Usikosane
Hakuna
hapo
mambo ya
tafadhali.
nini. It's okay.
Solo pole hapo. Usijaribu kuwa na maneno kali kwa mwenzetu ambaye yako hapa labda.
Rada, you want to say something?
You know, I want to talk with this guy, Kariji. What is your name? Padera. You live in Finland, right? You know what is democracy in Finland is? You know, in politician in Finland, there's oppositions and whatever. And there's a social democrat, and you know how things work. You need to tell Ruto how democracy work. You see what people they used to do demonstration there in Finland. If the government did not do the right, you know what things work. Especially as we live in the diaspora, we need to know to teach how politician, how democracy work. And then unakuja unaniambia hapa ati napiga duru. I have right to piga duru. Nikiona vitu vinafanyika vibaya, I can piga. Na ila paka state house napigia Ruto duru. unakuja unaniambia anapiga duru, kwa sababu I get painful because I live in a country. I know how democracy work. I know how the constitution work. I know how the government, they take care of our business here. Hata ikiwa ni business ya kuchoma makaratasi, the business, the government, they have a responsibility. They used to take care of the people here. And then unaniambia hapa, especially you live in Europe, you need good for example. Have you ever seen anybody sleeping without food in Finland? Because there's a money called Social Democrats. I don't know who you are. I don't know whether you work or not. If you get money for food and for pay for the rent, right? Because the government of Finland, they take care of the people. When you go to the hospital, you pay small money. Why? Because that's the law of the Europe in your country, Finland. So, and Ruto, he doesn't in Finland, when you take the case in the court, the government, they don't take control. That is their independence. It's called authority independence. You cannot, you know what things work. I know how things work in Finland. So you cannot come here. You know how it's painful what Ruto is doing in our country, especially as we live in diaspora. We have our eyes open. We see what things are going on. You have state capture. You have take control. Everything. He doesn't take care of the business people. People are dying for food. Young people, they don't have job. You know, young people they have finished university. They have not yet get job. Unaona wamama wanaenda barabara wanapiga duru. Women, they can go outside and napiga duru kwa sababu, because of me. For me, I fight for the human right. Even here, I fight for the human right. That's why I was being. I don't like people to be treated. I believe every human being to be treated the same, equal. No, this country, no matter, I learned this country, no matter who you are, whether you are handicapped, whether you know, here this country we have a lot of handicapped people. They treated the same equal. You can see people are grown up, but they behave like a children. But the government, they take care of them. Everybody, whether you're handicapped, whether your education, whether who you are, you treated the same equal. And that's me. And me, I fight for the human rights. When I see things are not going well, I fight for the human. That's why me, I fight for my country. I don't want to see people, they are taking the case in the court and they're not treated the same. The tribe, you are this tribe, you are Kikuyu tribe, you are treated bad. You are Luya community, you are treated bad. Every tribe in Kenya need to be treated the same, equal. To be treated the same, no matter the language you speak, whether you speak like there's a one tribe in South Africa, you need to be treated. Whether you speak with the hand, like you be treated the same, equal. Because this stroke is called what is all over the world, even here as well. If whether you are Mongoli, these people are born, they are black, and even there's a wazungu wanazaliwa, they are white skin, but wanaitangwa aje hawa rabino, they are rabino, they treated the same. That is according to the law. There is a law in the court. When you go to seek the job, because of your disability, you don't get the job. That is the work of I fight for such kind of. When you go to work the job, you treated bad. I fight. We have those organizations, non-governmental. We fight for them. When you have a disability, you need to be treated the same, equal. Your voice matter. That's why ukiniona nikipiga duru, napiga duru kwa sababu niona Ruto hafanyi fani. Namuona 18, Ruto anakuwa na 18. I fight for my country when I'm here, and I'll continue fighting as long as I'm alive. I'll not let my country go to the dog, and I believe every community need to be treated the same, equal. I have said here many times, Mungu ni alituumba, the language we speak, how we come from, our culture. You don't know me who I am. You don't know my culture. I have my own culture. You know, and you cannot, Ruto doesn't know my culture. Ruto doesn't know the Kikuyu culture. He doesn't know. Do you know our grandmother, they used to cut this one? My grandmother, she died. Our culture, nobody can know our culture. Many years ago, when Kenyatta was the president, women used to do circumstance. But thank God we stopped it. When the missionary come to Africa, our grandmother, they used to do circumstance. Because that was our culture.
Yes, Rada. Thank you.
I don't know, it's about respect one another and love one another. That can make our country move forward.
Thank you. Thank you, Rhoda. We love you so much and we love seeing you in this show. So this is what I'm doing. I want to bring a new face in Pickrod to finish his submission, then we proceed.
Hello, but I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry to say this, that I don't understand. Leo, you give my time to Rhoda attack me. When I attack back, you just block me. What is the point here? It's not fair. When Rhoda is saying something about me, you are keeping quiet and be silent. But when I say something, now you come up and you want to block me. If Rhoda is really, yesterday he was screaming about Matiangi attack. Today there was nobody was there. Nobody. Let's talk facts. Really. What is tutanganya hapa? Really, give me time. Give me time. I want to challenge these guys from this media here that people is always bringing lies here or blah 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 blah. And today there was nothing that even single CCTV shows that Matiangi was attacked. Why is Rhoda is attacking me? Like Rhoda, please don't cry. You are whistleblower for hot hair for nothing. Please, let me tell you. Don't come here always telling me, you know, hey, Ruto is doing this. Ruto is a president. You know, you had your time to explain to me. Leo, leave me time. I want to attack this. He attacked me very much. He used his 8 minutes to attack me. I want to. Okay. Wacha na Rhoda. Wacha tuache story ya leo. Raila said that no political. To be honest, hata mulitupa jela. Hey, naona Big Road is picking up in the comment. Wacha niongee kikale.
My friend, you are attacking Rhoda and you are worse than Rhoda. You are the
lakini wacha niwaambie hata mungeni block. Hii Rhoda anatukupikia kelele ati we are screaming Matiangi alishikwa.
Revolution.
No, Mzalendo, you can see the guy is not himself. The guy is drunk.
Oh, okay. I understand now.
And he's speaking to somebody next to him. So the guy is confused and coming here to blame Rhoda. Let's hear from Mohammed. Mohammed, karibu. And unmute yourself.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, all of you.
Yes, good morning to you.
Yeah, thank you. So, you know, we have to assume some guys, some people, when they come here in the studio and they just talk nonsense. No, they starting, you know, maybe they are just something disturbing, you know, maybe you know, Ruto is Kalenjin, and Ruto is also is a Kalenjin. And another on top is a drunken person. So please don't entertain such kind of people here, please. We argue you, the speaker, try to control our studio very well. We should, you know, we should know who is one of us. Not everyone he has to come here and talk. We want people, those who are having the belief of Azmio and the belief of change, the belief of, you know, revolution. Only those people we want them here. Those opposition or those who are, in UDA or the other thing, we can't even discuss with them. We can't even have chat with them. We can't even have, talk and, even discussion. Yeah, we should teach them. We have to use our force and our everything to do revolution, and we show them the leadership. We show them how to run the government. Okay, thank you all of you, and also Mama Roda. Okay, sorry for everything. People are attacking me, but be calm, please. Don't even reply them. Don't argue with fool. Okay, you will be fool, if you argue with the fool. So don't argue with fool, please. Okay, to my point. Yesterday, last night, we have been discussing here in the studio about how to throw Ruto from the state house. Then our brother, his name I don't know, Stone who? It's called Stone PK.
Yeah, Stone PK.
He said we can't throw Ruto from the state by just going to demonstration and shouting Ruto must go. I say we can't succeed in that. He said also because Ruto he will take he will refuse and he will defend himself and he will try to do all means to remain in the power. So it will be tough battle. So he was telling that we have to have a plan. I don't know, what do you understand about that? I want somebody to explain to me, and how can we do if that demonstration will not make us go through and Ruto must go or boycott or resist. So which way? I want you to discuss all. And then about the one brother was telling us that there was no police in Matiangi's residence. Even the DCI confirmed that. The DCI boss, he was saying when he was giving his speech, he said even the Matiangi was expecting some police, and he told his guard to allow them in, and they all came. So who are those police? You see, there must be something, We have to believe that they were there. There were some people there, but they are trying to to deny and to defend themselves. That's why we're seeing all of them. They are talking, even the politicians, even the Imani Chungwa. I don't know how how is responsible to answer. How is it possible to come and talk in the media? I don't know. This is the public. This is the work for security leaders to come and talk. Even the presidents, the Ruto and the Gachagua and the Minister for Interior, they are the one to answer these questions. So this thing, it's look reality. It's look there's something. So we have to believe. We have to know there's something going on, and because we know that this is a legitimate government, and they are doing even there for revenge. We can see what are they doing to Uhuru and his family. We are seeing. So they are for revenge. We know. Thank you for that. And I'm saying my discussion or my point is to support what way to take him or to throw Ruto from the state house.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. When the police are denying, when the government is denying that there was no police, we need to remind them that we only have one police department. That is the National Police Service. in Kenya. So anybody who is not police is a thug, a terrorist, a bandit, or any other name they can call it. So if no police raided Matiangi's place, then they need to tell us why they did not arrest those gangs who raided Matiangi's place. Something they are not going to tell us, I know, because they are not accountable.
Yeah, even they didn't come to rescue,
They just want to
they didn't
divert
even
your
go to
attention.
rescue.
They just want to change Kenyan attention from the real things so that they set the agenda of discussion. And we are wise enough, and we will be ignoring them as frequent as they try to divert our attention. We'll remain focused and asking how the government can be removed from office. It is obvious and simple. It has happened in several countries. Kenya is not exempted. We have the powers. We use our numbers well as citizens, and we can even match to that status. Paralyze the services. Then after that, government will have got no option to leave, and we will surely ensure that they leave. Aha, Bwana Lala, already spoken some time back there.
All right. Thank you. I think there are people, I don't know whether they are sent here to intimidate you guys and to basically their goal is to infiltrate us and to distort, you know. But the sad thing is that the facts are not on their side. When they try to argue, they are short of facts and they contradict themselves. For example, Ruto has been in power for the last 12 years. The ODM side were never in the government. Baba said it clearly, they were not there. And so for them to purport, you know, that they have a new man, you know, that will lead Kenya to industrialization, you know, through the industrial process is laughable because the man has been there. They earned salary too till he became the president, still earning government salary. Okay, so where are the ideas? Where are the programs? It's laughable. So any thinking, rational human being should be able to look and see that the ideas are bankrupt. They don't have them. The facts and lies is what they keep on regurgitating every time. And so the man, Ruto, is illegally occupying the office of the presidency. It's illegally doing that. You know, they bring this idea of Al Gore conceded, you know, to George Bush, you know, and so, you know, Ruto should, you know, should continue on, right? I should concede. And those two cannot be compared. There, in the US, there was nothing called criminal act, stealing of elections. It was just a matter of counting. So it was nothing to do with criminals, somebody some steal election. No, it was simply the counting, and they were not quite sure of what was happening there. And so the Supreme Court came and made that decision. But in Kenya, the truth is there. The winner is there. The president is there. It's a matter of going into the server, getting the figures, and this is known all over. And Kenyans should know that everybody here knows about it. They talk about it freely. They're actually waiting for Kenya. This is the interesting thing that they're actually the eyes. All of them are on Kenya. I was approached by some people from other parts of the, of Africa who are here in the West, and they're saying we want to see Kenya to lead us. So Kenya is being looked to us, a country to lead to get rid of dictators, to get rid of thieves, electoral fraud, imposters, and such kind of elements, and so that Kenya can be the example, can be the leader, the provocateur in the right direction. So we are on the thrush. We are on an historical journey. I believe God has allowed us to be in this position to defend truth, to defend our children. Because when you see them hungry, you see our mothers can't, survive because of nutrition. They can't have enough, and it's hard to watch. And there's no program for them. You know very well that this government does not have anything that they can offer them. You know that these are rejects of the world. You know that before, and I stop here, say before, in democracy, the only way that mama, that poor one who walked miles and miles to vote, stood on a line, suffered, some did not even eat to vote, to air their voice, is election. That voice, that thing called a ballot, is the voice. And I say this again, in the US, we have what's called the Second Amendment, right to bear arms. And that gun was not meant to kill a thief and a robber. The framers of the Constitution never wanted to leave their government in the hands of dictators, people to take away the ballot. So that gun in the US is to fight a government that will take their right away from them, the right of that mother. So the gun in America, the love of that gun is nothing to do with killing somebody out there. It's supposed to fighting the government if they should try to take that right to vote from them. And in this election, that right has been taken away from us. A lot of times, even coup leaders, those who change coups, they do it in the promise of bringing back that right. So even coups, people who do coups, military coups, are better than us. Here is the people have made a decision. They have said, this is what we want for our nation. This is the group that we want to lead us. And then they go out there and decide with some guys from South America and Chebukati and the rest, and they subvert the will of Kenya and give them what they did not want. This is a just war. And it can be non-violent. It can be. If all of you stand together as one, there's a word called jihad. Jihad sometimes may not be look at it as violent, but the idea is in the Bible. In the Bible, and the Bible, they talk of a Nazarite. It's a vow that people made. A Nazarite. Samson was a Nazarite. Okay, John was a Nazarite. A vow to live right, to do right, and it's a time for us to take that vow of doing right thing and say no. If we all say no, that we want our voices back to us, we don't need anything else. The walls will tumble down. And so we encourage you back home. Stay on course, stay focused. And those of you who are leaving the side of right and going to the wrong, going to loot our taxes, going to keep our people in poverty, even borrowing money we cannot pay back because it's an interest rate. You know what interest rate is? Also, the interest rate is how they calculate. In fact, in the West here, your sometimes it's not to do with how good you are, but your credit. Your good credit, you can make money. If your credit is bad, you will not get money. And if you get it at a very high interest rate. And so it means where we are, even if we manufacture anything, we cannot sell it out there because we have to sell it at a very high price. Uganda or Tanzania will beat us because they can manufacture things at a very low cost and sell it. And so we are stuck with our things, our industries. Where are we going to sell those things? Okay. The China will bring their stuff in here. Other people bring their stuff in here. It means the money is going out. And so I appeal to all of you, my fellow Kenyans. Let us do what is right. The word of God, the Old Testament says, He has shown thee, O man, what is just, and what is true, to love mercy and to do justice. And this is what we are all about. You got the knowledge, God allows you to have knowledge. Some of you can understand, can read, gone to school. Why can't you use it now to speak the truth? Why must we lie to our women and our children and our fathers and mothers? We are lying to them. We are telling them things are okay, they are not okay. You're telling them peace, if prosperity is coming. It's not coming. It can only come if we clear the clog, get rid of the clog, and allow justice, allow prosperity, allow good environment for people to invest. Money is there around the globe. Money is not an issue. They're looking for places to put that money, to invest it. They won't bring money to open a factory if they can't sell their product outside somewhere. They won't do it. You need a place where you can do it. I told you I have a group of young people, they are from Harvard Business School, and one of them is advisor to Ambani, one of the richest people on earth. Okay, and their job, these young people, their job is to advise, investment, and I wish I would bring some of them in this forum that can talk to you to tell you how economy works. And so don't listen to such people, like Kenya question. They got nothing to offer you. Thank you, guys. I'll wait to hear others comment.
Thank you very much. Kenyan with love, naona umeshafika. Unaweza karibia.
Sijafika, nilikuwa nimesimama tu mahali. I want to say hi to everybody wenye wanatusikiza, wenye wako hapa kwa channel. I really appreciate kila mtu. Asanteni sana. It's always good to listen and understand. Leo, and the people in there, I've been thinking about this, and it's the reason the moment hata sijatoka job, I just got in my car and then nikasimama kwanza, so because this is a burning question. I've been listening to this thing. All the security agencies have said that there was no raid at Matiangi. Now, I want to ask you guys, is that something they should be saying? And if actually there was no raid from the national security forces, who is it that was there? Shouldn't that scare us? Shouldn't we be at a red alert right now? If that was the PS of national security that holds so many secrets of our internal security, isn't that a national security threat? So should they be coming in the media Or should they actually now have people trying to find the people that were there if it wasn't theirs? It borders to where you say this is now a national security, it's a national security threat. We need to condone and close some borders. A red alert issued. Be on the lookout. There are people who try to go to the minister or the person that held the national, all the security secrets and all that, and it's not us. Do we have security in our country? What brought me to ask this question is that also when you see the US trying to put, put a notice. So what is really happening? Was it an abduction gone wrong? Or what was it? It's a question that has disturbed me a lot today when I started hearing all agencies saying it wasn't them. GSU CWOW, DCI CWOW, EAC CWOW. So who was these people? Because you cannot tell me there was no one. There's no way you'll have all those leaders come even to, someone of the stature of Baba. Matiangi si mtu wa kufanya vipindire. So what was actually happening? Should we be alert? Because if I was living next to Matiangi right now, I wouldn't even be close to that place. I'd leave and go to Shago Kidogo because it seems something is happening. If something of that magnitude was happening, and all the agencies, security agencies, are saying it's not us. So who was it? Was it imposters? Is it a matter that we need to get down to? Even the president should by now have spoken something about it. That was my biggest thing on Amanda. I just wanted to ask people, what should security system in our country be doing at this time if it was not them? Inamaanisha niwezi. Should they be on a red alert? Should they not be surrounding Matiangi's house knowing something is not right? And should they not be looking for people right now? Is our national security issue really well guarded? Because that's a big issue. Kama si wao and they're right, si wao, we need to know ni kina nani. Unless they're lying to us on the face, because we know they are perpetual liars. And they think Africans and Kenyans are stupid, they're the smartest people. When I say they, I'm talking the leadership, the big guys out there. Wenye wanawambia today this one, kesho wamesahau wanawambia ingine. And you're supposed to buy it. The people, when they cannot match what they're saying today with the videos that they've said in the past, but they want you to buy what they're saying today. So for me, that one bothered me so much, not just for the talk, but for the national security of our country. And we do have enemies. And also remember, East Africa, we are called the big brothers. East Africa is watching. We go down, it's just everybody, the other countries start going down. They don't trust us as much as they do trust us. Like Congo, Uhuru was supposed to be doing that, peace mission. But akaingiliwa, akakosa kwenda. Now look, they're saying we're not going to do the peace until Uhuru is back. Because these guys trust, we've done refugees since at a time, the time of the Tutsis thing on refugees come always, even Sudan, we've done that. So the whole of Africa kind of looks at us as the big brothers. The peace missions that have been done in Africa is being through Kenya. That's why we are so respected. But now we are having a generation of leadership that does not understand where we belong in the world and how far we've come. And I don't know where Leo is because I was just, I didn't come in to moderate Leo. Rudy, let me just add a little bit before Leo comes back. This thing of Jalango, I think, is very well deserved. Iwe funzo kwa watu wengine. As an MP, your job description is to go to parliament, implement laws. Unaenda State House kufanya nini? And the funny thing is that he was being stopped by the guys telling him, we're in the State House. Yes, they managed to get in. But when Baba came in, he excused him. Go think of where you want to be. It's loyalty that we have to do in our country and stop this madness of jumping over and over. Unakimbia huku kule kule kule. Know where you belong. And that is the problem that we have, because we have not cleaned our politics so well. And it surprises me so much that people don't even see that. You know, Kalonzo said, give kudos to Wanyonyi. Someone like Wanyonyi, the speaker, is the brother. But Wanyonyi is loyal to his political affiliation. Even though ni brother yako ile side ingine, he's the speaker. He stands where he is, regardless where the brother goes. Why can't we have leaders who are really, who stick to what they believe in like that? And that's why I'm saying, yes, we do need repercussions for people who do that, so that way we don't water down. The reason tunasemanga, oh, watu wameibiwa kura, and we know imeibiwa, but then it goes away, is because ule mwenye ameiba akishaingia anaanza kuchukua watu. Now you remain hauna nguvu. And that's what Ruto has perfected through his political father, Moi. Because Moi used to fund little parties to come and just divide a whole section of an area. Like Ukambani, he would just fund to define, fund a party to come and divide the numbers in that area. That is what Ruto is doing. And that has to stop. And it will stop. And I wish this letter that they've written, I know Jalango atauliza msamaha, but I wish they don't take those msamahas. That people go back to re-election. Raila said, and I always said here, Raila quit when he couldn't agree with his party. And he went back and asked for new mandate. I think he was the first one to do that, other than his dad. And he got re-elected. So, if you don't agree with the stand of the party that you are in, why don't you quit? Go now, come back, either independent, or find another party that can support you. Let's have a by-election. If you win, well and good. It's yours. Then the people actually love you. Because most of them go there with parties, and then immediately after that, or coalitions, immediately after that, they start jumping up and down. Let me nyamazia hapo. I don't know where Leo has gone. I cannot moderate because I'm traveling.
I can take over. I want to pray for my country, because the power of prayer is the one can change our country. Because Ruto is not God. He's not the one who creates us. It's God who creates us. He has given us gift. Father, in the name of Jesus, I pray for my country, Kenya, God. You are the one who created Kenya even before we are born. God, heal our land, God. We humble ourselves, God. Humble our country, heal our land, Kenya. I humble myself, God. I humble myself from my heart, God. Heal our land, God. Every heart we know, every eye we see, God. Heal our land, Kenya. We know what we have been going through. God of Israel. God, oh God, come and heal our land. If people call my name, of man must bow and confess Jesus is the Lord of the Lord. Every tongue will confess and to know Jesus. Oh, Remashakarabasakete. Heal our land, Kenya. Heal our land, Kenya. You love Kenya. Oh, you have been blessing us with the sugar, with the pie, with the avocado. But we have the enemy have been coming to destroy our country with the fear, with the intimidation. We rebuke your intimidation. We rebuke you, the black man. Go ahead and I put the
Rhoda,
fire of the Holy
Rhoda,
Ghost. Oh,
Rhoda.
Remashakarabasanda. Remoshakarabasanda. I pray for the Kalenjin tribe. We know Jesus. Pokoti tribe, Luya tribe, Kaba tribe, Kikuyu tribe. Set them free. They bow with the fire of the Holy Ghost. They humble to you, God. They see the thanksgiving. They see the goodness. They see what you have done for them. For the closet. Oh, Remashakarabasanda. Rekororobosirarabasanda. Oh, Kenya. God is speaking to you. Can you humble to Jesus? Can you cry to him? God, thank you for creating you, for giving you 2 eyes. Thank honor. That to be thank honor. Oh, I pray for our former president, Uhuru Kenyatta. Remember him, God. Lord, have mercy on him. Oh, the Masakarabasanda. Remember her children, her grandchildren, Mama Gina Kenyatta. Remember them wherever they are, God. You know that man have been working our country for 10 years. We have been peace. We have been seated grateful. Remember even if Matiangi, wherever he is, God. Oh, I bless him, God. Oh, with the blood of Jesus, every cabinet, every farmer, I pray for the Ruto. Set Ruto free. Ruto, God is speaking. Set him free. Set him free. He started to love himself. He started to love himself. He started to stop to be selfish. I rebuke you, you enemy. Oh, Remashakarabasanda. Heal our life, Jesus. Oh, God, have mercy on us. Have mercy in our country, God. Have mercy. We humble ourselves. We cry to you, Jesus. We need you in this difficult time, in this darkness hour. You are the answer for our country. You are the answer for our country. Oh, you know what we have been going through of direction. You are the answer. We know you are the control. Take control of our country, Kenya. Oh, we can love one another. Peace, love, and unity. We can live together as sister and brother in the name of Jesus. Oh, hallelujah. Oh, the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. I pray when the Holy Spirit is telling me, I do the Holy Ghost tell me to do. I do. Oh, hallelujah.
Rhoda,
Yes.
we do appreciate your prayer and everything. Lakini sometimes unaambia watu what you're about to do, and you can just jump in, say, let me do, and then you go. This is an international TV, but we do appreciate. Tell me there's anything wrong with praying. It's just that it's good to appreciate that. You know that, lakini it's okay. We appreciate. Lakini it could have been better if you said, okay, let me pray, then we agree, and then you pray. But that's fine. It's good. We appreciate that prayer. It's good. It's powerful. We really appreciate you love our country, and I believe everybody is appreciating it. Personally, I didn't come as a moderator. Sasa tumebaki watu wawili. I don't know where Leo is, but thank you for praying for our country because we really need that prayer. I'll give you, after prayer, I'll give you, well, it's just the two of us na siwezi kuacha peke yangu unless utashikilia tu peke yako, peke yako until I get home, because siko home, I'm just sitting in my car and I can't even add people. I don't know what happened to Leo, unless the other admins kama mnaweza kuja muokoe hii hapa, nimeachwa na tumeachwa na Rhoda. And I'm somewhere on traffic, just parked somewhere to talk about, to throw something in. I don't know what happened. Okay, Rhoda, go ahead as I wait and see if there's anyone that can come in.
Wherever you are, Wherever you are in Kenya, put your knee and we cry to God. Let us cry to our God. Rema Sakarabasaya, Rema Sakarabasirara. Oh, God, we cry to our country, Kenya. Oh, heal our former president, Uhuru Kenya. Heal our land. Oh, God, have mercy on us. Oh, Rema Sakarabasanda. Oh, Lord, we know you, God. Oh, Lord, we know Jesus, God. Oh, Lord, will be saved. And to know Jesus is the only way through a life. He told us he go to heaven. And when I feel I go to build you a home. And when I come back, I'll come to pick you in heaven. He left the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit can make us love one another. Heal our land, Kenya. And every heart we know. Oh God, have mercy on our country. We cry to you, God. We humble ourselves, God. There is no other like you, Jesus. I pray for the Ruto. He can humble himself. He can have a heart for humanity, not to punish or revenge. Deliver him, God. Deliver him, God. Set him free, God. I pray even for Baba. Raila Odinga. Thank you, Jesus, for his life. You have been so good to him, God. He has been strong. Even if we go in a difficult time, you're always there for him, God. Remember even Honorable Karaza Mosioka. They have been good to us. They have been there to us, God. Remember our opposition leader. They have been there for us, God. Oh God, I pray, Honorable, you know every name, God. Father, lift every children in Kenya, every tribe. Oh God, heal our land. We humble ourselves, God. Our country in Kenya, we need you, God. In this time, in this darkness hour, we don't know what to do, but you are the answer. You are everything. We cannot do without you, Jesus. I cry to you, God. Our Messiah, our Savior, our Messiah, God of Israel. We cry to you, God. Where our help come from? Our help come from to you, God. That's why we humble ourselves to say, God, heal our land. Heal my country, Kenya, a country I love. Oh, Ribasa Karabasa. I pray, oh Lord, we know Jesus. I pray for America, we know Jesus. I pray for United Kingdom, we know God. I pray for whole Africa, for Asia, God, even Syria, even Iran. I pray every country revival. I pray for the peace. I pray even Russia peace. I pray even the President Putin, set him free. Ukraine, every country around me where I am. I pray for unity, peace and love, unity. We can stay together. Whole Africa, we can stay together. I pray for the revival. Whole Africa, whole America, South America. We can be love one another. We can ask for the forgiveness, God. Help us, God. Hallelujah, hallelujah. We need you, God. Jesus, Jesus. Hallelujah. The name of the Father and the Son.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda, for that. We appreciate the prayer, and well, this country needs it. It's important that we all come on board and see to it that whatever it takes, we will do to salvage our country from the wrong path that is taken. Based on the latest developments, it is clear that there is an underground, could say, hit squad that has been dispatched to target people. That's why when the police begin to distance themselves and the authorities distance themselves on what is happening, you know that there must be something happening that is not right. There is nothing new under the sun. We've been here before, and we have come through a very bad past where prominent lives were lost unnecessarily. All the way from independence, we lost great brains. Tom Mboya, James Kariuki, Robert Ouko. We had great leaders who would have propelled this country to greater heights. By now, we should be a developed country if we had brains like Tom Mboya and the other founding fathers given opportunity to start the development and the progress of the country. Unfortunately, the state capture has given us what we have and has done it successfully in so many successive elections. And so we find ourselves in a very awkward place, not so much by reason of the choices of Kenyans, but by letting the evil prevail and take too much center stage in determining the leadership of the country that favors corruption, short changing what is the good for the country. And so we really require divine intervention in saving the day, in securing well-being. Thank you so much, and I want us to get back to the debate. I am sorry I've not been able to be with you. I'm still on medication. I just came in when I saw there was fire and the extinguisher was in trouble. So Navi himself, Mato. So he called for help, and I decided to come through and just ensure that everything is under control. So everything is under control. Let us relax. Let us ensure that we are focused and doing what is necessary to help the country move forward. Asante sana kila mmoja, tafadhali tumakinike. Endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili tumakinike pamoja katika kufahamu siasa zetu. Na ili suala kwanza nichangie kidogo tu kabla ni ng'atuke. Sitaka leo, sijui neti yako imekuwaje?
Net yangu ni but leo ija misbehave sana. It's okay.
So
I'm using the phone. That is why.
Oh, you're doing technical appearance.
Mato is coming back. I know Stone PK is almost getting in here, so there's no problem.
Okay, sawa. Thank you. I'm happy about the Azimio stand about the members of parliament and senators who are warming up towards the UDA administration. I support Baba and the decision taken that if you want to change political persuasion, you resign, you go seek French mandate. It's been an evil that has been practiced 2017 to 2022 by none other than William Ruto. And now he wants to make it a statute law that anybody can cross the floor without seeking fresh mandate from the Kenyan people. That's one way of destroying our democracy and making playing with our multi-party system. You want to turn this country into a single-party state, and so he wants to do away with any laws that regulate on how people move from one political party to another. And so the better we reinforce the required way of people being authorized to get in parliament, and that is seeking mandate from the Kenyan people. That should not be compromised. And so let the people go back to the people and seek fresh mandate. And whoever that is wants to join Kenya Kwanza, let them join Kenya Kwanza because the Kenyan people have authorized them to do so, not the aspect of people jumping from one political end to the other political end without consequences. So Aisha Juma may have survived, may have escaped it, but the rest should not, because if it is let go, then it will no longer be a useful law in the land and it's not enhancing our democracy. So we must have party democracy as well as national democracy. And the person at the top of leadership needs to be seen to be advocating for that. It is evil, it's unforgivable that the person purporting to be president is the one dividing and compromising young leaders and confusing them, instead of him insisting on people to work within the framework of our constitutional provision. So this corrupting of young leaders and making them miss the mark in terms of remaining true to their persuasions, it's a mess. It's a mess. And we must adhere to it by ensuring that we enforce the law as it is. No more compromise. Let whoever wants to join UDA come and seek mandate on UDA ticket. Let the Kenyans decide on the same. If you don't, then you must abide within the political parties. And Azimio, as far as we are concerned, we are not in agreement with their announcement of Jebukati that made William Ruto the president of the Republic of Kenya. Now, if you are within Azimio and the Azimio leadership has said they don't recognize the government, they don't recognize the person who is declared president because of the revelations that have come up, okay, until those revelations have been addressed and concluded. Why would you be wanting to go and associate yourself in ratifying faulty people who are in office? It is faulty. Although even if the Supreme Court pronounced itself to it, the Supreme Court used wrong information. Any person can approve another person when they're using wrong information. But when right information comes, that right information carries the day. We have had so many people called quack doctors. They have never been to a nursing school. They have never been to a medical school, but they are practicing medicine using fake papers. And now when those fake papers are checked and they find these people have never been to medical school, they don't they don't say it's okay, you've been practicing for long, you can now continue. They are recalled, they are reprimanded immediately. So let's not play games with the legislation. Legislation is one of the highest responsibilities in the land in terms of determining how the policies that govern the country. So if we compromise how people get into legislation and what position they take into legislation, no principle at all in terms of towing party lines, we will not be doing well. So those who are advocating for maybe apology or whichever, it's evil. It's evil because what they did was not an accident. It was planned. And like I said, the history of William Ruto is that he is known for sponsoring members of parliament, members of senate, including governors in opposition stronghold. Okay, the manifestation of what you saw on that Monday, these people, if investigation is done, they were sponsored by William Ruto. William Ruto funded their campaign, okay, and now it's payday. They can't run away from the master who paid their campaigns during the campaigns. They were eating in the backyard, singing Azimio in the front, and now the backyard has caught up with them. That's what is happening right now. Instead of them owning up and saying they got here where they are because of X, Y, and Z, they are busy crying that they're being victimized. Nobody took them from their house and took them to State House to go and begin to pay allegiance to the wrong administration. So they should own up on that. And we need leaders who are principled, who stand for something. You cannot support electoral injustice and still be claiming to be a legislator. What kind of legislature are you? What kind of country are you building? The country of messing the law, twisting the law, and changing goalposts whenever they are suiting to you? We can't have a country like that. And so those people are a disappointment. Some of them are senior counsels or rather lawyers, but they are a disappointment because they are messed up big deal. And so they should suffer the consequences. Let's do as many by-elections as possible. We need to have fresh leaders who are determined to govern this country the right way, not those who go to sing chorus and say amen in the parliament. We need a parliament that has a nerve, parliament that has a spinal cord that can challenge the executive. We will not be challenging the executive if the executive is the one that's sponsoring us in everything that we are doing. And so for the purpose of making this country right, we need to insist on leaders who have a stand, not chameleon blending in whatever compromised, watered down men and women who think that dancing by the tune of the so-called government is the way to go. That's not the way to go. Another aspect, I'll be hosting probably tomorrow morning or later on in the day, I'll be hosting Ayaga. He will be jetting in. And we'll be looking at the excuse of the so-called politics of development. Okay, politics of development. It is a fallacy. It's an excuse. There is nothing called politics of development. Politics is development. You can't have politics without development, and can't have development without politics. So you cannot say that I went to State House for development. It is not available in State House. It's available in the Constitution. And the Constitution is what you uphold. How do you uphold the Constitution? By insisting that the Constitution should work according to the letter. Not for you to go and pay homage to some president so that the president gives you offers and brings development in your area. The people of Langata cares. I heard that Jalango says that the people of Langata don't care who becomes president. That's a joker. He's not serious. He's not serious at all. The people of Langata care who becomes president. That's why they are filling the streets. That's why they are filling the stadiums. That's why they are filling whatever rallies. It matters. So you think it doesn't matter who becomes president? That's why we are where we are right now. It matters who becomes president. We are suffering because we have a rogue, illegitimate government in place who doesn't care about the Kenyan people. When Uhuru Kenyatta was president, he cared about the education of the children. He enforced some things. Some of the things he enforced, he went against court rulings simply because he believed in the education of the Kenyan people, the Kenyan children. He believed in the development of the country. Some of the things that he was doing on the infrastructure were challenged in court. He had to ignore some court orders in order to secure the infrastructure. Why? The country has to move, and takes a leader who has enough to push that to happen. Not this blending in, compromising, crybabies, liars who wants to be the representative of this country. This country stands tall in the nations of the world. It deserves better leadership, a leadership that speaks and the world listens. Not a leadership that is disdained everywhere it stands, smells everywhere it stands. We don't need that. And so as Kenyan people, just rise up and stop buying into this madness of it doesn't matter who becomes president. If for Jalango thinks it doesn't matter who becomes president, let him go to Langata with UDA. Very soon, let's go for a by-election. Let's see how many votes he will get. Even with the rigging, I don't think he will make it. It matters who becomes president, and it matters who is president, and it does to the Kenyan people. It does to the Langata people, and it does to each and every Kenyan. The outcry in this country from the north to the south, from the east to the west, is because of the rogue government, the legitimate government that cares nothing about the Kenyan people. He wants to squeeze the last coin from their pocket in the pretext of taxes and all manner of claims here and there. And now they went to raid Matiangi's place. They were caught, pants down. They ran into hiding, and now they are turning around that there was drama. Given a choice between who tells the truth, between Matiangi and William Ruto. Let me talk about the highest leader in UDA and William Ruto. I'll pick Matiangi among million people. I'll pick Matiangi to tell the truth 1,000,000 times, not once for William Ruto, because he's a public liar. He lies before the camera. He lies on the podium. He lies in the State House. He's a liar. How do you expect a liar to tell you the truth? So Ichungwa and team should keep out of this, because they are both baptized into the spirit of lying. From their head, the anointing of lying has been flowing to the beards, to the skirtings, and to the feet. Nobody in KWANZA tells the truth. They can't tell the truth because they are a lie government. They must lie to keep going. They are in a lie coalition. Look the way they are handling themselves. Matiangi is known for speaking the truth, standing for the truth. He doesn't need the drama you're trying to play. Your underground movement, the mafia movement you have put down to assassinate or intimidate the former PSs, CSs, and PSs who served under Uhuru Kenyatta, has been exposed. It's been exposed, and you need to rise up and own it, not to say that Matiangi was putting up a drama at his house. How many dramas have we seen here? From Gamani Tomboya to JM Kariuki to Robert Ouko to Kene to Jacob Juma to Msando, all of that was drama, isn't it? It's drama. Moses Kuria is on record making fun of the disappearance of Msando, that he has gone to have time with his Pango Wakando. It was drama until somebody's life was lost. It was drama until somebody's father was lost. It was until somebody's son was lost. Don't take us for fools. We know what you're up to. And you will not get away with it. The God of heaven will find you in your sin. He will find you in your corruption. You may think you have everything under control, but there is one who holds the pillars of the earth in his hand. When the cup is full, it will overflow. And when it overflows, somebody will cry. Let me stop it there. Let's keep the conversation going. Leo, you need to organize yourself and be here permanently. Let's listen to Joshua as we go further. Thank you.
Well, Barry Bernard, na kuombea upone haraka iwezekanavyo, na ninaingia kwa sababu niliona dadangu yuko na upwekwe, na the truth talks. Ukiona mtu anefika mpaka anaomba na anaombea nchi, it is very good. Roda, asante sana kwa maombi yako. At least lakini jaribu kujicontrol, kwa sababu hii TV inaonekana ulimwengu mzima, na wao uko nje ya Kenya na sisi pia, na unaonesha ukweli wa mambo. Ruto pale yako na makanisa zake za uongo, unawapatia a lesson. Wewe sio peke yako, Bernard ni padri, wewe unaomba, padri anetoka pale alikuwa na ni mgonjwa. It shows God listen to Kenyans. Mimi nilikuwa ninetoka Austria, ninefika tu na nikakuta mambo inawaka moto, wengine wanadanganya studio, na nilikuja na jambo moja. Nikauliza ule alikuwa anazungumza, sijui ndo anajiita alikuwa anaitwa nani Roda tafadhali? Mzalendo, sorry. Mzalendo anakuja kudanganya watu, na mimi nilikuwa ndani ya gari nikashindwa what. Wakati niliingia kwenye garage, hata sikuchukua vile vitu nilikuwa nayo, niliwachana nazo. Nikaja kumface physically, nikamuuliza swali. Britain ilipatia Kenya na ilipatia rais wetu pesa kiasi fulani, it was 15.5 billion, not Kenya shillings but pounds. Hizo pesa zilienda wapi? Tuache mambo ya watu wengine na nini na nini, na zile pesa wanatoka kutoka kwa Wakenya wetu kwenye mfuko. Kwa hii kwanza nachukua tu example ya tu ya ile pesa walikuwa napewa 500, it was 6 is it 50 million. Tukichukua hiyo pesa tugawe na Wakenya ambao walipata is about 6 million Kenya people. 6 million times 50 Kenya shillings, hizo pesa zinaenda wapi? Na pesa ambaye ina Mama Karua alizungumza akisema kila siku milioni 2, Uhuru ndo alisema milioni 2 inapotea kila siku. Calculate that with 6 months ambaye Ruto anakuwa kwenye ofisi, ni pesa ngapi? Kwani Ruto ni ana pesa gani hiyo anaweza kununua kila mtu Kenya na kulipa hiyo miaka 4 ambaye anafanyia what you call alikuwa na hata na uchungu, Kiswahili napotea. Anifanya campaign for 4 years. After 4 years anakuja mpaka kwa main campaign ya 222. Hiyo pesa yote, kwani Ruto ni ana pesa aina gani ambaye anaweza kulipa watu wote? Mpaka leo analipa au anaingia kutoka Nyanza, Homa Bay, ninakuwa Homa Bay, ninakuwa Kindu Bay, ninakuwa kila mahali. Hao watu 9, let us take an example, kila mmoja anapewa 6 million, akiwa Jalango ni mmoja. Alafu ambao wanakuja jana kutoka Mount Kenya region walikuwa over 30 people, na walipewa exactly the same amount of money. Calculate all together, kwani Ruto ana pesa aina gani kuweza kulipa hawa watu wote? Anetoa wapi pesa na anajiita yeye ni asla? Questions are there, na Ruto lazima atajibu maswali kwa Wakenya. Anapewa pesa na Amerika. Sasa sije kutudanganya, na mimi naweza kupatia Ruto advice. Toka patia mwenyewe kiti chake. Ruto atakataa vile alikataa kutoka hiyo miaka 5 anakuwa kwa ofisi na Ruto na Kenyatta, but all in all hiyo inepita na njia. Lakini kuibia mwenzako kura, hakumuibia Raila, aliibia wa Kenya, because katika sheria inasema 50+1, 50+1. So kama anaweza kuibia huyo +1, anaibia kila Mkenya kura, au 8.1 million anawaibia kura zao. Kuambatana na sheria hiyo ni treason. Mtu asituambie ati Ruto anaweza kufikiria yeye is not the mighty God. Tunaona wengi tunaona Bokassa, tunaona Idi Amin, tunaona Saddam Hussein, tunaona kutoka Russia na wengineo wote, tunaona Trump, South America vile wanaendelea, tuliona, yani name them. Wakifikiria wananchi hawa ni watu ambao wanafika 21st century, si wale wa 1940s. Ruto asifikirie watu ni wajinga, kwao hawana stima. Gachagua anakuja kudanganya watu hapa akisema yeye maumau. Maumau gani? Na baba taifa ambaye ni baba wetu ambaye yuko saizi, Raila Odinga, anasema ulikuwa ukiramba matako ya baba. Na kila mtu anajua Gachagua ni mtoto wa Moi. DNA tukienda vizuri, Ruto ni mtoto wa Museveni. People like it or not. Hata watu wa kwao waliuliza, na hakuna mtu anajua babake. Sisi tunajua. Ruto ni mtoto wa Museveni na wanapigana na ndugu yake mdogo. Mama tofauti, baba ni huyo huyo. Na anataka kutupeleka kwa hiyo njia ya baba yake. Haitawezekana. Anaitwa nani? Bobby Wine alisema, Kenyans, be very careful. Uhuru akaja akasema, Kenyans, na akasema mpaka kwa Kikuyu, inyue, you people, you remember me, what I said. Now people are crying. He told Mount Kenya people and all Kenyans. We cannot say that he was talking to Mount Kenya. He was talking to all. Now he's not, huyo jamaa yuko kwenye ofisi. Tujiulize, tunaenda wapi? Kwa sababu sisi wa Kenya ni watu wa kusahau haraka. Ni watu ambao wanapenda kusahau. Let us focus. Kitu moja tumwambie baba, Ruto must go. Just simple as that. Ruto must leave that office. Belongs to Raila Amolo Odinga. Hatuwezi kuwa tunaona kila wakati ananyang'anywa, na kumbe wale wanafanya kazi ni watu wa Venezuela. Sabina Chege, she's an example. Alituambia tunajua pale inaibiwa. Akawa mgonjwa wa hospitali, baba ndo alimsaidia. Huyu mwingine anaitwa sijui ndo Moses Kuria, alikuwa mgonjwa. Kijana wa Raila na Raila walienda kumuona hospitali India. Imagine, India, very far away from home. Akaja akamgeuka. Na ni wengi. Ukiwa na shida, baba huwa hata kama anechoka anatokea. Na alitokea wakati wa Matiangi. Kama baba angetoka, Matiangi angekuweko. Believe me. Alafu serikali yetu ya Kenya inasema hatukukuweko, hatukuona, hatukujua. American Embassy wenyewe wanasema we are not safe. Na American ambassador wetu ambassador wa America ni neighbor wa Matiangi, anaambia watu kwenye TV ya Kenya wa Amerika wenzake, we are not safe here. Saa kama serikali inasema hawakukuweko, polisi wanasema hawakukuweko, who are those people? Ask yourselves. Are they terrorists? Over 200 people to somebody's house? Mpaka reporters wafike, baba afike, lawyers wafike, and the neighbor ambaye ni Mwamerika anapeana report. Nobody kwa Kenya government alisema, lakini Americans wanatambua siri. Be intelligent enough. Serikali ya Kenya inasema hapana. Mwamerika anasema, you Americans who are in Kenya, be very, very careful. We are not safe here. You see, watu wanafikiria tuko confused, lakini ambayo tuko nje tuko very smart. Tunajua hapa kama Mwamerika anetoa siri kusema be careful, and the Kenya government is not able to tell their own people to be careful, we are in a wrong route. Those people sorry. Hii mambo ya kuzungumza Kijerumani mingi ni mbaya. They must go out of the office. That office don't belong to them, belong to the people of Kenya. Have a good time.
Thank you, Mr. Joshua. We appreciate that. It's important we tell each other the truth. And the world need to come to terms with the situation in this country. The more they pretend not to see it, the worse things become. The Kenyan people must get justice for their elections. Any other story is not welcome. We must get our act together for our country to move forward. Tuache kudanganyana. Asante. Tumsikilize Bwana Boma mbio tukienda hivyo.
Asante Bernard. I hope you get better.
Thank you.
Whatever it is that's the matter. Where is my sister Rhoda?
She just dropped out.
Oh no. Nilikuwa nataka kumshukuru. Hopefully she can hear me. Thank you for the prayers. What really surprised me is alipoanza maombi watu wa Kenya KWANZA wakakimbia. You know, the prayer people ambao wako na Mungu. So that surprised me. But I really appreciate that. Indeed, our country needs genuine prayers, and I hope that all of us can do that, even in our own privacy, that we can be able to uplift our country and our leaders, because the kind of leaders we have right now, only God can move them, only God can shake them, because inaonekana ni kwamba we have this hope when we go to the voting booth, we elect people that we think are going to represent us, but ends up to be something else, that they have their own agenda, they have their own things that they are trying to pursue, and not to fight for the people. The one thing I want to say about the situation right now is that it seems like there's a lot of things that are being thrown around just to take us off the tangent, to misdirect us, to cause us to be doubtful of what we are doing or on the movement, and for people to actually have this confused mindset whereby at the end of the day we can just give up and say, if the MPs, our leaders themselves, are being bought, then what is the point? Especially when people have voted, genuinely, and said, this is the person I want to represent me. And then that person gets there and then they turn around. Now, they just throw everything into their face, and people are wondering, what is the point? That thing we keep talking about. What is the point of actually going to the booth and voting? And I think that is Ruto's agenda, that people will be demoralized, people will look at things, and then akishapaka matope both sides, then mwananchi wa kawaida atasema tu, what is the point? A lot of dictators, that's how they come. They just throw a lot of confusion, a lot of things around, in that by the time
you come to your senses, sometimes it's just too late. They pushed you all the way to the wall, and then they have the gun pointing at you, and then it's like, what other choice do you have? Just to give up and die. But I hope that Kenya, we keep on saying that whether it's true or not, that sisi ni Wakristo, sisi ni watu wa Mungu. I don't know how true that statement is, but I want to believe that indeed God is hearing. God is hearing the cry of his people, and I'm pretty sure the majority are many that are crying, and God is hearing those prayers, and he's going to answer. A cautionary point is that if Ruto managed, to buy a lot of MPs, a lot of leaders in Mount Kenya, akiwalipa pesa, we shouldn't be surprised, and we shouldn't sit back and say, maybe that's all he's doing. He is going to do everything possible to make sure that every part of the leadership belongs to him. Then he's a total dictator. And once he has everybody in his pocket, then wale wengine watakao baki, itakuwa tu, there's nothing else they can do. But like I said before, it's good that we are seeing what is happening, because then the grassroots people will have to wake up. They will have to realize that the people who are up there, actually, they are not going to fight for them. Then they will have the revolution will have to come from down up, from the bottom, like Ruto keeps saying, from the bottom up. We shouldn't be waiting for Baba to say something. We shouldn't be counting on Baba to do something. And as far as I'm concerned, I think the top leadership is compromised. Kwa sababu inaonekana every time we are hoping or trying or anticipating that something is going to happen, something else happens that diverts the attention of the day. And this is very, very calculated, in that there will be something happening every day that will keep us busy, that will keep us, talking about it. And then we talk less and less of the main objective, and that is electoral injustice. So my hope is that we can keep our focus. Kumbuka, Bernard, Moi never missed church. Moi was a Christian. Moi was also a bad leader. That's why watu walienda wakasema tumechoka naye. Watu ambao wanategemea, wanakimbilia kwa kanisa, and they are holding the Bible, and they are lifting the Bible, and they are doing evils, and they are still talking about the Bible and the Christian, and sisi ni watu wa Mungu, without God, this would have never happened. We need to be careful with those people. That's my last point. Asante, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Boma. Very strong point there. One of the ways of practicing hypocrisy is invoking the name of God to justify your wicked ways. We know from our Bible understanding that God does not partake in what is evil. So when you do evil and then invoke the name of God to ratify the same, and it's obvious to every eye that whatever happened is not true, it doesn't matter how many times they will call the name of God. God is not going to stand and make their wrong right until they are willing to repent. But as at now, there are many things at play. There are many things at play which I urge Kenyans not to get confused about what is at play right now. The desperation of KWANZA is an exhibit that they are cornered. And so I don't see anything that has gone out of place. I believe the script being followed is going to bear fruit. But we have to be more careful in terms of the right approach that we give, because we don't want this to end up with demos. We don't want this to end up with more swearing in. We want this to end up with the real results of what we went to fight for. And like David, we need to ask, should we go after this troop? Are we able to overtake them? Are we able to recover all? When we have that guarantee, then we go to recover all. And if there is any prayer and any admonition I have for the Kenyan people, let's go to recover all. Those that fall on the wayside is okay. David left with over 600 army men chasing after this army that he had burned down Siglag. But on the way, 300 could not keep going. They remained behind. He went ahead with 300. So we will not finish with every army officer we left with. Some will drop by. Kina Jalangwan team are part of the 300 that are remaining behind. We must keep going. Even if we remain 3, we must keep going, because we have an assurance that we will overtake and we will recover all. So don't look on who is dropping off, who is joining what. Let's look at, can we get electoral justice in this country? Can we get the wrong government out of office? Yes, we can. Let's adhere to the same and move in the same direction. Asante sana kila mmoja, tuendelee kukaribishana. Bwana, leo inaonekana wewe unahitaji fimbo. Tafadhali njooni hapa. Mato, hujafika nyumbani, jitahidi ufike. Stony PK, Makiadi and team. I'm illegally here. I'm officially off duty. So I want you to come here. I get out of here. All the same, thank you very much. Christopher, namna gani huko?
Oh, thank you. Power. Guys, this war, the way it looks, it pains people all over. But I've got some few remarks to make as pertains some few points from other colleagues around. Thank you, all of you, for the contribution and being in the house. If I ask, how do these guys get to the state house? How? Let all of us, when we are living, we should bear this question in our mind. There are always, when we are doing things, that always we put or bear in mind. They say, when you are going for something, go with the two kind of ideas towards such kind of, so that you don't miss. These guys, they went with double standard. They knew either they are going to fail, or if they don't get through, they have another alternative. And there are always alternatives, like somebody was been mentioning, trying to say, Ruto is a son to Museveni. Maybe not necessarily the real blood son, but the ideological kind of idea of using guns, that they don't fear killing, that much is there in these people. Crook, all right. Now it's like they are holding Bibles when they are moving. And yet they knew they were going to fail, but forcefully they made in their way through that same system. If anybody march or try to march to State House, these people will kill people. They don't give a damn, I'm telling you. Trust me. The spirit is in them. Whereas Baba, when Baba is moving, he cares for life. That is why the guy will never even get there at the moment. If we throw away this kind of thing and have two ideas of when say, if I'm marching there, I must have something that can support the move, of which to me sometimes it is not on his mind even. Neither he might be thinking of that. He might think, let me rail the people behind me, which is democracy, and they will overpower whether guns, whether what. But that is their ideology. Even here in Uganda, they are doing like that. Like that kind of rally, you will never make it here in Uganda. Even a footstep from your door. For them, they believe in anything because of clinging onto that power. So what do we do? What do we do, Wakina? What are we discussing here, please? If we want this thing, because once it's changed and Baba sits there, people, let's not let nobody make another mistake. But how easy is it and how long is it going to take us? Because this world, when the Americans even they are cautioning people, like when we are talking like this, they are monitoring us. That is why their level of finding out about whatever is going around this global kind of, they are more perfect in that because they can listen to us as we are discussing. They could listen to anybody. They use our phone, they use your radio, they use your TV, they use everything. Before you get to where you are going, they have known your plan. Whether you are in groups, whether you are in what, it's very difficult to understand what I'm trying to put forward. The cartel, they are there. They have a lot of money. A lot of money to power anyhowly. And a lot of crooks, they are everywhere. Be careful. Even at your doorstep, footstep, they are there. People who like free things, people who doesn't care about life, people who, they are not nationalists. We are talking here because we know that there's something good in what we are discussing. We can't sit here talking, thinking that this thing is helpless. Even the Bible people, when they were coming, the wise, when they are coming, people come, the flag and the Bible, they were moving together. The Bible in front, the flag follows. So we need to change this kind of thing a little bit. Even if few people dies, no problem. But we shall have gotten there. I'm really very, very disgusting with all what is taking place. Storming people's house.
Sorry, Christopher. It seems your internet has failed. But I think you made your point. Thank you so much. The struggle continues. Africa must be free as Kenya sets herself free from electoral injustices. So everybody needs to be on the alert in the sense that we have one government that is limping based on their credibility and their legitimacy in the eyes of Kenyans and in the eyes of the world. So let everybody not be mistaken. The reason they are jumping from one goalpost to another, from post and the other pole, is because they know they don't have the legitimacy they need to continue being in office, and the move that the Kenyans are expressing themselves freely on how they must be free and embrace what is free is not going down well with them. And so don't mistake their tough talking and, of course, their deceptive tongues and deceiving eyes to confuse you. It is true they are in a panic mode. They don't know what else to do, and they are anticipating that move that will happen by the Kenyan people. And when that move begins to happen, I fear and celebrate at the same time, because the fruit must be yielded and it will be good for the country called Kenya as well as the continent of Africa. Christopher, naona umerudi. Hebu nikupatie dakika moja ukamutamatisha, alafu tumsikilize Resist.
Yeah, something small. Thank you. You know, my phone wants to disturb me, like something wants to get or hacked or what. I don't understand it. So what I'm trying to say, you have already elaborated on. I'm only saying this because it's like a blowhead. We need to search more and more beyond what we are thinking and what we are seeing. Because for them, like you stated, they are just there. The end of the road is for them. But you see, they're buying people. Even they're ready to kill. I'm telling you, those people. So thank you very much. Let's continue. Let's support one another as we move towards the goal. Thank you very much, please.
Okay, thank you, Bernard Christopher. We appreciate that, and we keep moving. They are ready to kill, but they can also die. So he's a soap opera that used to run. Yes, the rich also cry. So they may buy everybody, but they can't buy themselves from death. So
I agree with you, please.
Asante sana. Tusikilize Resist.
Habari zenu. Assalamu alaikum. Nadhani yaosho.
Tuko wazima vipi?
Asanteni sana and asante sana kwa kunipatia muda. I say a word or two. It's nice to see you, Bernard. I see you're still strong, and I pray God that whatever is bothering you goes away. We need you. We need you. I gonna have a few comments, and I wanted to start by what one gentleman was talking about, the issue of, and I think that was Osoro before he exited. He was talking about where kwani Luto ako na pesa ngapi, and the truth of the matter is the gentleman, the guy, I don't know what to call him, the person of Ruto, because to me he is not a president. The person of Ruto has the money, and he can buy all the members of parliament. He can buy all the governors. He can buy all the he can buy all the politicians. And the little sum that Osoro was trying to do of, I don't know, 6 million, that is pretty nothing to Ludo at this point, based on the amount of money that he had stolen from all the departments that he had been in the previous government, especially on the first term. And now, today, him being in a position, the number one position of being able to both steal and borrow. We have been made to understand, as late as yesterday, that he is borrowing to a tune of 5.6 billion every day. With 5.6 billion, you can buy everybody, even leave around those 6 million he was talking about. You can pay 100 million to everybody. So the issue of money is not a problem to Ruto. The money is there, and that the money that he needs as of now is to buy the politicians. We have heard that he has used the hospitality, leisure, the 150 days. He have already used 4 billion. We already know he has borrowed 500 billion. We never mind the money that was scheduled to do the development that was there. Remember, the budget was ready in June. The whole $1 trillion was never used. We were just right by the elections. Where is this money? This money is still with the government. So it was pure lies when he said at one point he said they made the coffers empty. Then they came and said it had 94 million. Then they came and said it had 309 million. very inconsistent. It was just pure lies. So the man and his cronies, they are sitting on a huge amount of money. And all the politicians, the one who do not have the humanity, they don't have the nationalism, they don't have head or tail, they don't have any direction, they're going to be bought. And here the problem is, we, the Kenyans, we, the Wananchi, are not going to get a penny of this. Guess what we are getting in that respect is the removal of the subsidies, the fuel subsidies, the removal of the subsidies for the schools, the removal of the subsidies for the universities, the removal of the health industry, the health care facilities, the NSSF. Now the tax is going to be going up. The taxes will be up for everything. And I have said in this show, and I will repeat again, it's not until the Kenyan population, I may sound like I'm extremist, until the Kenyan people, they are completely hungry, they are completely there's nothing else to do. Our people will be dying left and center. Remember, if you go to some parts of West Africa, you go to Mali, you go to some parts of a huge part of Nigeria, you go to Cameroon, those countries, you will see people closing the desert on foot and trying to close the sea, going to Europe, and they know the chances of dying, they are 90%. 95, over 90%, you're going to die. But you still make that journey knowing very well that the chances of dying are that high. So the point that I'm thinking that we are getting there, but I don't think we are there yet. Because people in Kenya are dying. And the number one killer of people in our people is hunger. The number two killer of our people is diseases. You don't have medicine in your hospitals. You don't have them in the dispensaries. What's going to happen? It's going to kill people. Going to die. People are dying as we talk. In northeastern, in the northern part of Kenya, in central, I have been talking to my friends. People are dying. My friend was telling me that people are dying. There's nothing to eat. I've never heard of that before in central. I've never seen it. So the problem that we have is not even I don't think, when I listen to the readers, except a few, even the one in Azimio, I don't think the pain has come to the level that we need it to be, or where it needs to be. Because the pain has to be enough that the issue of what Christopher is talking about, that the people are going to be killed trying to reclaim their independence, trying to claim their win, it should not be even arising. All those countries, and the list is endless, that have reclaimed their win, they have reclaimed their position in the government, the one thing that is very back in their mind is not that we're going to die. After all, our people are dying. And there's so many ways. You can, if now I say Ruto is killing people, somebody is going to say I'm an extremist. Yes, he's killing people, and every day, when people don't have food to eat, what is going to happen? They're going to die. When people don't have healthcare, what is going to happen? They're going to die. So the issue of whether people are going to die or not should not be arising. And the people, it's actually in the Kenyan constitution. Whether people it's there. You can take the law on your hands. It's there in the constitution. It's allowed. We think the elected leaders, they are not helping. So what do? The power belongs to the people. You take it. For the people to say we're going to march to that state house and remove all those goons, that's the best time I can find for now, remove them from the office, that is within the constitution, And unless we do that, because I have been listening to myself and thinking and listening to some of the people who give me hope, people like Storm PK. When I listen to people, I still get a little bit of hope when I know that there are people who are willing to go it all the way, that they can do anything. But unless we get to that point that we are not worried what's going to happen, because think about it. Right now, the current illegitimate government is talking about structuring a new electoral commission. That commission, we have said, we have just analyzed that the government is borrowing 5.6 billion a day. That means those people each can be given even 10 billion just to make sure that they are grounded, to make sure that Ruto remains the president. That is not to withstand the fact that this man, his sole purpose is to buy everybody and be president for life. You saw a month ago when he sent a member of parliament from Nyanza region to test the waters, to see what people can say if it's said that we can have a right president. So the thing is, the elections that I hear some politicians, even in Azimio, talking about 2027 is pure garbage. There's no waiting for 2027. It's nonsensical because there's not gonna be any change. Everybody who have been bought, anybody who cares, whether there is the electoral commission, whether it's gonna be EIBC or whatever they call it, whether it's gonna be the commissioners that will be, everybody will be bought at that point. All the politicians we see, they are being bought, I don't know how much, peanuts. Maybe they are being paid 10, 20, 30 million. That you are being bought for that little money for you to lose your country. So for me, the only way, and I don't see any other way, is the people, the Kenyan people, the Wajikos of Kenya, to go take their position and say, we are going to eject this government. We don't have any other option. Even if it was possible, and I see that something also that gives me a little bit of hope is we have a few leaders that I feel that they are the top tier that can give us some, that may be helpful, which I'm starting to doubt because of the language that they are using. I can mention a few names. For example, I strongly believe and see that Raila has got the direction. Martha Karua, she got it. We can talk about somebody like Wamarwa. I can see that he is very, he is not turning back. Talk of Wajakoyo, talk of Babu Wino, Joho, Jeanette, somebody like Kioni. Otiedo Molo is a good person. Somebody like Lafayette Tuju. And maybe we can even talk about somebody like Matiangi. If we have at least 20 leaders to support the population, to support the masses, because I don't see them going to the front. I listened to Kalonzo, and Kalonzo was talking about forgiving Jalango. How do you forgive somebody who have just shown you in a full daylight that he and Msariti? How do you forgive somebody like that? For me, if I was asked, those members, they actually need to get denied their the membership of the parties that elected them to parliament. They should be ejected. A new election should be called. Let us see them getting the power from the people. Let's see them getting that power. And I tell you, I dare say, none of them will come back. And these will be funzo kwa wao na wale wengine wote that may be thinking the same way. I am thinking and seeing the Jubilee crew, that the 30 of them, I even don't know. I thought Jubilee had 22 members of parliament. I don't know where they got 30, but whatever. The 30 of them, they should be ejected. Kioni and company, the leadership of Jubilee, they should be ejected. Let's have 5 members that are loyal to the party. Let's have 2 members, just like the Bible says, and it asks very well. Kama wakati I can't remember who was asking God, if you have 10 of us that are good, unaweza kukosa kumaliza the time of unaweza kukosa kumaliza hii. What about if we are 5? What about if we are 2? So what I'm saying, let's have the minimum number of hii uchafu yote iko Jubilee, iko ODM, let's say Azimio yote. Wacha ifagiriwe. Wacha tubaki na watu 10, watu 5 who are decided. And if we don't have any of them, I believe we do, the Kenyan masses, the Wajikus of Kenya, they should take the mantle and vurusha huyu mtu nje. That's why I like Mother Karova when she talks. You can see it coming from deep inside her heart. If she had the power to go and get root out of the power, she could do it. Like in a Raila. Now, when you see in the meetings, what do you hear? You hear the people, they are begging. They are begging, give us just that chance. Tuende tuvurushe hii mtu nje. Give us. Tuambie hata kama ni leo. People are determined. But I will still think, at the rate that you are going, jaa wakati itauma Kenya vizuri kabisa, people will not have an option. They will kick this hooligan out. Huyu mwizi, huyu Zakayo atatoka, atatolewa, na ni wananchi, the Wajikos of Kenya ndio watamtoa. Thank you so much. I'll let somebody else speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you, racist, for your deliberation. Yeah, the fire has to be kept burning, but then hiyo moto pia kuna wakati inafika inakuwa sasa ichome, kama itachoma nyumba ichome nyumba. Hatuwezi washa moto forever. Time has come. Revolution Mind, usukani ni wako.
Yes, hi. How are you, Bwana Stone PK? Are you getting me loud and clear?
Very loud and clear, Roger.
Okay, thank you very much. Nawasalimia wote. I hope you people, you are having a good day in your respective place. And I'm happy because we are here because we love our nation. However, we have people who have hijacked our country and they want to show us that we are not important. When you become a leader, we vest that power to you. We donate that power to you momentarily. And you cannot start showing us pride. You cannot start showing us how important you are. And you ignore the pride and the feeling of millions of the people who ensured or who are supposed to be served by you. So that's why I want to say that this government is totally out of order. They are not serving our feeling. They are not serving our emotions. They are not serving our intentions. Their aim is to serve the few cronies. Their aim is to serve the people who they think they made sure that they are in power. Their aim is to make us feel as if we are helpless. Their aim is to make us to feel as if we are not important people. And that is why I want to tell Kenyans, each and every time when the government wants to make you feel as if you are not important, you don't deserve that government. And this government, we are not saying any apology to them, and we are not trying to tell them that we are begging them to serve us. For your information, it is the duty of the government to serve you. And if they are not going to serve you, you have a right to do whatever you want and to simulate the best government you want. And that is the reason why I'm saying I'm tired each and every time when I'm hearing news in Kenya. We are not talking of an organized government. We are not talking of people who have a concept to serve us. We are not talking of people who can do something synonymous. We are not talking of people who are doing any comparative notes regarding to how a civilized government is supposed to function. They are not even comparing with the previous government, how they used to function before. We are just having crooks. We are just having people who are serving themselves. And we cannot allow that. As a people who think and who want to see a good descendant, who want to raise good generations in the next 50 years, we cannot allow such people to be the custodian of our power. Power is sacred. Power is emotive. Power is a good thing which needs to be protected. We need our country intact. We need to see a progressive agenda. From 1963 to now, we have just been having a country on a forward trajectory. And we cannot have a country which is collapsing within a day, simply because there are people who want to vest themselves as kings. We cannot allow that. And that is why we are saying, even if our MPs are trying to go against us, and they are trying even to go adbutrick this government, we are saying that whatever is happening is not about MPs or the few people who want to be bought. The common mwananchi is here. We are having people like the bunge la mwananchi. They might not be having resources or anything to do, but they have information, power, will, and strength to lead us into what we need in this country. And we cannot allow people who don't want to serve us to continue serving us. And that is why I want to tell Kenyans today, you have a right to have the government you want. A government is like a cloth. If it gets torn, you throw it away. You cannot continue exposing your thighs. You cannot continue exposing your private parts by wearing a garment which is not serving you. If a government is not serving you, you have all the right to throw it away. And that is why I'm saying, if this government is not willing to bring our issues into order, if they don't want to make us get the fulfillment of our life, the reason why we were born to enjoy life. We were not born to come and suffer because of human beings. And human beings cannot be a source of atrocity. They cannot be a source of hopelessness in our countries. We cannot allow that. We need a country which is governed by morals, a country which is advancing in morals and in everything. We are tired of thieves. We are tired of crooks organizing themselves. We are tired of people who don't know what they are doing, telling us what to do. We want people who understand governance. We want people who understand medicine to be in our hospitals. We are tired of crooks being in our government and telling us what to do. And that's why I'm saying, if there was a day we needed a revolution, it was today. And I thank God, and I'm very happy. I'm hearing people like Bunge la Wananchi, they're even coming up with the concepts to fundraise so that they can get organized, they can be able to become bombastic, and they can be able to become viral, so that we can support those people, so that we can have a revolution, we can have something serious. It's simple, and I'm sounding alarm even to our government. If you people, you are not going to serve us, if you are not going to make the ease of doing business good, if you are not going to do things hospitable to us, we are going to refuse. We can overturn you. The government is not bigger than the people. And I can tell you, if we get that critical mass of people who are tired of this government is going to go away. Otherwise, we feel frustrated, we feel handcuffed. But we have hope because we can organize. We have hope because we can send you away. Because we are not here to soothe you. We are not here to tell you what to do. The reason why you sought for seat is because you had an agenda and you committed to serve us. So we are not soothing you and to show you what to do. If you don't know what to do, we have millions of Kenyans who can do it. We cannot allow Kenyans to suffer because of a clique of like 1,000 people, a clique of like 500 people who don't want to serve people. We need progress in Kenya. We need to see under serious progress. We are tired of people complaining of things that are not happening. We are tired of people saying there is no money. We elected you there because you can organize and you can do serious things. And if you cannot do it, we have people who can do it. We are tired of being ruled by people who have not won elections. We are tired of people capturing the government and stage managing that they are the best people in our society. We are tired of fakery. We need a country which is organized. And this country, our country can change if us as a people, we love serious democracy, not this fake democracy, which we are being told that we are democratic countries. And when you try to follow the footsteps of that democracy, you see nothing. I want to call Kenyans, guys, we have to hit up. We have to eat up our relatives, our people. We cannot continue in a country which has no food. We cannot continue in a country which doesn't have anything, a country with no jobs, a country with no progress, a country whereby even religious people are not serious with us. They cannot even call the problems which are in the country. They just want to serve the government. We are tired, and people can do a revolution on their own. We don't need to be organized by people who are eating in the government. We can organize ourselves, and this is the time. And I want to tell you, Kenyans, you have something you can do on your own. You don't need somebody to organize you. You don't need Jarango. You don't need anyone. You only need serious people with a focus. You don't need people with big titles. You can do it as a civilized Kenyan, as a Kenyan with an idea and an agenda, as a Kenyan who wants something better in 2050. You can do it, Kenyan. But Kenyans, you cannot allow somebody to sit on your head and you are there saying there's nothing you can do. You have a lot of power as a human being. You have a lot of power. You already influence your life, and you can influence the life of somebody else. We cannot allow our kids to have miserable life. We cannot allow our kids to start doing problematic things because of psychological effects which are happening because of this government. No, we cannot allow. We need a straightforward government. We need to see progress. We don't need to see crones and people who are listening to other people. We don't want to see people serving foreign regimes and regimes which do not even understand our ethos and our methodology. Guys, wake up, wake up, wake up. We cannot be this docile. We have to become serious. An organized society is like a missile. Wherever you drop, you kill anything. We cannot allow people with no idea to rule us. Anyway, I just feel perturbed. I just feel weary. I just feel I'm tired. I'm just tired. If you people, you are not tired, maybe I might be analyzing, but I'm tired, my dear friend. Every time we are just talking, can't we have serious things? It is not about that the government has not been given time. They are 6 months into government. For God's sake, they need to get organized. Government start working from day one. I have never seen a government which start working from day 1,000. Which more time do they need? Guys, you need to serve us or you quit. Otherwise, we are going to do something bad than the one you think. Thank you.
Thank you, Revolutionary Mind. Revolutionary Mind, I think we need to really get the Kenyans to focus. And this is the confusion I'm finding with Kenyans, Azimio and everybody else. The confusion is it looks like we don't know what we want. You know, when you go telling Ruto that he was elected to serve the people, that is the government in place, what are we saying? And that's why you see, we don't know. We should target. Do we believe he stole elections? Then if we believe he stole elections, how do we expect him to perform sincerely? Or how do we even tell him if he doesn't? Why are we giving him motive? What I'm trying to say is that Kenyans we have to decide. If Ruto stole elections, he just has no option but to go. We have to chase him out of office. We have to do the unthinkable. Because mwizi, ukikuta mwizi kwa boma yako, ama ukute nyang'au kwa boma yako, ukute mbuzi kwa kiugo yako, you start unapiga nduru, neighbors waje. Neighbors wanakuja kufanya nini? Umekuta nyang'au haina, wanakuja kuua haina. They don't come to arrest haina ati na kuiomba tafadhali usimalize mbuzi wote. Tunaona umeua mbuzi watano. We don't even talk to it. We come to put it on fire, to kill it. Same thing with a snake. We don't keep it as a pet. It's not that's not what we do. So we are not telling Ruto tafadhali, unless I'm alone, unless Stone PK is thinking differently. I thought from where we are coming from is that Ruto stole elections and he installed himself there. So that's our bone of contention. Whether he performs or he doesn't perform, we don't care. I mean, maybe Bandit na Bwana Lala karibu, munaweza kunicorrect. For me, mwizi akija kwangu, ameingia, ati sasa aanze kupika chakula nini na nini, alafu unakuja unaanza kumwambia kugawie chakula, unamu accept. So if he stole, and we believe we don't, and we should not expect any performance, and we should not even give time. Hiyo tunaambiwa mpe time. How do you, sincerely, this is where I'm not understanding. We are giving him time as who? And again, I repeat, if we believe he stole, then we have the cause. If we are in doubt, then we abandon it. We let him rule. That is simple as that. It's not about our Kenya wanakufa njaa. Watakufa njaa. Kenyans will die. Ruto may kill education. There will be no more education in that country. You cannot go to the village and talk to kids the way we talk, trying to mentor them. Education in Kenya is useless now. You are not recognized because ati umesoma mpaka wapi. Okay? Uliambiwa kazi ni kazi. You can get what you want without being educated. That is it. He said certificates is nothing. You have governors that have doubtful education background. Okay? You have doctors that have doubtful education. You have people calling themselves doctors so and so, yet they are fake. So education is killed. Leadership is dead. So long as you have money, you can become the leader in Kenya. All right? Ukiwa na pesa tu, bana racist, tafuta hela. Ukishapata hela, wenda utafute ile kitu unataka Kenya utapata. That is how bad it is. And that is not what we have opened the door to. By allowing Ruto to be in that country as a leader, that is what is going to be implanted there. And it will be so difficult to remove it. How will you change the issue that kazi ni kazi? Kazi ni kazi. Sincerely speaking, it has been misused. Kazi ni kazi kumaanisha nini? Why should we mentor kids to go to university? Na kazi ni kazi. Yeah. So basically, this man should not be allowed. Anatakiwa au ametolewa jana kwa hii nchi.
Ready?
There is nothing good that is going to come out of this man. And if we think there is something good that will come, then let it be. But revolution has to happen. Because he cannot leave the seat ati mnamwambia aondoke atuachie. He can't. He is known. And he even said akona shida na watu fulani na anatafuta uongozi ndio deal now. Ameanza kudeal now. He's buying those guys. And it is in Kenya whereby we even elect comedians as leaders. People are saying ati Jalango was raw to Baba. Nothing. I said it in this platform during a campaign. I was counting people who I know are loyal to Baba. Jalango is looking for money. He's on his YouTube all over saying that what he fears most on earth ni maskini. So for him, he would go for anything. He can even sell your head to get money. And that tunampatia ati leader, mheshimiwa. It is in Kenya where the name mheshimiwa has become useless, rubbish. Hata umbwa inaweza kuwa mheshimiwa, hata takataka, even a rat, mheshimiwa. Imagine. He went there, Langata people don't care who the president is. Surely, really? Did he consult with the Langata people? I've lived in Langata for very long. I called a few people. Did he call a meeting to tell them nyinyi hamuna haja, kile muna haja nao ni maendeleo? And who said maendeleo comes from the president? That is the thing we want to disconnect and kill completely. Ati kwamba you can oppose the president and maendeleo has to come because it is the constitution right for the people. So let Kenyans, in fact, this guy should be rejected. Baba huruma yake ikwishe. ODM should meet immediately, expel this guy from ODM. Let him go and seek for his parliamentary seat using UDA ticket. All of them, even those ones in Nyanza. And these Nyanza people, Nyanza, I hope you are the people I know who have known throughout my life. Don't take that nonsense. Chase away all these guys. Wacha wakuja watafute kura na UDA. That is the first thing we should do. Expel them, tell them it's their right to go to a party of their choice. As simple as that. Waende wakatafute kura Nyanza na UDA. That is what we should do. And Baba huruma yake, I didn't know that as you grow older, you become softer, unakuwa na huruma mingi and all the. I wish I could get Baba of 1990s. Hii matakataka yote he should get to himself. Sasa baba akuje ule baba mwenyewe, hii takataka yote iende. Tell them to go and seek the mandate of the people with the party of their choice now. ODM wachane now. Disconnect them completely. And if even 290 MPs want to go to UDA, let them go. Wananchi tuko 80 point something million. And by the way, you don't need a vote our MPs. 290 votes, that's nothing. And they have no following.
No.
Jalango's following is just because of Baba. It's ODM, period. He can go and be voted by the YouTube followers of his channel. You know, this is what I want Baba to really act, because we have nothing to lose. Kama mbaya ni mbaya sahi. Katambe. Baba should chase all the crap. Okay? All of them should be cancelled from the party. Jubilee also waende. If Jubilee wants to get out of Azimio, they can also get out and join UDA. Okay? And then now we remain. We better have. Ni kama ile ukipika chai Kenya. When we make tea na majani ile ya kuchemsha, you use kichungi. Chai hata ikiwa itabaki nusu kikombe nayo ni chai pure. That is what we want to take. We don't want to take chai na majani na matakataka. We have to sieve and get the right tea. Take hata ikiwa ni nusu kikombe, it will be satisfying. Itakata kiu. So as Mio, we need to get off the burden, off the bargain. Mzigo tumebeba mizigo mingi sana takataka. Kalonzo anasema anahurumia. Kalonzo sometimes also annoys me. He becomes a comedian at times. Huruma mingi. And that's why I'm saying the Bible has killed our country. The Bible is supposed to strengthen our country. It's supposed to strengthen the people. It is in the Bible where they say you have to fight, you have to be strong, you have to ask for the Holy Spirit, you have to pray. Sasa sisi tunaomba kupata uoga. And we are saying we are prayerful. Then we are shying. We are being told, oh, blood will be shed. Tunawekewa, tunauziwa mauoga mingi tu sana. Where are we headed? And then we are saying Ruto must go. It's like saying you want to go for a journey and you are still seated. You are not even making an effort to stand up and face the direction you want to walk to. Unasema tu nataka kwenda Nakuru. That time you are in Nyeri. And you are seated in your heart and you expect to go. You are not even, yeah? So if this journey we have to go, tuache huruma, number one. Our respectable Kalonzo, acha maneno ya kuforgive. Don't forgive anybody. They have done that, it's their choice. And these are adults. I don't believe in forgiving an adult. An adult contemplates. He thinks, he does what he wants to do because he has really given it a lot of thought. So unakuja unasema unamsamehe. Amefuata 50 million. And that is what Ruto is doing. Amefuata whatever amount of money it is. It is tumbo. And unfortunately, I keep on repeating on this channel, Kenyans are so corrupt. That's why even during campaign, you would hear somebody saying, sisi hatutaki kusikiza story. Stone PK unatuletea nini? Afadhali ukileta 50 bob, you are better off than ule hakutupatia kitu. That is the mentality, and that is what Ruto is taking advantage of. He's a student of mine. Alisema na atawanunua wote. Now wa Central wameambua their price is a little bit higher. Wanyanza yao ni hiyo cheap. Ya Nyanza ya Central sijui ni times 3. Look at that kind of auctioning and demeaning of people. Munaambiwa nyinyi ni takataka. Kenyans, you are being told you are takataka. To the face, right to the face. Alafu munaulizwa mutadu. It is sad, it is unfortunate. And Banalala, please come in. And anybody of those panelists who are listening, please kindly come, because I'll need a short break. There's something urgent I need to attend to. So all those who normally have the keys, please come on standby as we have Lala contribute. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Thanks. It's good to see your face and relax. No. I agree with you, 100%, that the 100 days, 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 100 We cannot expect to win when all we are selling is Wogger. When we are talking about is how powerful they are, what they're going to do. When we know exactly that there's not much they can do. When we know exactly that truth is not with them, but with us. The single motivating factor for us is truth and God, okay? And if we can't rally around the word of God, the truth and righteousness, then we're gonna fall like fools. And so when we hear of people going to the State House to be auctioned, primarily they're going there and the highest bidder, gets them. It is shameful. It is shameful. It is sad. It's sickening. Because the war that Kenyans have died for over the years was for us to get to a point where we have devolved government. There should be no money in the State House. That's not where to go. And so to see someone going there now at this time to look for development is mind-boggling. There's not supposed to be money there. Money is supposed to be in parliament. You debate, you present, that's where the funds are, and that funds should be found in the counties. And so for people, our so-called leaders, to be auctioned in the name of development is cheap, is sickening, is sad, and none of them deserve to be in parliament. Because this is something, a knowledge that we all know from Shikuku days. People went to the State House and they were never the same. They are compromised. And we know that Karen House of DP Ruto was a place for bribery. That's where the church and others, there's even a chapel there. I don't know what they were worshiping. People went there to get the money. And so they drive out, some of them are driving this Gaslas. But the sad thing is that is Mwananchi's money. That is your money. Because, listen to me, Kenyans, you have a right to a job, right to healthcare. That's why you have a government. Right not to live like birds. Some of those huts, after 60 or 70 years, of independence, we still live like birds. What's the difference between some of us, our parents, our uncles, our aunts, and others living in those grass-thatched houses with nothing? Go to different parts of Kenya. People are dying. They're poor. They've never known what it is. And it is only through devolution that some of those places began to see some light, some development, some tarmac road. And now to see as the neo-elected leaders going back to the State House where power is concentrated on one man, to me it's a betrayal. It's sad, it's a betrayal. It's going against the very thing that you people died for. And so to hear we are going in the name of development. What development? Development is the county. Development is the school, the money that is appropriated, through parliament to help us. Development is some of us in the diaspora working with the counties to work on projects, to create employment, institution opportunities. Development means creating an environment where an investor can come and go and do what they need to do. An environment where an American, African American can say, I want to go to live in Kitui. use computers and work while I'm there. I'm going to building a house there, an environment where there's a flow of ideas. We are able to catch up with the rest of the world, not just small places around Nairobi where the riches are concentrated, money is concentrated. We want a development that captures the entire nation. And this is what Azimio mindset is all about. And it starts with electoral justice, because that is what Mama Mboga is saying, is calling us to do. They are hungry, they are starving, they are in need. And the sad thing is that this can be done very, very quickly. It can be done. All we need to do is not even to create something out of nothing. There are blueprints in academia. There are blueprints, things that we can use and change our land. But because some of us love bribes, love to be called big man syndrome, love to lie and to cheat. And so they're promising us now, promising those mamas, those young people, development, when we know they won't provide it. They don't have it themselves. The little money that comes ends up in pockets. Yes, it ends up in pockets. Where were they? They have been Kenya, Kenya Kwisha. They were part of Jubilee. They have been there for all those years. And then what have they done? Ruto was a vice president all his life. He was earning he had all that is required to do something. What do we have that we can say this is what he has done? And so let no one cheat us. We have to take this by ourselves. The Bible says, if my people are called by my name, shall humble themselves and seek my ways or my help, or ask for forgiveness of their sin, I'm paraphrasing it, then I will heal their land. In other words, no one from outside of Kenya will save us, but it's us, the Kenyan ourselves. And truth can set us free. The truth is the people elected their leader. The people are tired of corruption. They're tired of lies and thieves and stealing, poor management of their resources. Kenya is a rich country, very rich in natural resources. But what happened? We can't manage it. And so we opened up to what we call quick money, the drug money. That's what they tell us. That means we can be blacklisted anytime. That means that we may not know what's going on around us. That means without Matiangi there, the country is open to all kinds of individuals to come in and out. There's a lot that's going on. But it is us. It is the Kenyans. It is us. It is especially those so-called professionals who don't want to leave their comfort. It is you that should listen to this message. You see, the river has tributaries. They come from different places, and they are all coming together. Like analogy of the Nile River. It's getting larger and thicker, and most of you will be swept off the road so that righteousness, development, and hope can come back to our people. And so those of you are there, encourage you, like Gideon, stand strong. And those who are in the middle, thinking the way they used to think long time ago, during Kenyatta Moi's time, when having a president is like there's nothing you can change. Kenya is very small if you compare it to others. We are a small nation. We are not big like sometimes we used to think. We are very small. We are very tiny. We are not even known in some places. Okay. And so change isn't that big, impossible. We can change it and make it greater. We can make Kenya a beacon. Kenya is in the valley of decision. The world is looking at us. Are we going to side with truth, righteousness, and hope with God? Or are we going to side with money and corruption and stealing and bad governance and tribalism and hopelessness? Or are we going to build a democracy that is constitutionally mandated through our beautiful constitution that we have, that we fought for, to guide us to the next stage? There are players outside who wants to join us only if they can trust us. You don't trust a thief. You trust somebody who's honest. You trust someone whom you can relate to, where you can invest and know that your investment is safe, where there are people that know what it is to work hard and do the right thing. And this is our time. It's been disheartening, very, very sad, just to see our beautiful country disintegrating to where it is now, where now it's about money. It's about money. I was told, I think I was listening to Abdullahi, the Grand Mullah. He was talking about judges. It's been there. It's one of the insider. This Chelule, this guy who was dropped the other day, he said it's one of the best. Can you imagine? He said the only problem is that they got the tapes, but it's one of the best. And he said there, if you compare to some of the judges there, the guy is a saint. And these are the people that we are supposed to bring our grievances, to give us justice, to give us good election, results, give us the truth. No. It is our time to step forward and to tell the world that Kenya is a land of truth and justice, that we shall lead with truth and justice. Okay. And we have the opportunity. We have the opportunity. And the opportunity is now. Why do I say so? You see, right now, the 8.1 vote did not come from one tribe. No. They came across the land from north to south, east to west. It's the face of Kenya. The 8.1 million came from all over, which says that Kenya is one. The country is one. And if these voices of 8.1 stand up and be counted and say, enough is enough, the walls of Jericho will come tumbling down. Take the courage, stand and say no and yes to your vote. Because as I said before, that thing called a ballot is what is synonymous with democracy. Hear me again. Your ballot is the most important thing you have. It's the only one time when you are allowed to speak. All Kenyans, adults able to vote, can speak. If you don't have it, you are a slave. That's exactly what you are. A slave. You got no voice. It's as if we were in colonial Kenya. We have no voices. It's the reason why the Mau Mau and other communities fought, because we had no voice. The voice was the Mzungu. Mzungu ndiye alikuwa anazungumza. The laws were made in Britain. You are just a subject. You're just a servant. No wonder we're called boys, because we had no voice. But with independence, you and I were given a voice which of course they started to kind of fold, interfere with, till we became a one-party state. But then the second liberation gave us back multi-party, which means every Kenyan can speak. Every Kenyan can raise their voice. Your mother, your grandmother has a voice in the governance. And that's why we're supposed to respect. If somebody wins, we respect. Let them carry on for those 5 years fairly. A Kenyan, if they are Kenyan, they meet all the requirements in the constitution, they should rule. I would want to even die for that person, defend that person, no matter who they are. But when someone with a devious mind, with an evil mind, conspire with the team, bring in foreigners, take away that precious thing called my vote, my voice, and tax it. And then somewhere bring in someone called Osekamago, and then they decide on who to become our leader. What kind of people are we to accept that? I like Stone. What kind of a nation is this? What kind of men are we? What kind of women are? What kind of nation are we? Because some of these things leaves a tag on you. And the tag is, you see, I've been in the United States. There was a time, some few years back, I'd gone to this particular place, and then they heard I was from Kenya. They wanted me to work for them. And the reason that they had had some Kenyans who had worked there, and they were the example. But now, with what's been going on over the years, the last few years, now our credibility is gone. And this one will put the nail to the coffin. Because number one foundation, would I call it a foundation of democracy, is that thing called the ballot. And even development. The reason why the US is leading the world is because of democracy. It's because everyone can have a voice, okay? And from day one, earlier on in their history, they made sure that Second Amendment was there. Right to bear arms. And right to bear arms is not to kill, like what we have been misusing it now. It was to protect themselves from anyone who might come to steal their vote, their vote. And they knew it was the government. So it was actually that arm is to fight their government if they try to take away their right to vote. That's the reason. Okay. So they love the guns, but it's really to protect their right. Who is protecting the right of that woman, that mama who left and went and voted? And then her ballot, her voice, is not counted. It's like there are people at non-entity. You don't belong here. You're not Kenyan. You're not. And when you see pastors standing with people who are taking the right of Kenyans away It hurts. It's painful. It is sad. It's agonizing. That vote, that's your ID. That's your ID here on earth. I know there's another vote which is in heaven when you know God, whatever. But this, for you to be here on earth, that vote is important. That's what makes you Kenyan. That tells you that you're a Kenyan because you have a voice. And when they take that voice away from us, and then we see them dancing around you, looking at them on the television and other places, telling us what to do, what moral authority do they have to tell me what to do? Why do they have? And we all know that everyone who was in that team who had a case, all the cases are disintegrating. So the criminal, based on that, on the vote, they become saints. So we don't need no baptism. Baptism means joining this team. How sad is this? How evil is this? We have the right to demand what is rightly ours. The Wanjiko's voice. You have the right. And so, my fellow Kenyans, we can do it. Don't be afraid. That word appears in the Holy Scriptures many, many times because God was on their side. God was on their side. And the God is the side of the what? Liberation theology of the oppressed. And Kenyans are oppressed right now. And so let us love Kenya, meaning we stand for it. It's our land. It's our own home. And the elections show that we are one united people. Let Chebokatis and others not divide us on tribes, but that's what they did. They told us, the Kikuyus, can't vote for these people. This is the way the Kikuyus do it, to create that enmity between the Nyanza people and Kikuyus, okay? And that is evil, that is wrong. They love Babas just like any other people love Baba. They love those who are truthful like any other people love those who are truthful. They just want a better life. All Kenyans want the same thing. If you look at me here, my family, every tribe is in my family. Every tribe is my family. Some of the people I support the Kalenjin, the Kikuyus, and all that, and they support me. Everyone is in our family, and that's how Kenyans are. Most of us are, and so let us keep that union and say no to anybody coming to divide us. We have shown that we can be together through this election. So this is monumental. This is important. If you let it go, then we are writing a very bad narrative. We are saying that truth is not truth, number one. Number two, we are losing confidence in what we have worked for a long time. That is constitutional, a country that has got beautiful people, beautiful constitution, a country of laws. Basically, what we are saying, we give up on this. And this will happen. Hear me, listen to me. You see, evil, when it starts from the top, it's begin to go down. We will have many routers. In the home, you guys who are running to routers, you'll find them around your home. They'll come to your house and they want what you have. And nobody will stop them. Okay? So this is not just about Kenya Kwisha. It's about us, about our mothers and fathers, about the continued problem. I mentioned here Mexico at one time, to get a little better. I stayed in Juarez, which is a town in Mexico. It's one town, but it's a river, Rio Grande. On the other side, it's the US. Okay? I lived on the US side. In the evening, there were lines of vehicles coming from Mexico to come and stay overnight in the US because it's safe. Then in the morning, they go back to their businesses. In the morning, because it was unsafe. Beautiful homes, but nobody was inside of them because they were insecure, because they let evil loose in the land. And to me, I see this as the problem. And so we can't let Kenya go to the dogs. Let us raise our voice, whatever we can. And I think, other resources need to come out for some of us who are not in the country so that our people can stand, our people can work together. And I promise you, if the 8.1 million, if we can all stand together, you know what? The walls will come down. It's going to be just as peaceful. Things will just melt down. They will run because nobody going to defend them. The army will not defend them. The police will be divided. Nobody want to stand with the thief. But unless our voice is heard, boldness, and we say we love Kenya and we love the people of this land, everyone, and we'll stand for it, things will line up. And that's my prayer. I pray for my nation. Stand with it. This is the time for all of us. For all of us. For all of us. And some of us who are hiding, we can't hide anymore. We got to step out. It's all of us. If you're a preacher, let people know of God's righteousness and this anger against sin. Let people know there's something has gone wrong. This is a test for us. A crisis. A crisis means opportunity and danger, the Chinese character. Opportunity for us to rise, and also the danger of not doing what God wants us to do, and then we fall. And so all Kenyans, let's love each other, stand together, and we will win, because this battle is the Lord's. That's my words. Those are my words.
Asante Mr. Lala, asante kwa maongezi yako, tunashukuru sana. You have given us a lot of education. Nafikiri kila mmoja amesikia, na nashukuru nyote. Naona Wakanda Forever, Jeremani, Stone PK, nisikia ukisema umetoka kidogo, nikasema niingie kidogo. Nashukuru wenye wako pamoja nasi katika chat section. Fatum na kuona, Simon, Nancy, Amos, John D, naona Ben Akengo, Alumani, Sol, at Sandy Fatum, unasema I'm looking awesome, thank you. Naona SW, Jackton, pia naona Lilian, nimekuona. Jarango amekuja hapa, tutamfukuza. Betty na wengine wote. Blue muona mbali, nimekuona. Liz and everybody else, we thank you so much for being in this show, and we appreciate that we have the opportunity to talk with one another, to debate, to discuss about the ways forward about our country. Ninaona leo motion ya leo, Raila says not political prostitution. Kenya Kwanza diverting attention of Kenyans. I don't know how they are diverting attentions. Sijui kama they are diverting attentions through this Matiangi issues. Sijui kama nyinyi mnaamini kama what do you think about this Matiangi thing? I saw Kenya Kwanza come up with allegations that it was stage managed. But really, from my point of view, I think Matiangi will be the last person to stage manage anything. I know.
Yes, first of all, it does not make sense. The argument what was the purpose for doing that? Okay, when you look at analyze the whole thing, and so it doesn't gain anything when you think about it. And so the most likely people who did it is Kenyatta, because the reason is to instill fear, is to cause people to panic that nobody is indispensable. In other words, they just want to muscle their powers. You saw Professor Kindiki coming out there trying to, kind of get some little bit of wings and trying to show how strong they are, and you can see they're weak. And so basically what they're doing is trying to try to gain the power they don't have. And so to do something like that, then you connect with the word that he mentioned, that, when he spoke, last time, that nobody is beyond, I don't know the words he exactly used. So you can see that actually rhyme well with what happened to Matiangi, that Matiangi is not as important, because a lot of people looked at him with a higher stature than the Kenya Kwisha group. Okay, so how do you bring him down? How do you cause the perception that it's not that strong? Okay, then you do something like that. So I can see the motive behind them going for Matiangi, so that they can do that. But actually, it's opposite effect has happened. Most people now see them as for who they are, even much more. They're galvanizing the people who are trying even to kind of defect to stay. So whatever they did, they're trying to do is not working, because this is a dying army. It's like Idi Amin when he was getting defeated. He went to Soroti, northern part of Uganda, and told people to be still. We are strong. We are here. We are okay. And he was losing about it. Okay, so clearly analyzing it, there is no reason Matiangi would be crazy enough to claim that this is happening to him to gain sympathy. Sympathy for what? What sympathy is he gaining?
Yes, and Matiangi is not even going for Baba's meetings. So he has no, yes, he was working with Uhuru, but he's not part of really Baba right now. So I don't think he has to gain anything by seeking sympathy. Sijui kama
it's about Uhuru. It's an Uhuru thing. They're trying to, it's an old techniques which we actually expected something that to happen. Yeah, okay, it's the old way of trying to exert your power when you're losing it. So it's a losing group.
Okay,
yeah.
Let me ask another question now. I will expect Jeremiah, I'll give a chance to Jeremiah, then Wakanda and Resist. They can, as they discuss, they can respond to me. This issue, there's some, first, my take is, when this thing was happening, of course, I saw Baba the other night, for Kenyans the other night, in the night, okay, kwa nyumba ya Matiang'i. And I think there were about 200 lawyers that had assembled there. And I saw members of parliament. One of them, there's a female member of parliament who was there. And they were saying they are seeing the policemen. The plainclothes policemen. Now, so that, the other thing, the KWANZA bloggers came out celebrating about Matiang's predicament. So they were already posting that it is payback time for Matiang. So they knew what was happening. Then events unfold, and then we hear that I think the said policeman disappeared, and I think the Azimio took legal measures, like going to court in the morning, which was a good thing. Now, there are people making allegations that, I won't call them allegations, that this was to prevent Matiang from organizing Magoha's funeral. It seems that Uhuru and his cabinet had taken over that funeral and had kept at bay Kenya Kwanza, and that it seems Ruto and Gachagua had no say in that funeral. And it was becoming something else, because we remember the first thing that happened when Makoha passed away is that Uhuru gave instructions to Matiangi and I think Kibichu to take over. Uhuru is not the president, he's former president, he gave instructions.
So, and I was seeing some bloggers looking at the program today. They were saying that the Ruto and his government are nowhere in the program. So, is that the small, minute reason, foolish reason that it may have made them harass Matiang'i? Because to me, that is very insignificant. Mimi kwa mazishi yangu kwa harusi yangu, if I invite Jerumani, I decide to invite Jerumani and not invite Lala. That is my business. And if my friends is Wakanda and resist, na Lala sijakuita, mimi pilipili usioila inakuashia nini? So Magoha was in Uhuru's government. So Uhuru, these are my friends, these are my people. So it is my responsibility to make sure that my friend and my fellow colleague in my government is buried honorably. Sasa hao wengine wanakujia wapi? So if that is the reason why they were harassing Matiang'i, then that is very foolish. I don't know what to call it foolish, but I won't call it barbaric. And I don't think KWANZA has any good reason to crash into that funeral, because that is not their responsibility. And hata nilisikia Gachagua went there na madharau yake ati amewanunulia chakula. Gachagua has a lot of madharau, and all he thinks as people want food. He thinks everybody is hungry. Maybe he has been overfeeding for the rest, or akona shida na chakula. So he thinks everybody, every other Kenyans has problems with food issue. So if that was the issue, then I don't know what to say about this government. I'm very surprised and disappointed. Now, if there were other issues, I think there are legal measures that the government should take. You cannot go to harass someone at night. Now, governments have done these things, but let me say this: two wrongs cannot make a right. Now, especially in the environment at which we are, harassing and intimidating someone like Matiang'i is tantamount to incitement. You know, Kenyans from all tribes and from all communities, now irrespective si wa Kisii ama ni wa Kisii, they are going through so much. I mean, there is so much desperation. And then tuko na hii resist ya uchaguzi. More than half the Kenyans feel that they have been cheated every now and then kwa election. Now Wakenya wanaungana na wenye wanalala njaa, wanasikia njaa. And to add salt to injury, you arrest Matiang'i. Some of us, Matiang'i is our hero. Like myself, Matiang'i is my hero because of the changes he has included in Kenya. Matiang'i is a worker. He's somebody who does what he says, who performs. He's a performer. So some of us, we don't even look at him kama Mkisii. We look at him as somebody who has been in charge and has performed. So now you go, and in fact, let me say this: Matiang'i is not arrestable. There are people who it is going to be very hard to arrest him in this country, and Matiang'i has proved himself as one of them. So if they have any charges, they better come out clean with clear charges, because they cannot put that man in a cell. It is not possible. Now, the other thing that came out, and if KWANZA plan to score something, then they really lost this one. They scored in their own goal, because when Baba went there and this kind of the police disappeared, it is like Baba is saying, this is my country and people take my instructions. People don't take your instructions, Mzee Bwana Zakayo. It's like Baba was saying, people take my instructions. Now, my second question, immediately Koome came out and said that he's not aware of those police. If Koome was aware, or he's not aware, Koome is playing safe. So why is Koome playing safe? Because Koome is also intelligent. And that is why I'm also trying to think and to conclude that in the event that Kenyans protest on the streets, I want to assure them no policeman will attack them. This time, the police will be hands off for many reasons. First, now the picture I'm seeing with Koome is playing very safe. Kwa sababu gani? You see siku njema yaonekana asubuhi na penye moshi pana moto. Hapa kuna moshi. Yaani huu moshi ni kama chochote chaweza kutokea na serikali yaweza kabadilika, even if we don't know how. The other thing, you people, you remember, we have not forgotten the Hague issue. We have Kenyans who were taken to Hague because of violence, of crimes against humanity, possible deportation of people. And Bwana Zakayo is one of them, wakiwa na Uhuru. Sasa hivi sasa, Zakayo ndio amekalia kiti, kumaanisha the forces, the defense forces, the police are under him. But Kome is also in charge. Now, you remember when we had these Hague cases, list ya kwanza ilikuwa na police commissioner. If you can remember, I'm forgetting his name. The first list ya Hague, before it was reduced to the likes of Ruto, na that pressman, ule mtu alikuwa anaitwaje police commissioner?
Mohammed.
Hapana, alikuwa Mmeru. He was a Marian.
Okay.
He was a Marian, that police commissioner, and he was shaken. The first list, huyo jamaa alitetemeka sana. So me, one thing I'm very sure is that under our circumstances, the Kenya police is going to play very safe in this issue. Very safe. And that is why this saga now turned like this. It seems somebody had given instructions to arrest or to harass and intimidate Matiangi, but somewhere people are not sure what next. And tukimshika tumpeleke wapi, na kesho tukiamka, what will happen to Kenya? So one thing I realized, the police are going to play very safe because Hague haiko mbali. At least now Kenyans know that we can take somebody to Hague, even the president himself. Now we know that nobody is untouchable and nobody has the right. You know, it's not like the days of Moi. Nobody has the right to kill people or to mass killings and all that. So we know that. We even know nobody has the right to arrest you. You saw those lawyers, you people. You know those group of lawyers that went to defend Matiangi last night. So we all know. Now we know our rights. So that's, I don't know what Kenya Kwanza intended to achieve out of that. And definitely they didn't achieve. Instead, Baba came out powerful. Like Baba, it was like, Baba, I'm the one who says. I'm the one who tell people what to say here and what to do. And this is my country. You are not going just to arrest my people as you feel like. You should think very hard before you come harassing my people next time. That is a picture that came out. So me, first I was very annoyed when I was watching last night that police were mezingira Matiangi, and I was thinking maybe Kenya should go on the street and do blah. But then when I saw what happened and Baba was around and the lawyers and all that, and later on they went to the court. And then Baba was speaking. I mean, Baba came out like, mimi ndio naongea kwa inchi. Nisiposema, hamjasema. You people, do you remember when Moi vied for president in 1992 and Matiba got more votes in Nairobi? Do you know it's like Moi had no more authority to speak in Nairobi? And do you know a situation is arising like that in Kenya, in the Kenyan capital? Or in Kenya? Because even you people, even the police and our defense forces, they are people. They are not idiots. They can see what is happening. And I believe everybody will try to do the right thing and to obey the law. And this time, everybody, even the police commissioner, will be very careful. He will not put himself to break the law. Because he know when things become bad, irrelist ya Hague. Irrelist, I will look for that police commissioner. Alikuwa Meru. He was terrified and he was traumatized. Things were very bad that he was in that list, ya Hague. So Hague is not very far from us. And I don't think anybody should go against human rights. So me, as you discuss, you people, you can also tell me what you think, whether this was state managed, who achieved what and where are we now. Then I also want to ask about this. I also some people being kicked like Jarango. In fact, I will say like PK, they should all be kicked out. They should go. They should hata kama ni MP, we don't need them. Even if we kick out all MPs, ODM na Jubilee, we don't need, they are not helping us anyway, even in parliament. We don't even need that parliament. Let that parliament do as they feel like. Now we can assume, just like we are saying, we are assuming we don't have a government, we can also assume we don't have a parliament and a senate. That is my take. So that was the right thing. Let Baba kick all of them out. Even what Jubilee, when you wanajulikana waende kabisa, let them go wherever they want to go. We don't need them. In fact, we are not even sure whether this parliament will last for 5 years, so that we may end up going for another election, so that we kick all of them out. That is my take. So anybody thinking that ati nitasema kama Lala, Lala ametukumbusha maneno ya Gideon kwamba Gideon, I think, remained finally with 300 men to fight, and he won the battle. So we don't need this greedy Kenyans. This is the time now we are being tested. Who is greedy and who is not greedy? We don't need. Let them all go. They are not. They should even be think very hard, because they should not. They are not sure whether they are going to be there for 5 years. Some of them we can recall them after 2 years and kick them. Constitutionally, I think they can be recalled. According to the Constitution of Kenya, they can be recalled after 2 years. So that's my take. So you people, I want you to ask yourself whether this was stage managed, who achieved what, and then should we kick this MPs away? And really, if they were trying to divert our attention to Matiangi, it has proved Matiangi is one of the people that are untouchable. Sasa afadhali kujia akina Julia, akina Lala, akina Jeremani, lakini kuna watu wezi guza. Sasa ameingia kwa ile club ya baba. Naona baba alienda hapo, you touch him. Can you imagine Baba went there in the night at his age? You dare put somebody is going to be, you see, that is where I'm saying, with the likes of Kalonzo and Mother, I'm glad they're supporting Baba, because now those are the people who cannot be touched. They cannot be arrested. They cannot be assassinated. I mean, that's a good thing. So Kenya Kwanza now should think very hard next who to arrest. Yani tunaambia, you touch Matiangi, touch any one of them, you're going to be in trouble. So I like the way that thing came out finally. Whoever stage managed it, if Kenya Kwanza was trying to intimidate anybody, I think it built Azimio more. So wacha nikaribishe Jerumani, nisikie maneno ya karibu Jerumani.
Asante Julia. It's always a pleasure to be in good company. One of the things, maybe before I go to recognize fellow panelists, I observed a comment from Fatun Abdullahi Muhammad. She says, Julia looking awesome, and she has given a very loud clap there. I saw an exchange between Fatun and Simon, but I believe it's all about the presence of Julia. Julia also spoke about a wedding and alluded to who will be invited. I believe the chaplain Lala would certainly take precedence before me, but if I'm also invited, I will certainly come. I acknowledge the presence of Lala. Today it is Lala No, and I acknowledge the presence of Wakanda Forever. Always a pleasure to be in your company. I thank you, gentlemen. Julia, one of the things that I paid attention today was the speech I saw. I don't know what the venue was, but this was the speech to the senators, I believe, of Azimio. And I picked out two very interesting bits from the conversation there. One of the bits that I picked was Raila's speech. Raila broke down very eloquently how the irregularities of the election 2022 as was presented by the whistleblower happened. And I like that he spoke about it himself and went step by step how the election takes place, how the results are posted, and then how the exchange factor took place. And I must say that I'm glad to see that he was on top of that himself. One of the things that he mentioned there was that there's a couple of tours in the county, and these are Azimio-led tours. Azimio is going to hold a couple of rallies, and these rallies are going to be held, I think, in Kisii. I heard about, can't remember the other places, but yes, he also outlined where they're going to visit. And before he spoke, Wamalwa had reason to speak. And is one of the things that I picked up from him. Wamalwa said there is a plan to split Bungoma County. There's also another plan to split Busia County, to create, one of them was to be split to create Mount Elgon. And my thoughts again are, at this point in time when we are really lamenting the presence of more counties than is viable for the nation, we are still debating or considering adding more counties. That to me is a big concern. I wish the debate was about how do we merge Busia County and Kakamega County? How do we merge Uasin Gishu County and say Trans Nzoia County? That to me would be a conversation worth having. But this matter of dividing and splitting counties at this stage is a big concern to me. Division was a tool deployed and used by the colonists. They divided the nation, and we're still suffering from some of those divisions to date. We inherited those divisions, and I thought it's high time we consider merging some of these counties. I hope it will come to pass. Raila Odinga spoke about a Supreme Court justice in charge of the ICT who was in collusion to ensure that the server was not opened. And I thought that's a very telling statement because it also speaks as to the broken system that is our judiciary today. And when I talk about the broken system of the judiciary, I also am reminded of Mike Sonko moving to the East Africa Court of Justice to present his case after having been after having received adverse ruling from the Supreme Court of Kenya. And it also speaks volumes that Sonko, knowing all he knows about the Kenyan judiciary, he had recordings of people within the judicial system planning or scheming to do things that are not in favor with the Kenyan sovereigns. He knows all this, and he has proceeded to the East Africa Court of Justice. It speaks volumes about the justice system in Kenya. I also want to take time and pause to look at the political class. I've seen, and this has been well articulated here, the Jubilee MPs that visited State House. Jubilee MPs are supposed to be members of Azimio, but there we saw them seated squarely under the red carpet or above the red carpet in State House, speaking with the presidency. We also saw in that presence Jalango, the MP, that people have been talking about recently. And my question is, should Kenyan citizens leave all these matters to the political class? That should Kenyans leave Jubilee Party to deal with their MPs? And should Kenya leave Azimio to deal with an MP like Jalango? My simple answer again comes back to the right of recall. This is a constitutional right that Kenyan citizens or constituents can exercise on their own motion. Leaving these matters to political parties provides loopholes that can be exploited, and exploited not to the benefit of the sovereigns who are the Kenyan citizens, but exploited politically to settle political scores. And in between, justice never prevails. I come back to the point where I say we need an overhaul. And I mentioned this in previous conversations. I said we need to separate the presidency, have a head of state and a head of government separate, as separate offices. You see, the dilemma people like Jalango today have is that they say they were going to see the head of state. But the head of state is also the head of government. And I also want to take it further and say it's possibly time that we separate the function of head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief. These three roles should not be in the same office. And I say this knowing very well that between 1953 and 1959, we had a commander-in-chief who was not the Queen of England. We had a commander-in-chief who was separate from that office of sovereign. So it's possible that we can separate the offices of head of state, head of government, commander-in-chief, have three different people running or charged with the duties and affairs of those offices. We have settled into the norm that the head of state is the head of government, is the commander-in-chief. But I'm starting to believe that it is time we separate these three functions, so that if an MP like Jalango says, I'm going to see the head of state, we know this is a stately matter. It has nothing to do with political inclinations. If Jubilee MPs say they want to go and see the head of state, we know this is a stately national matter. It has nothing to do with political parties. And if the head of government then is such that we see breakdown in the functions of government, we can easily remove a head of government and replace that head of government without having the nation stall until all other matters are resolved. We can have a commander-in-chief replaced without having the nation at risk at any one time. So we should not have, and I'm submitting this very humbly, we should not have a scenario where we have all these strong functions vested in one personality, and then this one personality creates a situation where they are conflicted either by political interests or their own individual aspirations. I wish to rest at that point, Julia, and allow for more information to come, but I'm still within.
Asante Bwana Jeremani, you've given us a good analysis of the kind of government we are having. Hata mimi nilisikiza Baba, and I liked the approach he gave. And really, however much people trying to say that Baba anapenda tu uongozi. You can feel that he wants a change for this country, even at his age. I don't think he's any longer looking at presidency. I think he's like a man who has seen his years, the way you prepare your family. You want to see your children grow up, succeed, be responsible. You know, I think I don't know that's in the Bible or whatever, that's saying that I've always heard, charity begins at home. So a good father or a good parent would like to bring up responsible children, not just successful people who are responsible. So Baba is like now at this time is determined to leave this country in good hands. He's determined to bring a change that will benefit generations and generations, where he will grow old and feel Kenya is safe. Kenyans are safe. So I listened to that. I was very impressed. Na naona unknown scripts. Sasa tunaona your roof. What has happened to unknown scripts? Unknown scripts, are you there? Can we see your face, please? We can only see your head, your hair, and your head. We cannot even say anything now. We don't know what happened to your camera. Meanwhile, let me acknowledge.
I think let me adjust my camera. Then I think all should be fine.
Okay, asante. Na sijui kama Bwana Lala utaongezea kidogo from what Jeremy has said.
Okay. Now I think you can see me.
Okay, he's ready. Wacha aendelee Bwana Lala.
Lala, how are you? You want to say something? No, you are muted. Oh, I can go on as much as I want. Is that what you are saying?
Amesema uendelee.
I want to hear.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Hello.
Yes, nice to see you, Julia. I can't quite tell. Oh, you look. I was seeing as if there are two people where you are. One is wearing blue, another one is. Njiramani. Is it Njeremani? How are you? So many things are happening, and every time we
A minute unknown scripts. Bwana Mzalendo, ninaomba utoke kwa pazia. We can only admit you after you show us your face. Asante, unknown scripts, endelea.
Yeah, I just wanted. There's so much to talk about. This thing they call political prostitution, is it? And diverting attentions of Kenyans and many other things. I'll just start by registering that I really miss the true bishops, true bishops and prophets of the yesteryears. What exactly happened to Njoya? I believe Njoya is still alive. Bishop, is it? You see this day where the old president is using tricks of holding rallies in churches, and some of us really get disturbed as to exactly what is happening to Kenya. I'm sure most of you have been at some point in time, you have come to a situation whereby you ask yourself, some people are here ask God, why me? Or why us? Or why this? Or why that? Now, I think there is a story in the Bible. Me, I'm not very good at the verses, but I think one of those rich men, and and Lazarus. If you remember, I think Lazarus was the one who was eating at the foot of the table somewhere, I think. And the rich man was eating at the high table at the top. Then the story goes to say that Lazarus, the rich man died, and the rich man died, and I think he went to heaven, not to heaven, to wherever, where the judgment place, wherever they go. And then Lazarus also died. So when the rich man faced the consequences of what was awaiting him, imagine he was so mindful. Then he requested God to give him time. Julie, I don't know whether you are conversant with that reading in the Bible. He asked God to give him time. Arudi huko to tell his people to style up. Otherwise, the consequences after death were just too strenuous. But then I think God said that no. Don't worry about those people who are still there, because they have the prophets. They have the prophets, and they have the what? They have the prophets, and they have so many other people sent by God they can listen to. Now, I don't know the moral of that story. Now, what I'm trying to say is that, you see, now we are in the hands of these bishops. Now, I'm so shocked to learn that these days, before the president and that entourage comes to your place, the leading MP or the coordinator there would go with a list to the president. And would not go with a list, but I think pay a visit to the president. So the president would ask you, what are the challenges? What are the people facing? What would you like? What are you missing, or what do you want? Give a priority of your challenges. In other words, the church leader, whoever it is, representative, will go to the president's office, maybe even State House, and go there with what the reverse they call a prayer request list. So if you need a church to be expanded, it should be there. If you need maybe a car, it should be there. If you need more pastors, it should be there. Whatever you need. If you need furniture, whatever you need, call it prayer request of sorts. So when the time comes for the president, they have organized that they are coming with a prayer rally to your place. So he comes with that priority list to the church. So you find that at least these days, he goes with a very big congregation. So half of the church is totally displaced with these political friends. Then they go preaching there, and sometimes they even invite neighboring dioceses where the other bishops also, they all congregate there because they have an important visitor coming. And of course, don't forget that in the prayer list, which they take to State House, they also put their sadaka, kitoleo, isn't it? So they know that good sadaka is coming. And part of the reason why he goes with a big congregation is because these fellows who are going there accompanying the president, there is a sadaka limit. So literally, they go praying there, and they have a limit to how much sadaka they should all give. Of course, it will be capped by the bigger donation from the president, and again at the same time, a response to the prayer requests. And that is why by the time you see the party has gone there, call it a Thanksgiving party, then they end up giving the bishop a car or donating some millions and millions of shillings. This is towards this and this project. Those projects were communicated long time ago. Now, somebody was asking that Now, when you go like that, you move from one church to another in a region like that. So you find that you put the churches in a competing mode. Whenever now he goes, so the next time the other fellows are also competing, we want to invite so and so to come and give this and this. Now, the Kenyans have been having a problem with the hefty donations that these people are making at the churches. And rumors has it that all these are coming from your security budget, security section budget. You may keep wondering, where is all this coming from? So if there are challenges, for example, we are having issues arising from this election, the way it has been narrated by Baba and these other fellows. Now, what's happening is that in the yesteryears, you find the church leaders, call them the bishops, the muges, the okulos, the guitarists. They will put the president or whoever is in charge to task that, look, this and this is going wrong. Why this and this is being done? Now, put yourself in the shoes of the bishop. If you are the one who had sent a prayer list to the president before he comes, and he comes there, even if you see him doing anything which is not right, and Kenyans are complaining, for example, now that the life is so hard, the life hardships, you find that you will not even have the moral authority. Once he says that now, you people, your bishop has no car, gari ndio hii, would you have the moral authority to question it? You wouldn't have. Now, remember, these bishops, they are leading the flock. They are leading the flock. Now, if they are the ones leading the flock, now you are forced now, you wonder what is exactly is happening. If the bishops can't question some of the wrong things, because sometimes when politics and religion are together, there are huge challenges. How do you question? Now, the bishops will not have the moral authority. So you find the politicians take the stage, they criticize the opposition, how they won the elections, what and square. The people should go on, we should concentrate on development. What do you get when it is time for the bishop to speak? Elections are now over, let's concentrate, forget, and go forward. Now, if there were sins committed during the elections, the bishops do not have the moral authority to condemn it, because they have been bribed in a way. They have been bribed in a way. You position yourself in such a way that you give this fellow opportunities and ways to bribe the church. Basically, is he bribing God? Is he bribing God? Now, if our bishops have been bribed, so where else do we go? Now, I was just wondering, if you think that the churches are not doing good enough, what options are available to Kenyans? Do Kenyans have a way whereby they can take a bishop to task? Bishops who are obviously doing the things, leading their flock the wrong way, what can be done? What can anybody do? Do you need to start a pressure group or what? To start following after them? Now, then this brings me to the thing, my first question, where I was saying that sometimes you may look around, so many people have come to that question. God, why me? In other words, you can't understand exactly what is happening. Why me? Why us? So what did Kenyans do to God, or to who? Why are we being led by people who we are doubting whether they are the true prophets or not? You all remember John the Baptist. This fellow lived when Jesus Christ was also around. And you all remember how he got rotting in prison. And Jesus was around. Now, what did he do? I think he sent some of his people who had gone to see him that John himself got so confused. He couldn't understand exactly what was going on. So he sent his people to Jesus to go and ask him, what? Are you the one? How much should we wait for? Or should we wait for another one? And then what did Jesus say? Jesus told them, you guys, go and tell John what you have seen. The blind are seeing, the deaf are hearing, the sick are getting well, the dead are being raised. Now, if you check the Bible, they concentrate so much in trying to communicate what Jesus was disclosing. Now, the worries and the suspicion which were in John the Baptist's head, he couldn't understand. I believe he was in prison for trumped up charges. The question is, whatever was going on in his head, how could the two scenarios happen during Jesus's time? And Jesus himself didn't do much about John's suffering. Julia, if I stop there, can you just put in some light exactly what do you think was going on?
Come again.
I was saying that you remember John the Baptist. He was alive and existed during Jesus' time.
Yeah.
He was rotting in prison for trumped up charges. Then he got so confused, he couldn't understand why. So what did he do? I think he sent some of his students who had gone to see him to go directly to Jesus and asked him, are you the one, or should we wait for another one? I think that is in the Bible.
Yeah, I think I don't think he was expecting Jesus to rescue him. I think John,
why do you think he sent the students to Jesus to go and ask that interesting
because
question?
of the things that Jesus was performing miracles, and he knew that John himself was performing miracles, but he knew that the one who will come after him will perform more miracles than him. But John was a human, so he wasn't sure whether that was the Messiah. He wanted Jesus to confirm for him whether he was the Messiah. Like he was expecting Jesus to say, yes, I'm the Messiah. You see? But Jesus, I think, replied by saying, go tell what the things you see me do. I mean, that's how he replied.
Well, Jeremiah, what do you think?
I was actually sitting back to be informed because I'm not well versed with the details of the conversation that took place between the people sent. But from my basic understanding is I understand that John the Baptist was eager to be relieved of his activities. He was looking forward to handing over to someone else. Probably he wanted a confirmation that Jesus was the Messiah that he was supposed to relieve him of his duties. That is my basic understanding, but I submit very humbly that I'm not well versed with the exchange that took place between the people who.
You see, I'm taking it very literally. Basically, what I'm saying, I started by saying that John the Baptist was rotting in jail on trumped up charges. Now, I did say that John lived when Jesus was there. And we are all aware of what John did to prepare the way for Jesus. Now, here is John suffering, and I'm sure you are all aware of how he died. basically, I agree with you. He was concerned that Jesus would continue with the work, but the question is, I'm sure he was like, why is Jesus not intervening to rescue him? Personally, that is my own assessment. I don't know what you people think about that. And now I was trying to narrate this with our current bishops. You know, these are the anointed fellows. Now, who they have a flock, we are following them. Now, I started by saying how they have forgotten their work. They are busy looking for material things. They are looking for cars, just like any other person. You are aware that apparently there are allegations that before the current last elections, they had arrangements that they wanted to bring in things in the country, cars and other material items, duty-free. Now, here is the person you are giving a prayer list now in church. Now, when he comes visiting you, let's say in your church, you are the church leader, you are the bishop. What do? You give him a list of the priority of the things you want done. Now, the flock, who is us now, where does that leave us? Where does that leave us? And that's why I was saying that if it is quite clear, they had said that you may find a situation where it was prophesied that there will be fake prophets and genuine prophets. Now, what do you make up with what is going on with our bishops? And that's why I was saying that you look at what our yesteryear bishops were doing. The government would not do wrong things, and the bishops failed to question them. Today, what I remember, the nearest is the so-called pastoral letters, your Catholic bishops. You remember every other time, I think every quarter, is it quarter or 6 months, they come up with what they think have been going on wrong, and they try to point them out through those pastoral letters, which the bishops go reading. Now, here is a situation whereby these bishops now around, they are in bed with the people they are supposed to be questioning in terms of wrong governance and whatever, like their previous predecessors, were doing. Now, that's why I was saying that where are the Njohas? The guitarists, I know they are dead anyway. The Muges are no more. Now, the current class of bishops, in the event that we see that we are questioning, we are suspicious as to where they are leading us, what options do we have as Kenyans? Okay. You remember this current regime, they have the police with them. They have parliament with them. They have the judiciary with them. And that is why the other time I was trying to imply here that Ruto literally has the long end of the stick on every bargain that may arise. Now, I wanted to talk about the buying of parliamentarians. And in Jeremiah, I think I did hear you say something about certain laws which are to be passed. Now, we are busy saying how Ruto must go out. Now, if you do the flip side, what is Ruto busy doing? He's busy trying to lay a foundation on how to manage this country going forward by making laws over and over the place. I was here some time back. I did say that, you see, the idea of the official opposition, what is being proposed there is not just an official opposition office. It is going to be a full-fledged official opposition office with a shadow cabinet, which are remunerated so as to make it attractive. You see, these MPs who are busy going to responding to Ruto, to the president's invitation at State House and what have you. Executive orders, especially the ones which suspend the constitution, must be passed by at least 2/3 of Parliament. Today, if we say that, like you do realize now, the Americans are saying that there are impending attacks, isn't it? There are impending attacks in the country. Now, for those who see far, the genesis of that those impending attacks, in my way, they are directed at the imagined rallies. And what did you hear the ambassador saying? People should avoid crowded areas like high traffic, traffic places. Yeah. In other words, sooner or later, if you find that there is going to be some explosion, maybe stage managed explosions, and then I go and I'm the president, I go and give an executive order number 2. No more rallies going forward. Basically suspending sections of the Constitution. So we are looking for reasons to issue these executive orders. You can say that you go and camp at Arambe House or camp at State House, but you say, no. Under the circumstances, call it a state of emergency of sorts. Issue an executive order. So that I legally, and for me to do that, I need 2/3 of parliament. It can then explain to you the appetite for buying the MPs. Now, what I don't understand is whether the MPs being bought are aware of this. The MPs being bought are aware of this. You saw what was happening around the Matiangi case. The DCI comes forward to say that they do not know who these people are. Yet, they are part of the people, the skeleton security given to the Matiangis, the Babas, the Uhurus. They are policemen. Whatever was going on there, police are in charge of security. Matiangi should be asking them, who are these people who have come to arrest me? The fact that the DCI want to say they do not know them, who should know them? Knowing who was surrounding Matiangi's residence is their work. It's their work. They can't flip the coin to say that Matiangi should tell us who was surrounding there. No. It is not right. And you see, when they realize that maybe they touched the wrong button, they quickly withdraw and start disowning everything. They quickly withdraw and start disowning everything.
So, unknown scripts, can you tell me what exactly happened? What was the intention of arresting Matiangi from your own point of view?
It was to trigger in circumstances which will lead us to issuing executive order number 2.
What is that? Can you tell Kenyans what's executive order number 2?
It can be something bordering on a state of emergency in the country, declaring.
So how was that going to trigger circumstances that people were going to riot on the streets?
You see, that is what they have been looking for. You see, for example, just to say a little, you see, these arrests, like for the fellows who were arrested. Somebody somewhere was hoping those Bungala wananchi diehards who are saying that shika so and so, block so and so, na tutakutana na wewe, isn't it? Now, that is what the other side has been waiting for. They were hoping that they will take the fellow to the police station, then their supporters would flock there and start demanding their release.
And throw stones.
Exactly.
And then ban property, and then they would say that, you see, we have been telling you that Baba is a violent man, and his followers.
Exactly that. Exactly
because
that.
they began by harassing this Korogosho MCA, and I think that one did not bear fruit.
You see, the whole idea is provoke these people to an extent. In fact, personally, I was a bit worried when I saw Baba go to round the Matiangi place, because chances are that Kenyans who cannot take it anymore could start marching to State House right away.
And you know, Kenyans yesterday, if you saw people who are talking here, they were so aggravated.
That is what they were after. So that the incitement would lead to such a situation whereby the issuing of this executive order, especially for a state of emergency, you need at least two-thirds.
Okay, let me read something.
Of parliament.
For him, you know, Ruto, I think is just how I was looking for something that what is his name? Nico Diambo. He calls himself what here? I don't know. Mzalendo has been arguing here, and about he's been talking about the Hague cases. Now, these people were charged of deportation. Mzalendo, I can see you are here. Nico Diambo. You people who don't know Mzalendo, who Mzalendo is, his name is Nico Diambo. He's on the chat. Possible deportation, inhumane acts, murder, persecution, rape. Now, and the people who are accused, okay, Lala was right. I think the police commissioner was Mohammed Ali. The charges were not confirmed. Uhuru Kenyatta, the charges were withdrawn. Henry Kosgei, the charges were withdrawn. Francis Mudaura, the charges were withdrawn. Now, Walter Barasa is a fugitive. Paul Gishero was a fugitive until he surrendered himself. Phil Bett is a fugitive. Then William Ruto. Somebody define this for me, Germanian and non-script. William Ruto and Joshua Sang, charges vacated. VACATED. What does that mean? That the charges are still there.
What I know, I don't know exactly what that, but what I know what happened is that the witnesses were interfered with to an extent whereby you do not have current evidence to sustain the case. But you see, the criminal issue still remains. And
yes, I'm looking at the definition. The case still remains is because the evidence is not adding up. So there are two people who may be charged again, Mzalendo, wherever you are, Nico Diambo. One of the people that may be charged in The Hague is William Ruto and Joshua Sang. So now I'm going to what Kuseo is, a non-script is saying. If he's trying to incite people to violence, it can be seen now, okay?
Well, you know, evidence must be proved. Well, what I'm trying to tell you, this is just a script which these people are having. And thanks God, I was bringing in the issue of the fellows who have been arrested. These fellows thought that their supporters are so charged to an extent whereby they would go and start demanding their release at the police station there. Once you start doing that, the police is going to respond. These fellows, since they are more, the chances are that they would even overpower the police. Or the police can even be told to run away. So that these fellows have an opportunity to issue this executive order that you hear me talking about. And once they do that, the effect of this executive order is to suspend certain sections of the Constitution. For example, you are whatever for picketing would already be a suspended thing. Would already be a suspended thing. So it will now the security forces will be dealing with the demonstrators, the supporters, illegal. Whatever you're saying would not be legal. They'll be dealing with it legally. And remember, he has already had enough support of members of parliament to support this. That's why I was saying that he is having the long end of the stick on every step. You see?
Okay, so okay, before you go, let me hear. Jeremani, you want to say something that unknown script goes on next, Jeremani?
Yes, Julie, I had two things. One is regarding what unknown script said. I had a contrary speculation. and this is with regard to Matiangi. My speculation is this, that there could be one force in government that wanted to teach Matiangi a lesson out of impulsiveness and said, we are now in power, send policemen to go and get this man, grab him, throw him in, let him spend the night in the cells. In any case, we are approaching the weekend, so there will be no harm him spending the weekend there. He needs to be shown who is boss. As I said, that's my speculation. Then the more rational side came up and said, hold on, why are you sending people over there at this point when things are still hot? We may actually give people the reason or excuse to forge forward with the revolution they want. So let us be rational, let us have cool minds and cool heads. Let us slow down. Let us not make this a bigger issue than it ought to be. Why am I saying this? When the CS Kindiki Kithure then comes forward and says, anyone with information about the raid to report to the nearest police station, what is he saying? Because he's the one who is supposed to come and report back to Kenyans and say, this is what happened on that night. And we have established that so-and-so went there. And the reason they went there was on the strength of the following reasons. We called it off, or whoever it is called it off, and we are now back to status quo. But then again, the question arises, if the CS himself is coming to make that statement, where is the Inspector General? Because this is a statement that I would have expected him to personally come and make before Kenyans, in the spirit of accountability, that I am an independent institution. The following happened. It is under my watch that it happened. And here I am. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. Now, in the absence of answers to that question, then the speculation, as I said, on my side, is that there are two opposing forces. One in government that says, let us teach this man a lesson, and the other opposing force saying, let us have rational minds, let us approach this matter very soberly. Let us not give cause for an uprising that we will not be able to contain. That is as far as my speculation goes. Now I come back to Julia. You asked the question, what is decision to vacate charges? So I'm right now looking at the statement issued by the International Criminal Court on April 6th, 2016. And it is titled, Statement of the Prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, Fatou Bensouda, regarding trial chamber's decision to vacate charges against MCAs William Samoei Ruto, and Joshua Arap Sang without prejudice to their prosecution in the future. Now I want to skip the initial first paragraph and move to the second paragraph. The chamber declined to acquit the accused due to the special circumstances of this case. In so doing, the chamber endorsed the prosecution's position that this case has been severely undermined by witness interference and politicization of the judicial process. The decision further noted that other evidence may have been available to the prosecution, and they quote directly, had it been able to prosecute the case in a different climate, less hostile to the prosecution, its witnesses, and the court in general. I want to read the next paragraph. The chamber made it clear that the decision is without prejudice to the presumption of innocence or the prosecution bringing the case on the basis of the same charges in the future or in a form in light of new evidence. This is on the ICC website. I don't know if that answers your question, Julia.
Yes, that answers my question. Now I understand. So my conclusion is that these cases can be revived. The case against President Ruto and Joshua Rapsang can be revived if evidence is found and new witnesses, people decide to be witnesses in that case. Now, why I was going there, now I'm going to your argument.
Just to add
if I
on
may
that,
add,
Julie,
Yes.
Jaramani, just to add on that, you remember the Gicheru case? If you are all following, you know where it was heading, and why people are saying that very suspicious about his death. That basically was going to reopen that case. You can imagine if there were seven. They were saying there were 700 mentioned cases regarding the disappearances and the deaths of the witnesses. So, and I do not know now that Gicheru is dead. I do not know now which day.
I just wanted to add one more thing to what Julia was saying. Yeah, just one more thing to what you said. And I'm quoting here directly from the ICC website, that the decision further noted that other evidence may have been available to the prosecution had it been able to prosecute the case in a different climate, less hostile to the prosecution, its witnesses, and the court in general.
Okay, now I want to go back to an old script. So you people, the two of you, have not taken the bloggers' arguments. They have been going around that Matiang's harassment and arrest to be was all about Magoha's funeral. You've deviated from that, and now, okay, Jeremani, now you are saying that okay, you didn't. I can't remember what you said was the first intention to arrest Matiang, but the second reasoning you said that, which I am almost after the reaction. You see, people go surround Matiang's house, and the reaction, you see 200 lawyers, and then you see Baba there. So if you are planning to harm Matiang, you might harm Baba. So if you harm these two people, then you just lighting fire in the whole country. That's what you are doing. So if this person, remember, he has a case in the Hague. Naijaenda, unajua, once bitten twice shy. Hata kama wewe ni president, nyinyi mliona Bashir akijificha. You remember the story of Bashir hiding, playing hide and seek, the international community. And at one time, I think Kenya hid him somewhere. Imagine you are the president of a country and you have to be hidden by another country because you're about to be arrested. So this is a person called Zakayo. Amepitia hayo. Na hiyo, nyinyi mnakumbuka hizo case hata Uhuru haikuwa kuchekwa, even for, there was no love even for Uhuru there. There were no jokes. So now I'm going to Jeremani's argument. So they want to harass and intimidate Matiang for whatever reason. I don't know how Magoha. Okay, the issue of Mahoga's funeral, I don't think it is real. If it is real, then I would really underrate this Kenya Kwanza government. Now, I want to think about other things. This was my reason of Matiang's harassment. Seemingly, Matiang is still pulling strings. You know, you cannot just wish him away. Na kuna maneno Kenya Kwanza wanajua where Matiang can pull strings here and there. He can still pull strings. Nyi mnajua wale walimu wamekuwa transferred kwa shule ama wamekuwa demoted. What happens? Most of the time they leave the school burning. Most of the time the kids go on strike and they burn down the schools. So there were days, those days when the child could be transferred and could be escorted to the school gate and could not be allowed to come back. Because if that teacher ever came back, the likely thinks the kids will go on rampage or something. So maybe Matiang is still pulling strings here and there. And now the Kenya Kwanza government must try and humiliate him from left and right now. So plan to humiliate him. But where I want to disagree with you, Jeremani, there is only one master planner in this government. There is only one police commissioner. There is only one cabinet secretary. There's only one deputy president. There's only one cabinet secretary for interior security, for defense, for finance, for roads, for industry, for agriculture, and his name is William Samoei Ruto. And he's the police commissioner, he's everything. He's even the judge. So he pulled the strings last night and the plan was set. Then goja kwanza, akaangalia akaona, I don't know where this will end. Now I want to agree with Jeremiah. I don't know where this will end. Unajua unaweza fanya kitu uchomewe. You can imagine a situation where there is chaos in Nairobi and the president cannot even step in the Nairobi. One thing I want to tell you, the police will not behave the way they behave in the days of Moi. Let me tell you, that is a fact. Even in the days of Uhuru, hata Uhuru hawakwenda sana. After the days of Baby Pendo, that was outrageous. And that policeman should be arrested wherever he is. Whoever shot that baby. Because tumetoka mbali. Saizi, ati mtu kwenda na bunduki and aim at Kenyans. I'm telling you, nobody will do that. And even Kome will think that these things are all fresh in our minds. See, I'm not very old. Jeremiah is not very old. Duke, sijui kama najua maneno, he may be younger, lakini no scripts we can still recall the Hague process. And Kome, I think, is older than me. He can recall very well. Yes, the police commissioner was Itere, na hata Itere alipelekwa mbio, mnakumbuka? Alipelekwa. He was on the, alipelekwa. Nobody was peaceful that time. So one thing I'm very sure, that Kome will think very hard before sending armed policemen against the people of Kenya. So the least he can do is GSU, na wale warungu na tiangas. Na ile tiangas ya Kibaki, na ile maji baridi tulikuwa tunaona ya Kibaki. Na ile tulikuwa tunaona maji baridi, we saw horses, Kibaki did all sorts of things, we saw them. That is a match they can do. Now, supposedly, maybe Ruto thought twice he had a nightmare. And he woke up and he found he had been chased from Nairobi. Because let me say this, if Baba decides to call 1 million people, just 1 million, now I'm here to Kutane Harambee House. First, you will not touch Baba. Ata ufanye nini, you will not touch him. There are people who are not touchable here. Hawezi kuzwa. You will not do anything. So what will the police do? How many policemen do we have in Kenya? Think about it. If you're a policeman in Kenya, what will you do? Run for your dear life. You'll say you reported to duty and non scripts and the pressure was too much. So that is what will happen. So I think the person who I'm saying is a president, is a deputy president, is a police commissioner, is a cabinet secretary for interior secretary. He's only one person. He woke up, he had a nightmare, and he decided to change this thing. So that's where you saw come out saying. But the others, then no scripts is saying that he's planning to stage a stage of emergency. Who cares? That state of emergency and no scripts is what will send Kenyans to the streets. That will what tell them, now wake up and go to the streets proper. That is what will tell them. But then this one, my honest take is, this one was going to disorganize Baba, because I think Baba is having a well choreographed plan. Meet the people. Tell them exactly what we are doing. And he's also trying to follow the law. That we did 1, 2, 3, 4, according to the Constitution of Kenya. And this is what we are doing next. That is what Baba, he's not, if you tell people, Bunge wananchi, let's go march to State House, the likely thing they may fail because you didn't organize them. You didn't, but now this one calls for, the last thing that Baba may do, if need be, will call for now mobilizing Kenyans, telling them, hata kama ni mabasi muingie, kama ni kutembea mutembee na ng'ombe zenyu kutoka Masailand, Wakamba mutembee kutoka Mkambani, wengine mutembee kutoka Kiambu. Let us meet at he has to be organized. We cannot just wake up one day that Matiangi was arrested, let us march. And that is what now no scripts you may say. And Jeremiah, that was the first plan, that Kenyans will storm into the streets and throw stones and do all that bra. but that didn't work. So apparently it failed. Okay, no scripts utamalizia, tumekukata mara mingi, endelea, then we can invite Duke Omariba.
Yeah, how are you, Duke? Basically, what I wanted to say is that all those things Jeremiah has said, the script is multi. It's a multi-script. It's a multi-script. What you are saying are all on the card. What you need to understand, Magoa issue is there. There is already a very big tug of war on the Magoa funeral. You remember they tried to upstage all the first group by, you remember Gachagua coming up to declare, almost ordering that nobody should bother about food. That nobody should nobody should bother about food. Him and Ruto are going to take care, and they will make sure that everybody who turns up there will have enough to eat. Now, the other thing is,
did Gachagua say that they're giving them food to make sure they have enough to eat?
Oh my goodness! They took over the food, the chairs, and you see, the Uhuru side had come up with Tuju and Matiangi to work hand in hand with the family to ensure that Magoa gets a befitting send-off. Now, the following 2 days, Gachagua came forward to declare what the government is going to do. And he did not just stop. He gave the specifics of what they will be doing. And that is where he was mentioning about food and the what have you, and other procurements. I think even the seats and the chairs and what have you. They have said what they will be doing. So in other words, they do not expect the other group to be bothered with what else they are going to bring on board. But then you do realize, like me, and personally, I also didn't know that Magoa and Tuju are related. I did not know that. So that has put Matiangi and Tuju squarely. They were going to be the masters of ceremonies here. And because the KK side have no way of pushing that arrangement out, that is why the president would not be attending.
So the fact that the president is not attending drove him nuts. Mpaka he had to harass Matiangi at night.
No, because some people can get so candid in that forum and tell him on his face what they feel like. You know, we have freedom of everything. What would he do? I already heard some people saying that the president can come, but he cannot come to address people from his car rooftop.
So he will not come as the president. He will come as a Mona.
No. I'm told he has made up his mind he's not going to attend.
What about Gachagua? Is Gachagua attending the funeral?
I do not think so. Because of the rhetoric which has been coming out. One of them was, you are trying to dictate to the president if he is coming what he must not do. And I think to avoid unnecessary confrontation, even if you are the one, I think you just opt out. So to that extent, everything has been left in the hands of Matiangi and Tuju. And just to add on what Jeremiah was trying to say, there was also another school of thought that they were hoping that Matiangi will remain buried in Karen to an extent whereby, fearing to be arrested, he was not going to go to the funeral. He's a big participant in that funeral. So to teach them a lesson, like the way Jeremiah was saying, they were hoping that Matiangi would not. But I think with this what do you call it? This bail. They call it what bail? They call it anticipatory bail.
Anticipatory bail, yeah.
Now Matiangi would be able to go and attend that.
And now they cannot arrest him at night.
They cannot arrest him at night. But the other reason also I agree with Jeremiah is that maybe nobody expected that Baba would appear there. the moment Baba appeared there, they realized this thing could take a different route, which they had not.
And I was told there was a team of 200 lawyers.
Yeah, but the thing could take a different route, which they had not anticipated.
But why then Kenya Kwanza is saying they didn't know what was happening?
But they are beating a retreat. For me, they are quickly beating a retreat. They realize that things are not going the way they had planned. So even if you are the ones, you think of how else do you get off this? And that's why I started by saying that, strictly speaking, it is the DCI and the Inspector General who should be telling Matiangi who was surrounding his home. Isn't it? They should have a record of all the people who visited Matiangi that night there.
And they should actually investigate and arrest some people because they are CCTV cameras.
They have everything they need.
And then why is Kenya Kwanza telling people to go and report? If you hear there was suspected crime around a person and that person is of significance, you go and do investigations. And if you can, because there are cameras there, you arrest the people who came to do that. If they were not
that's part of the crisis management now. You see, you are strategized things to go this route. You realize they are not going that route. So you come up, you clutch on, you clip on anything which can save you. To dilute and to do the crisis management. Then secondly, you know, there is another something which Nyeramani left out, the Uhuru factor. You know, the reasons why the Matiangi is purportedly to be shown taught a lesson is Uhuru. Some people are even trying to say that, in fact, I remember those demonstrators in Kisii, they were saying that why don't they just go straight for Uhuru instead of harassing their son? You remember? There were some demonstrations in Kisii. They said that they do not want their son to be punished or harassed for sins committed by Uhuru. Uhuru is there. Why can't they go for him? Why can't they go for him? Well, there are very many other narratives which maybe we don't need to share here. As to the whole
what
thing.
are those other narratives you don't want to share with us?
Anyway, all of them, as far as the grapevine is saying, is they are trying out to legally institute what they call Executive Order Number 2.
How will that help Kenya Kwanza? Will that make the government more unstable? Because who knows? Let me ask
because you see what the Azimio team is doing, and remember now it is not Azimio, it is MDDD. I don't know whether you understand why the difference is important. Because if you leave it as Azimio, then you give KK a voice. In other words, it's like they are answering Azimio. Remember, this thing is Kenya. It is not Azimio. It is Kenya. And that is why it is important to have a movement and not a party. We don't want a situation whereby if ever we want to take you to Hague, isn't it? Then you start looking for this party. No. Go for the movement. And the movement is owned by Kenyans, isn't it?
So if he declares a state of emergency, how many Kenyans understand what is a state of emergency?
Number one.
I have to look at it and read what it is.
Number one, you see right now these fellows are picketing because that is part of the Constitution. With a state of emergency, certain sections of the Constitution are suspended. So you not be saying that you are expressing you are anything. No. And that is why you need what? You need once it is passed by Parliament, he has now the free hands to deal with you what by all practical purposes is legally. You see right now, if you start going to stop them, to block them, if they start to go to Parliament, which is a public place, they start to go to State House, which is a public place, you'll be told that they're exercising their right, isn't it?
Yes.
But under the state of emergency rules, those things are suspended.
So do you think that will stop Kenyans from doing that if they want to?
No, not even just that, but it will justify them to go chasing people all over the place, arresting them.
Okay, if people decide to be okay, I will stop here that we call Duke. If people decide to be like 1 million in Nairobi, state of emergency or no state of emergency, whom are you going to arrest in particular?
No, I'm not saying that you are going to arrest. All I'm saying is
Mm-hmm.
you cannot claim now that you are exercising your constitutional right. It was suspended through the executive order. You see why we are fearing this terrorist attack thing. It can be used to cause chaos in the marches, Kenyans marching revolutions. Then what will they say? We already forewarned you. The thing is not safe. We are not sure of exactly who has caused the trouble, isn't it? And assuming now in the process, even the Azimio leaders get hurt, they would be told, no, because of security reasons, there are issues of terrorist attacks, there are dangers, please do not do X, Y, Z. Now, if you find, for example, if you take the Sonko script, whereby they were buying T-shirts for their own supporters to wear, then go and cause chaos and blame it on ODM, you remember? They can actually, under the way things are, go and buy the uniform. You see the MDDD uniform. They can go and buy it and for their supporters. Then they go marching to State House and start stoning cars there. Even start stoning State House. Now that the executive order will then be issued, then it will allow the forces to respond with the force.
Okay, the forces responding, I think
with the force.
That one is to combat. Lakini I mean, wacha tupatie Duke nafasi amekaa, then we'll go on with that debate. Duke, karibu.
Yes, good morning, good evening. I would disagree with the conspiracy theories of scripts because they are not strongly convincing me. But the two sides of the story, or the two options which say that there was government officials or officers who were trying to arrest Matiangi, the two sides is whether that was true or whether that was false. So I can argue only from those two perspectives. And indeed, if it was true that individuals attempted to arrest him, then another question arises. Did they come from independent and mandated institutions? Or did they come from the president? So if it's from the president, then that is the misuse of power, because we have independent mandated institutions to prosecute individuals. So that is it. Number two, if it's from the independent institutions, it should be carried in a proper way, because I always complain that this situation or action of whereby you find that the mandated institutions, they arrest somebody on Friday and on Monday is out, that is something, everything ends like that. So that's like stupidity, because issues must be addressed to a conclusion. For example, if somebody's involved in corruption, the resources are recovered, and that assists a country. So the institutions should not just try to appear that they are functioning or they are doing something. They should do something accurately to the conclusion and openly during the day. But also we can comment about politics of that. Maybe it can also be politics, because one of the conspiracy theory which I confront is that maybe because when Matiangi went to Magwa's fund something, and he made a statement, and maybe the current government did not want individuals in the past who were maybe involved in trying to work hard to ensure that Ruto is not becoming president, also to start getting involved in actually criticizing or making statements which are irritating. Maybe that may be one of trying to carry him, something of that kind. Also, it may be politics to send a message to Asmio that there is a red line, or maybe if you continue doing something, because there has been a talk that people will protest or march into the state house, something of that kind. So it's like trying to send a message that nobody is powerful. If there must be limits to. They are reminding them that there is a government and you have to have limits in whatever what you are saying. But still, I doubt the reality of that story, because actually, I know Matiangi is assigned like 2 to 3 security officers of the government. I think that the first individual who should be called out to give a statement about the situation, because it's not accurate. We don't understand properly. Did those people come and request the door to the gate to be opened, or did they start to break the door, something of that kind? So we still don't have accurate information of what transpired. And also, I think even the reporting has that been reported to maybe the police station, something of that kind, or how it was reported, or there is evidence of that, because I know that area is like the security is intensified actually throughout the entire area. There are a lot of CCTV cameras, so that if they can come up with one evidence of that, then we can know that the situation was, we can actually make conclusive conclusion from what actually, or establish the reality of what was going on. So that's what I can say. Then on the case of Felix Odwor, what I can say is this: you see, we need to. There is what we call when you find that people are trying to force some individuals to have a given stand or to have a given opinion, it's wrong, because I'm told that when he was interviewed, Spice FM, what he said is that the first time when Ruto was launching the housing program in his constituency, he asked permission from Raila Odinga to go there. And Raila Odinga said that if indeed you are going for the development issues or something of that kind, you are free to go anytime. You don't have to ask permission for that. So he went on that ground and actually said that he politically expressed himself, because he was saying that if he would not be there, and that is a mega project within his constituency, then maybe opponents may come up to attack him or to take political advantage, and that's what he was trying to say. But the problem which I can see on the Azimio side is that how to solve differences. There is no an organized way of solving or harmonizing people with different perspectives or different opinions. You know, in politics, if you try to force people to buy one side, it will be difficult, because some people who are maybe very opinionated may actually move away. So I think that, and I'm told that around the 2 members of Azimio are against the so-called demonstrations. So it means if they are going to be forced, that they must accept that. Then what does that say? It means maybe they are being compelled to move out. And if they move out, that means there is a political weakness on the Azimio side. Then how is the Azimio coalition government? For example, how is the course of action taken? Because does the the secretariat, all the readers come and consult members of parliament, something of that kind, or senators or governors on what to, or it's actually a small group of people who decides that now we are going to do ABCD and that becomes final. So I think those are the issues which must be addressed. So that's what I can say for now.
Due question. So what did Matiangi say? I can't remember. What did she say that annoyed KK so much? Okay, I can't remember. I'm not just asking.
What he said, when they went to Magoa's home with the former president, he said that let nobody cheat you that they are the one who have implemented or who are implementing the CPC. It's Magoa who worked hard to make it function. That's the statement which Matiangi made.
So is that what is annoying KKA so much? I mean, does it warrant his harassment, according to you?
You know, we are not sure, because that's why I said one of the conspiracy theory, which I confront, and I'm not sure about. I was trying to argue politically. All I was trying to reason what may be the reason, if it's true that the government sent some officers to arrest him. So I was trying to figure to add conspiracy theories on top of what script said.
Okay, so ni kama sahii serikali naona Matiang'i ako na madharau sana. Okay, I'm trying to think in terms of if Ruto ni kama wanaona kama ako na madharau sana. Okay, another question, Duke. Do you think these MPs can prevent the riders followers from going to the streets? Let's say, Duke, let's say even all these MPs wote wa Jubilee na wote wa ODM waende waseme ni wa Kenya Kwanza. Can they prevent the protesters from going to the streets?
You see, we have what we call mandated institutions as per the constitution. So actually, the government uses the institutions, whether you agree with them or you are against that. I'm very sure that the proceedings of parliament, the policies of the executive, and the decisions of the judiciary are the ones which are going to be obeyed within this country. So if you have a situation whereby you are weak in parliament and you are weak in the executive and you are weak everywhere, then it means that you can actually not contribute as per the constitution. Maybe if you are trying to come up with a bill in parliament or specific changes which requires a given number of members of parliament, it's very difficult for you to attain that. And also, those members of parliament, they are strong for it. It's not that they are just like one citizens. Maybe we may disagree on the number, but they have some influence. Maybe you are talking about the former governor of, is it Migori or what? Obado or what? So those people have some strong following. It's maybe not as compared to what Raila has, but it's because those smaller supports what weakens the coalitions. And most people are arguing that another mistake which Raila made before the 2013 election is that it was unable to solve issues with William Ruto, because there was actually a small disagreement in his ministry. Maybe there was something. So if you know how to manage that, that's something you can maybe meet and talk about that. And people agree that if 2013 William Ruto was supporting Raila Odinga, he will win. He was maybe to win something of that kind. And the people are arguing the same with Musalia Mudavadi, with Wetangula in 2017. So that's in the period of trying to solving small issues. You end up ignoring that these people don't have support, something of that kind. But at the end, you will see that impact. For example, Wetangula, look at what Wetangula was able to bring to William Ruto's side. So I think everybody must be respected, and there is no support which is too small. it adds up to and becomes the substantial. That's what I can say.
Okay, yeah, Duke, I agree with you that if Raila is going to go to Parliament to discuss these things, then I think he'll not have any support. But I don't think Baba and his supporters care about Parliament any longer. I don't think they care. In fact, I don't think they're going to give Parliament any, even the judiciary, any importance. However, kuna watu walikuwa wameinua mkono, naona Stone PK ameingia. I go to who? Unknown scripts. Then was Jeremiah, was your hand up? Okay, unknown scripts. Then we can go to Stone.
You see, what Duke is saying is true, but Duke should remember what you have just said. How much weight does Azimio put to who is supporting who or what have you? You do realize that in a way, Baba is basically now interested in the supporters of the party going forward, not the MPs as such. But you have to remember that when Ruto visited Kebra the other day, when he was talking about starting the building of the affordable houses, it was way back. I think Baba did actually try quite a lot to explain the circumstances. Why, number one, this Jalango fellow cannot be excused. One thing you need to know is that when Ruto went for the affordable housing in Kibra, that meeting, the whistleblowing dossier was not there. And Baba had not stated that he has not recognized the current president. The idea that Ruto actually lost the elections was not as clear as it is today. So then, remember, this Jalango fellow is the one Baba voted for. Number one, is the Baba voted for. And if you are conversant with the politics of Kibera and Langata, they say Kibera is the bedroom, Langata is the sitting room. Baba voted in the sitting room. In other words, he actually voted for Jalango. And during this meeting that they had, the parliamentary group meeting, he did state that when they came out and to say that they are rejecting the legitimacy for the current president, it was the Azimio coalition party. And that is why he was saying that the party position is that Ruto is not the recognized president as far as things are now. So what Duke is saying that Jalango had asked permission from Baba and Baba had agreed, that was before they declared that Ruto is not the legitimate president. So we need to remember that. Then there is the issue about this parliament thing. You do realize that Ruto is trying to have parliament stamp whatever actions he's preparing to deal with. He's preparing to deal with the impending revolution through the existing institutions, parliament being one of them. That's why you see then, I'm told that the Mount Kenya MPs were paid almost, they spent more than 3 times what they spent on the Nyanza MPs. They spent for the Mount Kenya MPs, they were spending 3 times. You can imagine.
Yani Nyanza MPs are so cheap.
No.
Duke, is that true?
Well, maybe. But then the thing is that they want the 2/3 to pass everything they are going to take to parliament. And there are very many things being taken to parliament, which they want passed. Remember, the issue of the Asla fund is yet to be ratified there. The issue of the official opposition is yet to be ratified there. There is this budget estimates is yet to be passed there. All these issues, all the impending changes, they even want to change the constitution. They need the 2/3, and that explains why the buying of the MPs. And I'm told that we are yet to see it is still going on. Now, what I don't understand is Kenyan MPs have fallen so low that just by the dangling of money, the same way I was trying to regret why our bishops have become so cheap. You see, they are all now materialistic. The bishops have forgotten their spiritual duty. They have all gone and I was wondering whether we are all helpless. Guru, I can see Guru here. Maybe you'll say something. We are all helpless about these bishops. Maybe it is also time we start a revolution in the church, so that the bishops who are mistaking us along into a ditch, we name them. We name them and tell them why we don't agree with the way they are doing things. Let me give somebody else a chance. Thank you. Jeremani, is it?
Yes, Jeremani. So unasikia Jeremani, umetoka mkoa wa Nyanza. Sasa nyinyi mnanunua na pesa ngapi? Mimi sijui wale watu wetu. Kama Jalango alipewa Nguru umepewa kitu. Kama Jalango alipewa 50 million. So the Mount Kenya MPs were getting 150 million. Nguru, hata wewe ungelikuwa MP, ungelikuwa tajiri leo. 150 million. Yes, Jeremani.
Mine was on the state of emergency, and I wanted to read just a few articles on the state of emergency. This is the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So it says the state of emergency can be declared only under Article 132(4)(d), only when the state is threatened by war, invasion, general insurrection, disorder, natural disaster, or other public emergency. And the declaration is necessary to meet the circumstances for which the emergency is declared. So that is 58 clause 1. And I will skip to clause 5, which says the Supreme Court may decide the validity of a declaration of a state of emergency. The Supreme Court may decide the validity of any extension, and the extension here comes from this caveat in 58 clause 3 that the national I skipped. This comes from clause 58 from the Constitution 58(2), which says the declaration of emergency and any legislation enacted or other action taken in consequence of the declaration shall be effective only prospectively and for not longer than 14 days. So the caveat is that it can only be extended for not longer than 2 months at a time. What am I trying to say here? That yes, the state of emergency law is there, and here adding a little bit more information to what no script shared. Supreme Court, the validity of a state of emergency can be challenged. It's not an open check as was in the colonial times, because it was in the colonial times that the state of emergency was deployed at the will of the governor. Now, in the current era, if you decide to use the state of emergency, it can work double-sided. Did you declare it validly? And for which case can be brought the Supreme Court? Of course, at this point, the question is the Supreme Court working arm in arm with the executive? So a favorable ruling may be issued.
Did they say where it can be challenged, Jeremani? Did you say why it can be challenged?
The validity of the emergency can be challenged
Well,
in the Supreme Court.
so the Supreme Court must be on your side for them to listen to you, isn't it?
That is the thing. So that is as far as the Supreme Court goes. But I wanted to make a comment on what Duke shared. Duke talked about the differences between Raila and William Ruto. History records that as far back as 2004 thereabout, William Ruto was facing a court case in which land was sold in Ngong to the Kenya Pipeline Company for 272 million shillings. The case had been dragging on for some time in the courts, and when the 2010 constitution was promulgated, one of the things that was in the constitution was that state officers facing court processes should resign until they are cleared. So at the time, the Prime Minister was Raila Odinga, and he invoked that clause and said, I have the following people in my side who are facing court process. And with the new constitution in place, it is my submission that they step aside until they are cleared by court. And that was the genesis, latest genesis, or the historical genesis of the departure between the two of them. Of course, we also remember there were embers simmering regarding the ICC, but the one that got Raila to take action against Ruto at the time was the 272 million shilling Ngong land case sold to the Kenya Pipeline Company. That was a key departure. Go and face the criminal, or not criminal, but the court process. When you're cleared, we will look at you. And he was reinstated by Kibaki, and of course, the differences lingered. That was the bit of information that I just wanted to share. Thank you.
So their problems go far and wide. Stone PK. Stone, did you just disappear on us after reappearing? Stone PK, are you there? Ama tukaribishe Nguru. Duke, do you want to rebut so that we welcome? Okay, Duke want to say something before I welcome Nguru.
Yes, what you remember, I'm not talking about the facts of the underwritings. I'm talking about politics. For example, I asked you, why did the Pentagon disintegrate? All of you know how Pentagon was very strong. It's because of minor issues which can be addressed maybe by people having a small conference, something of that kind. But because of maybe it was the strategy of the opponents or those who are opposed to Raila to do away with the Pentagon, and they succeeded doing that. So in politics, sometimes you have to scrutinize political consequences, because if maybe you are pursuing a cause and the only way you can bring change is to become the president first, then even if some people who are dirty in that case can assist you in a way, you don't do away with them. So that's why they say in politics you work with the circumstances on the ground. Because maybe if Ruto was corrupt, he does not want somebody who's corrupt, but he went away. But because he just somebody who's corrupt, it means he cannot become the president. That means you cannot change the status quo. So what's the right way forward? try to persevere with that passion, then you become the president, then you bring the changes which you want, or you do away with that person, and then your political career is curtailed like that. So that's what I was trying to say. About the emergency, something of that. Yes, that one can be done because, and I'm very sure, maybe if people try to demonstrate into State House the way most ASMIO members are trying to do what to propose, indeed the president can do that. Or if there is a nationwide demonstrations whereby people are dying, properties being destroyed, and that's why in 2007 the government failed to bring the state of emergency. Maybe many people and property were not to die like that, but not. So I think it can come in. So that's what I can respond on that.
Okay, asante Duke. Maybe there Germany and no scripts. You come back to that. Guru, karibu. Guru, can you wake up? Good morning. Kuna watu wanasema hapa umekula mayai mingi na ndoma. Arurut atumeshiba sana. It is Brian Richard is claiming that Guru has eaten too much breakfast. So
arrowroots.
Yes, tunazita ndoma kwa Kikuyu. Sasa Guru, good morning. Good to see you. Bado hatujalala.
Morning to you. Let me first say those are blessings that, when you have enough to eat, it means you are blessed, especially in a country where many are sleeping hungry.
So you
and
are
this
not missing unga.
This is not a joke. I think also Kenyans will have to adjust to other foodstuffs and stop this obsession of unga. That's the only way to solve the problem we have. Why is it that Sony Kenya with such obsession? You don't find it in Uganda, you don't find it in Tanzania. Yet our climates also accommodate many other foodstuffs. But we have been colonized in a way. Our minds only think of food as unga. Anyway, those are the peculiar behaviors of Kenyans. I understand we have our own peculiar behaviors that are not consistent with others across the world. We are Kenyans. And it is precisely because of that today you hear an MP saying he wants to go to State House because of development. Yet the constitution that we have is very clear on how you get development to your area. It is more of a parliamentary process than the benevolence of the president. Therefore, I think our politicians have this tendency to take us back where we are coming from. The 2010 Constitution was meant to remove this perception that you can only get development when you go close to the presidency. Today, there is that is a perception that is trying to perpetuate even up to today, that those regions that may have voted for a party that did not contribute to the presidency have no right to development, or they made a mistake. They made a mistake that will cost them development funds. It's a very serious perception, because this precisely because of this perception that you find our elections have become a do or die affair. Because when you put communities or people under siege that they can only get good things from the government if they are at the center of the executive, then what you are doing is to court violence. That is why today most Kenyans cannot believe that you can get fair hearing or even fair treatment from somebody of another community. I think the likes of George Mangoha are very unique, but he has also pronounced himself numerous times that the position he held had nothing to do with his community. And in fact, he said that he had enough through his professional life to the extent that he would not waste his time competing for tenders in his ministry, because that is where the other problem is. So he was a unique leader who saw Kenya as an entity and Kenyans as equal and needed equal treatment across the country. That is why he would today be in Meru, tomorrow he is in Bomet, the other day he is in Kibera, in Nairobi, and the other day he is in Mombasa. When we don't have leaders of the George Mangoha type, then the country is in trouble. Today, MPs are being called to State House, apparently because of development projects. Then you ask yourself, is the president going to meet 290 MPs from across the political parties so that their constituencies can get development funds? These perceptions that the MPs are trying to put and perpetuate in our country are not healthy at all. It is a way of killing the parliament. The parliament has ceased to become the watchdog of the common people, simply because the MPs themselves are guilty of intruding into the mandate of the executive. Even after the courts passed or made a judgment that CDF was an illegal, fund. It is an illegality. The executive in cahoot with the MPs have gone ahead and implemented it as it were. So when you have a country of that nature, then there's a problem. Today, if your constituents don't see you visiting State House, they think they are quite disadvantaged in the sense that they will not get development funds. I understand now it is gone even to defining communities. You heard yesterday Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka saying the State House had invited MPs from Makueni. Why Makueni? In total exclusion of Machakos and Kitui. It's just a way of playing with the minds of the people. This kind of politics was last witnessed in the 1980s and 90s through Daniel Toroitich arap Moi, where you go and define communities, you divide people, you kind of portray a picture where those who don't support the ruling party are seen as people who are against the development of their people. And then you have a very convoluted political environment. You saw what happened to Jarango. Jarango wants to eat from both sides of his mouth. He says that he was called to State House, and that even if he was called today and Raila told him not to go, he would still go. And then he still says he loves Baba and he is loyal to the political party that sponsored him to parliament, I think that is taking politics as comedy. It doesn't work like that. And in any case, there's maybe no problem by visiting the president, but why would you hide this from your party leader, that he comes to learn about it when you are in State House? I am happy that the political parties that form Azimio are taking a firm stand that if you go to State House, you should be prepared to go home, that disciplinary action will be taken. It is good that Azimio is left with only those people who believe in its ideologies. It doesn't matter whether the MPs will be left very few, but committed ones. In fact, if you look at the history of this country, multipartyism was started, the agitation for multipartyism was started by a handful of people. The others came to catch up later on when they saw that the masses have moved. I see a similar situation happening where the sitting MPs will be seen as people who are just trying to feather their nests and against the background of the sufferings of the people. And that's why today Jarango may not find it very easy to go and conduct any activity around Rangata, because the people are not foolish. They know that you need to have a stand. Okay? So, and many others, by the way. In Central, I see a situation whereby new leadership could emerge from this agitation, and the sitting MPs find themselves on the outside, and they will start running to see whether they can be accommodated. That's the way it worked in those years, and I believe it can work that way even now. So when somebody goes to State House, it doesn't mean you have moved with the people. It doesn't mean the complaints that people have against the state or the government disappear. I saw a certain confidence in Raila, in Kalonzo, in Kioni. They are not pleading with the MPs not to go to visit the State House. No, they are telling them to go and go. So this perception that is being created that when somebody visits State House, it's a whole community that has followed him into the State House, I think is a misconception. It could end up hurting some people very badly, politically, very soon. Thank you, Julia.
Actually, I think you are right, Ms. Nguru, or I believe you are right, because we've been here before again and again, and we were in the days of multi-party. I mean, Nguru, remember, multi-party began with two people, Kenneth Matiba and Rubia. And the rest, everybody else was in Kanu, right? Sisi wangesema tuko wawili peke yetu. Then the likes of Jaramogi joined them, Paul Mwite, Masida Murilo. I mean, so many people joined them. So I think whether they go to Kenya Kwanza or they don't go to Kenya Kwanza, that may not affect what Kenyans think right now. Now, naona Jeremani Mkone, sijui PK umeenda, PK, are you there? PK, unapika ugali ama unafanya nini? Jeremani, karibu.
Anapika arrowroots.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia.
Ugali haipatikani.
Thank you, Julia. I wish to join Guru in the sentiments he has shared. He has triggered something in memory, especially with regard to multi-party elections or multi-partyism, restoration of multi-partyism back in 1991 as we headed to the 1992 elections. Now, when the agitations for multi-party democracy started, Masinde Muliro was well positioned to become the leader of the joint forum for the restoration of democracy. Masinde Muliro was working to bring together a coalition of all the opposition party leaders, including Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and other luminaries at the time. It happened that they had built sufficient momentum for Masinde Muliro to be elected the leader of the joint forum for restoration of democracy. And then Masinde Muliro took a trip to the UK. And that trip to the UK was organized by people like Wajakoya. So Masinde Muliro was going to address Kenyans living in the UK in that particular forum. He interrupted his campaigns back in Kenya to fly out, and he went together with the gentleman Musikari Kombo. The idea was for them to go and address the meeting, return back, and then enhance their campaigns to become leader of the joint opposition, FORD. Of course, Masinde Muliro went to the UK, made his address. When he was coming back, Masinde Muliro spotted something very interesting, very curious, that Nicholas Biwott was on the same flight with him. And he wondered, why is this gentleman on the same flight with me going and the same flight coming back? Of course, Masinde Muliro collapsed at the airport when he was returning. And that was the end of his campaign for a joint FORD ticket or joint opposition ticket. Then shortly thereafter, Matiba also came in and FORD split into FORD Asili, the original FORD, and all the other splinters followed then. But that's just a trigger for memory or for historical purposes. What I wanted to submit as my contribution at this point was I was looking at the numbers by the whistleblower available on the IEBC whistleblower, and I see those numbers look very interesting. One of the questions that I had for the plans that I had Raila share for meetings going to take place around the country in the coming week was, is there going to be a forum where he will address Kenyans in diaspora? I say this because it has been shown, proven, that Kenyans in diaspora provide some of the strongest support for the Azimio group, especially arising from the number of votes that the Azimio coalition garnered. And I wanted to propose one forum that Raila Odinga can use just in the same way that Gaucho Ghetto President and Okanga were hosted by Bernard on Mutembei TV. Is it not possible that Raila can also be hosted on Mutembei TV and interact with the Azimio followers that wish to listen to him speak and have questions and answers? Not everyone will be in studio, but of course we have the comment section. Probably Julia, Stone PK, and all the other key people, you can see how that can be floated for consideration. Finally, my observation or opinion of what is happening with Jalango is that he is exhibiting what we call the folly of a political greenhorn. When Jalango is on one side saying he was going to State House because of the housing projects and he was trying to get development in his area for his people, he must remember that as a new member of parliament, usually, and for those who have done chemistry, it is the atoms on the outer periphery that are easiest to be absorbed. The atoms at the center of the nucleus are the hardest to form isotopes. So you should be very careful that he does not become the soft spot that can be used in the Azimio camp to create perceptions and impressions that the Kenya Kwanza team has acolytes within the Azimio sector. He should first build his political wings, build his political base, create the strongest allies within Azimio before we can make overtures to State House and say, I'm now here to do business with you, because you may remember when you fly close to the sun, it's easy for your wax to melt and the feathers to fall off. Thank you, Julia.
Asante, thanks for telling us about multi-party democracy. Actually, the people who are in parliament or in government did not support the multi-party struggle. So even now, I think Baba doesn't need the parliament. He doesn't need even the judiciary, because after all, now we know they have failed us. Now, Umesemati, we invite Baba. That's a good suggestion. But you know, Baba is a big fish. Jeremani. Sijui kama tumefika hapo kwa big fish. He would like to have him here, but he's really a big fish. He's a big fish. But maybe there's a time, Jeremani, you are not here. There's a time, Mother. We had the opportunity to interact with Mother, like on Mtembei, Mother Karua, when she came to the US through somebody called Mama Serena. So maybe such things may arise. We may have such opportunities. We hope we'll have. Alex, naomba utoke kwa curtain so that tutii sheria hapa, so that we don't keep nagging people to watoke kwa curtain na wewe uko kwa curtain. We will appear unfair.
No, I think I'm being hacked. I mean, nimekuwa nimeshindwa kuingia ndani, nikiingia kamera inakataa, so it's not me.
Yeah, lakini tunaomba ujaribu kuwa kwa camera so that I have the moral authority to tell people to be on camera.
Okay, I will get out because it's not for, I mean, nimejaribu imekataa. I mean, it's just, it keeps on coming in and out.
Sawa, ongea kwanza before you are hacked. Karibu.
No, I'll just get out. I'll come. I'll try to come. I'll try to come.
Okay. So
Julia,
I don't
just
know.
a point of information, if you don't mind, for
okay,
the issue around the MPs who visit State House. You during the meeting in Athi River, Baba did state that if you are going to discuss matters affecting a party, you should check the party position before you go to discuss such with the president. But then the issue of the 9 MPs, I hope the panel is aware that the disciplinary procedures have been set in motion and they are being disciplined with a view to expelling them. So Njiramani, maybe Jalango may not have chance to toe the line the way you are saying, because the expulsion, the trigger is already been out.
I'm also seeing something that I didn't follow when Matiangi was making a report, that he's saying that Yusuf Haji, the prosecutor Haji, and Ruto planned his arrest when they went for a meeting in Mombasa. And Haji has challenged him. And Haji is saying he's going to take a step about that. He's going to do something about it. So if Haji doesn't sue Matiangi, then we shall believe Matiangi's story, right? Because Haji is saying that he'll follow that how can Matiangi accuse him and Ruto of planning to arrest him in Mombasa? So Haji is saying, I'll follow this. So let's see whether Haji will follow what he's saying. Asipofuata, tutaamini Matiangi. That is my take. Yes, Duke, then I know there are people, Msimama, would like to give Msimama a chance because maybe he may be struggling with his network. Si tuache Msimama ongee kwanza. Karibu Msimama.
Okay, asante sana dada yangu Julia. Hapo ndugu yangu Stone PK, Jeremani non-script, Brother Duke, kakangu mkuu hapo Guru na Secretary General. Mimi nashukuru, nafikiri mawazo yangu ama maoni yangu niliyozungumza juzi nikana kwamba Mungu anayajibu juu mambo aliyozungumza baba yale ambayo alikuwa anategemea ayazungumze, na nashukuru aliyazungumzia vizuri kwamba swala la hawa waasi waliojipeleka huko State House ni lazima wakabiliwe kisheria ndani ya chama, na ni swala zuri hawakuchukuliwa hatua, na hatua ya kwamba mimi naona tu ni kuchukuliwa vyeti tu. Sasa kama watabaki kwa serikali wakitafuta msaada na kutafuta maendeleo ya watu wao, basi waendelee, kwa sababu kauli mbiu hapa nafikiri iliyozungumzwa na baba kwamba hatutambui hii serikali, na ni vyema watu wakibaki katika misimamo, kwa sababu kuna kitu ambacho tunakitafuta hapa ambacho hakiendi sawa katika nchi yetu. Na yenyewe haswa ni kwamba kura ya Mkenya haina thamani, kwa sababu kama hiko na thamani basi hatungeshuhudia haya ya wacha tukubali na tuendelee mbele kama hakuna shida. Hii neno wacha tukubali tusonge mbele basi ni kumaanisha kwamba kuna ubovu, na kama kuna ubovu ni sharti kama wanachama basi watu wawe na msimamo, wakisema hivi wacha viwe hivyo. But kama watu watasema hivi na wengine watoke waende wafanye mengine bila mwongozo wa chama wala bila taarifa kamili, huu ni utovu wa nidhamu katika chama, na pia ni kuwakosea Wakenya wale ambao wamewachagua katika mrengo ule, kwa sababu Wakenya waliamini wengi walikuja kwa vyama tofauti ama mrengo tofauti, lakini Wakenya wakaamua wewe acha tukupe na huu mrengo, kwa sababu huu mrengo ndio tunaamini. Sasa haileti picha nzuri kwa mtu kuweza kuasi kuenda mahali nyingine kwa kisingizio cha kutafuta maendeleo kwa watu wake. Hiyo sio, kwa sababu before nitafutie maendeleo, wacha kwanza niamini kura yangu imezungumza. Wacha niamini, je, mahali unanifuatilia hao maendeleo ndipo mahali nilichagua kama wananchi. So nadhani hili swala la kuchukulia hatua hawa viongozi waasi na liunga mkono, na hiyo ndio njia. Kwa hiyo ndugu yangu Jalango apambane na hali yake. Alishuhudia jana hiyo purukushani haswa, hadi hata baadhi ya walinzi wakutaka kutoa mguu wa kuku haikuwa rahisi hivyo, na hiyo ndio njia halisi ya nidhamu, kwa sababu unataka ukienda mahali basi pia viongozi wako kwenye chama ambao ni wakuu wako basi wanaelewa na kuwa kuna sababu ya wewe kuingia, si kujichukulia maamuzi alafu urudi huku sema bado mimi niko pande huu, at the same time mchana uko huku kwa Azimio, usiku uko kwa KK. Does not make sense, na it's not a good picture at all. So nishukuru baba aliyazungumzia na kamati nzima, nadhani hiyo ndio itakuwa tiba. Kwa hiyo hawa 9 dawa iwe hiyo hiyo, na sisi wananchi pia tucheze pati yetu kwa hawa waasi. Wewe tumekuchagua kwa huu mrengo na umeenda upande hii nyingine, basi nao pia tasi tucheze upande wetu, tucheze upande wetu. Ndivyo kwa chama kuwe kuna kimenuka na huku kwa wananchi nako kimenuka. Uongo, kesho mtu mwingine hawezi fanya hivi, na pia mtu atakuwa na ule msimamo kwamba nasimamia na nasimama na haki ya watu wangu kweli, kwa sababu mimi siamini kwamba watu wameenda kule kwa minajili ya maendeleo ya watu wao. Kile navuta katika what I create on my mental picture is kwamba watu wameenda kule kwa matumbo yao na wasiwasi kwamba mimi nitakosa ajira nisiposhirikiana na upande basi sitaweza kufaidi haya ambayo unayaona, na tuko katika crisis. Kwa hivyo namshukuru baba ameyazungumzia, na pia nilishukuru zaidi ile la kwamba atapunguza mikutano yake ili haya mambo yafanyike haraka. Wacha tuone hilo, kwa sababu kadri tunavyochelewa basi tunampa nafasi adui kuweza kujipanga zaidi. Na madamu hili kalishtukiza ama kasikiza haswa mtembee na maoni yetu hapa, wacha tushukuru baba na tuhakikishe hii mikutano ambayo yamehitaji imefanya kwa haraka, or which by next week tuwe tumejua la kuwa kama ni kung'oa hii serikali tunang'oa, kwa sababu hakuna mtu ambaye ameweza kuchallenge haya matokeo ambayo yametolewa na whistleblowers, kiasi kwamba hakuna yeyote ambaye ameweza kujitokeza akasema hapana, haya sio. Hakuna. Nurdin Haji naye kuweza kumchukulia matua Matiangi, wacha huyu ni mfamaji pia, ndio tumemshuhudia wakati alipokuwa akisema nilifanya hivi kwa kusukuma, but alitusaliti. Kwa hivyo wakumbuke Matiangi pia yeye amekaa kwa security, yuko na intelligence. Kwa hivyo chochote kile wanapanga wasione labda ni mtu mdogo, hapana. Kwa hiyo kama tamchallenge witness, wacha tungoje, na naungana na mkono dangu Julia hapo kwamba tusubiri, na asipomchukulia hatua basi itakuwa hii ni kutufumba macho, lakini kweli hii kitu walipanga na si jambo zuri katika taifa letu, kwa sababu mtu anapokuwa na makosa sheria zifuatwe, si kufuata watu sana usiku. That's not so good, inaleta mgawanyiko katika nchi na si jambo zuri. Na naamini watu walipanga kuhusiana na Matiangi na wale wengine, maana si Matiangi peke yake alolengwa. I do believe ni wengi ambao wamelengwa, watu kutaka kulipiza visasi kwa sababu ya jambo moja au jingine, jambo ambalo mimi Chaka kama kiongozi siwezi fuata mambo ambayo yameshapita. Mimi huwa ni jukumu langu, mfano kama kiongozi niende kinyume na yale ambayo wenzangu walinifanyia ama nilifanywa, kwa minajili ya kuweza kujenga uhusiano mzuri na watu nitakao waongoza. Bali nikisimama katika hali za ulipizaji visasi nakosa maadili na hekima ya uongozi. Kwa hivyo sasa natengeneza picha mbaya kwamba nitakuwa sina roho ya uongoza, bali na roho ya kulipiza visasi. Mna fulani kanifanya hivi na mimi lazima nitamfanya hivi ili aone hao uchungu. Hiyo haitatusaidia Kenya, na hili hali huku Mkenya yeye anapata tabu. Jambo lingine la mwisho ambalo mimi nitaweza kulizungumzia hapa, ndugu zangu, kwa hii nafasi ambayo mmenipa, ni kwamba hapa muhimu ni mwananchi. Muhimu si kuonyeshana umaarufu wa kununuliana wabunge. Muhimu si kuonyeshana lawama. Hapa muhimu ni mwananchi, na mwananchi ndio aliofungwa kamba katikati. KK wanavuta kule, Azimio wanavuta huku. Sasa anayefungwa hapo katikati ya hiyo kamba ni sisi wananchi wanyonge. Na kibaya zaidi ambacho sasa mwingine anatumiza zaidi ni kwamba hatufikirii ule mzigo wenye tuko nao. Mzigo wa karo za shule, sasa hivi karo zimepanda, gharama maisha ndio hiyo, kila kitu, na hakuna chochote ambacho kinazungumziwa mpaka muda huu. Ukicha tunashuhudia vitimbi, ukicha tunashuhudia malumbano ya hawa ndio walipora pesa, hawa hawatoi ushuru, hawa pesa nao waliiba, kesi zao ziliingizwa hapo kisiasa. Kwa hivyo hizi pesa za hawa zirejeshwe huku, hawa nao. Sasa tunashuhudia vitu ambavyo viko nje na uongozi. Ndipo nasema huu uongozi hautufai kama Wakenya, na ni sharti tusimame kwa pamoja kuweza kukomesha viongozi ambao hawana roho ya utu, hawana imani na mwananchi. Kwa hivyo tuungane pamoja, tuungane na baba na tusichoke. I do believe hata Kibaki peke yake, but baba naamini anaona kwa ile hakika yeye yuko na wananchi, na sisi wananchi tuko na baba. Kwa hiyo hata wabunge wote wanunuliwe wote, wale wacha waende, but sisi tutasimama na baba kudemand haki yetu, kudemand kura yetu, na kumalizana hili jinamizi la kura, kwamba tunaenda kwa kura hewa tu, lakini watu huwa wanakaa wanapanga nani atakaa rais, nani atakaa katika hii uongozi. So mimi sina mengi ndugu zangu, nikwambia Wakenya wenzangu, tuunganeni pamoja na tuwe na msimamo, tushikane na msimamo, ni jambo la msingi. Ili kuweza kulitimiza hili, basi lazima tushirikiane kwa pamoja, ambapo naamini umoja ni nguvu na utengano ni dhaifu. So Wakenya wenzangu, tusichoke, tushikane makabila yote, tuhakikishe kwamba kipenga kitakapopigwa watu tunaingia State House, na the only healing solution is Ruto must go, hakuna lingine. Kwa sababu hizi dalili tunazoziona zinatuelekeza mahali kusiko, zinatuonyesha picha dictatorship, of which hatuwezi ruhusu dictatorship tena hapa Kenya. Watu tunahitaji ni demokrasia iwe ni thabiti, ni demokrasia ambayo hakika itaweza kutupa devolution ambayo itakuwa Mkenya anafaidi, Mkenya anafarijika, Mkenya at least anapumziwa mzigo ambao kwa sasa umezidi mno. Asanteni sana kwa huo muda, na niwashukuru ndugu zangu kwa nafasi hii. Asante.
Asante bwana Msimamo. Umetukumbusha mema, na lili sidhani, unaona, umeleta hoja kwamba unajua Matiang'i alikuwa kwa serikali na hii serikali haikuwa na ile handover genuine. We didn't see Kibaki, I think, had a good handover from Moi's government, because however much sisi tulichoka na Moi, first and foremost Moi wanted Uhuru to take over. But I always think why we may have had a genuine election in 2002, Moi did not mind Kibaki. And I think the attitude in which Kibaki came in, haikuwa mbaya. The same thing with Kibaki Uhuru handover. It must have been a smooth. Now, in handover from Uhuru's government to Ruto's government had strife. Mimi naona strife. Kitu inaitwa strife. Sasa, let me ask you, even if it is a situation like it happens in schools when people who hand over, they don't agree. So, I think ile inasumbua hii serikali ya Ruto ni kwamba that Matiangi still is so connected to the people working in the government, and maybe there's more that meets the eye between Matiang'i and hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Unasikia ati Matiang'i anasema ati Haji na Ruto walipanga kumkamata. So why are they arresting him? They are not telling us that he has 1, 2, 3 corruption scandals, that we were charging him 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, now they'll come up with cases. Definitely. They may come up with cases, but they are not telling us. So what is the problem? Now, I am not convinced Magoha's funeral is the only thing that is causing Ruto to feel so bad. There may be many more things. It's just maybe Matiang'i is still connected and so much connected. And it's like there are people maybe who can only take instructions from Matiang. And that is the bond that they are chewing with Matiang. So mimi naona these things more than it meets the eye. So naona umeamka, watu Duke alikuwa na swali, Tunde ameenda kulala, Nguru sijui akuwa na swali. Lakini naomba situache, I'll come to you, Duke. Can we, okay, Duke, 1 minute so that we give Secretary General nafasi aongee. Hajaongea. Okay, 1 minute Duke and 1 minute Nguru.
I'll be very brief about the function and how should political parties work. Most of you have been proposing that each member of parliament must obey the political party, but what you are forgetting is that the political party is the members of parliament. So our political party is a representation of all those members of parliament. So I feel that each and every member of parliament must be given a right and freedom to express her or his opinions freely in a way, because that's as per the constitution. Because if you read Article 91, but C, it says that political parties must uphold principles of democracy in the political process of political parties. And it goes ahead to say, respect and promote the freedom of all persons who are participating in that process. And nobody should be forced to belong to a given political party. So that's critical. So what I was witnessing yesterday, the way Felix Odul was being like almost being chased away in an uncivilized way is very bad. And we should have, like, for example, a process whereby each member of parliament must be allowed to express his own. Number two, Guru said that members of parliament, as per the constitution, members of parliament does not need any deferment from the national government, something of that kind, which is very false, because actually what goes to the counties, it's a very small fraction, like 15%, 47 counties. But around, that's 85% remains on the national government. And the members of parliament are representing specific constituencies. So those members of parliament understand the needs of people from each and every constituency. Therefore, the expenditure of this 85% of the resources which belongs to the national government, I feel that a member of parliament has a responsibility in terms of identifying issues in his constituency and trying to inform the government or convert the government to do that. Take, for example, maybe if a given constituency has issues to do with water, and we have functions which belongs to the national government, not county government, I feel that there is a way in which the member of parliament must coordinate with the national government in one way or the other. So that's what I can say.
Asante, Duke. Guru, 2 minutes.
Let me first make a correction. I did not say that MPs don't require development funds from the central government. What I said is that the channels of getting such development have nothing to do with the president. The parliamentary committees is where you go and praise the needs of your constituents, and then you obey within the parliament for such passage. However, what we have right now is somebody trying to recreate the Moi era type of presidency. Why didn't we have individual MPs going to Kebaki's office when he was president? Why didn't we have individual MPs, visiting State House during Uhuru's time, apparently to look for development? this kind of nonsense is what we experienced in 1980s and 90s, where somebody recreates a perception that you can only get a borehole in Mamachoge if you visit the State House, that you can only maybe build toilets in your schools, in your backyard, in your constituency, if you visit the office of the president. I think this is what I'm trying to say here. I'm not saying that constituencies don't require resources from the central government, and precisely the reason why we went for 2010 constitution was to remove the powers of determining resource allocation from the presidency, because this is a tactic that was used by Moi to oppress some communities that did not vote for him. Here is a person who is trying to recreate that situation, a perception which we should resist as Kenyans, that you can only benefit when you are people when you visit the State House. And let me tell you, this kind of politics is very expensive. If those who are very well conversant with what happened when we transitioned to multipartism, that is the time we had very many scandals. Scandals became of such big magnitude. That is the time we had multiple land grabbing cases, because the presidency had to reward those joining him in his political enterprise. So they would be given government land, they would be given public money. It's a very expensive political enterprise, because it is maintained by it's maintained by people getting money in their accounts, individual accounts. Okay, you are given money so that when the government brings a certain bill in parliament, you support the government. This is what is happening. We are not foolish, Duke. We were not born yesterday. We have seen these processes, the way they have been done in the past, and that's why we detest that kind of perception that for you to go and get development of your people is by visiting State House. It creates the image that the president keeps money in his office, and therefore when you visit there and you say you need a borehole in your constituency, he just goes to the sheriff and he hands you the money, which is a very bad perception. Then why did we go for the 2010 constitution? I thought the parliamentary processes are meant for MPs to go and represent their people, lobby, represent them in a parliamentary level. When budgeting is done in parliament today, it's not done in the office of the president. So I do not know what these MPs are after, other than personal benefits. It has nothing to do with the development, the way I see it. These are just people who want their bank accounts replenished with state funds. That's it. That's the way it is. So therefore, but I also want to bring to the attention of this forum, we were told this is a dilapidated economy that these people inherited. But the reports that we have right now is that 4 billion shillings have been used for hospitality, snacks, tea, and sweet nothings around the offices of the top 3 in this government. A government that inherited a dilapidated economy has used 4 billion shillings for tea, mandazi, and the general, office. I mean, I mean, how serious are we really here?
We are very serious. We are very serious. Drinking tea, Nanduma.
So let us not accept to be made to fools. Maybe it was possible to make a section of our youths foolish through propaganda during elections. But Kenyans, we are beyond that. The government has invested a lot of money in the past in education. That's why we went to school, so that we can be able to scrutinize these things and hold the leadership to account. We cannot just sit by when MPs are being bought right, left, and center. Even the nominated ones. I saw Shapina Chege also going there talking about that is visiting State House to get funds for development. In fact, if I were to say the first line of attack should be the nominated MP should lose their seats immediately. I saw some suggestion going around that the Sabina should just be sent home and the position given to Peter Kenneth. We must have discipline in political parties, honestly. We can't run a country like a kiosk. So therefore, for the rights of Duke, they must understand the government does not revolve around the presidency. The 2010 constitution was meant to free Kenyans from the presidency. That is the one holding everybody by the neck. And that if you do not have a good relationship with him, then your people will not get development. I saw people asking, Njarango, why is it that there seems to be a lot being done in Embakasi by Babu Owino, and he never visited the State House? What's this nonsense about visiting State House? And he says that he was visiting State House because contractors of a housing scheme were to go on the ground the following day. So what has it got to do with the MP? I thought the work of the MP is to oversight that the project that the government is putting on the ground meets the specifications and that money is not lost. That's all. I mean, if he's going for his own personal interests, let him just keep off the political party, ODM, which has outlived very many people.
Wind up so that we give Secretary General.
Yes, I'm saying I am liking the way Baba has taken this matter, and he does not fear, even if they were to all go away. In fact, he told the MPs, let's go to the people. Don't mind about those who are going to eat ugali in State House. Thank you.
Asante. So when you come back, Guru, unknown scripts ata mise msimamo na wengine, I need you to tell me what is the process of taking Sabina Chege's parliamentary seat. What is the legal process? Please find out. Msimamo, naomba nipatie Secretary General, amekaa sana na hajaongea. Nitarudi kwako. Msimamo, Secretary General, do you want Msimamo to say anything? You are muted.
Nasema it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. Okay, Msimamo.
Yes, ni kidogo tu kaka ndani dadangu Julia. Ni kuna mahali Duke kidogo alinichagua maini. Na nafikiri Guru kidogo akaligusia, lakini pia niongezee pale kwamba wabunge wana uhuru wa kufanya lolote, kwenda popote, kupungua na msimamo bila kuingiliwa na nini. Sio nimemnukuu kiasi kama hicho. Lakini kwenda kuzungumza na serikali. Kumbuka katika muongozo wa kile chama kizima cha Azimio hatutambui kuna serikali. Tunajua hapo lazima tusimame wote kama Wakenya tuelewe So kama ni kwenda huko unasema naenda kutafuta maendeleo ambayo pia ni ngumu kuweza kuyatafuta kwa rahisi, kwa sababu mwananchi amegawiwa. Tuko na devolution yako kwa county level na kuna yale yako kwa ndani serikali kuu ni kuleta kwa county level, na watu wa kwamba yanafuatwa kwa ofisi ya rais ndio uwe na maendeleo katika eneo bunge lako. Pili, tuko na msimamo kwamba hatutambui hii serikali. Hiyo lazima tuingize maanani zaidi katika ajenda zetu tunazozungumzia hapa, kwamba we don't recognize this government, maana ilichukulia ushindi wetu. Sasa kama utasema tena mchana unasema hatuitambui hii serikali, then usiku unarudi tena unaenda kwa KK unasema naenda kule kuomba msaada wa watu wangu, kuomba maendeleo ya watu wangu kwa serikali ipi, na wakati sisi msimamo wetu kama Azimio, we do not recognize this government. So hapo ndo mahali nataka tuambie Wakenya ukweli. Kama wabunge wanaamini kwamba wako katika mrengo wa Azimio na wanaamini kwamba ushindi wetu umeshaibwa na tuna demand ushindi wetu, basi hatutambui hii serikali. Na kama hatuitambui, hatuwezi enda kwa serikali ambayo haituitambui kutafuta maendeleo. So hawa ndio unasema hawa wabunge wameenda kwa KK ni waasi, kwa sababu msimamo wetu ni kwamba we don't recognize this government. Na uwezi kama huitambui kitu tena alafu unanyenyekea tena kama wewe hutafuti tumbo lako pale. So those ambao wameshaondoka katika kwenda kwa wale wote wameenda kwa KK, wote wanaongozwa na matumbo yao. Wasitupe kisingizio kwa wananchi kwamba wao wameenda kutafuta maendeleo, kwa sababu tayari kama wanaazimio tunajua hatuitambui serikali, na madamu hatuitambui serikali hakuna haja ya kuifuatafuata chini chini huku kama wewe haongozwi na tumbo lako. Tubaki kwamba hatuitambui, na kama tutambui tusiende kutafuta chochote kutoka kwao wananchi, kwamba hatuitambui kwa sababu kura zetu zilikuwa ABCD, of which kura yako wewe mwananchi haijazungumza pale debeni. Haya masuala yote yanazungumzwa hapa kwamba mtu ana uhuru kwenda huko kutafuta yapi, wakati hatuitambui. Tubaki na msimamo, tubaki na msimamo. So wale wanahisi kwenda kwa KK tunasema wote ni wasaliti, wote wale watabaki na sisi ndio tunasema hawa ndio the true leaders, hawa ndio viongozi. Wale wataenda kule hao ni wanasiasa, waende, kwa sababu kuna mwanasiasa na kuna kiongozi, lazima tutofautisha hao watu wawili. Nani dadangu Julia, so yule atabaki na sisi, that's the right leader, na ndio ambaye tunamtegemea kwamba huyo ndio kiongozi. Those watatoka hapa wakaende wakabembeleze Ruto maendeleo ya eneo bunge lao, wote wale ni politicians, they are not leaders. Nataka nieleweke tu hapa ndugu zangu kwamba hatuitambui serikali na hatuna haja ya kuifuatafuata kuibembeleze. Itufanyie nini? Tusiwe akina Orengo bwana. Asante, nitakwamia pale. Asante dangu Julia.
Asante bwana Secretary General, karibu.
Asante sana. Thank you so much for the panel and the debate that is so mature and so directed. It is the debate that actually informs a lot of us, and I think many Kenyans have now started tuning to Mutembei TV, because that is where the information is. And the people in Mutembei TV and the people who talk here and those who listen, and particularly the majority of them, are the group that represent the progressive Kenya. And I say so because when I see somebody supporting KK government, I really wonder what inspires them. And the other day, somebody told me, you should not even worry about these people, because in their president, he manifests or represents the many people who love what we call underground movements. And I say so because you know, there's what this government is doing. They are trying to use what we call the KANU handbook. The KANU handbook to rule this country. In a generation where we have social media, where we have knowledge, where people have been educated. And that KANU notebook or handbook will not help them. Because in the days of KANU, the reason why you see even Matiangi said they had a meeting for his and discussed about him, it is true. If you look at the court cases being dropped, these are not court cases being dropped because there was a procedure followed. It is Haji the court, and the executive having a private meeting in a place and discussing, toa hiyo kesi ndio tuonekane sisi hatukuiba kura, tukuiba pesa, toa hiyo kesi. So it is a very, very backward way of leading a people. And you look at the government of Kenya Kwanza. You see, the reason why I support what Musimamo is saying is because the majority should have their say, their way, and then the minority should have their say. Now these things were turned by Chebukati, and the minority now are telling us, are having their say, and the majority are not even having. They're having the minority having their way, and the majority are now having their say. And that is why we are saying it doesn't matter how many people will go to State House. The majority of Kenyans are with the revolution. That, in fact, I loved when, at one point when Raila Odinga was speaking yesterday, he mentioned that word. And I knew that was the end result. That is where we are going to end up in. And therefore, when you see a country having smooth operators that are working behind the curtain to destroy the institutions, to destroy democracy, then we should be worried. Every time I feel like I need to tell Kenyans this is what is happening. Because the moment you start rearing a monster in your house, a snake, thinking it's a pet, eventually it might come and feed on you. And that is exactly what is happening in KK. Jarango does not know politics. He's a political novice. And a political novice means he's in diapers. He doesn't know what to say and when to say it. And that is why you see in his sentence, he loves Baba at the same time he cannot listen to her. That is political noviceness. Cannot stop, Baba cannot stop me from going to State House. I think it's a high time we have maturity in parliament. We want the likes of Koigwa Amwere, Mother Karua, Chikuku, people who died poor because they could stand for the truth. Si kuja kutuambia ati development in terms of, in quotes, development ya tumbo yangu. You know, why do we have to beg the president to develop your area where it is constitutionally indicated that he should develop any place without fear or without favor? If the government should do that, in any case, what is he developing this constituency with? Is he developing this constituency of Langata with the proceeds or profits of poultry farming?
Hiyo ni kazi ya governor.
Hiyo ni kazi ya governor, na anatakiwa kualoketiwa pesa ili afanye hiyo kazi. Lakini kama ni sponsorship ya watoto kutoka profit ya poultry farming, that is okay. Lakini kama ni taxpayer money, hiyo si property ya president, hiyo ni property ya nchi. And ndiyo sababu tunasema it is very wrong as a people to think that electing a chairman who has no goods will help us. Mnasema ati huyu tumemchagua yeye ndio chairman wa Catholic. Lakini tunapochunguza vizuri tunaangalia huyu mtu is making policy on our own product. Huyu ni mtu ambaye hana mbuzi, hana ng'ombe, hana shamba, hana nini, lakini yeye ndiye chairman wa kusema hii ng'ombe yetu tuchinje, hii tuuze, hii tupeane, you know, and that is where the problem is. So hii backwardness ya kufikiria that our constituency can only be developed by visiting State House, it is backwardness. Kibaki developed this country without, and I don't know where Duke has gone. He was saying that handshake brought out of the development in Nyanza. Development was coming to Nyanza either way, because you can imagine the port of Kisumu. When you develop the port of Kisumu, you help Kenya at large. Because first of all, if the containers can go through the port to Uganda and to Tanzania and to, of course, other places in East Africa, they help the roads. However, when you see people reducing debates that I am going to see the president so that people can be whatever. That is lack of vision and lack of focus. I also want to talk about this, as I don't want to talk a lot. I have just seen somebody writing on Twitter that now the amount being proposed to be taxed in Kenya, those people who are employed in Kenya, they better give the government the tax, the salary, and they take the tax. Because it seems that now the tax is overwhelming the people. So watu wamesema Ruto, chukua mshahara yetu, alafu tuachie tax, ile tax tutajipanga nayo, because it is becoming unbearable, and people think that now the tax can bring development and of course grow the economy. That is backwardness. Nasikia Nguru pahali yuko kuna do you know now a tray of eggs is expensive than a chicken? So why should you buy a tray at 600 and chicken is 400 and 350? I think it is better you buy a chicken like Nguru, which will lay eggs every day, rather than going to the supermarket and buying a tray of eggs, because the economics that we are seeing with this man is unbelievable. Finally, we are going to have a very big Thanksgiving in Nakuru tomorrow. So the Nakuru people are very excited because they are going to receive tons and tons of Thanksgiving projects. We are going to thank the Lord for helping us steal an election. Thank the Lord for appointing very corrupt CSS. Thank the Lord for stealing money of KPLC. And thank the Lord for buying members of parliament with a lot of taxpayer money. So let us meet tomorrow as we thank the Lord for doing a lot of evil in this country. Thank you.
Secretary General, that is blasphemy. You need to see your priest for being blasphemous, for thanking the Lord for all those bad things. Asante Secretary General, tumekusikia. Nakaribisha mise. Bwana Pike, hebu shikilia kidogo ni kunywa kachai na usikubali mise atusumbue. I'll be back. Mise, good to see you. Karibu.
Julia, good to see you. Naona Julia, I like that dress. Is that a dress or a top?
Now,
I like
are you trying to bribe me?
No, I did blend very well. Yeah, so thank you all. I was actually reaching out on behalf of Mzalendo. I see that he cannot come to the studio because
Mzalendo was here and he left.
I think when he has sent me a screenshot and it looks like it's blocked by the host, please unblock him. Mzalendo brings...
okay, I'm not able to do that.
Yeah.
Kuna yule main anaitwa mwenye hii.
Yeah, let us not, there are people, everyone here, hata kama ni wazimu, there are people who listen to him and who make them, they make them to come to the show. But that being said, I just want to say good evening to you, Guru. Good morning to you, Guru. I think it's morning. Mr. G, good morning. Secretary General, AP Party, good morning, Julia. You're beautiful as usual. Stone PK, wachana na Stone PK, msiamushe Simba kwenye amelala, mwache akae huko. Kwa hivyo mimi nilikuwa nataka kusema kwamba I just wanted to begin right away to disagree with what Secretary General is telling us in terms of what you're asking us. You're asking the member of parliament not to relate with the head of state. just because they were elected with a political party, so they can't have a relationship with the head of state? I mean, it depends the motive why they're having a relationship with the head of state. The member of parliament is elected to represent his people, not the party. We have to be clear on this. It's not the agenda of the party to represent. There is not anywhere in the constitution that says that when you're elected with a political party, you cannot have a difference of opinion. You cannot advance and make an advancement to the betterment of your people. I think that is where I wanted to disagree with you, and your illustration of a member of parliament elected of diapers, I think that is very, very uncouth. I think Jalango is a member of parliament, is a leader. You know, sometimes we must respect our leaders and criticize them constructively. And I think a good leader must find a way for his people. And to have a meeting, to go to see the president of the Republic of Kenya also gives us political maturity, where people agree that no matter what, no matter our political differences, we must unite for a common good. And our common good is the prosperity of our country, the good governance of our country. That is what we need to advance for. If Ruto, if the current government is doing things that are not for the good of our country, we must criticize them, but we must not criticize those who have an agenda for their people. And I think we all know, there was this lady who was the Chief Justice. I think it was I don't remember what she was, but Nance Baraza, I remember her name. She said something, and this something goes a long way. In this world, lazima ujue watu. You must have a relationship. We must swallow our pride at a given point and work. And the agenda right now is to work for our people. Raila and Ruto, when they have their own differences, we should not be dragged to be party to their differences. As leaders, we must have good understanding of the needs of our people and advance in that direction of benefiting our people, not benefiting the party leaders. And that's where we go wrong. And what I saw yesterday about how Jalango was being mishandled just because he has a difference of opinion, that was myopic, and that is very retrogressive. Jalango, and I think Guru, with all due respect, I've heard you quoting a figure, 4 billion, that was used in the office of the president and the deputy president, kununua chai. Is this figure in the public, in the government budget, that we can read and say 4 billion was allocated to tea? Or is this just numbers or narrative that we are propagating just because we don't like the current government? When you quote a number, you must be able to substantiate it. You know, leaders must have good relationship with the head of state. You know, that is why when
that figure did not just come from anywhere. It is everywhere in the media. It's what has been.
We have it in a government document.
Yes, it is there.
Is it published with a government?
Yes, it is published, and it is something very viable.
Can you share the document so that we can substantiate?
I think, for me, I think everybody knows it. It has also been in the news, in the newspaper, and I don't know which country you live in. You are not informed well. The 4 billion was quoted even in a national newspaper. And because you also mentioned me on the issue of relationship, the relationship between the parliamentarians and the president.
I had the
yeah, it's all right. Let me just clear this. Let me
I had
clear
the
this.
time. You will come in, obviously.
I'm
when
just
you-
saying the relationship is
I
constitutional.
do understand.
The
Secretary
parliament.
General, I do understand, but I
Yeah,
just wanted to emphasize on
and
the
when you
qualities
when
of
you
a
when,
good
when you
leader.
say about you think
The
are you
qualities of a good leader is
you're,
empowering,
are you a
honest,
lawyer?
direct, understand the need of his people, has empathy, must have good communication skills. You know, these are things that we need to look for. Let us not castigate our leaders so that they might develop.
When I said Jarango is in political diapers, it is what we call an allegory, a synonym, where you use an example describing somebody's state of maturity in politics.
I mean,
it doesn't mean
novice was
political
enough.
diapers, my friend. If you have done law,
Political novice was enough.
it is a basic knowledge that guy has not grown mature. He has not matured politically. It doesn't mean he is in diapers.
Like I was saying before, you
and
rudely
then when you say
interrupted me.
political novice, a
Before,
political
like
novice,
I was saying,
my
before you
brother,
rudely interrupted
listen.
me.
Let's have some order.
A political novice is a person who have started to understand politics. It doesn't mean really
No, actually,
that
that
is
is
a bad
not the
person.
definition.
So I
of
wanted to clear
political
that.
novice.
I wanted to clear that so
That is not the
at the
meaning.
end of the
Use
day,
the word
so
you
that
know.
you don't come with the falsified information to the people of Kenya. A novice definition of Webster, this dictionary, it is a startup. It's somebody who has started to grow. You understand? That is why I said Jarango is a political novice. That's what I say.
Order.
Good, thank you. So before Secretary General, you know, sometimes they say, "Show me your friends, and I'll tell you your character." Now, before he rudely interrupted me, my argument is, I mean, I saw what Jalango wrote in his Instagram account. I'll tell you, there is a road that was there's somewhere in Rongai. There is a contractor was given a job that he never executed, right? Na amekula pesa na watu wake wa hapa chini. So what is wrong with me if I have an access to the president to authorize and follow up with what is going with that contractor? If that is going to help my people, why should I create boundaries or barriers to talk with the president?
Do you know systems of government?
My argument is simply, you guys learn to listen.
Do you know systems of government?
Guru, when you are talking,
are you telling me that the president will go supervising every road that is being constructed?
No,
I think they are engineers.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what
then
I'm
what
saying.
Are you saying?
What I'm
then
saying.
This issue of saying the MP should know people so that their projects are implemented, I take offense of that, because that is a kind of personalization of leadership in Kenya, which is actually killing democracy.
You guys like mandamano in every approach. Why are you guys on the mandamano?
No, it's because of the foolishness of the kind of statement we hear here. Because how do you say that for an MP to get a development in his area, he must know he must know the president? I mean, what are the systems?
Let me ask you, Guru, why wouldn't members of parliament have a relationship with the head of state?
I have no problem with the relationship, but also there is government systems, and that is what these people are trying to sidestep. We are not having a monarchy here; we are having a democracy. Well, that's why there are government bureaucracies. That's why we have structures of government. We cannot turn government into a personalized item, where you transact business like you do in your home. If you have a family, you don't consult many people when you are doing something with your wife. But that's the kind of government we don't want in Kenya. Kenya is
because you're wrong. Because you're living in
this is not personal. This is not personal, Mise. This is not personal.
I had Guru. Let us be.
That's not personal.
Let us be civil here. You had your time, we listen to you. So interrupting me shows.
But we cannot let you mislead people. We cannot let you mislead people.
You've been misleading us here.
We cannot have you mislead people. That you can only get development when you know the president personally and visit his office. I think that is the height of hypocrisy.
Are you new in
It is unacceptable, my friend. That is not the way governments work.
Don't pretend. Are you new in Jerusalem?
No, I support Guru. We cannot.
Haven't you seen projects that have stalled, and with the intervention of the executive, then the projects are rolled out?
Then there is a problem with the system. You should rein on. It means the systems have collapsed.
Guru, allow me to speak what I was contributing. We listened to you. That what I was trying to say is, let us not patronize leaders when they have freedom of expression, freedom of association. Whoever they want to associate with, they do have that right. However, what we want, Guru, is we don't want dependency. The same dependence you are discouraging is the same dependence that you are encouraging us to keep having with the Prime Minister, that if the Prime Minister has not said this, then you shouldn't do it. So you
but he's a party leader. He's a party leader.
Double speak.
He's a party leader.
The president is the head of the Republic of Kenya. He's the head of the government. So
we cannot have,
between the two, who is greater than the other?
We can't have a situation, Mise, where the executive cannibalizes the political parties under the wish of providing development. That's not how things work.
And that's not what we are asking, but we are also saying we have to be cognizant that social capital works. And I can tell you, do you think the daughter of the Prime Minister was elected to the East African Legislative Assembly because she had the qualities, or because she knows or she has a reputation that is associated with someone?
Digress.
So what we are saying, that social capital is very, very important, but let us not patronize our leaders. Our leaders, we elected them. Their job is to oversight and represent us, and representation is not limited to the party matters. It also means that they can forge new relationship with other people and other stakeholders that can help the electorates, because at the end of the day, we need to make friends and allies. Even the country needs allies in order to be successful. But
in mature democracies,
what I'm supporting all of you.
You live in a more developed democracy.
Guru, listen.
You
are very annoying. Allow me to speak.
Guru, you are heckling. No, there's no heckling. He's just abusing. He's just abusing lies.
So
how can you lie to Kenyans that relationships? What relationship are these you're talking about? Is it political or sexual? What are these relationships you're talking about? No. We will not allow lies to be dependent in our.
You've been lying here and we've been listening to you.
Ati sijui patronage, sijui barabara haijatengenezwa.
We can be very good at
echoing. The president should authorize a road to be done. Where did you hear that? Does it happen in Canada? Does it happen in Canada where the president authorizes?
Nothing you're saying. You're making for us noise.
Yeah, because we can't allow lies here. The Prime Minister of Canada, you're in Canada. Does the Prime Minister of Canada apply? Does the Prime Minister of Canada
with the subject
get authorized roads that have not been completed to be completed?
Yeah.
Are you encouraging us? Are you encouraging us to visit the president for development?
And that is why all of you cannot.
Why do we have a constitution then? Let us not have lies here peddled to the people of Kenya.
You are the greatest.
I don't know which country you are in, but if it doesn't work there, it should not work here.
We have been listening to the greatest lies from you guys, but what
my friend, ongea vitu ambazo zinasaidia na
I don't know why you keep on coming all the time.
And
if that is not the case, mwanze chanweni mudanganyane.
Mwanze chama yao tumechoka.
Can you listen to Nancy? Mise, you've talked for so long.
Until you let me speak.
It's my turn to speak.
Okay, so
umeongea zaidi. Wacha Nancy aongee sasa. Wacha Nancy aongee.
Wacha mimi niongee sasa. Nasema tu tumechoka na mzalendo na Mise. Hebu niongee, nyamaza.
Mise,
ukiongea.
Si credit yako natumia ni yangu.
Unakuja hapa kufanya nini?
Mimi ni Mkenya. Na pia sipendi uongo. Watu kama wewe ndio tunaambia ukweli. Sasa kama upende ukweli, utaisikia, upende usipende.
Mimi sikusikiangi, ukianza kuongea natoka.
Funga hapo uende.
Kwani hii kitu, kwani nyinyi hamgwangi na channel yenu huko
inaitwa?
Channel yenu.
Nani alikudanganya?
Ni Azimio. No apologies to make.
Ukianza kuongea mimi natoka. Can you say to you?
This is a
revolution. Me, I can listen to you, unfortunately.
Kama hamuna chano huko msikuje kutupatia uongo hapa.
Hapa tumekataa.
Mise umeongea sana. Wacha Nancy sasa aongee.
Ngoja niongee, ngoja mnani-interrupt.
Nancy nyamaza.
Wacha Nancy.
Mnasemanga kama tumenyamaza.
Power of a woman. Women should speak. We give power to women in Azimio.
Wacha mimi niongee maisha.
Kama umesema
nyamazeni. Shut up.
Mimi naongea.
Hii conference ya Machakos imewapatia nguvu.
Mzalendo yuko la GM hapo pole pole.
Sister aongee, labda ataongea sense. Nyinyi wengine
Order, please, because Ton PK is not there. No, order. No, I mean, I've been behind. I have been behind. Hold on, resist. Resist, hold on.
Good. Yeah, but if you can't be all talking at the same time, nobody's going to hear nothing.
And that's why we want to bring sanity.
So can we know who is? Let's have one person talking.
Me, I'm the one talking.
Nancy nyamaza. It's too early.
Shut up.
That's who is talking now.
It's Alex Media. Thank you. Alex, now give us order.
Let Guru give order, because me, I was behind. I don't know who is next.
Yes, I was taking
Guru. We give you the position of the speaker. Sema ni nani anaongea.
Sawa. Where is Nancy? Kwani ameenda?
Nancy amerudi. Guru, wacha na ukanikata. Nitarudi unipatie nafasi.
Mise umeongea sana, lakini nitakupatia nafasi tu, usirielie sana.
Great. Thank you. Ambia Nancy unmute.
Unmute.
Mimi nasema hata unaona baba amechoka akatoa jalangu. Tumechoka. This is revolution. This is not politics. Hapa tuko mbele. Kama ni left, sisi wote left. Kama ni right, sisi wote right. Lakini mzalendo na Mise, I think watafute platform yao. Hata baba siku hizi hatuna time ya kujadili hapa. What we say is what we do. Alafu nimesikia ati Mise anasema ati watu wengine wanakuja kuwasikiza. Hebu poteeni tu 1 week muone tu numbers zitakuwa to the same. Hakuna mtu anakuja kuwasikiza hapa. Watu wa kweli wa UDA wawezi kaa hapa hivi wanasikiza watu nini? Wawezi kaa kwa hii platform, you know? Kitu ni ma-idlers wenye mmekuja hapa.
Stay quiet. Stay quiet and resist. Zima nini yako.
Hata huwa mnaniharibia sana. Nikiwaona I have to mute and go away. I have to come back. I like coming back in the morning when Bernard is here. At least amwezi kuja kufanya hapa mchezo. So nawaambia tu watu huko chini tumewachoka. I'm just representing them down there. Tumewachoka. Hata baba amechoka. Afadhali ubaki na mtu mmoja mnaongea same language kushinda kuleta watu hapa. Anyway, point ingine nataka kumake. Hatutawahi sikizana na watu wa UDA. Hata tufanyaje? Watengeneze tu channel yao please. Kenya wanasema sisi hatuwezi sikiza. Kenya tunasema hawatawahi sikiza. Lakini sisi tunaenda kwa channel zao na wanakuja kwetu. Unaona? Hatutawahi sikizana nao. That's why sahi Raila amechoka. Amesema kama unaenda State House kanyaga kubwa kubwa. Sahi hakuna nini? Hakuna ati please hakuna tafadhali sahi. Hii regime vile inaenda tafadhali haitawasaidia. Paka imagine president anatuma wakora kwa Matiangi bila head of police kujua. Imagine kama angekuwa baba ama kama Matiangi yako amejipanga na 200 lawyers. Tungekuwa tunaongea kesi nyingine, lakini I wish wangebaki tu hapo ndo wakisi wangejua sisi ni nani. Wangejua wajui. I wish wangebaki tu hapo, walikosea sana kutobaki hapo. Ndio hiyo revolution ingeamuka kabisa na miguu tatu. Nilikuwa nimekuja tu kusema nimechoka mzalendo na mise na hao wengine. Na represent watu wengi sana huko chini. Sawa. Bye.
Asante Nancy. Resist. Ni wakati yako.
Thank you so much, Nancy, for echoing the opinion of many. Now, I was in this channel earlier in the day when all of you were not there. The tune was only one. We are not talking about government fixing anything. We are not talking about negotiating with government on any terms. The only thing that we are talking about is this government is illegitimate. So if it is illegitimate, it needs to vacate the office and give the legal owner of that office the position that they belong to. So when you guys talk here, anytime that you be insulting a lot of people, when you're talking about, I don't know, the government should be talking with the opposition. There's no government. If you say government, if you must say government, you must say illegitimate government. And that is a mistake that I have had you guys go here on. Everybody, Gulu, me say, everybody is talking about the government. There's no government. It's illegitimate. So we are not talking about the illegitimate government. Is the one talking about going back to the 1990s, when some of you are not even cannot even remember. Maybe you are too young or something. When the development, the 9 members of parliament, the 30 from ODM, the 30 members of parliament from Jubilee, they were going to get development. When they were coming from the then one single party state under KANU, the development was supposed to come from the head of the state, and that was President Moi at the time. I just want to remind you, we repeat Section 2A. Now, Kenya is a multi-party system. We went ahead in 2010 and invoked and we came up with the devolution. This devolution, for those who may have forgotten, it was brought by none other than His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. That was a champion. And now what we
the country is enjoying today in terms of what whatever development is there is as a result of that. And that's when we had the governments of the 47 counties. So at no one point, any member of parliament, any governor, any senator, even any MCA should be going to the federal, or let me just call it the main government, the federal government, or to the legitimate government to go and look for development. There's nothing like that. This is where one Ruto, the one I prefer calling Zakayo, is trying to take us back there. And that's why we want to get him out. That's another reason we want to get him out. He has to go. And this is not about the leaders. This is about the masses, the population, the Kenyan Waziko. That's who we are talking about. Those are the people. Forget about the Lairas and the Karonzos and the Mother Karuas. Those are not even going to help. You need to watch and listen to people. You come earlier during the day, or you listen clearly to the rallies. Those are the people, the Wajikos, the ones that are Zakayo likes calling hustlers. Those are the ones that are having the pain. You guys sitting in the Western countries, me included, we are just running our mouth here. You are not feeling the pain. Those who feel the pain, they will vacate this government like yesterday. And guess what? It is also in the constitution. They have the right. The people have the right to say who's gonna rule them. So when people like Mise and Zaredo come here with softness of thinking that we can be able to negotiate with the government, that's not what we are talking about here. There's no government. Get that in your head. We don't have any government. And that's what this channel is promulgating. This is what is being promoted here. And that is what the leader of Azimio is talking about. And even without the leader, I'm telling you, the Kenyan people, the Kenyan Wajiko, is going to kick that government out. That illegitimate government has to go. So the issue of I've had people like Mzareda talking about we have to be civil. We don't talk. We don't have that kind of language when people are dying of hunger and diseases. We don't have that kind of a language. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Resist. I think Stone PK has been here for quite a long time. I think it's time that he talks. We hear what he has to say. Stone.
You're calling people who are not even ready to talk. Why can't you just give others a chance?
Just wait, because you have talked for a long time. Stone PK.
I've not even spoken.
I met you here.
You're just excited about Stony PK talking. I've not even spoken.
Order.
Neither
Order.
Mr. G.
I met you here. Okay, Mr. G, can you now tell us your story?
Get the chance to finish.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Guru, Chair. I can see Stone Yodu is not with us. Alex, Mise, how are you? I see Secretary General Mzalendo and Resist. Thank you for your nafasi ambayo mmenipatia.
I'm good, lakini nimenyanyaswa na mnasema hakuna kunyanyaswa hapa.
Okay, Mise, ngoja kidogo Mise. You know, it is our democratic rights. Tukiamua kwa we don't recognize this president, ambaye ni Venezuelan president, it is our democratic right. But before I go in, I think to our guys on the comment section, we should give kina Mise, kina Mzalendo a chance to square wakali sana kwa they are our brothers. The more they come in here, kuna some spices ambao na add, you know, hata kwa nyama ukiongeza pilipili inakuwa tamu sana. So tusiwe wakali sana kwao. Kuna vile akija, kuna vile tunakuwa na maongezi kidogo. So my point was, tushaamua that we don't recognize this government. It was imposed on us kwa sababu tulikuwa tumeichagua, and that is our democratic right. Sasa the thing is, tukiona watu kama kina Jalango wana behave the way they are behaving, hatuwezi kubaliana nayo. Although on another point, the way Mise was saying, Mise, there's something I think umekosea. Ungekuja in another way ukatuambia either, for us we made a mistake hapo mwanzoni wakati the judiciary ilitupilia kesi yetu mbali. It was a mistake that our baba said kuwa our leaders are free to interact with this government ambao imekuwa imposed to us. So after that happened, whistleblower alikuja. Wakati whistleblower alikuja akapatiana the right figures, that's when now baba came out, the really baba. Na wakati amekuja akasema sahi hakuna kitu yote na hii government, there's nothing you have to do with this government, we don't recognize it and we don't do anything with it. Sasa ukipata time kama hii wakati baba ameshatuambia we don't recognize this government, alafu napata somebody like Jalango anakuja anaenda kuongea na huyu mtu, it means you are disobedient. These are the people that are just and what wako self-centered and are driven by their bellies. You see, sahi ni wakati ambao they are supposed to be expelled, na hiyo mimi niko 100% behind it. They should just be expelled kwa sababu tushasema sisi hatuendi na hii. Sisi njia yetu ni kuwa hatutaki hii kitu, tunataka hii kitu itoke. Sasa hakuna vile tutakuwa na watu ambao wanasema tuko huku and tena bado wako the other side. Those are the people ambao tuwezi work now. Mtu kama Babu Wino all along amekuwa akitengeneza barabara, sijamuona akienda State House, but amekuwa akitengeneza barabara all along. Yeye atakuja vipi? The same Jalango, angalia the last meeting ambao tulikuwa nayo huko Kibera. In Kibera alipewa time, lakini huyu jamaa kuja kaongea. The time alikuwa kuja aongee, aliepa. Why? Kwa sababu ni mtu akasha make decision kwa yeye anaenda kuvisit huyu anaenda kuvisit State House. That's why he was not able to stand on that ground aweze kupinga huyu mtu ambaye ataenda kumwongelea, kwa sababu it was the next day ambaye alienda. Sasa hakuna vile angeweza simama akaongea anything. That's why alitoroka. But our focus inabaki kuwa sisi we don't recognize this government and we are going by our own course. Hatuwezi enda na kitu ambao hatuitambui. Walituharibia. Look at what happened yesterday. Yesterday kulikuwa na GP meeting in Machakos. Na in the same DP meeting, look at the last person ambaye aliongea, ambaye ni Wanjala from Busia. What did he say? Alisema kuwa watu wako na uchungu, and that is the real situation ambayo iko on the ground. Watu wako na uchungu. Baba aliuliza huyu Otende Amolo. Akamwambia Otende Amolo should advise us. What can we do? Can we go back again to the court ili tuweze kureview hii kitu, kwa sababu watu wanaumia on the ground, hata watu wengine wanataka kupigana on the ground. Why? Watu wamesikia uchungu. Na sasa unapata some of us tunasikia uchungu kwa sababu what happened, tunajaribu kupush for it. Watu wengine wanakuja kwetu, alafu usiku anaenda kwa mtu ambaye sisi hatumtambui. Hatuwezi kubali kitu kama hiyo. Let's just agree that watu ambao hawako na sisi hawako na sisi, watu ambao wako na sisi wabaki na sisi. Watu kama kina Chege wanafaa tolewe. Those are the people ambao wamepewa nomination, hawajashinda, wamepewa nomination. How come sound wa kwanza ambao wanatuacha wanaenda kuongea na mtu ambaye sisi tumtambui? Guru, thank you, I'll come back later.
Asante. PK. Okay, Mzarendo. Now you get your 1 minute. Your 1 minute.
No, make it 30 seconds. We don't have these eulogies to read for you all the time here, trying to convince people of a revolution that is not there. Now, I want to talk about the issue of Jalango. I mean, there is something called freedom of association, freedom of expressions, freedom of speech. These are all fundamental freedom of association. These are things that you can't deny somebody. You can associate yourself with anybody that you feel that will benefit you in a way. In the political parties that we join, or political parties like ODM, there's nowhere written that you should not associate with somebody else. For example, we have some selective way of looking at things. When development was being brought in Kisumu after the handshake, that was just pretty much okay. because baba alisalimiana na Uhuru na Uhuru akaanza kuleta SGR na akaanza kuleta maendeleo. That has been the norm in Kenyan politics. It has always been the norm. Baba himself has received defectors from other political parties. That has been the norm. Unawachwa, unawachika, mwingine anaingia, just like that. Young people should be given a chance and an opportunity. Politics, yes, there is politics of maturity. Jalango is young in this game. He just came the other day. He deserves a second chance. And the second chance is not like you have to expel Jalango. The party leader of ODM was in that meeting. You people are not talking about the way he was chased in that meeting. Yeah, people are not talking about the party leader of ODM, the party chairman of ODM being chased out from the meeting. I heard something like that. Yeah. So there is a way of even addressing issues in the in public. Kicking off Jalango like that, I mean, first it is humiliating. Second, you should have just told him, hey, please, we don't need you in this meeting. Just some decency. Don't come to this meeting. You are not invited. You are not part of us. I mean, what was so difficult in doing that? What was so difficult in doing that? Instead of roughing him up or roughing any other member, we've seen that happening in ODM a lot of time, that when somebody has got different views, they rough them up. And Mr. G, you should know one thing: young people should be defended and given an opportunity to sit on that table where those old folks are. Na pale wanajigawia mamlaka. Young people should be there. They should be given the opportunity to express themselves. And if a young leader, we have seen young leader being kicked out in ODM. We have seen Neto kicked out because he associated with the former president who was Uhuru Kenyatta then. But when Baba was associating with him, we were all his followers. So it means that the law is selective. It is selective. There are people who are untouchable. We have seen the Kisumu governor cutting up with the president. We have seen projects being taken to other places. So as a political leader, there is nothing wrong with talking to the president of Kenya on development issue. And lastly, Mr. Guru, you have to know that that Jalango is the MP for Langata, and William Ruto is a member of his constituency. Yeah, is a member of his constituency. Even Baba is a member of his constituency. So what is wrong with him meeting his constituent?
Very well. Though I don't agree with you, but I don't have to. Secretary General, I think you can bring in your perspective.
Yeah, you know, we are here because we have a cause, and those people who think that the revolution is not possible and this government cannot be ejected, let them wait and see. Hii mambo ya kupembelezana hapa imekwisha, na ndio sababu nimeambia watu, if you can start your channel, it will be better. We will never appear there, because us, what is really in our mind, it is the majority to have their way and the minority to have their say, not the other way around, where the minority are having their way and the majority are having their say. Because we won an election here, and until the electoral justice is provided in this country, there will be no election. There will be no another election in this country, and that is what we are playing here and what we are discussing here. Watu kuja kutusaidia sijui to understand the law na mtu hata hana ile composure. Yeah, you cannot even express yourself to understand the basic tenets of legal practice. Then what are you telling us? and then yuko mwanze hata channel ya watu wawili. It's very easy to start a YouTube channel, muite Uda Lies and Propaganda, and we will never visit you people, because ati mtu anakuja kutuambia hapa ati nilienda kuona rais ndio barabara ishe. Ni nchi gani inafanyanga kazi hivyo? Ni barabara gani zitaisha? Kwani sisi zote tunaweza toshea State House, na hata barabara hapa kwetu haijatengenezwa. So niende nitafute rais? We cannot allow half-baked lawyers and half-baked debates and half-baked information to thrive in this channel. Watu waanze kachano kao huko nje, wakaite KK Propaganda. You can invite Itumbi and invite other people who propagate lies.
Secretary General,
yes.
Confine within the topic. Confine yourself within the topic.
No, it is like it's irritating when you find the people lying here and expecting that we will just be clapping for them. So hiyo maneno tumesema hapa ni tunafuata maagizo ya Azimio na vile Azimio inataka. Hizi stories zingine hizi ni propaganda, na we are not going to allow our people to be lured with propaganda. Thank you.
You know, I get a bit impatient when I find young people trying to justify things that are actually not justifiable. When somebody says that you got to go and see the president so that the contractor who is undertaking construction work on a road can do a good job. This is hogwash. It shows the level of listening to be very low. The person to deal with there is an engineer. There are people employed to do this work, and there are processes of disciplining them if they don't do the work that they are supposed to do. In fact, one of the greatest roles of an MP is oversight. So therefore, I find it offensive when somebody says that you got to go and see the president so that your roads can be constructed, or even that you get allocation for your projects. That's not the way the structure of the government of Kenya is set out. And in fact, that was the part of the reason why Kenyans fought for a new constitution to remove the presidency from hoovering of our lives, even determining whether you are going to breathe oxygen or carbon dioxide. So those who want to push us back to the 1980s and 90s, they are doing a disservice not only to ourselves, but the generations to come. It is us to make sure that the president and the presidency gets the message very clearly from the public that they do not determine how we live. We've given them a job to do, and we do our part, they do their part. But it should not look like it is benevolence on the part of a leader for people to get development, that when you vote in a certain way, you are meant to feel to have been disadvantaged because you don't belong in the same political party as the president of the republic, that you have to go on your knees knocking at the gates of the State House for you to get water for your people. That's a kind of nonsense that makes of failed states. I think let's graduate from that level of reasoning. Stone PK. Stone.
Kuna mise hapo.
Just Mzalendo, don't direct what I'm going to do. Misa is my friend. We don't see things the same way, but we are not enemies.
You're waking up somebody who is asleep. Unamwita na unajua akusikii, mic yake imezima, amelala.
Wewe unajuaje? Kwani mko pamoja?
Sinamuona pale, amekuja sasa, amekusikia.
Here, it is his time.
Wachana na high class.
kuja uokoe kidogo.
Iko shida gani?
Wamekutafuta kwa banka, wanakutafuta kila mahali. Stony PK. Hebu tuambie ile uko nayo ile angeweza sema.
Sasa mimi sisemi kitu na ngoja na kuona na macho. Hatusemi kitu. Tushasema yametosha yale tumesema. Sasa ni vitendo, kutenda, kusema na kutenda. Nyinyi ndio sasa mnatakiwa museme yenu.
PK bwana, wewe bwana. Wewe ni chairman wa Revolution katika hii Mtembei TV. Tuelezee kwa kinagaubaga, unajua maneno inaendeleaje, jikoni iko aje, mmeandaa vyema kila kitu?
Tumeacha kuandalia, sasa tutawapakulia tu, tutafanya kupakua. Sisemi kitu Mr. G.
Go.
Okay, akiwa you have gagged yourself, then let's hear the irritating the irritating sentiments of one Mise.
Network yake iko poa.
Mise
is gone, eh? Okay, Mr. G.
Thank you, Guru. There's something that I don't understand how our lawmakers wanafikiria. Because huyu jamaa ambaye ni Venezuelan president, his focus and his aim right now ni apate MPs ambao ni two-third. Because I know him. This is a guy ambaye anataka kuplan a change constitution. Na sasa kuchange your constitution ni mtu ambaye anataka only two-third with the lawmakers. Na hiyo ndio his plan ambaye anajaribu kufight apate. That's why unaona ananunua watu. Angekuwa ananunua watu kama ajui kitu ambaye anapanga. But mzalendo, what you're saying that you are giving chance. Our focus is one. We don't recognize this government na tunafaa tuitoe. So hatuna time ya propaganda tena sahi. Hakuna time ya kubembelezana tena. Sahi we need to know watu ambao wako on our side mzalendo. If you are not on our side, enda. You know what happened last time wakati our former president alikuwa kwa kiti, the President Uhuru Kenyatta. We have some people like hao kina Jalango, watu ambao walikuwa wanakuja kwake alafu wanatoa information wanapelekea huyu mkora. Wanakuja kwake anatoa information wanapelekea huyu mkora. Sasa the man alikuwa na a lot of issues ambazo alikuwa amejua kuhusiana na our president. Kila kitu amejua. That's why unaona alikuwa anasema you see, hata kuna information alikuwa na watu pale karibu na nani. There's a lot of echo inside it. Yeah, so msalendo what I was telling you ni kuwa the president ako focused kupata two-third ya lawmakers ndageuze kila kitu abaki huyo abaki dictator kama vile Museveni anafanya Waganda kule. That is what he's planning. Hakuna any other thing, because huyu ni mtu ambaye amekuwa kwa power ambaye alikuwa in post for more than 4 months now. Sijaona anything ambaye amefanya, hata kitu moja ambaye amefanya ambaye inaweza tuambia kwa this government is going to perform tukipatia time. There's nothing ambaye anaweza show. So why should we start ku debate kwa huyu ni government ambayo tunafaa tupatie time, hii ni wakati ambao tunafaa tuangalie siji nini, na ni yeye ndio the same person ambaye anatuambia kwa economy imekuwa affected na handshake na Raila. This is the same guy ambaye anatuambia tukijaribu kumwambia kwa kuna shida na Ukraine, the same guy anatuambia kwa kuna kitu kama Ukraine, yeye ndio solution. Akija kwa kiti, the same time anaingia kwa kiti, that's the time ambapo Kenya itakuwa delivered. Amekuja amekalia kiti. What is he doing? Hakuna kitu ambacho anafanya. So hakuna haja kumpatia any other time. Watu wanasema kuwa Raila sijui atabaki. Wacha Raila baki peke yake. Bado kuna followers. Watu kana Jalango wamepita kwa sababu ya support of Raila. si his committee. Asifikiri kwa watu wanapenda his committee ndio wanamfuata. No, it was because of Raila kumsimamisha na akasema huyu ni mtu wangu. Watu wa Raila wakampigia. Saa hii atoke aenda simame na UDA. Tuone kama atapata hiyo seat. Alafu anajipiga kifua anasema hawezi apologize. Sawa, hawezi apologize. But he should know that alienda pale kwa sababu ya ODM. Na he should respect the stand ambao ODM wako nayo. Mtu yote ambaye hayuko na sisi atoke na aende kabisa. No argument tena. Yes, Nguru.
Mzalendo.
Guru, Mrs. is asking kindly if you can add him to the channel.
I don't have that.
Oh, you don't have it. Okay.
Maybe
Stone
PK can assist.
Okay. Mr. G, wacha nikuelezee kitu moja.
Can Stone PK share the link alafu tuendelee? Kuna jamaa anataka kuingia. Just share the link alafu tuendelee.
Mr. G, wacha nikuelezee kitu moja. Watu upigia individual kura. Kenya hakuna watu wanapigia chama kura. Ukae ukijua hivyo kwanza. Watu upigia Raila kura kama binadamu, lakini sio kama chama cha Azimio. That is why unaona Raila Odinga alikuwa Ford Kenya, akahama Ford Kenya, akaenda LDP, akaform NDP, akakuja Orange, ukakuja na NAK, watu wanamfuata tu hivyo. Sahi tuko Azimio, watu wamemfuata tu hivyo. So for somebody like Jalango, at one particular time, itakuwa you just have to create your brand. And the reason why nakwambia, sometimes it is important to listen to the voice of the minority. Sometimes it's not like wewe ndio unajua kila kitu. Watu wanakushangilia huko, watu wengi, lakini ule mtu washangiliwi hapa ndio pengine anakuambia ukweli. Unaweza pata ni huo Jalango pengine ndio anaambia baba ukweli peke yake. Na tuliwaambia kitu moja, chanzo ya kuanguka hii kura ni kwa sababu amsikii the voice of minority. Voice of minority is very, very important. Somebody can tell you an opinion that will help you. Wewe uko Mombasa pale pwani, unaona MP wa Nyali anaitwa Mohamed Ali. Mohamed Ali alitafuta tikiti ya chama, akapiga magoti, akafanya nini, akanyimwa. Stronghold ya baba, akaenda pale na independent na akashinda. Alishinda kwa sababu watu wamechanuka sahi. Watu wanapigia individual na kazi yako, utendaji kazi yako. Hii mambo ya chama haikuna maendeleo imeleta. And that is what the message is on the ground. Wewe kama uko bado unadhani ati watu wanapigia chama, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Sema ndugu yangu.
Mzalendo, a question. Umetuambia kuwa Mohamed Ali alikuwa anaomba tiketi ya chama gani? ODM, okay? Alikuwa ana support baba. Wakati alienda independent, alikuwa ana support baba bado ama alikuwa ana support huyo Uhuru? Sasa alikuwa bado ana support baba lakini hako kwa independent. Wanavotiwa kwa masisi ya Raila. Watu wanapenda Raila, watu wanapenda baba. So watu wanavotiwa kwa sababu hiyo.
Sawa, hiyo argument yako ni sawa, alikuwa anapenda baba, lakini sasa si ameingia na UDA? Ama ameingia na chama gani? Hebu jibu hiyo swali kwanza. Sahi Mohamed Ali ni MP wa Nyali, alikuwa na support baba ama alikuwa na support nani?
No, sahi alikuwa na support UDA.
So your argument, they don't hold any water. Yeah. So saizi Mohamed Ali ni mbunge.
I was talking about, listen first, Mzalendo. I was talking about Jalango. The issue of Muhammad Ali is a UDA guy, unaona, in Mombasa. But the guy ameperform. Hiyo hatuwezi danganyana. The guy ameperform. Huyu nini, ngoja kidogo Mzalendo. Huyu Jalango, this was his first term. You see? Na amekuja kwa sababu ya ile support Raila amempatia pale Lang'ata. Angezana na ule kijana alikuwa pale Lang'ata, ule kijana angemshinda. Lakini kwa sababu ya support ya baba ndo ameingia hiyo, amepata hiyo kiti. So yeye bado hajaperform anything. Sasa yeye amekuwa comedian. Sasa ndio time yake ambayo anafaa aperform. Na kuperform, kitu ya kwanza anafaa asikize his leader. Asiwe na double stand. Wakati huko anadanganya hako kwa baba, alafu usiku wako kwingine. Hiyo haitampeleka mahali. What you are trying to say ni kuwa tuwe na msimamo. You see? This is a guy ambaye alikuwa amejulikana. Si baada hii si kitu imeshtua watu. The guys of ODM walikuwa wanajua. Kwa sababu watu kwa anatembelea Ruto usiku, kwa anaenda anaongea na Ruto, kwa anaenda anaongea na watu wa UDA. Yeah. So tukisema kwa sisi hatutaki watu kama hao, si hata tunawachukia ama nini, no. Sisi hatutaki watu ambao wako double standard kwa akili yao, ambao wanakuja kutufuruga, wakuja pata information kwetu wanaenda wanapeana kule. Those are the things ambao hatuhitaji sahihi.
Unajua ile kitu ile mimi nashangaaga ni wakati UDA na Azimio wanaenda debate hata in a media house, inakuwa wanasalimiana baada ya hiyo panel. Whatever happens after the interview, they can go for a drink, they can go for dinner, they can talk. That one is okay. They will argue in front of the camera, but behind the scenes, what they do, you don't know. But it's just unfortunate. It's just unfortunate for somebody like Jalash, because I want to believe on what he said after whatever has happened. He said that he still supports Baba, he loves Baba, and that is what I want to believe that is in his heart. But for you who thinks otherwise, thinks that he's lying. Yeah, but he has said that he supports Baba, but he has no apologies for talking to the president on development issues. There are some things the president can bring and Azimio cannot bring, and that is a fact.
Okay, listen to his body language. Angalia body language yakata kwa naongea. He's the guy ambaye alikuwa anataka kulia. Kwa sababu anasema anasikia uchungu, ametolewa kwa mkutano ya baba. Why? Every decision you make has a consequences. You yourself Mzalendo ulikuwa unataka kiti ya ODM. Sijui kama ulienda na independent ama what. I don't know what happened.
Mimi hiyo upuzi ya ODM siwezani nayo. I'm a very democratic person. I said that is absolute nonsense. Ukianza kusema that you are going to choose leaders, ODM leaders for your people, that is the problem that we get at the end of the day. And now Baba is facing his own demon. Yeah, he is the one who selected Jalango. Had he allowed probably the people of Lang'ata to choose a leader of their choice, maybe Jalango would not have been on the ballot. Yeah, so it is whose problem? You created a monster, now deal with it. Yeah, deal with it. That is the same thing that happened. I told you the same thing that happened in Homa Bay constituency. You create a demon there instead of allowing the most popular person to run for the seat for the gubernatorial seat. You bring somebody who is your stooge. You have to deal with it. And let me tell you, we are going for a by-election probably in Homa Bay, and you will see what will happen. And listen, Mr. G, Azimio, as it is constituted after the general election, it has not won any by-election. Zero. Niambie mmeshinda gani? Yet you claim you are very, very popular. Tell me of any by-election that you have won after the general election. Is there any? Mr. G, hiyo swali ni yako. Hebu ni ama guru akusaidie. Has Azimio won any by-election after the general election?
this general election ama zile past?
Hii election imepita tu hapa, hii mnasema you are rigged out.
Okay. I don't think kama tumekuwa na by election kwa areas za nini za Azimio. What we had ni zile election ambayo ilipigwa baadaye, na ile election ambayo ilipigwa baadaye, I think we won almost all of them. We had some election that was done in Ukambani.
Mimi nakwambia, ndio nakuambia saa zingine unafaa uende uangalie vitu inafanyika in the political scene. Nukula tu swali simple. Kuna nini ilifanyika huko Bungoma? Ilikuwa ni ya Senate ama ilikuwa ni ya nini? Kuna ingine ikafanyika pale Siaya, huyu jamaa wa independent, okay, bring jamaa wa independent ama ni nini aliingia huko Siaya kwa baki ya Debaba. Kuna jamaa wa ODM alishindwa, wa Azimio alishindwa, ama hiyo hukuona? Zimekuwa kadhaa na mmekuwa either you are, in fact the worst performance was in the one in Bungoma. I think you were second last. Yeah. So hizi ni vitu zingine, it should indicate to you what the people on the ground feel. Sometimes we do a lot of politicking. Hii mambo ya politic after every election, we are just politicking instead of focusing on the things that will uplift our people. We are just in a political gear. Election inaisha hivi, tumeingia tu. Saa hii gurudumu itasukumwa hivi mpaka 2027. Yeah, the momentum will be like that, and it will probably build up ikienda hivi. It might end up favoring Azimio, or might it end up in favor UDA, but the momentum will be like this. But the scorecard of each and every individual, even Jalango, who is the MP for Langata, is 5 years. You judge an MP after 5 years. And an MP, when they are elected, they serve the constituents. They don't serve the party leader. They serve the people who elected you. Yeah, you serve the people who voted for you. That is the number one priority of an elected leader.
And Mzalendo, this is what they can't get. This is where they're having a problem. And just like Guru says, Guru, I'm so disappointed in you today. You know, I'm really, really disappointed in you. Let me tell you something. You keep patronizing young people who speak their mind. There is no constitutional mandate to the member of parliament to serve the political party. It is to serve the people on different accounts. So what we are saying is that we don't know the motive of Jalango. We can only believe what he tells us. But if Raila wants to put his house in order, by all means, he can do that. He has the right to do that. If he feels that he should recall or should take disciplinary actions that is justified, by all means, he's welcome to do that. But you coming telling us that the president or the member of parliament should not go to State House, that shows a little bit of ignorance, because some people here seem not to understand the functions of the president. They don't know what is the role of the president constitutionally. So when people come here with with personal agendas, like the gentleman who was here called Secretary General, sometimes you display your ignorance, arguing because you are so bitter of something that you don't know. What we are asking people is that do not gag the people just because of a political party, that you cannot have a relationship with the president. The president, even there's some things that you guys are saying. How do you know? How do you know that Jalango went on a mission to see the president? How do you know? But because you are not in the circles of Raila Amolo Odinga, then you are quick fingers.
Mise.
Here you start again. Yeah, Guru, stop.
No, you've
you
talked
stop,
so
Guru.
much.
Guru, stop. You've been keeping quiet when others have been talking. But Guru, stop. Stop that sense of entitlement.
1 minute then. 1 minute.
Speak. I've been listening when you were talking. You need to stop.
Stony, kindly share the link. Kuna jamaa nataka kuingia kwa link.
So what we are arguing is that let us allow people to interact. At the end of the day, if Jalango is going to use the president for his people to benefit, if he's going to use his name, and nataka Stone PK ukikuja tu useme ukweli. Wewe umetafuta kura. Najua watu kama Guru hawajai tafuta kura. Sasa saa zingine they get excited. Wewe jina yako ya mheshimiwa, umeitumia jina ya mheshimiwa na mtu akafaidika hata kupata kazi. You know? Umeituma mtu tu akasema mheshimiwa Stone PK amesema unifanyie kitu fulani na akapata that opportunity. I'm just asking you because I know you've been in the politics. And Mzalendo, I need you to answer this question. Have you ever, has someone benefited by the virtue that is associated or is related to you?
Many.
Stone PK, I want you to be honest so that I can drive this point home. And I'm not against Raila Amolo Odinga. Have you ever said mheshimiwa amenituma na kitu ikafanyika? Stone PK, atakuja, lakini ile nilikuwa nasema the president.
Did you ask me a question?
No, it's Stone PK. So the president,
oh, you wouldn't want me to answer any question, eh?
No, you will answer. You will answer. I didn't ask any. So why would you ask? Why would you answer what I've not asked?
No, the problem with the Jiguru is you don't know how to precise. We would have asked you a question, but you don't know how to precise your sentences.
Yeah, so the president is the chairperson of the country's National Security Council, is the symbol of unity. The country is the head of the state and government. He exercises the country's executive authority, is the commander-in-chief of the country's military and Kenya Defense Forces. So if this person, and if you keep going down, you will find many other responsibilities that you can interact with the president. But what we are saying, let us not have our leaders, let us not create a system where we have to depend on, like we have to worship our leaders for certain agendas or for certain agendas.
Time is up. Time is up.
To be rolled or to be executed. But you are forgetting, you've been telling us it is because of Raila, that's why Jalango became to power. And so that is the same worshipping that you are discouraging Jalango to get from William Ruto. So let me stop there because Guru, I know today you are targeting me. But this
no, me say I have nothing against you.
He's so delusioned and retrogressive and barbaric and juvenile. He needs to grow up in a manner that he can agree or disagree with other people's opinion. You don't have to agree with me. You don't know me and I don't know you. So neither do I care about you. So you don't have to be personal. We come here.
You know, tutapembelezana, my friend. If you are irritated to be in this, but nini go. Order. Storybook nyuma ya nini ya background yako. Unafikiria tulipia you know it's rot. Usidanga you not abuse people. I told you go get a channel that you can give your propaganda.
That's why we are telling you that this
Secretary General, not yours. I will ask you be kicked out. Now, let me say that what we are irritated about is your deliberate misreading of the Kenyan public. Why didn't we see MPs stream to the State House during Kibaki's time? Why didn't we see MPs stream to State House during Uhuru's time, apparently to have projects taken to their constituencies? Wanjinga waliisha Kenya, my friend. So we know what is happening. Don't bring things that are completely, you know, they are actually an insult to the intelligence of Kenyans. Mr. Ondari, welcome.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that today I'll be talking to you, and I'll handle two things. The first thing I must handle is the issue about Jalango. Number one, from the sentiments, Jalango was not ousted because alienda kuona president. The reason as to why alitupwa nje ni kwa sababu hakuomba ruhusa na hakuelezea pia kama anaenda kuona president. Kwa sababu pale mahali Jalango alikuwa kulikuwa na viongozi kutoka Nyanza na hawajachukuliwa hatua yoyote kwa sababu walipeana reason as to why wanaenda meet president na wakapeana reason before, a day before ilikuwa ishajulikana kwamba wataenda kuona president. So hawangekuwa punished wale kwa sababu walipeana reasons. Lakini Jalango alijialika mwenyewe. Okay? Mr. G.
Mr. Odari, stop lying.
Mr. G.
Yes. Yeah,
Mr.
stop lying
G.
because it's a letter.
Mr. G.
Yeah.
Odari, you need to have the right information.
Let's use the procedures. Through the chair. Through the chair. Through the chair.
Okay, let me finish.
Through the chair. Let's allow Odari to finish his submission,
yes,
please.
Yes. Okay, so Jalas alionekana akiwa na furaha pale, na hiyo kitu haikufurahisha watu wa Azimio vile mmekasirika hivi. Na the second thing is Jalas ameeleza mwenyewe akasema kuna barabara ambayo ilikuwa imesimama. Contractor amepewa pesa lakini haifanyi, na barabara ilikuwa ni national government, haikukuwa ni yake ya kuhandle. That is why alienda kufuatilia ajue where the issue is, na saa hizi inasemekana kwamba contractors wamefika na wanataka kuifanyia kazi. The second thing ambacho ninataka kuongea ni kwamba watu wengi ambao wamesimama karibu na mzee na baba is a very good person. He has fought for democracy and we are now, tunaweza hata kuongea vibaya kwa president kwa sababu ya ile fight ambayo wamefight. Lakini the only problem wako nayo ni wale watu wanafaa kumadvise hakai na wao. Wale watu ambao wana misadvise ndio anakaa na wao. For example, where is Otiende Amolo? Yeye mwenyewe aliwaambia kwamba mnaweza kushirikiana na national government kwa sababu ya development, sio kwa sababu ya kuhama, na akasema kabisa mtu akienda kuona president sio ati amehama. Lakini the problem with you people is mtu akienda kuona mtu mwingine inaonekana kana kwamba amewaacha. So saa hizi ile story yote inapigwa, wale wanapiga kelele, wale ma MPs wenyu na governors wenyu wameweka portrait yake kwa ofisi, wana recognize ni president, lakini huku nje wanasema sio president. You need to have some change. Kama mmeamua ni hivi, then let us all resign, tuseme kwamba hakuna serikali, kwa sababu hakuna serikali then itaonekana hakuna upinzani.
Odari, wacha ulizo maswali na Mr. G.
Aya, huyu bwana ameuliza swali mzuri sana. After election ni wapi ambapo mdana na mkashinda?
Odari.
It means watu wanaangalia kiongozi, hawaangalii chama.
Odari.
Yes.
Can you listen? Wacha ulizo swali na Mr. G.
Wacha niulize swali.
Odari, umeongea kuwa the other MPs waliumba rosa kwa leaders wa ODM. Guy, please don't lie for people. There's a letter ambao iko on the media ambao imeandikwa na ODM na wote wamekuwa punished. Wote wameandikiwa barua. I can share the letter hapa sasa hivi uone hiyo barua.
Lakini hawakufukuzwa. Mbona hawakufukuzwa? Yeye peke yake akafukuzwa.
Uliwaona kwa hiyo meeting jana? Guy, stop lying before people. Meeting ya jana hata nani amekuwa? Hata Otende amekuwa, sasa unasema Otende hayuko. Otende alikuwa hata kwa meeting ya jana. Wacha kuongea tu.
Lakini kwa rally anaonekana. Rally anakuja. Mbona haji kwa rally? Governors wenu wote wa Azimio ni yupi ambaye anakuja kwa rally?
Ondari. What point are you trying to execute here? Because I can't see it.
Okay. Your rally, you associate governors do not attend your rallies. They are not even speaking about who you see president. We now have information. Your so-called whistleblowers wameambiwa wa present those hizo maneno zao, wanasema mmeficha kwa sababu ya security yao.
Ngoja
Kama
kidogo.
mko na whistleblowers na hawakuonekana kwa koti kupeana evidence, saa hizi tutapeleka watu ili tupate hii uongozi? Yani mnataka mtu atoke kwa uongozi, president atoke hivi aseme nimeamua, nimesema nyinyi mlishinda, no I'm out now, nyinyi muingie kwa ofisi. It is not like that in Kenya. Kenya tunaenda kwa kura. Hata saa hii president akiresign akisema no, nimeona pressure iko juu, nimeresign, itabidi tushuke, turudi chini kwa election. Hakuna mahali.
Can you now give space? Can you give space? Let me first enlighten you that on this forum we have house rules. The chairman is the alpha and omega. Akikwambia usimame, utasimama hapo mpaka akwambie uongee tena.
So dictatorship. We don't
nimekwambia usimame. Who is that? I can order you out. I am saying it is time to stop, Mr. Odari, so that ili ukaguliwe uonekane wewe unakunja na mrengo gani. Secretary General, kagua hiyo maneno.
Huyu mtu anatuambia ati una follow national roads kwa president. Kwani hajui kuna Kenya highways? Parastato. Kwa nini Jarango hakuenda kwa Kenya highways ama Kura whatever road? Afuate kwa nini contractor ameiba pesa? Ama aende kotini astaki contractor of corruption. Hii method ya kufuata president
ama parliament
parliament a raise issue asamo mpaka minister of transport. So hatutaki hiyo barbaric thinking ya kutuambia ati lazima uone president yo barabara ikuja kwenyu. That is barbaric, it is backwardness and immoral to a country like Kenya which has grown in democracy for over 50 years. The other thing is, hii mambo ya kuadvise Raila who should be his advisor should stop. Raila knows his advisor, he does what he wants to do. Hii mambo ya kutuambia ati sijui kuwe na Otiende Omoro sijui ndio ufanye nini, that one I don't think that is in your capacity to advise Light Honorable Raila Omolo Odinga. I don't think there is anybody in this country who has contributed a lot for this country, even for these freedoms that you are talking about, like the institution, the enigma, Raila Amolo Odinga. Na kama mnasikia vibaya tukisema Raila Amolo Odinga has fought for independence, has fought for democracy, wakati tulikuwa shule, wakati ya debate ya Kiswahili, tulikuwa tunasema uvuke sakafu kwa mwendo wa aste aste, muingie pande ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Na kama mnasikia sisi tunawairritate vibaya sana, mko watatu hapa, hata mkianza kuanza chano saa hii, mtafurahishana huko sana na mauongo. You'll be so happy. Mkiongea Uhuru akitoa hii uongo ya barabara, huyu anatoa uongo ya madam. Huyu akitoa uongo wa madam, mwingine anatoa uongo ya Thanksgiving. And you'll be very happy. Hapa we are not going to entertain people bringing propaganda thinking that ati kwa nini governor hawajaenda hiyo mikutano? Hatuwezi toshea mikutano yote na si lazima mtu aende. Hata sisi hatuendangi na tuna support mikutano ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Lakini wakati ikifika atuambie sasa tukutane town, kila mtu abebe stove na abebe towel na toothbrush, tutakuwa huko tutapiga toothbrush for a whole week until inchi ipate adabu.
Mr. Odari, I want also to just make you aware that when you are in a certain battle, you don't show all your tactics, neither do you, front all your troops at once. So don't insinuate anything that you do not understand. Ile ungesema ni kwamba you don't understand, but don't try to show like there is a weakness because so and so is not seen in a public rallies and the rest. How do you know that it is a higher level strategy? So please try to be a bit open in mind, because like Secretary General said, there are those who are released at a certain periodic time, and they need not come to the front line in the initial stages. So I think Mzalendo, help your brother kwa sababu anaonekana ameremewa na maneno.
I think Odari comes from the same school of thought, and he looks at things in a very objective way. He looks at things in the future. These are people who can tell you of what they look at in the future of ODM as a party, in the future of our politics. Our politics is defined by youths like Odari. It is defined by development. It is defined by what the expectations that are ahead. So it's in this century that we are defining our politics. But people like Guru, they are still stuck in the old ways. That is why you come here, you tell us about kazi ya kuchimba mtaro.
You know, I'm the chairman. Mr. Mzalendo, know that you are addressing the chairman.
Oh, chairman.
Mzalendo, can you address the Alpha and Omega in?
I withdraw my. you know some of these small privileges. They really excite people like Guru. It's like being an admin in a WhatsApp group. You think that you are a very important person in the clan.
Mzalendo, you need to address the chairman properly, or else.
So these are small.
Precisely, and that is what. And that is what party discipline is about, because Jarango today cannot go and hold a meeting somewhere in Kibera. So you can know how strong the chairman is.
I think for Jalango inaitwa kwa siasa inaitwa kukatwa mguu. Alikuwa na mea sana, so wanajaribu kumkata mguu. Yeah, but Jalango has got the platform. This is somebody that Azimio can use, but they are too dumb to know that this guy is an asset. This guy has got an audience. He has got an audience, and he is influential. Despite being a comedian, he has got an audience that follow him of 1 million.
Do you know how many have unscribed? Subscribed.
It doesn't matter. But he has an audience. It doesn't matter. He has an audience. I can tell you, when Babu became the MP for Embakasi East, this is what he did. He made sure that all the university students, kila mtu ameenda akachukua kura huko. Siku ya kupiga kura, watu wakampigia kura. Jalango can do wonders with this audience. Just ensure that they are registered in Langata. Watu hata anataka tu watu ako na 1 million loyal funds. Just make sure that maybe 200,000 wameenda wakaregister huko, tuone kama mtatoboa na hiyo mdomo yenu hapa. Sometimes this siasa, there's an asset that you can lose which you will not get. Kuna asset and ujue kuitumia vizuri. Since the party is very, very stingy, you don't even advertise. But this is a media personality. He has got that microphone on a daily basis from Monday to Sunday. From Monday to Sunday, he can talk about the issues the way you want.
I think you are a very good advisor, Mzalendo. Why don't you tell him to dare the doyen and throw in the toil and say that he's going to have his people vote for him?
No. We must. If I was Jalango, I would first want to recover my money I used for campaigns. I have to get a salary. I'll push you even to court. That was Kumambaka when the election. Yeah.
If Jalango is that a celebrity, then why did he get into politics? Yeah.
Mwambie Pastor.
Put on the shoes you can, which fits you. Why was he getting into politics? Yeah, the way you're putting him, that is he has audience. He doesn't have any more now. He's really destroyed his reputation. I'm so sorry for you and him. Jalango is a stupid gook.
I thought no one comes to the studio without a video.
I have come because I know what I'm doing. Okay.
Bwana Chairman, Bwana Speaker,
So,
sir, I have a
Mzalendo,
point of order.
finish.
Point of order.
AG, just wait first. Mzalendo,
just 1 minute.
Let me just finish so that I can leave.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
You are irritating Zalendo. Don't even bore us with Jalango's case, please. If he really knew that he's a celebrity, what was he doing in politics? Tell me that.
Madam,
Yeah.
madam,
Let him
let's
not bore us. Let him not bore us. Because Mzalendo
let-
plus those UDA people, I don't know, me say what. They are really boring people.
Mr.
We
Chairman, you are
don't
the
want
Alpha
that.
and Omega.
We don't want that.
Order. Mr. Mzalendo, 30 seconds, and then we move on. Please give him time to finish his.
Mr. G, I wish you could have put a face so that I can know who I'm talking to, because that is something that you always subject us to. And I will not be addressing a blank. I'm seeing her name is M.O. and she's saying we are boring.
Don't be personal. Don't be personal, Mzalendo.
Madam,
Just
there is a
finish your submission.
There's this guy who is vying for the presidency in Uganda, who was a former musician. He's called huyu amepeleka
Bobby Wine.
Bobby Wine. Bobby Wine was just an entertainer. The current president of Ukraine was just an entertainer, and they rose to those heights. Jalango can rise to be the president of the Republic of Kenya, and you will watch it. You understand? So, and he's young. So there is no he has got limits because he was a comedian or an entertainer.
Time is up for you, Mzalendo.
Zalendo, he would have chose to be an independent. He could have not come to ODM so that he can get into
It is
politics.
Baba who chose Jalango. It is
no. It is not Baba who chose Jalango. Jalango was pleading to Baba so that he can get that Lamata seat. Don't think that everybody does not know that. Okay? Everybody knows everything. Okay?
You people, I will, Emo, you will get your time to rebut on what Mzalendo is saying. We don't have to make noise. Each will have his or her time. Mzalendo, I think he has even gone away. But you have now the right to rebut what you wanted to tell him in 1 minute. Emo?
Thank you very much. We don't want those people who are still taking us back. What Jalango did was absurd. It's something which is not called for. And especially at this time, everybody are crying. You know, the movement which is going on in Kenya at this time, it's not even for Raila, but it is for the people. Those who started this, even to gear up Baba to get into this with Martha and Kalonzo, these people are quiet. But the people of Kenya who feel that really we woke up very early in the morning and went to vote. Alafu some thug come from nowhere called Chebukati and take their victory away from them. These are the people who are there and they are telling Baba loud that please, we want this thing back and we know we can. They are just waiting for Baba. And somebody is coming here to tell us that Jalango, Jalango is a celebrity. If he is a celebrity, what did he want in politics? Those people he's mentioning, they know what they want and they are just straightforward. If he wanted to be in politics, he could have chosen to be an independent whatever contestee. So he chose to be an ODM. He has to be in ODM, not this Mgu in the day you are in ODM, Mgu in the night you are with Ruto. Even me, I don't recognize him as my president. He is such a nuisance person. Please give us a break. If you feel like praising Ruto to us, tafuta channel yenu. then mtu wachie hii yetu, alafu tuone what we can do and capture what we can do. Please, give us a break. You have made me come into this thing. I really didn't want to come in. But you're talking like stupid people and stupid chicks. Please.
Oh no.
Just
No,
talk language.
Get out. Stop abusing them.
I'm sorry, Guru. I'm sorry,
Get
Guru.
out.
I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm a little bit annoyed,
That's
but
not your mandate.
Who cares? Who cares that
yeah.
you are annoyed? We
Uh,
don't care. We don't give.
Mise, I thought you are a little what, but you are.
Just give her time.
Anyway, let me just leave it as such. Anyway, thank you very much, you people. Stone PK, how are you? And everybody, thank you very much. Yes.
Before you go away, we have a decorum of using language that is.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid. I'm sorry
Yes,
about that.
we don't use abusive language, but you can strongly disagree with somebody without insulting the person.
Yes.
And Mise, you are misbehaving. I will ask for you to be thrown out. Let's hear what Mr. G has to say on this matter, and particularly keep off personalized attacks.
No, you're not attacking anyone, Mr. Guru. Thank you for the chance. Mzalendo, I thank you that you may introduce issue the guy from Uganda. The guy from Uganda, you cannot compare him with Jalango. Huyo ni mtu ambaye ako na stand yake. Amesimama opposition na amesimama pale pale. Ajai yumba vene nani anafanya vene Jalango anafanya. You see, in Mombasa here, there's a question that you raised about this guy called Muhammad Ali. This guy called Odari Mwana. This is a guy in Mombasa, I know him. Odari Mwana, I have a question for you. In Mombasa, do you know what caused what were ODM kushindwa Nyali? If you're still thinking, Mzalendo, there was an issue in Mombasa with this guy huyu anaitwa Joho. Joho ameharibu siasa ya Mombasa sana. Na Joho ndo aliforce ndugu yake aende asimame Nyali. Ndugu yake hana power, hana impact. Na watu walikuwa hawampendi. There was a young guy ambaye alikuwa anasimama na kiti ya ODM lakini alinyimwa hiyo kiti, alishindwa, hakusimama, hakupata hiyo kiti. That guy angeshinda Muhammad Ali. But something happened in darkness kwa sababu ya Joho na tukakosa huyo kijana, that's why tulipoteza kiti ya Nyali, lakini kiti ya Nyali Muhammad Ali angepata.
Kwa hivyo ni corruption ya ODM ya. Well, Mzalendo, I think let's be civil. Nancy.
Just a minute, give me like 3 minutes.
Okay, it's okay. Stone PK, hutaki kuongea leo? Okay, sawa.
Wacha niseme hivi before Nancy awe tayari. Bwana Guru, you're somebody we respect so much. I've been following this Mtembei for a long time. Even Stone PK knows. When you came, you really speak sense into us and you give us that hope. But those people who are really trying to take us back, they don't know that
Mo, we understand. we have to live with them. You know, they are our brothers and sisters. Sometimes it's because
they are our brothers and sisters. You know, there are some things they could your brother and sister should not bring for you. I would just hata brother and sister wanapigana mpaka wauane. Just because
I am the chair.
Yeah.
I am the chair. Can you listen? I'm saying sometimes it's because of lack of knowledge. So you have to keep educating them.
Yeah.
Like somebody comes here telling you that the MP has to face the state house so that the borehole in his constituency can be fixed. And he is a person who has gone through school. You have to educate that person that the government does not work like that. Anyway, we have to tolerate them the way they are, and if they don't, we know what we do. Mr. Odari.
Yes.
Na usilete propaganda.
Usilete propaganda. Sasa, kwanza I support your words. Yale maneno umesema saa hii ya kwamba you have to tolerate each and every person so that we get to exchange and have ideas moja. I also agree with Emo that sometimes when you are irritated, when something has really touched your heart, you need to express it, but in a good manner. Mimi ninaweza kusema kwamba the reason as to why Nyali you lost, it is because vile ndugu yangu ameeleza. But the reason as to why we can get away without having anything and baadaye tupoteze chama chetu ama tupoteze our coalition ni kwa sababu ya kuanza kupigana sisi wenyewe kwa wenyewe ndani kwa ndani. Kama tukipigana ndani kwa ndani, it means hakuna mahali tunasonga. Lakini tukirekebisha, tuhakikishe nyumba iko in order, then pale mbele tutakuwa na uwezo wa kuscore. Just yesterday nimesikia Mbadi akisema kwamba yuko tayari kutupwa kando, which is not a good sign. It is not a good sign. So sisi wenye tuko hapa ambao tunaongea hapa, we need to tackle, tusaidiane kuelewa ni kitu gani ambacho tunahitaji usaidizi wa national government na ni kitu gani ambacho tunahitaji MP afanye on his or her own capacity. Tukishajua hicho, ndio tukiona watu wakikaa pamoja, tujue wamekaa pamoja kwa sababu gani. I don't support hii story ya party prostitution. I don't. Kwa sababu for parties to be there, for hii story ya kusema kwamba tuko na freedom ndio iwe, we must have parties that are strong enough ambazo hazitaogopa mtu yeyote. Just like Babu Owino. Babu Owino, for your information, he does not, yeye haogopi mtu yeyote. Na hana sioni kama kuna siku moja anaweza kufika mahali akaogopa mtu yeyote. Anaweza kukuface live na akakuambia mambo yako live. And that is what we want. And to get this spirit, ni watu wakae kwa vyama na watulie. Warekebishe mahali kuna kurekebishwa na watengeneze mahali wanafaa kutengeneza. Lakini sio kupati hope. Ukikosewa hii unafanya, ama watu wakienda against you, unahepa chama ama unaanza kuhusiana na yule mtu mwingine. You can stay inside na ukarekebisha pale ndani na mambo yakakuwa sawa. So I agree with you all ya kwamba Jalango made a mistake, disciplinary action should be taken, lakini pia they should consider huyu jamaa ndio ameingia kwa politics, ndio ameanza, amejua anaweza kuwa anatumia tactics zile alikuwa nazo kule nje, anataka kuzileta ndani ya politics. Ni akalishwe chini, aongeleshwe, lakini sio kutemwa vile anatemwa. Akitemwa anaweza temwa hivi na ikakuwa hii story ya hapa Mombasa ya Nyali hapa, mkapata tumepoteza hiyo seat na hatutaipata tena kama ODM.
Odari,
Yes.
nikuuliza swali.
Yes, niulize.
Sasa ikiwa uko na nyumba yako, jioni unakuta watoto na pipi wameenda kwa jirani, na hawanja kuambia nia gani inawapeleka pale, utakimya?
Huwezi kukimya. It is just ni kama tu kupata mpenzi wako ameenda lunch na mtu mwingine. So you must go.
Sasa ninataka ieleweke kwa watu kama Mise, nilisikia akiongea hapo zamani kwamba party discipline is what is lacking in Kenya. Party has structures and those structures exist for a reason. You cannot say that an MP is totally free to an extent that he can go and hobnob with the competitors in terms of politics. Today, let me also ask you another question.
Ask me.
Ruto ni kiongozi wa chama, si ndio?
Ni kweli kabisa.
Alafu asikie mwanachama mmoja wake, tuseme Kidiki Kithule, ameonekana na Raila Karen usiku ama kwake. Uhusiano itakuwa sawa?
Uhusiano haitakuwa sawa, japokuwa italingana kama kutakuwa kuna kitu ambacho kiko tangible, kama vile governor wa Mombasa amekuwa akifanya. Amekutana na deputy president several times, lakini anapeleka yale mambo wanaona yanaweza kusaidia kukuza
Kwa nini leo mtu kama Nasil haonekani kama anasaliti chama, lakini kwa Njalango anaonekana anasaliti chama?
Kwa sababu Nasir aliweka mambo yake wazi, alionyesha kile walikuwa wana sign, lakini hawa walikuwa na inside meeting, lakini wakatoka nje kwa session ya kupiga picha tu.
Precisely, kwa sababu uongozi si wa kibinafsi.
Very true.
So for Jalango to say that you'll be called any time and rush to State House without informing the party structures, that is being very disrespectful of the party structures and the leadership. We agree there?
We agree.
Tunakubaliana? Yes, Secretary General anaweza kutuambia zaidi kwa sababu unajua yeye ni Secretary General.
Yeah, ningetaka kumwambia pia katika US, unajua hizi tumefanya hii history, we know politics how they should be handled. Unataka kuniambia now the president of the United States who is a Democrat, for you to have development in your area, if you are a Republican, lazima uende uone president wenyu wa Democrat umwambie kuna barabara imekuwa abandoned.
Yeah, ndio.
Umwambie kwa State House. Hapana, that one I think hiyo hatujaiona, because everybody is entitled to development despite of how you voted.
But the office of the president is State House.
Yeah?
Hiyo ofisi ndio ameenda ofisini kwa kiongozi mwenzake, hajaenda kwa competitor, ameenda kwa kiongozi mwenzake kutafuta vile wanaweza tatua mambo.
Kutafuta maendeleo.
Sio kutafuta maendeleo.
Kwa hivyo bila kwenda kwa rais huwezi pata maendeleo. That's what you are telling me.
Wacha nikuelezee juu.
Anyway, mimi nataka kukuambia hivi. It is my time.
No.
There must be order. There must
be order.
Unajua hakuna kitu kama hiyo, na people should get their allocation. Ndio unasikia kuna equitable, kuna IBEC. It should be discussing on how to allocate money to each and every county, to each and every governor for development. Kuna Kenya Highways na Kura, they are supposed to be allocated money to build roads everywhere without seeing the president. Number 2, kuna watu wamesema hapa, panelists, wakadanganya wa Kenya ya kwamba ati followers wako, they can make you the president or MP. Nataka kudisabuse that. Na kupatia na example ya Bishop Pius Moiro. Pius Moiro alikuwa na followers loyo, akiwaambia wajirushe kwa mto wangejirusha. Walikuwa akiwaambia twende Kakamega wanajaa 1 million. Lakini wakati alikuwa anataka kusimama president hakupata kura. Kwa hivyo watu should not use the party channels to come and obtain their personal and selfish interests. Pastor Pius Moiro kwa nini hakutu kumchagua na tulikuwa leo fans? Because he is a pastor and we are not looking for bishops to be president in this country. Kwa hivyo guru, lazima hai maneno tuambie wananchi. You cannot translate your followers on Twitter to be voters. They might be following you because they want to kusikia mshene. Si ati wanataka wewe uongoze. Kwa hivyo hiyo story tunaletewa hapa, it is misinformation, it is misguiding, and it is not relevant in this channel. Thank you, Guru.
By the way, to support you a bit, I would invite them to go and look at the comedians and the musicians and the artists who actually have tried their hand in politics in Kenya and how many have succeeded. There's a time there was such a story. There are many, but they went nowhere. So except a few who have made it. So that issue of Twitter and it can do just as much. And thinking that because people are following you on Twitter account, that you can now translate it to political muscle is being naive by half. I think we have had a lot of UDA. Nancy.
Yes.
Can you contribute on this? Tell us whether you, when you accumulate followers in your Twitter account, you can now come and become the president of Kenya.
Chairman Nansa Stroke, can I have a question? I wanted to.
Kwani ameenda na yeye na nimepatia yeye nafasi.
Chairman, you know you are the Alpha and Omega.
Yes, I am, and that's why you must keep quiet until I call you to talk. She's gone, eh? Okay, Mise, you can talk.
I just want to get away from this issue of Jalango and address the issue that has been discussed here about Matiangi. I think one thing that I want to say is that when you're a civil servant, you should govern yourself in a manner that when you are in office and even after you have left office. So if you are wanted by the government or by the police to help them in an investigation, or when they have investigation, sorry, they have information that they need to conduct their investigations, they don't have to give you an invitation. The police have that mandate to raid in any house at any time if they have any reason as to why they should do so. So I want to say that the issue of, let us not politicize the issue of Matiangi. If Matiangi is innocent, he will be proven innocent because he will be taken, the police have to arrest you, have to call you, you have to go for investigation, taken through the due process, and at the end of it, you will be taken to court, and the case will be prosecuted, you will be found guilty or not guilty, and as such. But this narrative or this mentality that you were a senior government official, and then you think that you have immunity, that you cannot comply by the law, is what we want to discourage. I would want to see if today we are going to pick Amos Kimunya and ask and investigate and arrest him for if there are reasons as to why we should do so. I think they are Kenyans like any other Kenyans. Sheria sio ya watu fulani. You know, sheria ni ya watu wote. Kwa hivyo naomba kwamba tusije tukatumia visingizio ili kuhepa ama kuepuka yale ambayo yamewekwa. Na this whole issue of witch hunt, saa hii hata mimi nikiamka hivi niende kule nyumbani niseme Ruto ananitafuta, utaona watu wote labda wa eneo fulani wakisema kwamba hiyo ni witch hunt. Kwa hivyo ukiwa umeitwa, naomba kwamba watu watii. Watu wakiwa kazini wanafanya vitu ambavyo wakitoka inakuwa sasa wanataka kuwa protected. If there are things that the former CS needs to be answerable, calling 200 lawyers to cordon his residence does not stop anyone from prosecuting him. It will be taken through due process like any other Kenyan. But all we are asking, if the police are arresting him, let them handle him with decency, taken through due process, and this will set precedents that when people go to office, they will govern themselves in the manner that will not compromise the way services are rolled to the people. This whole issue of calling your whole tribe, your whole community, you are all now, you start identifying with or ganging people to come and now be with you. These people are not earning salary with you. These people were not making decisions with you. These people, you had the responsibility, you took an oath of office to preserve and protect, and so we should be able to be held accountable. That is what I'm trying to say. And lastly, the government of William Samoei Ruto. I have heard you guys saying
that we should go and open our channel. Atufungui channel. We are not going to duplicate what you guys are doing. We are coming here because we have to coexist. We are brothers and sisters. We disagree. How do you even think about disowning your own brother or your own sister when you have a difference of opinion, a difference in ideology, and so on? So we are going to be here. We are going to debate with you guys. And when even you guys, when you call us stupid, we will take it with a stride. Even Adam Kitutupa, I think Mzalendo, as not Mzalendo, but Guru, unakumbuka ile pombe mlitengeneza huko kwenyu, watu wakakunywa mpaka wakakuwa blind, alafu watu wakasema hata mkifunga taa bado tutaendelea kunywa. Na sisi tunakuja kusema kwamba hata mtufukuze bado tutatafuta pseudo accounts. We will come here and we will comment because we love our country. Every person who comes in this forum comes here because he feels that he has something to give towards our country, that they have something that somehow will bring a difference in the governance of our country. We don't come here to waste time because time is money. We come here because we feel we too have something to give. We don't come here to put other people down. We come here with civility to discuss on debate, because on a good day, I would think, Guru, you are like my older brother. So if I disrespect you and if I use a language that is disrespectful, I will be totally wrong. And so I expect other people, tukiwa wadogo wakubwa, tusiallow people to, tusiallow politicians or politics kutufanya sisi tuwe maadui. And I can tell you for free, you might not find mzalendo akibeba matawi pale njiani. Watu wengi ambao wanaenda kwa ile mikutano, watu wengi ambao wanapatikana kwa hii ya kubeba matawi njiani, mtu wetu, watu wengi ambao wanapatikana kwa campaigns to vote for people are probably less people who do not have regular jobs or even are not very, very committed somehow in life. Because of that, they are easily used to elect people. And when these people get to parliament, they are selfish. And I'm not saying that William Ruto is not selfish.
Wind up, Mr.
I'm actually finished. I'm not saying the UDA government is not selfish, but we, the people, must come and realize that we should not allow people to divide us alongside, in terms of parties, but we should unite for a common purpose to build our country, to attract investors and create jobs. That should be the objective. And, Guru, nataka kumaliza kusema leo, as the Alpha and Omega, umetunyanyasa sana, lakini rais mstaafu ambaye anaitwa Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta alituambia bora uwai, kesho pia ni siku. Asante sana.
Mr. I think that is very unfair of you, and I think I've been very fair. Look at the forum now. It is, I believe, versus 2. You guys have had all your time and to propagate your propaganda without strong rebuttals. Therefore, I think it's very unfair for you to make such a summary, but it's okay if that is what you feel. Let me first say that I've heard what you have said, that you will be here using pseudo accounts. It's okay, it's fine. That is up to you. And in any case, I think that is the way hustlers do behave, because if you close this door, you go through the window or through the roof. It doesn't matter how you get what you want to get. That's a mentality that has been planted in the minds of young people in Kenya. As to whether it will take the country somewhere, I do not know, because that kind of behavior does not finally end up very well for the person and for the whole society. But mise na kuelewa sana, na kuelewa kwa sababu you've been very consistent in your argument on how things should be done. Mr. G, do you have anything to tell Mise as we try to see whether we wind up?
Yeah, I have something to Mise. Mise, you know, when we come here, tuache these propagandas. Just the way we say, let's discuss issues. Come on, right now, we know what happened. Na sasa sisi, hatuwezi sema kuwa our issue, tunapeleka kotini, and yet you know what is happening in the courts. Sahi, huyu Ruto ameshika koti yote. Capture, he just a state capture. Okay. So the only thing we can do is to deal with it ourselves. Kama mwananchi wa kawaida. Look at what's happening right now. Maisha imekuwa ngumu. And this guy na yeye alipromise kuwa kija maisha itakuwa rahisi. So hiyo kesi tutapelekea nani? Lazima tusimame wenyewe tuseme kwa maisha imekuwa ngumu. Ametudanganya, tumwambie kweli wewe umetudanganya. But the bottom line ni kuwa today we are having our meeting at Mavoko na tunaenda ku raise our issue. Tuko kuanzia jana. Our stand still remains. We don't recognize this president. Ni president wa Venezuela na adili na watu wa Venezuela wenyewe. Sisi we are going with our course. Raila ndo anatuongoza, naenda anatuambia ni wapi tunaenda. Sasa tushajua watu ambao wako na Raila. Okay, Guru utamute hiyo kuku inaleta chaos. Yeah.
Inaniita ni chinje.
Hiyo kuku ni kama ya William Ruto. We will send the police to find out.
Inataka mayai zaidi.
Stone PK, come in, Stone PK.
Thank you, Mr. G. And Guru, moderator Guru, thank you for the good job. And then now Dari Mwana na Mr. Mise. I have decided not to engage so much because now the remaining bit of what is happening is ni ya kuona na macho. Ni ya kuona na macho. We are not consulting KK people. In fact, we are not even engaging with them. So when they come to engage, tunashanga. Now, when we deal with our people, when we decide whatever we want to decide with our people, I don't know pilipili wasioila inawashia nini. Because when we said that Baba says no to political prostitution, that is us. That's what we feel. That is it. Don't tell us about people's rights and all that. You don't have to be in ODM. Hujalazimishwa kuwa ODM. And no one is indispensable in ODM other than Baba himself. The rest can leave. Anybody can leave. You are free to go to wherever you feel you are comfortable. Why are you regretting? Mbona mnaona huruma? Then telling us, oh, Jalango is very valuable. If you think he's valuable, take him to your KK. Take him. Awe valuable kwenyu. If you feel the Facebook followers, ndio nini, that shows you how shitty UDA is. You know, no wonder you are floating with a lot of nonsense, thinking comedians are important and giving us examples of comedians. Which government has ever prospered? If this guy of Ukraine was not a comedian, he would not be at war. Okay, he would know how to deal with the threats and all that. But he went making comedies and jokes and all that, not knowing that he was endangering his people's whatever. I don't want to go into that because, I mean, it is silly. So for us, the loss of the likes of Jalango, even today, if Bob Owino left, by the way, it doesn't mean so much. So KK, don't start telling us that, oh, this is so important, this one is very important. There is nobody who is indispensable in ODM. ODM, the movement, this movement is not ODM movement. This is where now the UDA people are trying to distract us. Isi maneno ya ODM. This is maneno ya watu wa Kenya, wengi mno. And that is the bitter truth. Okay? So, and in fact, it is too late. Baba, ODM, not even Baba, ODM should expel, that is the term, Expel anybody who is not toeing to party, whatever. The party politics, the party rules is that you cannot divide your loyalty. You can't come and give us this garbage about you are going for projects with the president. That's the nonsense we want to end. We want to end that garbage. It's not the president that gives projects. It's not the president that develops the country. It's not. It is not the president. And we want to get out of there. We want, even when you are opposing the president, development in your constituency, in your ward, in your county goes on undeterred. That shit, sorry to use that, I'm not sorry, but that nonsense, that garbage, that you have to be loyal to a president for development to come to your place, it's garbage, it's nonsense, and we want to get out of that. We have county chiefs, we have MPs, we have all of them. That's why we have devolution. That's why you have institutions. So when people start saying, oh, loyalty to Ruto, loyalty to that, someone is hanging his photograph and all that. Hanging picture ya Ruto kwa nyumba yangu, it's nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. Hata ya shetani huwa watu unahang kwa wall. You can hang a devil's portrait on your wall. It means nothing. So let's not engage with these UDA people. They are driving us into very petty arguments. Yani naita utoi, mtaani tulikuwa naita utoto. You know, let them leave us alone. Whatever we are doing, we do. Mahali itafika. And let them not be worried. Ati sasa mmepanga nini? That's why I could not even, when Mzalendo was telling me, oh, come and tell us you are the general. I don't care what Mzalendo thinks. We don't answer to him. We don't answer to UDA. Why are you worried what we are doing? Oh, you know, you guys have to be peaceful. You have to know that people are doing business. That's none of your business. If you want to come and arrest us, come. That is what we are saying. Stop bothering with us. We have a cause. That is where we are going. It is none of your business. Keep off. Continue doing your manenos. Continue stealing. Continue eating, wananchi. Continue increasing corruption. Continue employing judges that are corrupt. Continue doing all the evil. But the day is coming. The day is coming. One day soon. Mutalia, machozi. We have seen, and we are not talking of things that have not happened. I keep on giving people examples. They are there. The Arab uprising, the Sri Lanka, all these common examples are there. Kwa hivyo, mujipige tu kifua, which is okay. Ruto can continue kujipiga kifua. It's all right. And even if we don't remove him, he's not immortal. Yeah. By the way, what guarantee does he have that he will even clear this year? What guarantee? He's only human. And he's only a fool that goes thumping his chest, or as if you are going to remain there. Oh, 2027. Really? That's the most stupid thing anybody can do. So leave us alone. We know what we are doing. We will do whatever we want to do the way we do it. Nyinyi mngoje tu. Siku ya ng'atuka ikifika, ni shauri yenu. Mtajua kule mtaenda. Don't tell us, oh, this can't happen, this can't happen. It's up to you, keep it to yourself. Sisi muangalie, hatujaitisha usaidizi yenyu, hatujaitisha assessment yenyu, hatujaitisha evaluation ya UDA. Yeah. So in fact, I told people after elections, after the 9th, when UDA stole elections, we stopped holding discussions. We are not debating. Debate Baba na Mama, who is better than the other, UDA and Azimio, who is better than the other. It was up to and including election day. Once the election you stole, you became the thieves. So it is kufukuza mwizi na mwizi kusema si yeye. Mabishano, mimi umeiba, sijaiba. Okay? Sasa ni kuua mwizi, ua, mwingine anasema si mimi. So we are chasing the thief and we caught the thief. Now we are deciding on how to execute the thief. How do we deal with this thief? That should be your worry. How you will defend yourself when execution, when the guillotine will be opened. Either you'll mount your army, then we mount our army. That is now what should be happening. In fact, you are not supposed to be in our camp. You are supposed to be strategizing on how you are going to mount a counter. Odari, you want to say something through the chair? The chairman is Guru. Ask Guru.
Odari?
Address him as Alpha and Omega.
Odari, you are muted. Unmute.
Unmute.
Unaona hata gadgets za watu wa UDA hazifanyi kazi. Unmute. Odari.
What's happening, Mr. Ondari?
Stone PK, you can unmute him from the back. Help our brother.
No, I can only mute. As a moderator, you can only mute. You can't unmute.
Odari, unmute and talk. I'm umeganda.
Allow Stone to finish.
Is he hearing us?
Labda bado si unmute.
Ajui ata unmute wapi. Hii ni watu ya UDA. Unapatia mtu Ministry ya Education. Ole wao.
Lakini leo umetukanyaga ni sawa tu. Bora uone.
Bwana mise. Yaani Kenya ime
By the way, Stone PK, sisikii serikali siku hizi ikiongea mambo ya transition rate.
Hakuna serikali.
George Mgoha alikuwa anaongea mambo ya transition kila siku. Sasa hatusikii hiyo.
Bwana Guru, jokes aside, even with Mise and Odari, jokes aside, this country is going through, it will be a mockery of Africa.
Yes, I'm back.
Okay, say something.
Okay, say something, Mr.
Point number one, I want to agree with Stone PK that you may not need our advice and whatever, but I have two questions I think I would wish to ask Mr. Stone PK. The first question, he has said that having a portrait of Satan in your house is not a problem. But you cannot have a picture of your ex-girlfriend on your wallpaper and say there is nothing. The second thing I want clarification from Stan PK. You know, for now I just need a clarification. Is Raila Odinga in Azimio or ODM? He said you can leave, everybody can leave as long as Raila remains in ODM. I want clarification I want to know if Raila is in ODM or Azimio. The third thing is, what if today the current government resigns? Who will take the charge to oversee the elections now that we don't have a stabilized IEBC? And the last question I must ask before I give back the mic is, if we say there is no government, then where do we get rights to criticize? It means there is no opposition, there is no government, so we just have to live that way and wait until we get to another election. Or what can we do?
Okay.
Mute. Bas, wacha angukiwe na moto sasa. Take a book, take a note and a pen. na usaidiwe na Mise.
Mise will take notes for me.
Yes, umekanyanga makaa sasa. Noabulia mwaki. Now, number one, you are asking whether about the portrait, girlfriend, and no. There was no question there. I don't know what you mean by me putting a portrait of my girlfriend in my house. That is madness. Unless I don't have a wife. If you are calling her my ex,
which means having a portrait of the president.
Wait,
something.
you finish. You finish. Wait. I want to correct to put it the way you should have put it. I cannot have the portrait of my ex when I have my current wife, unless I'm an idiot. Period. So I cannot have the portrait of Ruto in my house when I have Jaramogi, when I have Raila Amolo Odinga as my president.
But okay? It is in the offices of your leaders.
Listen, I don't care about. Listen, you know, we said we don't care about those leaders. They can all go. Listen, Odari, 290 MPs can go to hell. 47 county governors can go to hell. They can go to UDA. Okay? Women rep can go to UDA. All the MCAs can go to UDA if they so wish. So long as we have the people. The people are more than all those leaders. Take that to any bank. That is, if there is any bank surviving. That we don't need those leaders at all. They are stooges of UDA. They are corrupt. They are tumbocrats. We are happy. Don't answer me. Mute. Don't. It's not a dialogue. It's not a dialogue. It's not a dialogue. It's not a dialogue. So you take notes, you'll ask. You still have time. We are not closing this studio today. So all that we care. And this is, you know, KKA is so thick. They are so dense in conceiving and converting and incepting what is happening. They have no clue what is happening in the country, including Ruto. Our idea, their intoxication and indoctrination is huyo mzee wa kitendawili, wale tulishinda. That tells you they are deep in some, not even slumber. They are in state of stupor. They can't tell head or tail. Wako kwa, they are just shadow boxing. And that's why they even cannot recognize that their president, so-called president, is in such deep hot soup, that he has a resistance. Assuming he even won with the 200,000 votes, he is in hot soup with the other 49% of the country. And he can't recognize that. That tells you how dense he is. Now it's worse. So when you try to explain anything, don't bother. Okay? So I cannot have picture ya Ruto, ya Ruto in my house when I know my president is wherever. When you come to the Raila being UD or whatever, my friend, you live in Kenya, you know. Azimio is a conglomeration of many other parties. ODM is one of the Azimio whatever member. So he's of course a member of ODM, and then they joined the bigger umbrella, which is Azimio. Okay, so it is obvious. His original party is ODM, which is a member of Azimio, together with other parties, Wiper and the rest. All right. Now, when it comes to resignation, if Ruto today, which we will make him do, if he doesn't resign to Namungoa, we will give him 3 offers. Atoke aende, we will create a pathway for him. We will even, if he can't feel comfortable in Sugoi, we will look for his second country where he can take exile, because Wananchi are so mad and we will not be able to protect him in Sugoi. So we might have to send him on an asylum someplace before things cool out. After 4 or 5 years, 6-7 years, he can sneak into the country and continue to do his chicken farming. But if he continues to do corrupt things, wananchi will deal with him. So if he resigns today, we have a government in waiting, a government that won, a government that was elected by the people. And for us, we had already set roles. We had appointed, we had everybody, we had the ministers, we had Karua, what she was going to be, everything. So it is just a matter of installing that government. Now, the question you're asking is who will install the government? The people have the power over the constitution. The people can decide to say, Odari, Namise, Stone PK, and Guru, you are in the transition committee that will oversee that. Chief Justice Flani, only 5, so long as they are Kenyans, so long as we are not bringing the foreigners. We give the mandate to bring in the new government, swear in the new leaders, and then they disband. IBC kwanza tunataka kuimaliza na tudisband ikue tuiweke katika kaburi la sahau na tusahau hiyo jina kabisa, because it has done what we would call treason to this country. We don't want to hear of IBC again. We want it dead, totally dead. Even that name erased from the books of this country. We will have something else to help the wananchi. And that is what we want Baba Raila Molo to set, to put the factory setting. We want to start afresh from zero, from ground zero. We want Mwananchi to, when you are waking up to go and vote, we want to bring back that confidence. So we would be happy if he resigns. Akingatuka hivi tu atashanga, the serikali will take over and Wananchi will be very good. Don't forget, we have the armed forces. We have the forces, we have the NSIS. These are the people holding. Okay? They are the institutions that are holding this country. Yeah. You can have a team from any of those institutions overseeing the swearing in and all that. So there would be no vacuum. Don't tell me about the constitution. The constitution is under, it's below the Mwananchi. It's below the Mwananchi. The constitution serves the Mwananchi. It's not the Mwananchi to serve the constitution. And we can suspend that constitution at will, because it is us who made it. The last one you asked was that there's no Gava, the right of criticism. The issues of criticism, when you criticize, so what? When you say there is opposition, opposition is useless. In fact, Kenya, we want to decide we don't need those kind of opposition. Opposition for what? If you allow Mwananchi to elect the right people, the people who know they are going to serve Mwananchi, what do you need to oppose? If the leaders you vote for are the ones that are elected, I mean, they are the ones that are pronounced as leaders. Wale ambao mumechagua. In the village, when you chagua chairman wa DIP, because mnajua hawezi kukula dawa ya ng'ombe na nini na nini, things run well. You don't need somebody to go there criticizing him. You only criticize people when they are doing opposite things. Opposition is only, it emerges where the people who are supported or purported to be leaders, when they decide not to do that. When you decide to have corruption, then you need people to shout around. But does shouting help? Can shouting help with people like Ruto? It can't. Ruto is ni mwizi sugu. Whether you shout or you don't shout, it doesn't matter to him. So for us, priority is not to have opposition. No. Priority is to remove the thief from the throne and get the right person. Put Baba there. If we think he's not doing well, we remove him as well until we get the right person. That is simple as that. The solution is not to start thinking, oh, we need to give Baba opposition. We need to have strong. Those are the Western way of diverting and installing thugs who they do business with. Na mwananchi wa Kenya amechoka. Tumechoka kama vile Rwanda walichoka. And they are on the right path now. You may say they are being dictated upon. They are happy with the dictatorship of Kagame. Because hiyo dictatorship inafanya mambo inaenda sawa kwao. The economy is going well. Vijana wana kazi. Chakula kikotele. So you tell somebody kuna dictatorship and I'm able to feed my wife and children. I'm able to go to get a job. I'm able to go to school. I'm able to go to the health center and get medicine. Alafu unakuja unaniambia nyenye ya dictatorship. I'll tell you, go to hell. Let me remain with the dictator. And what is dictatorship anyway? That's a foreign language. It's a foreign vocabulary. Dictator ni yamaanisha nini? African leadership is dictatorship, benevolent. For those of you who may want to research. Hakuna wewe mwenyewe in your family, the moment you started embracing the nonsense called democracy in your family, that's when your wife started slapping you people. And you started calling your wife's baby, and they are adults, in the name of emulating the Western. Unaita mwanamke wa miaka 50 baby.
Yeah,
wako utamuita nini?
Ati nini BK? Unamuita nini?
Babe, ati baby. Na uko na watoto wengine 5. Babe, si babe ati ni vile umempenda. Kidogo anakuchapa kofi.
Si ndio hiyo bana, mpaka ufanye hivyo.
Sasa si ndio mmekuwa useless. You are useless. Totally finished. You have no authority in your home. Ati unaambia tangu lini ukaambiwa kuna equal rights ya mume na mke? Where? That's a lie. We are living a lie. You have to be the head of the family.
But our country is civilized.
What do you mean civilized? What is civilized?
Stone PK, are you preaching that men should stand up and take their position?
Mise.
Stop heckling, Mise.
No, I'm just asking.
What I'm telling you is that people are losing track because they are being misled. That's why we were misled. Ruto stole our votes. We were being told, you be silent. There is the constitution. There is the constitution way of doing it. You will go to the Supreme. Kumbe ameoa Supreme yote. Ameiba yote. Then we were there being very obedient. And this is where we are. What if we had gone the African way? Mtoto akija, shule, that's how we used to do it. If I open my cake like this, lunchtime, you come and snatch it. I don't go to run to mwalimu crying at guru amechukua nini keki yangu ama ndizi yangu. I deal with guru first. I run after him, nampiga mwereka, na ngumi nachukua ndizi yangu. Then mwalimu akija namwambia nilikuwa nimenyang'anywa ndizi yangu. This is what we should have done with Ruto. We should have beat him in Bomas proper. Then now we would be bargaining. Why did you beat Ruto at Bomas? While we are holding the seat because we are the rightful people. But we tulidanganywa na hao watu wengine, no, let it happen, then you follow the right way. Which right way? And Kenyans are now bitter. By the way, that is why Kenyans are so bitter. The worst that has happened to this country is the way the election was stolen this time around. These Kenyans will not take it lying down. That you can take it to the bank.
Let's say the government is not bad.
There's no government. You have government of Aisha Jumwa, government of Didmas, government of Ruto. Odari, where do you live? Which country do you live in? Would you really pass this as a government? Government of wait. A government of who? Gachagua with the 200 million stolen and many other. A government of this guy called who? The former governor. This guy who throws stones. Huh? You know him, not Bona Khalwale. This other guy, even Khalwale himself. But this guy of Umoja, who have this guy of this of Kiambu, the former governor of Kiambu. Baba Yao. Are those the people you are saying you are calling that Gava?
But he doesn't have
Odari.
anything in the government.
What is the chairman of some whatever? The government is formed out of very many branches. Chairman of commissions, chairman of institutions, chairman of bodies and all that. Boards. That is what forms
But
the government. This is a
just
rotten government.
Just as you say, the chairman is the alpha and omega. He doesn't have business in between.
Who? Which chairman?
When you are a chairman, you just have to listen to what people say and you stamp it or reject it, and that is all.
There you fall again. There you fall again.
Stone PK
there
is
you
wondering
fall
which
again.
chairman are you talking about? Which chairman?
Not Guru, not you, Guru.
guys, I know we are here. We pretend to be debating and talking and defending rotten things. The country is at the very blink. Okay, we may be joking, we may be doing this, but the seriousness of the matter is that this country is at the blink of collapse. And when a country collapses, wait, let me finish.
We have known it is collapsing, and we have an active government that is working to make sure everything is all right. That is why we are trying to make sure that every business is now coming back to its.
Mr. Odari, thank you very much for that. You continue believing that, and I always say anybody supporting UDA ni mwizi kwa njia hii ama ile nyingine. Anybody, any follower of UDA is a thief in one way or another. And if you are investigated, Odari, Miss and all that, muko na kauwizi fulani. Because
Odari ni pastor Mombasa.
Hakuna mapasta ni bure kabisa. In fact, I would never listen to any pastor. If I knew Odari was a pastor, I would not exchange with him. They are the worst. They have sold this country.
No,
they have sold this country.
We believe everything is going to be all right. That is what we believe.
Wait, Pastor, you believe, but it's not going to be all right. You ran away with our wives. You are running away with our vehicles. You are running away with our wealth. You are running away with our country. The day the country adopted the pastors, this country is when it perished. The day we put kanisa mbele, listen. The day we put you guys.
Ilikuwa mbele, ilikuwa inaongea na serikali nasikia. Sasa hii hata iko nyuma.
Hakuna. No, kanisa ni bure kabisa. In fact, there must have been the drop rate of Christianity in Kenya ime drop kabisa. The faith has gone down. We don't believe in you. We don't trust you. Kabisa. Odari, if you are a pastor, just take that to the bank. We don't trust you with our wives. We don't trust you with anything of ours. You are all thugs. Nyinyi ni wezi.
Huwezi kuishi na mwanamke na umwamini, inabidi umwamini hata kama ni mbaya. Unafaa kumwamini ndio uishi na yeye.
Pole. Not me. And I don't have to. Anyway, let me conclude by saying, the day this country went the Bible way, stupidly, is the day we sank, and we continue to sink.
But
we
the
have
Constitution
repeated
is not the Bible.
What are you saying? The Constitution what?
It is not the Bible. So our government is based on our Constitution and what we agree to do. Not what the Bible.
Odari, UDA government is based on maombi. Is based on maombi, na ni maombi na ililetwa na Mungu. That is what we are eating. Maombi ndio ita develop the country. Maombi, we no longer have discussions about development. It's about prayers. So we continue praying and God will develop the country for us. Thank you. I don't want to engage that further.
Okay.
Anyway, so to conclude, Bwana Guru, the truth of the matter is we had stopped engaging UDA because hakuna mahali wanatupeleka, hakuna mahali tunaendanisha nao. They are looking at it differently. Waliingiliwa na shetani kabisa. In fact, shetani kama kuna mahali alishuka na akakita mizizi ni kwa mapasta, ni kwa makanisa ya Kenya, especially these second generation churches, where you even don't know where these pastors got their theology and all these things from. They are emerging from the kiosks, from the back streets of the city. Unaona mtu amenunua, alafu hizi nguo siku hizi unanunua anywhere, unavaa. Okay, then you call yourself Pastor Stone PK, Bishop Stone PK, and all this kind of a thing. That is when we started falling, and Ruto took advantage of that. And this is where we are going to perish. Na tumekwisha, na Kenya imekwisha, unless a miracle happens. And miracles don't happen anymore. Miracles are initiated by human beings. So Baba afanye haraka. Today I got conviction that yes, Baba needs to go to all the 8 provinces, the old provinces. At least aelezee wananchi, because again I realize mwananchi wa Kenya anahitaji kuelezewa. Unajua, anaelezewa hii serikali ni ya wizi, hii serikali ni ya nini. Ndio sasa tukianza kuappraise atakuwa anaelewa. I was imagining mwananchi anajua serikali imeiba and all that. So Baba is okay. Let us do the 8 rallies and then we amalgamate into Nairobi. And for me, if we are not taking over State House, hakuna haja ya mikutano. Guru, back to you.
Mise, do you have anything to say?
Yes, please. I just wanted to tell Stone PK where is his faith. I want to tell him that we live by hope, just the same way as Mio hopes that one day Baba will be the president of the Republic of Kenya. And before election, and that's why we hope that 2027, William Ruto will get another chance to lead this great nation to a greater level, if only he would have delivered in his first term. Now, secondly, before election, I think we had a lot of hot hair, too much, saying this government, that government, William Ruto this, William Ruto that. Eventually, William Ruto came to power. He is the president of the Republic of Kenya. And as you hope to take over, that is a wet dream. But you know, everybody has a right to dream. So you guys, you need us. Sisi mnatuhitaji sana sana, kwa sababu sisi ni mandugu zenu. Lazima mnatuhitaji ndio tuambiane ukweli. Hamwezi mkajiongelesha nyinyi wenyewe. You have to have that dialogue. You have to push the government in power. You have to put them on check. You have to ask them to do the right thing when they are not doing the right thing. So your role is very key and important and integral in our society, and also making sure that there is development. You need us, Brian, Richard, wacha kukataa, we are best friends. But another thing I just wanted to say, Bwana Stone PK, hii jina ulikuwa una disabuse, hii inaitwa baby. Hiyo baby ndio baby is the key to the heart of every woman. Saa hii ukisikiza vizuri hivi, Guru a while ago amekuwa akijiongelesha pale, alikuwa anaitana baby. Ndio unaona he has a peace of mind. Hii kama utaitana baby kutakuwa na shida, na kwa juu ya hiyo story, baby you feel we love you and we miss you. And also we want to say that Kenya has no place for patriarchy. Kenya is not a patriarchal society. We have moved from there. And in matters of religion, you have Stone PK, you've said very well. The government of Ruto and any Kenyan citizen, they have a right as to whether they want to, how they want to worship. Because you know,
come to think about it, it's a right in the Constitution. So you cannot separate that from them. How they want to worship is up to them. But I want to agree with you. Let us not use religion to oppress the people, to deceive people, who are honestly following us, thinking that you are religious and having hopes in you that you would deliver them out of bondage. So if the government is using that kind of religion, that kind of approach to mislead the saints, then that is wrong. I think this is very good debate, and let us continue having this conversation. And hata kama umesema you don't want to engage with us, I think Stone PK, at heart, you are a very good person, and you are very objective. And I believe that at the end of the day, let us not use a forum to become enemies. Why would I hate Nancy wa Kenya, when in actual sense, Nancy wa Kenya anaweza nisaidia if I have Nancy wa Kenya as a contact? Take, for example, Mr. G, if I want to do clearing and forwarding, I have met Mr. G as a contact here who can help me with anything that I would like to do, with anything to do with clearing and forwarding. I think let us use our
we mize hiyo ukitaka we inbox hiyo, that is maneno ingine.
Yeah, so I was saying,
kuchanganya.
I'm finishing by saying, let us be brothers and sisters. Let us not allow politics to make us enemies or have sharp differences that are irreconcilable. I think we can use this forum to get friends and become better, improve ourselves, just like Raila Amolo Odinga, William Ruto, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and those people up there have made a cycle of friends that they can hawezi lemewa. Na sisi pia, we take this advantage and make friends tusije tukalemewa. Kwa hivyo, asante sana kwa jioni ya leo. Na Yufina Adams, I am single, let us mingle. Kwa sababu, you are the baby of the day. Thank you.
Mise, Guru, before I give it back to you, Mise wacha propaganda yako. We are never reconciling with Ruto. We will never. Okay? But as people be on the ground, people can decide. We are the voters. Ruto is not our voter. We vote, you voted him there. You claim to have voted him. So don't tell us that, we are brothers. We know we are brothers. We are Kenyans. Okay, we are Kenyans, but don't lure us to Ruto. There is no compromise with Ruto. He stole our votes, period. In fact, what we are doing, we are not checking you people. You are misguided when you say, oh, you see, we are discussing and checking you. Nobody is checking UDA government at the moment because we don't recognize it. You don't check a government you don't recognize. You are doing your own things. As we are planning how to remove you from Apple, tunataka kuangatua, and we want to use every means to remove you from there. There is no compromise. Don't try to lure us. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Guru, back to you.
Mise, I think now, having given you all that time to talk all that you wanted, I don't think the area accusation ya kuwafinya still stands. I think I have paid my debt to you. Nancy.
Oh, okay. I heard Mr. saying that he wants to be my friend. I don't want to be his friend. Me, I can only be friend to Azimio people. And there are
Asante, Nancy.
Who needs my
Nancy, I forgot to tell
who
that
can need
you are
my
very
help.
beautiful.
Ni kama tu ati ukulishe nyoka alafu ianze alafu baadaye ikuume. So me say take that one out. I'm not going to be a friend. Me, I don't talk too much though. I'm on my dick. As we do, nipeleke kwa place I do my work. I'm not a talker, you know. Lakini sitakubali. My message is one. Ruto must go. No. Yeah, that's my message. Ruto must go na tutaki hao kina Mise na Mzalendo hapa. Tumechoka na tumechoka na tumechoka. Hata baba amechoka. Tumechoka kabisa. Right now we have I'm just waiting for that thing in Jacaranda. You know? Hiyo ndo tunangoja
No, in Machakos, in Machakos.
Yeah, hiyo ndo tunangoja, you know? Hatujangoja kuongelesha na Mzalendo na Mise. Sasa hii niko hapa nafanya vitu zangu lakini nangoja sisi we've sacrificed a lot. Hata nowadays my husband is wondering what's up. Hii nini unasikizanga kila saa? He's not from Kenya. So anasemanga si election ilisha kitambo. Patieni huyo mtu muda afanye kazi. Sema kwa hapo 6 months. Nimwambia wewe uelewi. Kila siku niko kwa hii simu yenu. Yaani niko kwa hii forum. Hata bwanangu anashangaa nini mbaya. I'm jeopardizing even my marriage kuja kwa hii forum not to listen to Misa and Mzalendo. You know? Let me 2027 I'm vying. I'll tell you I'll be informing you guys more. And I'll win.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Mise ngo.
And I win, you know. I'm not at riding on my father's ticket, but my dad, I mean, he passed on, God bless his last, but he was the like kingpin of my what is it called? Your community. Akuenda kwa politics because hata leo niambia lakini nikienda kwa Nancy they call me lucky. If I go to politics mtaniona. Lakini akisema ni huyu ni kama baba ni yeye. Unaona, yeye alikuwa anafanyanga tu projects huko kujenga mahospitali nini. Ziko watu wanaziona. Akisema ni huyu. You know? My brother naye hataki kufanya but mimi I have a heart for it. I have to take the torch. You know? So mimi sitakuja hapa kupigana na Mise na Mzalendo. Watoke kabisa, watoke. Sitaki kuwaona hapa. And Ruto must go. Ama mnaonaje watu wangu?
Umenena kama watu 10.
Nancy, kama umeonewa, I take back my words. Wacha tukue hiyo nafasi umesema, lakini you're very beautiful. Your husband is very lucky.
Ni sawa tu. Hapa hakuna nini. We're not in discussions. But Raila is very tolerant, lakini sahi amekataa. He's not tolerant. Jalango, kwanza nilikuwa nimekuja sababu walisema ati Jalango ako na followers. Hao followers wa Jalango, wengine ni wa Tanzania, wengine sijui ni wa wapi, hata wajakuja they're not in politics. Wamekuja umbea and all those things. Hawezi mvotia, uliza Bahati ako na followers ngapi? Alipita kura. Na Bahati ni mwingine. Au clowns, they're not supposed to go to politics. Wabaki tu kwa doing clown things. Ona Jalango sahi, anabishana na Ruto JMO kunona. Mwanisame. Ani anadhani yani hana anataka apate pesa kwa Ruto na kuja huku kwa baba for votes. It doesn't work that way. Choose one hustle. Me right now I remove my second name because I know Ruto we just live 10 minutes from him. Anajua familia yangu vizuri sana. Na nikitaka kwenda kwa Ruto sahi naweza enda tu na nipate hiyo 50 million ama whatever. But that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for everybody, Kenyans, all of them. Lakini Mise yako hapa ku waste time na Mzalendo. They're here to waste time. They never sacrifice ile ati ujalala ama nini. No. Hao nakujanga tu hapa saa ile wako na free time. Sisi wengine sometimes hata tulali. Niko Australia. Time difference lazima nilale kama 3 hours ndo niamke like 2 o'clock ndo niwapate. Because naona mnafanyanga hii show ina suit people in America. Sasa wamemaliza kazi. But us we have to sacrifice our time around. You know? Hello? Yeah, we have to sacrifice our time around.
Yes, Nancy.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Mi niko tu hapa hivi, hata sijalala kabisa, nangoja tu hiyo nimekuja tu hapa kufanya some things, nangoja tu hiyo rally ya Jacaranda, na hata sitalala tena, ningoje show ingine. What is my husband thinking? Unaona?
Nancy hapo chunga hapo, hiyo area ni muhimu.
No, anakuanga understanding, lakini huwezi jua. Anyway, na kiora mnaongea ni wanaume tu wanaongea tu, hakuna question on, lakini I'm sacrificing because I want to be here to be charged, you know. Let me listen a bit. I'll come back later.
Yes, asante Nancy. Lakini hapa umeambiwa na Stone PK chunga. I understand our president is saying he wants to see more people taking passports to go out there and bring money here. That is the new policy of the government of Kenya. Hii si wakati ule tulikuwa tunasema ati we are luring back Kenyans to the country to come and build the country. No, this is a time to entice Kenyans to go out there, earn money and bring here. So as to whether you agree with that policy is up to you, but that is the new policy of the government. Public participation.
Yes, how are you? I'm fine. How are you guys? Stone PK, Mr. G, Mise, Nancy wa Kenya, Resist. Munanipata? Okay. Sasa, I don't know the issue of registrar of political parties. Why are people being allowed to leave their party and go to another party, yet they were elected on that party ticket? It should be dissolved. It should be this thing, we started entertaining it from when Aisha Jumwa, who was elected on ODM ticket, because Malindi is an ODM zone. Then after she's used the ticket for the party to be elected, she then moves to UDA. How? You should, if you want to move the party, you should also lose the seat. Then you go back to elections. And then because we know in Kenya, many areas people vote based on the party. So if you feel you are really confident you can win without the party and you don't need the party, you should just I think it's important for a law to be passed that if you are going to leave the party that gave you a nomination for the seat, then you go back to Debe, to Rudi kwa Debe, and then you stand with your new party, and somebody else stands with the party you left, and we see who is going to get the. Otherwise, what is going on now is just ridiculous, and it goes to show you the caliber of the leaders we're having. We're having very, very poor leadership. Any people who are not principled, people who are too money hungry, tumbocrats. So we can see all these leaders that we are busy voting for them. They don't have our interest at heart. If they had our interest at heart, they would not be busy falling over one another to get to State House where they can be given something. And that's how it has become. It's all about goodies now. Even if it's, I don't know that they are being given money also, but it's now become an excuse that you can entertain another party because they will come and build, I don't know what, in your area, like what we saw in Nyanza the other day, which is very wrong, because clearly, I think if there's a message I've gotten out of all this, is that as citizens of Kenya, we are on our own. We don't have leaders. Very few. The people whom you can say are leaders in this country, any true leaders, not tumbocrats, they are very, very few. Majority of the people, including Akina Jalango, Akina Karoli Omondi, and the rest who stood on ODM ticket, and now they are busy rushing to get their cut in UDA, in State House. Those are the kind majority wako kwa hiyo group. The people who genuinely care about Mwananchi, the way what is going on, the way Mwananchi is so much pressed. Because I don't know what will help us in this country. It's a bit even us as citizens, we wake up and we see the kind of leaders, because this is an indictment on the caliber of the leaders we are having in the country. And those leaders were chosen by us. So even us, we have to do a lot of soul searching and ask ourselves, why are you voting for this caliber of leaders? Do you want to tell me you cannot get a leader who is a genuine person, who is a genuine leader, who cares about the Mwananchi? Or that we are led by the person who has given us, bribed us, given us money and those kind of things. So he's only there to recover his money and to be a tumbocrat. Mukimalizana, well, the voter and the elected leader munamalizanga after election, because yeye alikupea pesa, wende umpigie, umempigia, bas. Now it's up to him to recover his money, to be a tumbocrat, to get whatever he can get, but having you nowhere. Yeah, you are nowhere in his interest. So even as we have to move away from that thing of voter bribery, that we are voting based on the person who gave us money, because that's why these leaders are so brazen and they are so tumbocratic, because wanajua walikupea, ulikuwa unapewa pesa ndio wapigie, so si mumemalizana, why should they bother with you anymore? And right now things are so bad. In fact, I'm just wondering, we really have resources to donate to Turkey and the other countries which had an earthquake, whereby here we are having cattle are dying left, right, and center. Even the areas which were fertile like Mount Kenya, right now it's too dusty. Nothing, kila kitu imekauka kwa shamba. We don't have the means to help other people. As ourselves, we are in a bad position, kabisa. We are bad. If you see even the cows which are walking around, they are thin, kabisa. There's nothing. Yani, we are the ones who need aid. We are not in a position to be giving aid to other countries when there are people who are dying left, and livestock is dying left, right, and center. People are dying in the dry parts like Turkana. People are dying of hunger. Then what do you mean by going to start helping other people and you yourself, you are drowning? So which goes to show you that this regime is not really, it's not in touch with what is going on, or it doesn't care. Let's put it that way. Because things are very dire on the ground. Msifikirie it's a joke. Things are bad. Venye ulikuwa mnaona mifugo inakufa, it's now going to be worse than that. And if we had just drilled some boreholes and we had done some good dams, hatungekuwa kwa hii shida. Lakini now it's too late and we don't know when this rain will ever come. And now here we are with a lot of side shows. Mara ni Matiangi ameridiwa, mara tumepeleka nini msaada Somali, mara tumepeleka msaada Turkey, of which from what I know about this, what they want is just, they're just kind of giving those things so that afterwards wakuja waanze kuomba loan from these people. Because what I know about Zakayo hawezi fanya kitu yote ya free, ama ile tu charity, yani without any kind of hidden agenda. So don't be surprised the next thing utasikia Turkey wametupea loan. Ama ameenda kuongea na watu wa Somali huko sijui wafanye nini. So this guy, he doesn't give a damn about us. The crop of leaders we are having now doesn't give a damn about us. Ndio unaona they are very brazen. Utawapeleka, utafanya nini hata nikienda State House? What will you do to me? Mimi nimeenda nimepata yangu. And nani Zakayo knows that these leaders, hakuna watu wengine prostitution, as Nani was calling them. There's no more of prostitution in this country than a politician. Politician ndio ule malaya kabisa. Ever hungry, ever, they're just means and ways to make that money before 5 years end. So he knows he can buy all of them na waweke kwa mfuko. Ndio ikifika hata nini imeisha, term ikiisha, anaenda anawapea pesa, wanaongeza term ama watoe hiyo term limit. So Kenyans, what I can tell you, all we have left now is just Baba and the few people who are loyal to him. That's all we have. Hatuna, hauwezi sema ati tuko na mtu wa kututetea. These people, they are not there for you. Thank you, Bwana Guru. That's my submission for now.
Resist.
Give it to the next person. I will talk in a few minutes.
Misa?
Guru, inafaa urudishe. I like public participation's contribution. I think you're very civil in your approach. I think we should, the moment the citizens of the Republic of Kenya will be annoyed and come out and speak in one voice, that is the time, with one voice, kwamba tumenyanyaswa sisi, sio sauti ya wachache ambao wana nia zao. But I think for me, I will not speak much. And Nancy, I wish you the very best of in your endeavor to be, to go for an elective position. Good luck. They say whoever has desired to serve his people or her people, that person ni mtu ambaye amebarikiwa sana. Kwa hivyo, Nancy, go for it. It's a good cause. And we will be happy to support you when you come back and tell us that you need our support. And again, what I keep emphasizing is that we don't have to be friends when we agree. Only we agree. We can disagree to agree. That is very normal. And Stone PK, hii roho yenye mko nayo ngumu, tunawaambia kwamba tunawaombea every Sunday tukienda kanisani, tutawaombea maombi na mtalainika tu na mtakuja pamoja tujenge inji. La muhimu ni kujenga inji yetu isiwe inji ya kutofika na inji ambayo haina mwelekeo. Lakini tunapoanza hii safari jinsi tumeanza kama serikali, najua kwamba kuna mawimbi ambayo yanatamba kila mahali, na tunajua muda ukiwadhia yatarekebishwa na tutaendelea na tutakuwa na inji ambayo inanawiri. Na hilo ndilo ombi letu, sio ombi la uhasama. Na Stone PK, nakubaliana nawe kabisa. Najua hutaki nikubaliane nawe, lakini nataka nikubaliana nawe kwamba nguvu iko katika mikononi mwa wananchi, na wananchi wenyewe ndio watakaoamua, lakini waamue kwa njia nzuri, sio kwa nia ya kibinafsi. Tuamue kwa pamoja kwamba tumeumia kwa jinsia ya afya, chakula, housing, poor conditions of living, the cost of living ikienda juu. Tuamue, tusukume kwamba serikali ilegeze hiyo mambo na ifanye hiyo kazi ambayo itatupatia manufaa kama wananchi wa Kenya leo ama vizazi ambavyo vitakuwa vya mbele. Let me tell you that most of us, the fight that we are putting today, it's not even for our benefit, it's for the benefit of our future generation. And I hope that one day we will have a country where we will have systems that will fight individuals who would want to steal from our country. At the moment, we don't have systems. We have individuals who are manipulating our systems to work for them. I hope that in the future we will have a leader who will put systems that will manipulate every leader to work for the people of Kenya. I agree with both of you who have come here and submitted that we should not worship, or we should not create a system where we have to worship a leader whom we have elected through the ballot to propel development agendas that will benefit a citizen. That is the responsibility of the government and must be done so without any delay. And I hope that one day we shall have that kind of a country, and hope soon, with the heat, with the pressure, the Prime Minister and the Azimio fraternity are pushing. I hope that William Ruto will align himself and govern himself accordingly and deliver his promises and agenda to the people of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you.
Stone PK, unafungasha?
Bado Guru, bado wacha tuchinje hawa watu sasa. Mise anaongea Mise
Ateke.
atumadenje patia resist kwanza, patia resist. Unaona Mise vile ameanza kuvuka. Patia resist.
Goe kirea mvongo ekagate mvongo.
Odiotua mbongo.
Hotea, exactly hotea.
Sawa, patia resist kwanza.
Resist. Resist.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Guru. I just have a few comments to make. I have reason to Bwana Messi. Sometimes I heard him being called Messi, and it's you're really confusing. I don't know whether you're confusing or you're confused, because at this point, a few panelists have tried to tell you, and you are like that we don't have a government. What we have is a legitimate government. We are not expecting any delivery of services. No services are going to be delivered by an illegitimate government. And even given the benefit of the doubt, if this illegitimate government wanted to soften the souls of Kenyans, it could have done something. It has been in office for 6 months. Ingekuwa imefanya kakitu kamoja tu ama 2 things watu waone. As opposed to that, what have we seen, Mr. Mise and your company? We have seen just destruction of everything that the previous government built. Is like a revenge mission. Kuharibu kila kitu yenye the previous government had done. Especially anything that benefited the Waziko. Anything that benefited the Hasra, as you call them. So, people like Storm PK, I don't want you to be persuaded by any little piece of understanding that people, mtu kama Missy, I'm not being